Chapter 1 Death. The scoundrels of the demon sect must be eradicated by all. Do you have anything to say? In the rain, Qian struggled to keep himself upright, desperate not to kneel before his captors. Alas, while others traversed realms with extraordinary luck, he found himself in a nightmarish existence. In his previous life, Qian had been quite content, having grown up in an orphanage on Blue Star. He had never contemplated the notion of transmigration, he merely wished to live a life of ease. Yet fate proved to be a cruel mistress. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. To be dragged into another world simply because of a game was absurd. Why couldn't he have at least been allowed to showcase his final worth? Perhaps he could have saved someone, thereby boosting the performance of the transmigration operator. The most frustrating aspect was not only being transported to this wretched world, but also being taken captive by the demon sect. What sins had he committed to deserve such misfortune? After being captured, it was clear he could survive only by killing, akin to raising a deadly insect. Forced by his dire circumstances, he fought his way out, embodying the adage that those who live in hell have no choices. Despite having endured for so long and feeling somewhat accustomed to his plight, he could not face the turmoil within his heart. Perhaps this was his release. I can only lament that this is not a cliff from which to leap. Glancing at the figures surrounding him, Qian mused that if there were a cliff, he might have had the opportunity to jump. Then let us embark on this journey. Feeling the fierce rush of wind behind him, and contemplating that death might indeed be liberation, Qian's body instinctively raised his left arm to shield himself. With that single blow, Qian's left arm shattered, and he was sent crashing against the stone wall, his body seemingly embedded within it, appearing to merge with the rock. His condition was dire, his internal organs were grievously injured, his arm broken, and one leg wounded, rendering him immobile. Pooh! Qian spat out a mouthful of blood, now teetering on the brink of death. His assailant showed no intention of delaying, charging forward with a long sword engulfed in crimson flames, indicating this strike was a desperate, full-powered attempt. Thunder roared, and the rain ceased. As he beheld the approaching sword, Qian realized there was truly no escape. It seemed his life was drawing to a close. The blade pierced through his heart, igniting his body in flames, while his mind flashed through the memories of his life, as if witnessing a fleeting panorama. This was indeed his first death and perhaps his last. As his consciousness began to fade, he cast a glance at the one who had dealt the fatal blow, wishing to utter something, yet in the end, no words escaped his lips. Qian gradually closed his eyes, vitality dissipating until he was no more, leaving behind no trace of Qian, no remnant of the man from the demon sect. After what felt like an eternity, when a being who had died and returned to life regained consciousness. What on earth? Am I alive again? He felt as if his head was spinning. Was he truly an ordinary person? Remarkably, an ordinary individual could die and return once more? This defied all logic. He struggled to open his eyes, the environment around him feeling exceedingly peculiar. After a prolonged period, he finally comprehended that this time, he had not merely transmigrated, but had been reincarnated. Moreover, he was not alone, he was a twin. Thus, this should be referred to as the tale of my transmigration, death, and subsequent rebirth as a twin. Absurd. At this point, Qian could only silently pray that this world was not the same hellish realm as before. He simply wished to be an ordinary person. Chapter 2 Qian Renxuan. Time swiftly passed, and soon, the day of the protagonist's birth arrived. After a series of compressions and strange sensations, he finally emerged from his mother's womb. However, before he could even open his eyes, he heard an exuberant voice. Wonderful, we have a pair of twins. Then the man cradled them and began to pace within the palace, occasionally muttering, "What name should I bestow upon them?" After much deliberation, the man decisively declared, "The boy shall be named Qian Renxuan, and the girl shall be called Qian Renxue." Upon hearing this, Qian felt an ominous foreboding. No, he was now to be called Qian Renxuan. As someone who had avidly read web novels in his previous life, he was familiar with the name Qian Renxue. Although it might be a common name, it seemed he had found himself in the world of Douluo, becoming the elder brother of Qian Renxue. But was he the firstborn? No, this was not the time for such musings. Good heavens, Qian Renxue had been shattered by Tang San. What fate awaited him? Surely it would be even worse, considering he was merely an angel god. Wait a moment, he was Qian Renxuan, having lived 3 lives. He could not possibly be inferior to a mere sewer rat. In his previous life, he had been somewhat renowned, his name often invoked by parents to frighten their children into obedience. If you misbehave, the great demon Lord Qian will come to devour you. If his martial soul awakened as a useless one, then on the day Tang San was born, Qian Renxuan planned to summon the high priest from the spirit hall to eliminate him. Even if Tang San was the protagonist, he could not absurdly escape from so many titled Douluos after all. Tang San was merely a newborn, and the unreasonable Shura should not have been paying attention, for Shura was indeed a being who could resurrect after death. Nonetheless, Qian Renxuan still felt a lack of confidence. Protagonists never adhered to logic. Alas, if this did not work, he had plans B and C, but he was not keen on pursuing plan C. Yet one must possess confidence. He had lived 3 lives, so what was there to fear? Qian Renxuan would not be inferior to anyone. Indeed, he steeled himself, summoning his inner strength. With the limited energy of an infant, Qian Renxuan soon succumbed to drowsiness, an instinct he could not resist. Day by day, his life with Qian Renxue revolved around eating, sleeping, and other basic needs. The nourishment they received was certainly not comparable to that of Bibi Dong. She would undoubtedly wish to eliminate the both of them. What if, while feeding, she could not help but harm the children? However, it was unlikely that Bibi Dong harbored such extreme malice. Probably. Well, at least Qian Sunji would not dare to act so recklessly. Hence he arranged for a wet nurse for the two of them. To be fair, Qian Sunji had a good eye. The wet nurse was pure and radiant. Oops. Wrong phrasing. She was truly beautiful. The fragrance of milk was replaced by the refreshing scent of air. Delightful indeed, this atmosphere was simply marvelous. Burp. After a satisfying meal, it was entirely normal to let out a hearty belch. The days that followed were monotonous and uneventful. At present, Qian Renxuan's body was still too small, and most of the techniques he had mastered in his past life were demonic arts. However, he did possess some legitimate skills, albeit not particularly strong. How much larger was he now compared to Tang San? Perhaps by a dozen times? It was reasonable to forget the precise details of time from his previous lives. Yet today, a minor incident disrupted the tranquil lives of the twins. The door was suddenly flung open. A graceful figure clad in an opulent gown entered. Given that it was the dead of night, the visitor was surely up to no good, Qian Renxuan thought silently. The figure approached Qian Renxue's crib, contemplating for a moment, her expression filled with complex emotions, bitterness, and hatred. Suddenly, she turned towards Qian Renxuan's crib. As she drew near, her gaze met Qian Renxuan's golden eyes. A cherubic smile broke across Qian Renxuan's innocent face, his little hands waving as he babbled incoherently. He had recognized her. This was none other than their mother, the future Pope, Bibi Dong. To be honest, Qian Renxuan felt a surge of panic within him. Although in the original narrative, they were ultimately bound by blood. How could the shadows of the past vanish so easily? Thus, Qian Renxuan was understandably anxious. Yet Bibi Dong merely gazed at him, making no move, though her countenance was far from pleasant. After a prolonged scrutiny, Bibi Dong quietly departed, having initially believed that the birth of her children was a mistake. She had made a resolute decision not to waver. Yet upon seeing Qian Renxue and Qian Renxuan, her previously steadfast resolve crumbled. Especially in light of Qian Renxuan's smile, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for how to confront these two children. She was uncertain of what to do. Perhaps she should not harbor hatred towards them. But who could truly delineate such emotions? Bibi Dong hopes you will not do anything foolish, a shadow murmured to herself. As she left, Qian Renxuan pondered. In his eyes, Bibi Dong possessed an unparalleled beauty and grace. Yet she was undeniably mad. She had likely lost her sanity long before during the trials of the Douluo, and it seemed she had birthed them under duress. In the subsequent chaos involving the Rakshasa god and others, her madness only intensified, twisted by her desire to annihilate all, leaving her spirit distorted. However, at present, she had not yet descended to that depth. There was still hope. Born into this world is indeed a challenge. After all, in the future, Bibi Dong is destined to eliminate Qian Renxue, which complicates matters immensely. To be fair, Qian Sunji is quite the scoundrel. Frankly speaking, the Soul Hall must be questioning its existence, given that its saintess has taken a liking to someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The Soul Hall has undoubtedly invested much effort into this. Moreover, he is a mere waste who wouldn't doubt their life choices in such a scenario. Qian Renxuan feels that it would have been better for Qian Douluo to take Bibi Dong as his disciple, clearly identifying her as the future Pope's wife, which might have alleviated the current predicament. Ultimately, this is merely a conjecture. Taking it too seriously would be rather pointless. A sudden wail pierces the air. It certainly cannot be attributed to Qian Renxuan. Little master, you cannot forsake your sister. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxuan finds himself questioning life once more. Just because you see me with her, does that mean I'm bullying her? Qian Renxue has been crawling around, bumping into things until she cries. Qian Renxuan truly wishes to clarify that his crawling over was to comfort Qianxue. How could you think I would bully her? The more he contemplates, the more frustrated he becomes. Why can't he articulate his thoughts? Must he resort to whimpering? Why is it that some individuals can speak upon their reincarnation, while he cannot? It defies logic. Now, do not cry, do not cry. The nurse gently lifts Qianxue, rocking her slowly. What if Qianxue continues to cry? What can be done? Perhaps play with a ball. Chapter 3. Brother and Sister. Ever since Bibidong's visit that day, Qian Renxuan initially thought she would not return, yet the situation unfolded in a fantastical manner as Bibidong visited several more times. One wonders if Qian Douluo and Qian Sunji are genuinely unconcerned about Bibidong, or if they are simply prepared. Nonetheless, after observing Bibidong for a considerable time, Qian Renxuan feels that no danger is present. Day after day passes, monotonous and tedious. Time flies swiftly. At this moment, Qian Renxuan is approaching the age of 6. With golden eyes and hair, fair skin, and a cherubic face, his handsomeness cannot be overshadowed, as if he has emerged from a painting. Yet he still pales in comparison to the reader's grandeur. Oh, at this time, a sneaky little blonde girl appears. Her demeanor and movements clearly indicate she is up to no good. Guess who I am? A youthful voice calls out, accompanied by a pair of hands covering Qian Renxuan's eyes. Qian Renxuan feels speechless. This routine is all too familiar. Who else but you, Qianxue? But speechless as he may be, the show must go on. He removes the hands from his eyes and turns to face Qianxue. Of course, it is you, my dear sister, little Xue. You should be addressing me as elder sister. And what does that disdainful expression imply? Qianxue stands with her hands on her hips, looking at Qian Renxuan with an air of arrogance. Qian Renxuan finds himself at a loss when faced with this haughty little blonde girl. Hurry and call me sister, or I shall teach you a lesson. At this moment, Qianxue is brimming with confidence. Indeed, 3 days without discipline leads to the roof being lifted. I am so scared, elder sister. This teasing tone, combined with her infuriating antics, immediately provokes Qianxue's ire. Looking for a fight. Fuming, Qianxue lunges at Qian Renxuan. Yet, to Qian Renxuan, this attack is full of flaws. However, if he dodges, she might fall and hurt herself, leading to yet another bout of tears. What a predicament. After a brief contemplation, he catches Qianxue and gently pins her down to the ground. This bears little difference from her falling and landing awkwardly. Either way, it is quite unfortunate. At this moment, Qian Renxuan mentally praises his cleverness. Truly, I am remarkable. Let me go. Not until you call me dear brother, then I might consider it. Upon hearing this, Qianxue grits her teeth in frustration. Please, my adorable little brother. Seeing Qian Renxuan remain unresponsive, she begrudgingly accepts the situation. Ah, my infuriating brother. Qianxue's heart is in turmoil. Finally, after a long internal struggle, Qianxue speaks. You foolish brother, let me go. This is her last show of defiance. What? That is not what I meant. Ah, my beloved elder brother, I implore you, please release me. Qianxue's tone is far from pleasant. She looks as though she could devour him whole. However, as a brother, one must indulge their beloved sister a little. How could he stoop to the level of a small child? Once he releases Qianxue, an unexpected turn of events occurs. As soon as Qianxue regains her footing, she swiftly bites his arm and sprints away. Farewell, my foolish brother. Remember, I am the elder sister. You shall never be the brother unless. Qianxue runs off at lightning speed. Am I truly that intimidating? But what did she mean by that? Qian Renxuan falls into deep contemplation. To be honest, his relationship with Qianxue is quite good, yet he cannot fathom why she is so fixated on the hierarchy of who is the elder. It truly baffles him. Hey, could you please be more serious? Qian Renxuan looks at Qianxue, who seems lost in thought, feeling an overwhelming headache. Then you should teach me seriously. Am I not teaching you earnestly? He is genuinely exasperated. You need to teach me the core concepts. For instance, how did you create these techniques? Qian Renxuan is at his wit's end. How can he explain how he created them? Should he divulge his past life experiences? Should he provide an entire theoretical framework? It's simply like this, then that, and finally this, and voila. It's that easy, right? Upon hearing this, Qianxue becomes somewhat irate. What do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting? Realizing that further argument would be futile, Qian Renxuan decides to change the topic. He feels that the childhood version of Qianxue differs significantly from her adult self. However, the technique of focusing one's mind is rather enigmatic, as it pertains to the realm of the spirit, whereas the qi cultivation from his past life was well known for strengthening the body and vitality. With dedication and perseverance, success is assured. Not to mention Qian Renxue's excellent talent, which has yielded commendable results. But the technique of focusing one's mind relies primarily on comprehension, which is why Qian Renxue is currently quite perplexed. What is enlightenment? I simply cannot comprehend. At this very moment, Qian Renxue is overwhelmed with frustration, yet she has no choice but to seek understanding. Having learned once in a past life, she unexpectedly succeeded again. Observing Qian Renxue's lingering sorrow, Qian Renxuan resolved to establish a spiritual connection. Days later, through his relentless guidance, Qian Renxue ultimately triumphed. It was no easy feat, what? If you inquire whether it is not about enlightenment, how then can one teach it? I must inform you that this matter is profoundly intricate. Those who comprehend, understand, while it remains ineffable to others. Engaging in trivial disputes is futile, my friend. How could Qian Renxuan ever deceive you? These martial arts techniques were not initially intended to be imparted to Qian Renxuan. It was not out of stinginess. After all, he was not like Tang San, who withheld knowledge from his brothers and intimate companions, keeping the treasures of the Xiantian treasure record to himself. What? You mentioned the Tang sect's rules? Such adherence is truly laughable. If one were to follow them so strictly, then what would be the point of thievery? Nevertheless, he ultimately did share, and this is undoubtedly true, yet it cannot be denied that he had kept certain things hidden. The so-called Tang sect regulations were not observed in his previous life, and now they are adhered to with such zeal. Returning to the original topic, he simply felt that the timing was not yet right, as explaining it would be rather cumbersome. However, once the martial soul was awakened, he would teach Qian Renxue and others, for if the martial soul manifested as a six-winged angel, it would signify extraordinary talent. Conversely, if the awakening were to yield poor results, then the techniques themselves would hold significant value. If one believes that talent cannot be justified, one must consider that Tang San outshone him from an early age. After his reincarnation, who taught him about hidden weapons and toxins? Did Tang San not engage in those pursuits? Who dared to question him? If the awakening were unfavorable, regardless of the circumstances, he bore the blood of the Qian family, and thus could not possibly struggle excessively. How could he be akin to certain misguided mentors? It was merely a matter of marrying and having children. One could then observe how his offspring fared, for at that point, these techniques might no longer be his own creation. Even with the protection of the spirit hall, danger could still loom, and naturally, one might wish to delegate responsibilities to others. Qian Renxue was an unexpected variable, having inadvertently discovered his secrets. Fortunately, their only conflict was minimal, as she generally heeded his counsel and posed little trouble. Chapter 4. Training and conversation. The techniques he could impart were few in number. The Qiyang scripture for physical conditioning and vitality, the Ningxin scripture for mental fortitude, the Qingxian step for enhanced speed and agility, and a particular boxing technique, the Gongjin fist, which was quite commendable. This is quite splendid, especially considering the absence of the demonic cultivation techniques, such as blood-refining demon art and demon slaughter technique. Which of the two would you choose? As dawn broke, the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon, Qian Renxue was roused from her slumber by Qian Renxian. Much to her chagrin, as she was not in the best of moods upon waking. However, she refrained from voicing her displeasure. After attending to their personal hygiene for a while, both of them successfully became fully alert. Following this, it was time for breakfast. Qian Renxian did not employ any particularly profound teaching methods. Given their shared identities, they certainly had ample access to medicinal baths and other fine provisions. For the moment, he could only engage in a bit of running and practice on the wooden dummy. This renders him incapable of employing any profound teaching methods. If one truly expects him to transform another into an exceptional individual, then what can Qian Renxian do but liken it to a brother nurturing a poison? Shall we engage in another comparison? Qian Renxue feigned ignorance, silently commencing to run, pondering to herself, what is there to compare? It's laughable. I have never triumphed. Wouldn't he competing only make me appear foolish? Qian Renxian uttered nothing, simply choosing to follow her. Before long, he caught up with her. Observing Qian Renxue on his right, he felt a sense of satisfaction. She was certainly more animated now than at the outset. As she ran, her chatter increased, and her steps multiplied, which often left her breathless. Running in this manner, while activating the Qiyang meridian, yields commendable results. However, to truly unleash its potential, one must exercise caution. Even the formidable Qian Renxian should refrain from recklessness. While training is essential, it is equally vital to avoid overexertion especially given the youth of the body. Today, Qian Renxuan, in a moment of folly, decided to add some weight to his regimen. After only half the distance, he began to feel the strain, for he is still but a child. Qian Renxue sensed something amiss with him. It was rather exasperating. She had explicitly advised against adding extra weight. Yet he had chosen to ignore her counsel, and now he was reaping the consequences. Though she pondered these thoughts, concern for him lingered in her heart. Perhaps we should call it a day. I'm feeling fatigued as well, and there are other activities to attend to later. Upon hearing her words, Qian Renxuan recognized that this girl was genuinely worried about him, hence her deliberate suggestion to cease. However, replying felt awkward. To remain silent might seem ungrateful, while agreeing could lead to her teasing him incessantly, which he had no doubt she would do. Yet, he was not one to stubbornly cling to pride at the cost of his well-being. Acknowledging that he had indeed misjudged the situation and realizing time was running short, he halted, breathless, and responded, "All right." Exhaling heavily, he felt an exquisite ache coursing through his body, a sensation both painful and invigorating, yet trivial in the grand scheme of things. Nonetheless, Qian Renxue refrained from offering further encouragement, knowing she wouldn't continue running either. "Isn't my sister rather charming?" he mused. "What? Was I not charming before?" "No, you should call me sister." Seeing Qian Renxue's mock annoyance, he inquired directly, "Why does this bother you so?" To which she replied, "Isn't it obvious? You were born just a tad earlier than I, so naturally, I should be the elder sibling. If you truly didn't care, why not call me sister?" It was evident that Qian Renxue was quite vexed. Did he care? Perhaps. In truth, Qian Renxue harbored secret thoughts. If Qian Renxian were her younger brother, being older would grant her the authority to command him. Moreover, having such a talented younger brother would only enhance her stature as an elder sister. After all, wouldn't it be delightful to hear him address her as elder sister? Thus, surrendering was not an option. After a brief respite, Qian Renxian gradually rose to his feet. "Let us go, elder sister," he declared. "Wow, you actually call me sister." At that moment, Qian Renxue felt as though she were in a dream. When Qian Renxian had previously addressed her in such a manner, it had always been laced with sarcasm, provoking a desire to reprimand him. Yet now, there was no trace of that sentiment. As for why Qian Renxian had suddenly called her sister, he simply wished to bring a smile to the face of this young girl. A series of thuds echoed as the two commenced their training on the wooden dummy. This wooden dummy was undoubtedly crafted by him for training purposes, ensuring that nothing would be revealed. The mastery of the Gungjin fist can only be described as a radiant golden aura, with punches akin to gold and iron, delivering powerful strikes. These are the only options available, yet they are the most suitable ones, and perhaps they can be improved in the future. Currently, the two individuals have only acquired a modicum of knowledge. 1,000 words cannot compare to the expediency of practical experience. Their present regimen consists of morning runs, midday rest, afternoon boxing, evening meditation, and therapeutic baths, supplemented by the nourishment of soul beast meat to rejuvenate their bodies. Soon, they are to visit the grandfather. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, he was reminded of that kind-hearted elder. After years of companionship, he has come to acknowledge that this esteemed elder, a divine angelic emissary and one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos, is indeed quite remarkable. Is the moment of fate's decision regarding the awakening of their martial souls drawing near? This inevitably calls to mind the so-called master. There exists no worthless martial soul, only a worthless soul master. Do you not see that his disciple is a rare genius, possessing dual martial souls and innate full soul power? What need has he for his master's guidance? What difference does it make for Tang San whether he is present or not? If he truly wishes to validate his assertion, should he not strive to transform a worthless individual into a titled Douluo? And is Tang San not also a mere experiment of Yu Shaojiang? His theories were later trampled upon by his beloved disciple. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the destinies of countless families and the spirit hall cannot be shattered or obstructed by Tang San. As night falls, the starry sky dazzles brilliantly. The myriad lights within Spirit City create a vibrant scene. In a certain grand hall, a towering angelic elephant stands, its holy visage adorned with 6 pristine wings stretching majestically from its back, exuding an air of authority and sanctity that compels reverence. Below it stands an elderly man clad in a golden robe, his golden hair cascading behind him. Though not robust in appearance, he looks to be only in his 30s or 40s, strikingly handsome, with a gentle smile that radiates warmth and kindness. At this moment, Qian Douluo gazes earnestly at the angelic elephant. Grandfather. The voices of two children call out in unison, as Qian Douluo turns to them with a faint smile. Come here. Qian Renxue and Qian Renxian approach his side. This venerable figure is none other than the ancestor of the Qian family, the founder of the Spirit Hall, who suppressed evil soul masters for a millennium, ultimately achieving divine faith as the original angel god. Chapter 5. Awakening Grandfather. You have told this tale many times. Hearing Qian Renxue's remark, Qian Douluo merely smiled, unperturbed. Is that so? In my old age, I seem to have forgotten. Goodness, how can you be old? Among the three peerless Douluos, the invincible angel Douluo, with a lifespan extending a millennium, how could you possibly be aging? Of course, these thoughts were kept to himself by Qian Renxian. A day hence, the awakening of your martial souls will occur. Do not be anxious. The glory of the angel shall be inherited by you siblings. The two stood beside Qian Douluo, listening to his narrative. As for the glory of the angel, he was unaware of its former state. But as for Qian Douluo, Qian Xuanji, and Qian Renxue, it could be said that they had been overwhelmed by the Haotian hammer. Only Qian Douluo fared slightly better. Alas, the generations of Haotian hammer angels. The glory is not easily attained. Grandfather, now that my brother and I have awakened our martial souls, will our mother cease to harbor resentment towards us? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Qian Daoli's expression shifted, leaving him uncertain. Alas, it is indeed a tragic predicament. One could argue that this situation is ultimately Qian Sundi's fault, yet what recourse does Qian Douluo have? Can he truly wield his sword against his own son? Should he instead persuade Bibi Dong to relinquish her hatred? That is preposterous. Bibi Dong would relish the opportunity to eliminate Qian Sundi's. Surely Qian Douluo can perceive that? He is incapable of vanquishing Bibi Dong either. Thus, Qian Douluo is left only to compensate Bibi Dong in other ways, turning a blind eye to many matters. Sighing, he reflects on the futility of human efforts against fate, hoping that time will soften all wounds. This is all he can think, for what else is there to do? At a loss for words, Qian Douluo gently touzles Qian Renxue's hair, murmuring that the child is innocent, Bibi Dong. Regrettably, neither of them can hear his words. Observing Qian Renxue's expectant expression, Qian Renxian foresees that the little one will weep bitterly the following day. However, Bibi Dong's grievances are twofold, one against Qian Sundi's and the other towards his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang. Qian Renxian can only do his utmost. The next day, the siblings rise early, for today marks the awakening of their martial souls in the Hall of Offerings. The Hall of Offerings is graced by the 7 offerings, the pinnacle of martial prowess, accessible only to super Douluos of level 96 or above. Its status surpasses that of the Hall of the Pope and the Hall of Douluo, yet the Hall of Douluo remains the tallest structure, a testament to respect. Upon arriving at the Hall of Offerings, the atmosphere is markedly different from their previous visit, which had only included their grandfather. This time, during the awakening ceremony, 6 other offerings are also present. Qian Renxian feels at ease, while Qian Renxue is noticeably anxious. As they enter, the hall is adorned primarily in gold and silver, with Qian Douluo seated beneath the statue of the angel god. Flanking him are 3 peaked Douluos, exuding an aura of authority even while standing. Only Qian Douluo, as the angel god's representative, is afforded the privilege of sitting. The others, despite their status as offerings, have no seats. All 7 wear robes of gold embroidered with silver, showcasing their respective martial souls. The siblings' grandfather's robe features the emblem of the 6-winged angel martial soul. The other 6 offerings' robes display a lifelike giant crocodile for the 2nd offering, Jin Ao, an open book for the 3rd offering, Yun Guang, a mirror for the 4th offering, Ling Jing, a bell for the 5th offering, Jin Yu, and 2 identical staffs for the 6th and 7th offerings, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo. This is the 7 offerings. After the siblings greeted all the offerings, they approached Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo retrieved 6 black stones from the soul guiding device and arranged them in a formation. Subsequently, he produced a blue spherical crystal, which, under the enhancement of his soul power, floated mysteriously in midair. Immediately, a terrifying aura emanated from Qian Douluo as 6 golden wings unfurled behind him. 8 black and 1 red soul rings ascended rhythmically from beneath his feet, while the ethereal shadow of his martial soul radiated a sacred and luminous aura. This is, after all, the reason why Qian Douluo restrains himself considerably in the presence of his grandchildren. Otherwise, with such a terrifying aura, how could an ordinary person, devoid of the awakened martial soul, stand here unscathed? This was also the first time the two siblings witnessed Qian Douluo unleashing his martial spirit. At that moment, Qian Renxue remained relatively composed, yet a tinge of envy lingered in her heart. For it was a soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years, the dream of every soul master. In recent years, although the two had yet to awaken their martial souls, they had absorbed a substantial amount of theoretical knowledge. The vast repository of the Martial Soul Hall's library was at their disposal, complete with dedicated instructors. They focused their minds, closed their eyes, and endeavored to feel. Upon hearing these words, the siblings stepped directly into the dazzling hexagonal formation. Subsequently, they cast aside their wandering thoughts, closed their eyes, and attuned their senses. The brilliant golden light enveloped them, imparting an indescribable sense of ease. At this moment, Qian Renxue sensed an inner force being drawn forth. Soon after, a divine six-winged angelic apparition materialized behind her, gradually merging into her being. Yet, this was not the end. The angelic manifestation exuded a sacred aura, and a beam of light illuminated Qian Renxue. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers understood what it signified: divine bestowed soul power. However, only Qian Douluo grasped the true implications. This was a resonance, indicating that the angelic deity had recognized Qian Renxue. Feeling the transformation within her, Qian Renxue hastily opened her eyes, clenched her fists, and carefully attuned herself to the power coursing through her. Was this the essence of a martial soul strength? She then glanced at her brother, a flicker of concern darting through her mind. Yet, she promptly extinguished that thought. How could anything go awry? He was far stronger than she, and there was no reason for alarm. Her brother had not yet completed his awakening, making it an unsuitable time to test his soul power. Truth be told, she was a member of the Qian family, with a martial soul of the six-winged angel, not to mention the divine bestowal. There was little cause for worry in that regard. Meanwhile, what was the protagonist experiencing? At that moment, Qian Renxuan felt an unusual, yet comforting sensation, as if something was gestating within him, on the verge of emergence. Why did that thought seem peculiar? At this very moment, Qian Douluo also felt a twinge of concern. Let there be no unforeseen incidents. In the next instant, a formidable aura surged forth, a golden radiance soaring skyward. An awe-inspiring spectacle that could only be described as magnificent. It has gained renown once more. A few devotees appeared somewhat astonished, as they had never witnessed such grandeur before. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo displayed a fervent enthusiasm. Observing the scene, it was evident that the martial spirit was extraordinarily formidable. When you inquired of Qian Douluo about the towering beam of light, he simply responded, "What else can be done? There are 9 individuals present in total. Can any secrets truly be concealed? If one wishes to uncover the truth, they should come to the shrine and engage in amicable discourse with the old man." Qian Douluo harbored considerable confidence regarding such exchanges. Chapter 6. Angels and Ambition. The golden radiance gradually dissipated. A golden mark manifested upon Qian Renxuan's brow, and behind him, the ethereal silhouette of an angel emerged, seemingly imbued with profound significance. Subsequently, the angelic figure appeared to sense something, emanating a brilliant light that enveloped Qian Renxuan, before ultimately fading into oblivion. This differs from the six-winged angel, as the ethereal figure emanates a divine aura that surpasses that of the six-winged angel. The most notable distinction lies in the number of wings. This is a 12-winged angel. The highest among the myriad of angels possesses only 6 wings, and that ancestral angelic deity also bore 6 wings. Does this signify a transcendence beyond the ancestors? As I pondered this, a flicker of excitement coursed through me. Qian Douluo quickly steadied his breath and instructed the two to test their soul power. Qian Renxue placed her hand upon the azure crystal orb. In the next instant, the orb radiated a dazzling brilliance. Qian Douluo's pupils constricted, followed by a satisfied smile. Innate soul power at level 20. At that moment, Qian Douluo fully comprehended that between the siblings, the angel god had chosen Qian Renxue, a fact evident during their martial soul awakening. Qian Renxue envisioned how pleased her mother would be with her achievement. Next, it was Qian Renxuan's turn. He laid his hand upon the crystal orb. Was he also destined for innate level 20? At this point, Qian Renxuan had released the heavy burden from his heart. Now, he could contemplate how to deal with Tang San. The onlookers felt that today had been nothing short of spectacular. After all, Qian Douluo had not possessed innate level 20 himself. Now, with Qian Renxue's accomplishment, and the even more formidable Qian Renxuan to follow, it was undeniable. What remarkable siblings they were. Although Qian Dalu felt joy, an undercurrent of worry crept into his heart. What troubled him? Naturally, it was the divine position. The angel god had chosen Qian Renxue, a fact that this envoy could not alter. This is indeed a divine inheritance. One is destined to attain godhood in the future. Might this evoke a sense of injustice in Qian Renxuan, as he is the elder brother? After all, Qian Renxuan's martial soul is undeniably superior to that of Qian Renxue. Should this incite a fraternal conflict, it would not bode well for the Spirit Hall or the Qian family. In truth, Qian Daolia's apprehensions are not mere figments of imagination. Instances of father turning against son and brother warring against brother are not unheard of. The legacy of the divine is even more terrifying. However, were Qian Renxue to become aware of his concerns, he would undoubtedly retort, "Grandfather, you are overthinking this." Qian Renxue harbors no desire to inherit the position of the angel god. Why, you may ask? Because he senses that there are issues surrounding the inheritance of the angel god's title, and upon discovering that this angel god is an ancestor of the Qian family, it becomes even more evident that there are complications. One must question which ancestor would harbor disdain for their own descendants. What a peculiar notion. What purpose does the disdain of the angel god towards his own descendants serve? It appears that there are inherent issues within the divine inheritance. While it may not have been problematic originally, Tang San also inherited a divine position, yet the angel god seems to have fallen. Could it be that those two shameless deities might take some action? Therefore, he intends to find an opportune moment to speak with Qian Renxue and devise a plan, trusting that his sister is likely to believe him. Xiaoxian, Xiaoxue, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you on a hunt for soul beasts. The esteemed guardians were taken aback by his words. The Grand Guardian had not left the Spirit City for quite some time, and now he intended to venture out? Surely, he wouldn't need to personally engage in the hunt for merely a first soul ring? Alas, it was merely a matter of concern. With the awakening of the two individuals' martial souls completed, the guardians prepared to take their leave. However, upon hearing the voice in his mind, Qian Renxuan could only smile wryly. Nightfall. A refreshing breeze wafted through, bringing comfort. Qian Renxuan returned to the guardian hall, observing the elder standing beneath the statue of the angel god. He understood why Qian Dalu had summoned him. Grandfather, Xiaoxian has arrived. Qian Dalu beckoned. Did you call for me, grandfather, for some reason? Qian Dalu looked at his astute grandson, feigning ignorance. Xiaoxian, why not take a guess? He gazed at the angel statue, patiently awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence, Qian Renxuan finally spoke. Is it about our ancestor? Qian Dalu did not respond directly, but began his tale. In the past, the continent was plagued by evil soul masters, bringing suffering to its people. At that time, a woman emerged, a six-winged angel, heralding the arrival of light, her divine presence an undeniable deterrent to the evil souls. Noting Qian Renxuan's silence, Qian Dalu continued. The woman wielded a holy sword, vanquishing evil soul masters, and more people joined her ranks. Thus, the Spirit Hall was born, with people extolling her great deeds and pledging their faith in her. As her followers multiplied, she established the Spirit Hall to suppress evil souls and spread her teachings. After a millennium of tireless effort, she ultimately quelled the evil soul masters, and due to her accomplishments, she was deified by the people. Qian Renxuan remained perplexed, questioning the purpose of recounting ancestral tales at such an hour. Shouldn't Qian Dalu be providing some psychological guidance or uplifting words? What do you think would be a fitting name for the empire if the Spirit Hall were to establish one? At this, Qian Renxuan was taken aback. Did this notion of founding an empire not originate from his mother? Yet, Qian Dalu seemed less than enthusiastic about it. What was the current state of affairs? The belief in deification had been traversed by the ancestor, taking a millennium, and now the Spirit Hall could do the same. Your grandfather is not yet deceased, and I can still wield this sword. I wonder if the world still remembers me, the angel Douluo. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxuan suddenly comprehended the implications. It was not a matter of his own ignorance, but rather a failure to perceive the broader picture. Morning assessments of Qian Dalu's character suggested he was rather timid, which indeed seemed correct based on certain observations. But now, he sought deification, words eluded him. The answer to who would become this god was becoming increasingly apparent. Was it not? Grandfather, do you wish for me to believe in deification? At this, Qian Dalu erupted in laughter. Truly, you are my grandson. Presently, on Douluo continent. Neither of the two empires nor the three sects can compare to the Spirit Hall in strength. The Spirit Hall possesses far more titled Douluos. Yet our army remains our weak point. This matter requires careful planning. This is a method conceived by Qian Douluo after much contemplation. Since there exists only one divine position, why not create a deity? He believes this approach to be remarkably effective, with a high probability of success. After all, even if it takes time, the Qian family can afford to wait until Qian Renxue ascends to divinity, which would be a monumental achievement. With a god to unify the continent, wouldn't it be much simpler? Furthermore, the faith of the entire continent would surely be sufficient for his descendants to attain godhood. Chapter 7. Deteriorating relations and departure. As Qian Douluo pondered his thoughts, he considered whether to reveal to Qian Douluo that his martial soul possessed certain peculiarities. However, reflecting on the original narrative, he deemed it inconsequential. Whether it was his mother or grandfather, they would inevitably harbor similar thoughts. It was merely a matter of time. Why attempt to dissuade them? Such an ancient undertaking as unifying the continent should not be overlooked. As for Tang San, he ceased to be a threat once he awakened his martial soul. Grandfather, perhaps you should observe this, Qian Renxuan remarked as he handed several martial arts manuals to Qian Douluo, which he had long prepared. To instill confidence in Qian Douluo, he emphasized that the Gungjin fist would provide proof, not that it could be mastered instantaneously, but that it was indeed viable. Qian Douluo became enthralled after merely glancing at the materials, which were undeniably masterpieces. Did you conceive these? His voice trembled with excitement. Indeed, a genius, truly a genius, Qian Douluo exclaimed, overwhelmed. The items in his possession were unparalleled across the continent, and the papers contained 4 martial arts techniques. I have imparted all of this to Shuer. Following her training over the years, we can attempt the Millennium Soul Ring tomorrow. Certainly, these materials must remain confidential for now. They will play a significant role in promoting faith in the future. Qian Renxuan nodded in agreement. I nearly began to doubt you, Xiaoxian. Despite Qian Daoliu's statement, he remained unfazed, for he was of the Qian lineage, and his martial soul was that of a 12-winged angel. After exchanging a few more words and providing guidance to Qian Douluo, he took his leave. Following a brief continuation of their discussion, Qian Renxuan departed as well, leaving Qian Douluo alone in the grand hall, where the papers in his hands had vanished. In the Tiando Empire, within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a man clad in a blue robe stood gazing out from a window, his brow furrowed with concern. What a tumultuous season. What do you make of Sword Uncle's light pillar? Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, renowned for possessing the most powerful auxiliary martial soul, felt troubled. A figure dressed in flowing white, the sword Douluo Exine, appeared silently behind Ning Fengji. Fengji, why burden yourself with such thoughts? There are far greater concerns than ours. They surely wish to know as well. The Spirit Hall has undoubtedly kept this matter under wraps, and they will find nothing of use, ultimately returning empty-handed. Let us hope nothing disastrous occurs, Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head. At this moment, the skyward light pillar ignited by Qian Renxuan's martial soul awakening plunged numerous forces into fervent discussion. The Tiando Empire, Xinglua Empire, Haoyan Sect, and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan convened in a secret meeting. In the early morning, 2 siblings raced toward a destination, their robes dancing in the gentle breeze. Today, Qian Renxue arose early and summoned her brother, Qian Renxian, to accompany her in seeking their mother, Bibi Dong. She was resolute in her pursuit, oblivious to his attempts to dissuade her, willingly inviting trouble. Bursting through the door, Qian Renxue exclaimed, Mother, mother, I awakened my martial soul yesterday. A 20-level innate 6-winged angel. How impressive is that? Bibi Dong, upon hearing her daughter's exuberant cries, appeared before them, her countenance dark and foreboding. Qian Renxue was not surprised by Bibi Dong's expression. This had been her mother's demeanor for many years. At that moment, Qian Renxue suspected her mother might not believe her, prompting her to demonstrate her martial soul. Just as Qian Renxian sensed her intent and attempted to intervene, it was too late. The ethereal image of the 6-winged angel materialized behind Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong's pupils constricted at the sight of the angel. Angels, angels, what nonsense. She could never forget that night, that man, in the secluded chamber. The divine light of the 6-winged angel martial soul belied the actions of that evening. What righteousness and light could be trusted? Bibi Dong's emotions spiraled out of control, her face contorted with rage, her eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent. Had it not been an angel that awakened, her wrath might have been tempered. Yet, this was the inevitable outcome. For far too long, she had been deceiving herself. Qian Renxue had never witnessed such a horrifying expression on her mother's face, and she was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. You wretched spawn. You all deserve to die? Bibi Dong spat venomously. In that instant, she struck toward Qian Renxue. Stop. Swiftly, Qian Renxian pulled Qian Renxue aside. Fortunately, Bibi Dong merely delivered a standard slap, without invoking her martial soul or utilizing soul power. As her hand struck air, Bibi Dong stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank. Mother, you must be weary. Please take a moment to rest, Qian Renxian said, embracing Qian Renxue as he departed. Left alone in the room, Bibi Dong sank to the floor. Her gaze vacant, tears streaming down her face. The sight of that six-winged angel had sent her spiraling into madness. After that slap, regret washed over her. Given another chance, she would have acted differently. Bibi Dong turned toward the still-open door and, rising to close it, sank slowly to the ground. Her relationship with Qian Renxue having deteriorated to its nadir. Qian Renxian held Qian Renxue tightly as they made their way home, with her head buried in his chest. She wept, asking, Brother, why is it like this? I have always adored Mother. I have worked so hard to gain her approval, believing that awakening my martial soul would bring her joy and change her treatment of me. Yet, why has it become worse than before? Now you choose to call me brother while you cry? Despite being her child, why has she never shown maternal love? She gazes at me with eyes filled with hatred. This time, the exchange of harsh words was particularly intense, and the terrifying sensation made Qian Renxue almost believe that Bibi Dong intended to take her life. Never before had Bibi Dong displayed such animosity towards her. The presence of the six-winged angel was profoundly unsettling for her. As for Qian Renxian, he was at a loss for words. Should he reveal the truth to her? That Qian Xuanji was a scoundrel? The mentor she revered had violated her and imprisoned her. Our births had never been her desire. Did she loathe all of this? Yet, such revelations were cruel indeed for a mere 6-year-old like Qian Renxue. Qian Renxian remained silent, merely holding Qian Renxue close, allowing her to weep freely, hoping that expressing her sorrow would bring her some solace. They walked together to their small villa, where he gently placed Qian Renxue on the bed. Just as he prepared to leave, she called out to him, Brother, will you stay with me for a while? Have you been bullying your sister? Yun Guang observed the swollen eyes of Qian Renxue with curiosity. Sister Yun Guang, brother hasn't bullied me. Qian Renxue replied with a faint smile. Yun Guang chose not to comment further. Honestly, why do you all think that way? Qian Renxian felt exasperated. Did he truly seem like such a person? Wait for your grandfather. We will set off to Stardo shortly. Chapter 8. The peculiar and powerful soul-skilled Qian Renxian silently scrutinized Yun Guang, the nameless worshipper from the original narrative. To be honest, he was quite astonished. Yun Guang was a woman, with flowing golden hair and eyes that resembled those of an ordinary person. Were there several female spirit masters in the Douluo realm? This esteemed individual is a pinnacle of the 98th generation of Douluo. Little brother, are you always watching your sister? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Is the little brother shy? Yun Guang chuckled softly. She bore no malice. Observing Qian Renxuan's scrutiny, she decided to tease this adorable little fellow a bit. However, Qian Renxue, standing nearby, appeared somewhat irritated. This is a gift for you. Qian Douluo presented 2 soul-guiding devices to the siblings. You, my dear, are quite inconsiderate. You didn't inform me. And I have no gift prepared. Isn't that rather awkward? Upon hearing Yun Guang address her grandfather, Qian Douluo, in such a tone, Qian Renxuan felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. After all, even Jin Yi would dare to speak so. Yet, Qian Douluo merely shot her a glance and remarked, Isn't there enough in your soul-guiding device? Mine contains merely some garments, Jin Gui coins, and what else? I owe you a gift, and I shall repay you in the future. Yun Guang spoke no falsehood. Indeed, her soul-guiding device held nothing else. While offering Jin soul coins as gifts may suffice for others, these two were hardly in need of such currency, given their esteemed lineage. Don't forget to ask the remaining old fellows for gifts. Yun Guang winked at the siblings. Ah, this truly raises suspicions about one's character. Grandfather, does the ring have a name? Shua, name it whatever you wish. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue immediately fell into deep contemplation. Let us proceed, ponder on the journey. With that, a luxurious carriage arrived, drawn by 4-century-old spirit beasts, the Crimson Flame Horses. These creatures, naturally gentle in temperament, posed no danger, especially after being tamed. Esteemed master, please board the carriage, one of them said, graciously using its back as a step, a smile radiating from its face. This coachman is undoubtedly dedicated to serving the esteemed figures of the spirit hall, and it is said that if his descendants lack talent, they may inherit this role through generations. While some may look down upon his servile demeanor, he may very well regard them with disdain, for he earns a substantial income, ensuring a secure future for his lineage as well. The prominent figures of the spirit hall are indeed ordinary individuals, devoid of any aberrations. Although the coachman was not acquainted with Qian Douluo, he was well aware of the notorious San Gongfeng, Yunguang Douluo. Naturally, Qian Renxue and her companions were not so inept as to be unable to board a carriage. It was merely a matter of attitude. Once they ascended the carriage, each chose a seat to settle into. "Brother, let us name the ring Xuanxue ring," she proposed, deriving one character from each of their names, a name that Qian Renxue deemed most fitting. "What you say shall be accepted as truth." Interestingly, since that incident, this younger sister no longer contested who was the leader, and this issue had finally dissipated, which was rather delightful. Throughout this journey, the two individuals immersed themselves in their cultivation. It was not until Qian Douluo's reminder that they emerged from their meditative state. The carriage came to a halt in a quaint little town, and instead of soaring into the Stardow forest, Qian Douluo and Yunguang chose to enter on foot. Within the Stardow forest, the two guardians did not suppress their formidable presence. Should any unwitting soul cross their path, they would face immediate obliteration. Naturally, Qian Douluo and Yunguang possessed the confidence to act thus, being a peerless Douluo and a super Douluo, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the likes of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Of course, they had no need to venture into the core area, as eliminating those two ancient beings, who had existed for 100,000 years, would serve little purpose at the moment. That could be addressed in the future. Finding suitable soul rings for their angelic martial spirits proved to be a challenging endeavor, even for them, requiring a considerable investment of time. The six-winged angel embodies the attributes of light, divinity, and fire, while locating a fire-based soul ring is relatively straightforward. The quest for those associated with divinity and light presents a more formidable challenge. When asked about the distinction between divinity and light, Qian Renxue could only assert that they are inherently different. Divinity is more efficacious than light when it comes to dealing with evil soul masters, though he could not elaborate further. "Little brother, what do you think of that one?" Following Yunguang's gaze, he observed a golden bird soaring through the sky. This avian creature, similar in size to an ordinary eagle, was entirely gilded with flecks of red. Having spent considerable time within the Spirit Hall's library, Qian Renxue recognized it as a daylight sparrow, a rare soul beast embodying both light and fire, which, under normal circumstances, could potentially cultivate for 100,000 years. It seemed fortuitous that it had appeared, though it was regrettable that it had only achieved a mere 2,000 years of cultivation. "Ah, then I shall express my gratitude to Sister Yunguang." Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Yunguang summoned her martial spirit, the Book of Light. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings emerged from beneath her feet. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the daylight sparrow to become immobilized, plummeting from the sky. Given such a height, it would not perish from a fall of this nature, even as a 2,000-year soul beast. This seems to be a deliberate control by Yunguang. Otherwise, a peak Douluo of the 98th rank could easily dispatch a 2,000-year-old spirit. The daylight sparrow on the ground has already succumbed to unconsciousness. Qian Renxuan, wielding a dagger extracted from the Xuanxue ring, approached its side and swiftly slashed at the creature's throat. Blood gushed forth, yet it did not perish immediately. Reluctantly, he delivered a few more strikes, subjecting the poor daylight sparrow to further torment before its demise. Discarding the bloodied dagger, a circle of purple soul rings emerged from its lifeless form. Qian Renxuan seated himself cross-legged, channeling his soul power to draw the soul rings down upon himself. Absorbing this 1,000-year soul ring, he felt no pain. Rather, an invigorating energy flowed through his body. In less than half an hour, he effortlessly absorbed the daylight sparrow's soul ring, savoring the abilities bestowed upon him by this newfound soul skill, which filled his heart with joy. Opening his eyes with excitement, he glanced at the few companions surrounding him and spoke, "Grandfather, I would like to test a few soul beast techniques with my soul skill shortly." Qian Douluo did not decline, but nodded in agreement. "I still wish to know what this soul skill entails. If it turns out to be another angel assault, then there is no need for further discussion." A sense of curiosity seemed to be inscribed in Yunguang's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxuan declared, First soul, angelic light, altering my attack method? Does this transform me into a ranged attacker? Noticing their confusion, he directly summoned his martial soul. Golden wings unfurled from his back, radiating a divine aura. A circle of golden soul rings surrounded his form, shimmering with brilliance. Using his hand in place of a sword, he waved gently, conjuring golden sword energy that surged forward. This enhanced his attack by 90%, with each strike's damage stacking. Upon impact, it possessed the ability to dissolve soul power. He mused whether this sword energy attack could be controlled. Even without it, delivering punches would yield the same effect. The expressions of those who heard this were indeed peculiar. This soul skill is remarkably potent. Strangely, why is this soul ring golden? Xiaoxian, what is the meaning behind the color of your soul ring? Chapter 9. A Trial. The original work states that a golden soul ring signifies 1,000,000 years. Yet he was certain that his soul ring was not of such antiquity. Perhaps the martial soul felt that the color of this soul ring did not befit its grandeur. Hence it was dyed to achieve a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. Alas, mere superficiality. Nonetheless, his martial soul is exceptional, containing some inherent abilities, which is quite normal. My martial soul might possess some uniqueness. Qian Renxuan planned to gloss over the matter, as no one would delve too deeply. Brother, will my soul ring also be golden? Ah, that is an excellent question. The answer is decidedly no. You shall discover the truth upon absorbing the soul ring. Very well then. As night fell, they located a suitable soul beast for Qian Renxue, and her soul skill, unsurprisingly, exceeded expectations. Although it bore the same name, its effects were considerably amplified. Angel Assault concentrated the divine energy of the six-winged angel into her fist, simultaneously enhancing her speed and attack by 50%. When striking, a golden light shield would form, providing both offense and defense. The divine energy would erode and suppress the soul power of the target. Brother, could you tell me a story? Qian Renxuan pondered for a long time before recalling a rather compelling tale. Once upon a time, a little girl wandered the frigid streets clutching a nuclear bomb. Barefoot, she encountered a middle-aged man and earnestly implored, "Uncle, please buy a nuclear bomb from me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." The man paid her no heed. If she failed to sell even one bomb, starvation would soon claim her life. As night approached, the chill wind made the little girl shiver uncontrollably. She curled up in a corner, trembling from the cold, feeling that her end was near. In desperation, she contemplated igniting a nuclear bomb, thinking it might warm her. Memories of her late grandmother flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Slowly, she retrieved a red button from the pocket of her tattered dress, hoping it would bring her some surprise. She pressed the button. Consequently, a vibrant mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky above the city, and that night, she joyfully reunited with her beloved grandmother along with the entire city. What is a nuclear bomb? Why did everyone see the little girl's grandmother? Qian Renxue innocently inquired. Qian Renxuan wore an awkward smile. You simply need to know it is a formidable weapon. The following day, the group embarked on another prolonged quest. As finding a suitable soul ring is no simple endeavor, it largely depends on fortune. Clearly, their luck was lacking, as they searched fruitlessly for an extended period. At this moment, Qian Douluo felt it prudent to bring more individuals along. The radiant feather sparrow, after 5 millennia, seemed perfectly suited for Xiaoshui. With a casual wave of his hand, the ethereal figure of a 6-winged angel emanated a menacing aura. In the next instant, Qian Douluo vanished from his position, only to reappear moments later, clutching a half-lifeless radiant feather sparrow. I nearly exerted too much force. I thought you wouldn't take action, came the voice of Yunguang. However, Qian Douluo chose to disregard her. A violet soul ring emerged from the corpse, and under the influence of soul power, it encircled Qian Renxue. Having experienced this once before, the process proceeded much more smoothly this time. There was no trace of agony upon her visage, and it seemed considerably swifter than the last instance. In less than half an hour, Qian Renxue effortlessly assimilated the soul ring of the radiant feather sparrow. With her eyes closed, she began to meticulously perceive the skills bestowed upon her by this soul ring. The second soul skill, the angelic feather barrage, allowed her to condense soul power into golden feathers, inflicting widespread damage while reducing the opponent's defense and speed by 60%, dissolving their soul power. Upon hitting the mark, it could accumulate a label, which, after 5 layers, would detonate, causing further damage. Additionally, her soul power had reached level 23. Qian Renxue was brimming with excitement. Little brother, Can you guess what I have brought back? Yin Guang. I have already seen it. What is there to guess? Yin Guang displayed no signs of embarrassment, responding instead. Yet you haven't voiced it, have you? This matter eludes your grasp, does it not? The golden serpent of 9,000 years, let it be vanquished. The young lad, Yin Guang, cast the serpent upon the ground, choosing not to pursue the previous topic. In an instant, a violet soul ring materialized, and Qian Renxue assumed a seated position, drawing upon the soul ring. Before long, the absorption was complete. The second soul skill, Angelic Aegis, grants the ability to disregard certain attacks, while providing absolute protection against adversaries of equal or lower rank. When faced with a fatal strike, it automatically transforms into an invincible defense beneath the divine, offering a respite of 7 days. Even against foes of higher rank, a temporary defense is attainable, and the soul power has reached level 23. This further corroborated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yin Guang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little brother, let me try the absolute defense. Alas, you have gone too far, Yin Guang. Qian Douluo remarked helplessly. If one were to observe closely, they might notice a peculiar glimmer in Qian Douluo's gaze, as if tinged with guilt. Heh, can't you even take a joke? Or do you truly believe I would act in such a manner? Qian Douluo shook his head, choosing to disregard her. You are being unreasonable, Qian Renxue exclaimed, now visibly upset. Little brat, what do you know? Yin Guang retorted, stepping beside Qian Renxue and placing a hand upon her head. Ah, let go of me, Qian Renxue cried, unable to escape Yin Guang's hold. Grandfather, do something about her. Yet, Qian Douluo feigned ignorance. Under Qian's persuasion, Yin Guang eventually released Qian Renxue. After several days of interaction, it often seemed that in their exchanges, Qian Douluo would yield first. Though the term yield may be somewhat inappropriate, it was the impression he left. There undoubtedly lies a tale between these two individuals, with the majority of the fault resting upon the shoulders of his grandfather, Qian Douluo. The spirit of gossip ignites fervently. Unfortunately, it is likely that inquiries would yield no revelations. Yin Guang harbors no ill intentions, yet she possesses a profound curiosity regarding the absolute defense beneath the divine realm, which he can indeed utilize after a mere 7 days. What is there to be anxious about? Shouldn't they be intrigued? Yin Guang finds herself perplexed. Let us proceed and seek out a soul beast for an experiment. Thereafter, Yin Guang and Qian Douluo ascended into the sky, each carrying the other. After a brief flight, Qian Douluo cast his gaze upon a congregation of crocodiles below. This shall be your target. There is no need to fret over safety, he declared, gently placing them on the ground before concealing himself. The group of crocodiles eyed the two celestial visitors, while the brothers fixated on the reptiles, rendering the atmosphere steeped in silence. The eyes and underbelly of the crocodiles are their vulnerabilities, and perhaps restraining their jaws with both hands might prove effective. I have heard, Qian Renxuan added. What do you mean by that? I was unaware. A profound sense of inquiry filled Qian Renxue's small eyes. Well, let us simply give it a try. After all, we both possess the ability to fly, and with our strength, a few crocodiles should pose no threat. With that, Qian Renxuan transformed, embodying an angelic presence. As golden wings unfurled and began to flutter, propelling him swiftly into the sky. With the first soul skill, Angelic Light, Qian Renxuan waved his hand, unleashing several golden sword energies that surged towards the crocodiles on the ground. Most of these crocodiles are decades old, with only 3 or 4 reaching the century mark. One could say that the sword energy slicing through them is akin to chopping vegetables. In an instant, blood splatters everywhere. Qian Renxue's approach, however, is far more straightforward. Angel Domain, activate. A radiant glow emerges, enveloping the entire group of crocodiles. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue unleash her domain, the deity is taken aback. Why would you activate your ultimate ability if it isn't just to toy with weaklings? He possesses a divine domain of his own, yet he refrains from employing it. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that the angel domain significantly enhances Qian Renxue's capabilities. The angel domain allows Qian Renxue to become ethereal, augmenting her own strength by 30% while diminishing her enemies by 10%. The domain is suffused with divine energy that possesses a purifying and dissolving effect, continuously eroding the enemy's soul power. Within this domain, Qian Renxue can substantially impair her adversary's sensory perception and fix them in the center of her realm, rendering even instantaneous movement futile. They will simply remain in place, even if they attempt to move a short distance by leveraging Qian Renxue's attacks. They will immediately return to the central position once the effects of the assault dissipate. Qian Renxue charges forward, her second soul skill, Angel's Feather, enveloping her in a flurry of golden feathers. Several crocodiles, unable to escape, are left battered and bruised on the spot. This scene terrified the century-old crocodiles. The ancient reptiles yearned for escape, yet within the realm of angels, Qian Renxue reigned supreme. Her first soul skill, Angelic Assault, unleashed a devastating blow, the Golden Fist, upon the back of the crocodile. The impact was not merely a sum of forces, but an explosion of power. In an instant, the century-old crocodile burst apart. Subsequently, 2 more crocodiles fell victim to Qian Renxue's prowess. As her soul power waned, Qian Renxue began to plummet from the sky, only to be caught in a swift embrace by Qian Renxian. Why go to such lengths? You are behaving like a rogue, and it seems entirely unnecessary, she remarked. Isn't there still your brother? Qian Renxue smiled at her. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Why laugh so loudly? She inquired. Oh, it's nothing, just some thoughts that crossed my mind. That strike was quite intriguing. Such talent is beyond the foolishness of Qian Xuanji, he mused. After all, I am right beside you. Qian Douluo glared at Yun Guang, his expression darkening. Yet, Yun Guang remained unfazed and retorted, what of it? To me, Qian Xuanji has merely inherited your emotional failures, a love unreciprocated, and a scoundrel. Truly, like father, like son, isn't it? The unfortunate truth is that 2 women also fell victim to this legacy. Do you think they too will inherit this? Unrequited love and a scoundrel? Enough, Yun Guang. Qian Douluo thundered. Perhaps I shall depart soon. I wish to witness the vistas at level 99. When I reach that pinnacle, let us engage in battle once more. With that, Yun Guang vanished from sight. Qian Douluo recalled the girl who had once needed to endure, now on the brink of becoming a peerless Douluo at level 99. Yet, he harbored no fears regarding any threat from Yun Guang. Whether or not he could prevail was one matter, and even in defeat, it would merely be another beating. Indeed, I still possess the spirit of my youth, Qian Douluo stated unabashedly. Let us first return to the small town for a brief respite. Then we shall head back to the spirit hall. Ah, I'm finally back. I have not slept well these past 2 days. Qian Renxue lamented as she collapsed onto her bed. Meanwhile, Qian Renxian remained in his own chamber, experimenting with a small project, channeling his soul power and martial spirit attributes to forge a longsword suited to his needs. In the future, wielding a sword effortlessly will become second nature, not to mention the aura of a master. However, while it may seem simple in thought, the reality of execution proves quite challenging. Yet, with his innate talent, success is merely a matter of time. After toiling for a considerable duration only to find his efforts dissipate, Qian Renxian resolved to attempt it again later. For now, he was determined to uncover the nature of the legacy hidden deep within the martial soul. Since awakening the 12-winged angel, this legacy had been intertwined with him, though he had never shared it with anyone or sought to explore it. Today, it was time to investigate. Qian Renxian began to communicate with the legacy residing within his martial soul. In the next moment, he felt enveloped in a shroud of mist. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hall suffused with divine radiance, a realm beyond description. Suddenly, a golden phantom materialized in midair and spoke. Welcome, my successor. Allow me to introduce myself. I possess many titles, yet I shall refrain from disclosing them. Congratulations, rarest of the fortunate. Merely by touching the book of truth at the center of this hall, you shall accept the divine trial. My trial is not cumbersome. It merely requires you to complete a series of exceedingly simple challenges. With that, the phantom vanished. Qian Renxian sensed that this deity might be somewhat eccentric. Yet he nonetheless approached the location of the Book of Truth. It resembled an open tome, entirely silver white, adorned with incomprehensible runes. As he passed his hands through the white barrier, he retrieved the book. Instantly, the Book of Truth radiated a blinding white light, which began to coalesce. Upon reaching a critical mass, it transformed into a luminous sphere that developed a fissure. Qian Renxian perceived this as a mouth, and indeed, his anticipation proved accurate. Greetings, my beloved master. You have accepted the legacy of my deity. To inherit divinity, you must vanquish the beings sealed within various realms by my god. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask, though I may not possess answers to many of your questions. What deity is this? He inquired. A deity is simply a deity. Ah, this is entirely reasonable, and there is no flaw in this logic. What is there to ask, aside from a few worldly matters? Qian Renxuan pondered a pertinent question regarding whether he could directly eliminate Tang San. Was Tang San summoned by the god of Shura? The luminous sphere contemplated and confirmed that his fate had long been orchestrated by the god of Shura, from death to reincarnation, and even bestowed with a modicum of fortune. However, there was no need for concern. The god of Shura was not a caretaker, and even if he truly wished to end your life, you need not worry. Do you believe I could defeat Ashura with but one hand? Yet, Qian Renxuan mercilessly exposed its limitations. To his astonishment, he witnessed the luminous sphere sprout 2 hands. What was this phenomenon? If you think that is insufficient, I could grow arms as well. What exists in the world? As Qian Renxuan spoke, a peculiar radiance illuminated the space around him, casting its glow upon him. Suddenly, Qian Renxuan comprehended something, and the world shattered like a mirror. Soon, he regained his composure and gazed at the trial panel. Trial of the gods, illusion. Description: this is a realm created by the gods, wherein resides a terrifying being adept at controlling the mind, soul, and illusions. Deceiving the heart is her forte. The illusions are exceedingly realistic, and a moment's carelessness could lead to eternal entrapment. When the illusory and the real become indistinguishable, what then is reality, and can you still discern it? Reading this description brought him a headache. Was it truly feasible for a mere grand soul master like him to contend with such a force? He felt that this challenge was a setup designed to ensnare him. Of course, it was merely a tad challenging. A tad challenging? I would estimate it to be a billionfold more daunting. Perhaps I shall return when I have grown stronger. Very well. According to the conventions of novels, one usually exits at the mere thought of it. Qian Renxuan prepared to do just that. The sensation of being enveloped in mist returned. After Qian Renxuan vanished, the luminous sphere dissipated, accompanied by a crisp sound. Has it begun? Several figures began to converge, only to gradually disperse, the ethereal light commencing. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the familiar surroundings, he realized he had returned. Discovering that Tang San was specifically brought forth by the god of Shura, he contemplated adjusting his strategy against Tang San. Originally, he intended to eliminate Tang Hao and his son after Qian Xuanji's demise, ultimately annihilating the Haotian school. Although his grandfather had some trivial agreement with Tang Chun, what did the Qian Douluo Pact have to do with Qian Renxuan? Moreover, could Tang Chun, in his near-death state in the City of Slaughter, truly wield the Shura demon sword against him? There was indeed a possibility. For now, he aimed to undermine Tang San's resolve. Exploiting his affection for Xiao Wu seemed a most effective tactic. Does he not cherish Xiao Wu? To slay her, he would have to step over Tang San's corpse. Murder is rather vulgar. What if Tang San and his esteemed master and father engaged in a fencing duel before Xiao Wu? How would the rabbit react? Would Tang San fall apart? What if the entire group engaged in fencing? The Shrek 7 monsters, one by one, falling away? Would that not be splendid? Ultimately, would Tang San be able to endure the collapse? And should he collapse, would the Shura still regard him? Just as Tang Chun failed to pass muster. Even if he did not collapse, he could be tormented to death. Death is never the most fearsome fate. However, to realize the aforementioned plans would require some cunning. Killing is simple, but breaking one's spirit is far more complex, especially when compelling them to engage in fencing. Disrupting their mental state is unavoidable. While contemplating the chaotic soul technique, he decided to refrain from practicing it for now and to rely on other methods. He had conceived of a superior approach, albeit one of greater difficulty. For now, he would focus on his training and mastering divine power, utilizing a sword forged from the attributes of his martial soul, which would undoubtedly be the most harmonious. After a night of cultivation, he felt rejuvenated. Following a meal, he wandered leisurely around the martial soul city, considering it a form of relaxation. Have you heard? A 10,000-year soul beast has appeared. Is that so? I have heard as well. It seems this 10,000-year soul beast is notorious for its malevolence, specifically preying on humans. What? Where did you hear such rumors? That soul beast is a person. A soul beast transformed into a human? I think you are merely fabricating tales. It is evident that the truth is intermingled with falsehood, and these individuals cannot be deemed powerful. One of them is even unaware of transformation. Nevertheless, the news has proliferated at an astonishing pace. Moreover, the father and son of the Tang family, accompanied by their transformed soul beasts, are running about recklessly, which is truly infuriating. He must replace her. His beloved is a soul beast in human form, and they must conceal themselves, appearing only when absolutely necessary. Since their love is genuine, life takes precedence. All adventures and competitions are mere trifles. News has spread that Qian Renxue is soon to hunt down Tang Hao and Ayin. Ultimately, he falls victim to Bibi Dong's backlash, leading to the initiation of the Rakshasa divine test. Has Bibi Dong been in contact with the Rakshasa for some time now? He can assert that he possesses the ability to prevent all this, yet simultaneously lacks the power to do so. Should he attempt to persuade? The hunting of 10,000-year soul beasts could yield numerous tidal Douluos. Alternatively, he could intervene against Bibi Dong. But should he proceed? In any regard, allowing nature to take its course seems the wisest choice. He must also devise a way to extricate Bibi Dong from the Rakshasa divine test and help her resolve her emotional turmoil. Furthermore, having offended the Azura god, Bibi Dong will likely bear the brunt of the consequences. Strength is indeed required. After contemplating, he resolved to return to his cultivation. "Brother, let us have a competition." Qian Renxue proposed, and although he sensed a slight difference in her tone, he did not refuse. "If you don't spar for 3 days, you'll become complacent." "Very well. Let it commence." Just as Qian Renxue finished speaking, she launched an angelic assault. Unsurprisingly, it was intercepted by angelic protection. "So you fancy a sneak attack?" Qian Renxue chuckled. He noticed her approach, but chose not to evade, intending to test his second soul skill. He then ascended into the air, employing the same martial technique as Qian Renxue, resulting in an intense close-quarters melee. He refrained from using his second soul skill, deeming it unnecessary in this scenario. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue was naturally at a disadvantage in this regard, swiftly falling behind. Seizing a moment of distraction, Qian Renxuan capitalized on the opportunity, grasping her neck. In that moment, a phrase escaped his lips. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Qian Renxue paused, then kicked him away. Second soul skill, Angel's Wing. Countless golden feathers erupted from her wings. The sheer number of feathers from her second soul skill was overwhelming. He evaded most, but was inevitably struck by a few, forcing him to activate his second soul skill. The golden feathers left no mark on his shield, as if they had not made contact at all. First soul skill, Angelic Assault. Qian Renxue swiftly approached him, augmenting her attack with the metal fist. With a thunderous boom, the impact resonated heavily against his shield. First soul skill, Angel's Light. Qian Renxuan swiftly retreated, creating distance and unleashing several streams of golden sword energy. Qian Renxue could not afford to take the hit and was compelled to dodge. In that fleeting moment, Qian Renxuan surged forward, his speed rendering her unable to react. "You are defeated, my foolish sister." Qian Renxuan pinned Qian Renxue to the ground. She attempted to struggle, but it was evidently futile. "Brother, I'm so scared. Why do you bully your dear sister so?" Qian Renxue feigned tears. Enough of the theatrics, Qian Renxuan replied with an unamused expression. "Very well." That evening, the four of them dined together, marveling at how Qian Renxue managed to bring Bibi Dong along. It was quite extraordinary. The meal lacked any semblance of familial warmth. Qian Renxue still held a deep concern for them, yet the animosity with Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, coupled with Qian Renxue's presence, escalated the situation to one of irreconcilable hatred. It was indeed perplexing. Presently, Qian Renxue's attitude towards Bibi Dong had also soured. He then realized that among the four gathered, the true jester was none other than himself. Quite intriguing, indeed. He may not have dined in vain, for it at least made him aware that Qian Renxue was soon to embark on a mission to hunt down Ayin. The journey taken has led to a swift ascension. As night falls, one lies in bed, gazing contemplatively at the sphere in hand. Presently, the only manifestation achieved is an unstable light orb. Progress in harnessing the divine power remains elusive, though there has been some advancement with light and fire. Chapter 12. Ayin. At this juncture, Qian Renxuan has drastically reduced his sleep, exhibiting an extraordinary vitality as he dedicates himself to daily cultivation. Meanwhile, within the papal palace, Qian Renxue scrutinizes the intelligence in his grasp, engaging in thoughtful contemplation before articulating. Tang Hao is preparing to return to Haoyan sect with the 10,000-year soul beast. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, we shall depart tomorrow. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, you shall accompany him, and simultaneously, a portion of personnel will be dispatched from Spirit City. Your Holiness, are you certain about not bringing along a few tidal Douluo? The speaker is none other than the ghost Douluo, Gue Mei. Old ghost, you are overthinking this. It is merely a soul Douluo and a transformed spirit beast, Yuguan retorted. There is no need for further discussion. A mere ghost accompanied by so many others is already a sign of respect. With Qian Renxuan's decision, the Spirit Hall began to swiftly gather personnel. The movements of this colossal entity naturally raised concerns among other factions, for it had been a considerable time since the Spirit Hall acted in such a manner. Although their numbers were not particularly vast, it still signaled a troubling development. Your soul rings are already full. What preparations have you made for this spirit beast? Douluo appeared silently in the Hall of Pope. Father, what brings you here? Qian Renxue inquired, somewhat taken aback. As for the Qian sect, I wonder where that old fellow Tang San has disappeared to. It would be wise for you to tread carefully. The current relations are somewhat strained. Douluo remarked indifferently before taking his leave. He was not particularly interested in whom the spirit beast was intended for. He merely wished to remind Qian Renxue. The Qian family possesses a divine inheritance, which undoubtedly enhances longevity. Otherwise, how could he have elevated his soul rings? Yet, Qian Renxue was indeed inferior. Perhaps, as Yun Guang suggested, lacking in favorable genetic traits. Douluo shook his head vigorously, rejecting such thoughts. In his view, the elders of the Spirit Hall did not require offerings, and no one sought to break through the titled Douluo realm. To whom could the soul rings be given? There were merely a few options, either to Bibi Dong or the Qian Renxue siblings, or perhaps to prepare for the descendants of other offerings. The latter possibility existed, but its likelihood was slim. I hope it proceeds as smoothly as I envision, Qian Renxue mused to himself. One can only say that the imagination is beautiful while reality is harsh. Father, are you truly going to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast? Observing Qian Renxue's gaze, Qian Sunny crouched down and gently patted her head. When you both grow up, I will take you to seek the 100,000-year soul ring, all right? Qian Sunny spoke with utmost sincerity. All right, they replied in unison. Father, do you really not need to bring more people? Son, you must trust me. What danger could there possibly be from mere 8 rings and transformation? Aware that he could not sway them, he resigned himself to await a conclusion that would satisfy everyone. With a wave of farewell, Qian Sunny set forth with his team. This journey will undoubtedly take several days. Considering that the original battle raged for 3 consecutive days and nights, characterized by its intensity. Ultimately, it was the newly appointed Tang Hao who emerged victorious, delivering a crushing blow. What more can be said about this outcome? The 10,000-year soul ring is truly remarkable, and the Haotian secret technique is equally impressive. Brother, could there be any trouble ahead? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, he felt an urge to declare her a prophet. Instead of pondering such matters, it would be wiser to focus on cultivation. Understood. Meanwhile, the love-struck Tang Hao and Ayin remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. I feel I can't hold on much longer, Tang Hao confessed. Ayin, just a little longer. We'll return to Haotian clan, where it's safer, he urged. Tang Hao's expression radiated adoration. He considered himself fortunate, for the one he adored also reciprocated his feelings and carried their child, yet they still lacked a wedding. Ayin, once our child is born, let's hold a wedding, he proposed, grasping her hand tightly. You are truly wonderful, Ayin replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Tang Hao gazed at the sky, feeling immensely favored by fate. Alas, filled with the sin of love, he regrettably remained oblivious to the underlying turmoil. Life often defies our desires. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Tang Hao and Ayin hurried along their path. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease crept into Tang Hao's heart. He chose to suppress his anxieties and continued onward. I feel like I'm about to give birth, Ayin exclaimed. Damn it, it's my fault, Tang Hao lamented as he lifted Ayin, noticing her grimace of pain. Can you not endure? He inquired, to which Ayin shook her head. Observing her distress, Tang Hao quickly set her down. Meanwhile, in another realm, significant events were unfolding. Convey my decree. Summon all disciples to mobilize and search for Tang San. Alive or dead, he must be found. The Shurigod in the divine realm began to orchestrate everything. The wheels of fate began to turn. As the sun rose, Ayin, drenched in sweat, wore a blissful smile. Let me see our child, she requested. Tang Hao presented the infant before her. He looks just like us. I shall name him Tang San, she declared. On a different front, Your Holiness, we are getting close, came a report. Yes, pursue them. Suddenly, Tang Hao sensed a menacing presence around him and instinctively shielded the sleeping Tang San, pulling Ayin behind him. Where are you rushing off to, Tang Hao? Came the taunting voice of Qian Renxue, accompanied by a flurry of attacks. Damn it, the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer. swiftly employing his soul skills to deflect the onslaught. Is it not fitting for the world's premier weapon spirit? Qian Renxue hovered in the air, a six-winged angelic figure materializing behind him, his hands crossed behind him, his gaze filled with disdain. Is your holiness inciting a conflict between Haotian clan and Spirit Hall? Tang Hao retorted. Haotian clan? What are you trying to achieve by shielding soul beasts? Are you colluding with them? Qian Renxue inquired. Tang Hao's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. 6th soul skill, Earth Shatter. 8th soul skill, 1,000-kilogram strike. After launching 2 attacks at Qian Renxue, he swiftly took aim and fled. What will you be charged with for attacking the Pope of Spirit Hall? Tang Hao. Qian Renxue countered, unperturbed as he deflected the attacks. 6th soul skill, Angelic Light Blade. As Qian Renxue's words fell, 15 golden small swords appeared, merging into a colossal golden sword that descended upon Tang Hao. Simultaneously, the ghost Douluo was not idle. 6th soul skill, Golden Core Radiance. 6th soul skill, Night of 100 Ghosts. Floral and ghostly shadows surged forward. The bystanders also unleashed their soul skills, and chaos ensued with an array of abilities filling the air. Observing the incoming barrage, Tang Hao entrusted their child to aim and immediately activated his martial soul's true form. Haotian 9 Absolutes, Shock. The Haotian protective shield withstood numerous attacks, while others were shattered by the Haotian hammer. Sky-piercing strike. Tang Hao shouted, raising his hammer toward the ghost Douluo. The sheer size of the hammer startled the ghost Douluo. However, Tang Hao's sky-piercing strike was not as formidable as it seemed. Ultimately, the Haotian hammer merely created a massive crater in the ground, much to the earth's dismay. The ghost Douluo narrowly evaded the blow, remaining unscathed. Surrender this soul to me, and you may depart, Tang Hao demanded. In your dreams, with merely 8 soul rings, why seek your own demise? Came the retort. Haotian 9 Absolutes, Shock, Sky-piercing strike. He declared once more, launching another attack at the ghost Douluo. This time, there was no escape. Douluo gritted his teeth and unleashed his 7th spirit ability, the true body of the martial soul. At that moment, the ghostly figure almost rendered itself immune to the impending assault. The 9th spirit ability, Chrysanthemum Withered, Wounds Abound. Flowers fall, hearts break, manifested as petals transformed into blades, hurtling toward the trio. Tang Hao, shielded by the Haotian, activated his 8th spirit ability. The blades collided against the protective barrier, while the Haotian hammer swung vigorously in his grasp. From the ground emerged several black arms, as if the malevolent spirits of the underworld sought to drag Tang Hao into their depths. In light of this dire situation, Tang Hao had no choice but to invoke his Haotian true body and bellow, chaotic wind hammer technique. With each strike, his overwhelming power was unmistakably displayed. He furiously wielded the Haotian hammer, delivering blow after blow. Ain, though recently having given birth and feeling weakened, still summoned her remaining strength. 81st strike. Break for me. Together, they succeeded in nullifying the onslaught. Dust billowed into the air, leaving the ground pockmarked with numerous craters. Yet, Tang Hao did not relent. Instead, he intensified his efforts, channeling his desperate spirit. With a resounding call, he unleashed the great Sumeru hammer, detonating rings of energy. Instantly, 3 spirit rings vanished, transforming into a surge of power that coursed through Tang Hao's being. The strike was aimed at the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Although it only shattered 3 spirit rings, it posed a genuine threat to him. The Chrysanthemum Douluo sought to escape the range of the great Sumeru hammer's assault, yet evasion proved to be no simple task. Realizing he could not dodge the attack, he activated his martial soul's true form and various spirit abilities in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Witnessing his brother in peril, the ghost Douluo could not remain idle. Qian Renxue also contributed his strength, and ultimately, the collision of the 3 forces resulted in a violent explosion, with its residual impact radiating outward. Meanwhile, Tang Hao seized Ain and turned to flee, leaving a few astonished. The fierce determination they had displayed moments ago had transformed into a hasty retreat. However, their surprise was fleeting. After all, Bai Zhang was a titled Douluo. At that moment, the Chrysanthemum Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood, as he was the closest to the explosion, but that was the extent of his injury. The most tragic aspect of this battle lies with the unknown powerful souls of the Spirit Hall who inadvertently fell victim and perished. Observe, a mere minion attempted to obstruct Tang Hao, only to be utterly crushed. Pursue. With a commanding shout from Qian Renxue, the crowd swiftly gave chase. During this period, The clash of soul skills was inevitable, and it can be said that Tang Hao sustained numerous injuries. On one occasion, when the sacred sword of Qian Renxue descended, he was unable to evade it, and it was Yin who shielded him from the blow. Yin, as the Silver Emperor, theoretically possesses the ability to withstand significant attacks under the blue-silver domain, where the ultimate essence may even grant immortality. Yin managed to block many assaults in this manner. Why then does Tang Hao remain so obstinate? The voice of Qian Renxue echoed, "How? If you remain with me, you may depart unharmed." Before Yin could finish her words, Tang Hao immediately interjected, "What nonsense are you speaking? The pursuit has persisted for nearly 3 days, intermittently pausing for skirmishes, leaving both sides in a state of injury. The final confrontation is imminent. It has come to a point of no return, and Yin has made her resolution." In the next moment, a brilliant blue light envelopes her. "You intend to sacrifice yourself? This will lead to your eternal annihilation. Damn it, stop her." Alas, such attempts are destined to be futile. Yin, do not sacrifice yourself. You should go with them. Farewell, my beloved Hao. The azure radiance ascends into the heavens, and Tang Hao, engulfed in the luminescence, reveals a blood-red soul ring of 100,000 years. A tidal Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring? Zhu Douluo exclaims in astonishment. Great Sumera hammer. Detonation of the ring. A terrifying force surges into Tang Hao's body, causing the Haoyan hammer to swell to an enormous size. Grasping the Haoyan hammer, Tang Hao charges fiercely at Qian Renxue. This is bad. Qian Renxue senses the imminent danger and immediately resorts to full defense, enveloped by the ethereal form of a six-winged angel. The collision between the great Sumera hammer and the six-winged angel unleashes a catastrophic wave, toppling everything in the vicinity. The ethereal six-winged angel dissipates, and Qian Renxue is sent flying by the hammer's force. He crashes heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo are struck with terror. At this moment, they can no longer concern themselves with Tang Hao. They hastily rush to support Qian Renxue. Once assisted, Qian Renxue regains his composure, stating defiantly, "Tang Hao, we of the Spirit Hall shall remember this grudge. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Should you seek me, I, Tang Hao, am always prepared." Subsequently, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo help the Pope Qian Renxue, along with some remaining personnel, to depart slowly. Tang Hao also limps away. In this clash, neither side has gained any advantage. The only benefit, perhaps, is that one individual has acquired a 100,000-year soul ring, though it remains uncertain whether he is willing to embrace it. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue returns to the Spirit Hall gravely injured. It truly amuses me to be so thoroughly defeated by a fledgling tidal Douluo. Do you realize how inept your son is, Qian Douluo? Enough of your nonsense, Yun Guang. What do you do aside from incessantly complaining? Qian Douluo and Yun Guang engage in a heated exchange, but with Qian Douluo's prowess, victory is not within reach. The current Pope of the Spirit Hall has been gravely wounded by Tang Hao of the Haoyan sect. This act is unforgivable. How about I take some individuals and pay a visit to the Haoyan sect? To be so thoroughly beaten by a newly appointed tidal Douluo? Yun Guang, do you still have the audacity to stir up trouble at the Haoyan sect? Hearing this, Yun Guang scoffs dismissively. Qian Douluo, you remain as cowardly as ever. And you disgrace your family. What does it matter to me? What of the Haoyan sect? Do I need you to go? Or are you afraid? As per usual, Qian Douluo pays no heed to Yun Guang, preparing instead to check on Qian Renxue. As night falls, he reassures, "Do not worry, Xiao Shui. Your father has merely sustained some injuries. He will recover with a few days of rest." In a secluded chamber, Qian Renxue grapples with existential doubts. "Renxue, it is time for your medicine." Bibi Dong enters, holding a bowl of medicine. She approaches Qian Renxue, revealing no trace of hatred on her face. One might mistakenly perceive them as a loving couple. Suddenly, Qian Renxue feels a strange alleviation of his sorrow. Chapter 14. The Death of Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue adjusts his emotions, preparing to speak. "Donger, I." But before he can finish, a spider leg pierces his heart. He turns, terror-stricken, to face Bibi Dong. "Do you know how much I hate you? I have contemplated your demise day and night." Observing Bibi Dong's grotesque visage, Qian Renxue realizes that his desire for change was but a delusion. The hatred he has fostered over the years is deeply ingrained. Ultimately, it is his own fault. Perhaps this is the cycle of karma. Bibi Dong hopes that after my death, you can let go and cease transferring your hatred onto our child. Qian Renxue's words falter. his remaining life failing to express all he wishes to convey, and he closes his eyes, succumbing to his fate. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong erupts into mad laughter. He is finally dead. Has she truly emerged from this? At that moment, the spirit of the Rakshasa god within her activates its seductive allure, not only assaulting her mind with whispers, but also employing unscrupulous tactics. Consume the angel, and you shall unlock the divine trial, ascending to become a lofty deity. Despite her hesitation, Bibi Dong is overwhelmed by the Rakshasa's influence. In the next instant, her murderous intent surfaces, leaving Qian Renxue without even a complete body. Bibi Dong successfully devours the angel, activating the Rakshasa god trial. At this moment, she felt fearless in the face of 1,000 obstacles. This notion can only be described as overthinking. We are still at the very beginning. This night was destined to be one of insomnia, as the swift demise of Qian Renxue was soon discovered. Upon receiving this news, Qian Douluo could no longer maintain his usual composure. After all, Bai Zhang was his own flesh and blood. The sorrow of losing a son struck him deeply. Qian Douluo stood frozen, at a loss for words, and after a long while, tears of grief began to stream down his face. Bibi Dong, he cried out to the heavens, fully aware of who had taken Qian Renxue's life. Yet, he also understood the dark means by which Qian Renxue had previously left Bibi Dong behind. Ultimately, this was a fault of Qian Renxue himself. The anguish of losing his son filled him with a desire to exact revenge on Bibi Dong, but reason restrained him from doing so. At that moment, he was consumed by impotent rage, his fury echoing into the void. A terrifying aura spread around him. After a considerable time, Qian Douluo regained his composure. The fact that Bibi Dong had slain Qian Renxue could not be altered. Death was irreversible, a truth immutable by any. He could only vent his frustrations. However, once the outburst subsided, what could he, Qian Douluo, truly do? With Qian Renxue gone, the position of Pope must be filled. Regardless of the circumstances, Bibi Dong emerged as the most suitable candidate. No one else could be more fitting for the role. Perhaps there was another contender. But the thought of that person made Qian Douluo reconsider. In light of his personal vendetta, Qian Douluo placed greater importance on the future of the Spirit Hall and the fate of the Qian family. Until Xiao Xian and Xiao Shui matured, he believed that Bibi Dong could effectively lead the Spirit Hall during this prolonged interim. Thus, Qian Douluo resolved to support her ascension to power. He convened a meeting of the elders to discuss the subsequent course of action. Qian Douluo, while you may deceive others, do you truly think us fools? One elder, Yun Guang, interjected. Is there anyone here who does not know that Qian Renxue's injury was fatal? The elders exchanged awkward glances, fully aware of the truth. Qian Douluo was equally enraged. Did anyone not realize what had transpired? Yet, why bring it up? It was utterly absurd, and the meeting seemed doomed to stagnation. Silence enveloped the room until Yun Guang broke it, declaring, "Very well, you must have your own plans regarding that woman. Family disgrace should remain private, we understand. Let us address the matters concerning the Hautian sect." The phrase family disgrace had been reiterated to the point of redundancy, yet he continued to insist on its confidentiality. I believe Bibi Dong is wholly suitable for the position of Pope. Do any of you have objections? The leader has been decided. What opinions might they hold? Observing the absence of dissent among the crowd, Qian Douluo felt a sense of relief, particularly as Yun Guang refrained from interjecting. As for the subsequent matters, I leave them to you, but do refrain from causing too much commotion, Yun Guang, Qian Douluo remarked, which could be interpreted as tacit approval of Yun Guang's statements. Truly, one cannot help but admire you, Qian Douluo. Yet, he departed in a state of despondency, offering no rebuttal. Ahem. Let us deliberate on when it would be most suitable for the Pope to assume office, Jin Yi suddenly interjected. The sooner, the better, Ling Jing expressed, suggesting. Why not tomorrow? Jin Yi surveyed the room, keen to gauge the expressions of the assembly. Isn't Qian Renxue supposed to be holding a funeral tomorrow? This comment rendered Jin Yi somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps in a couple of days, let us first instruct preparations. Besides, that matter is not of utmost importance. The primary focus remains on the eradication of the Hautian sect. Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, the group fell into a contemplative silence. We shall discuss this further once the Pope has taken office. Agreed, but we must first make a public announcement. The Hautian sect, under Tang Hao's command, launched a surprise attack resulting in the Pope's grave injuries, ultimately leading to his demise. The actions of the Hautian sect not only jeopardized the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, but they also threaten the peace of the continent. Tang Hao and the Haotian sect are deserving of punishment, their crimes unforgivable. Furthermore, a maximum-level manhunt and bounty shall be placed on Tang Hao, effective immediately. We will mobilize our forces. The words spoken were indeed quite pointed, yet no one expressed any dissent. The meeting concluded, leaving Yun Guang gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The following day, Qian Renxue felt as if the sky had collapsed. She had merely closed her eyes for a moment, and upon awakening, learned of her father's passing. Meanwhile, various influential factions outside were astounded by this shocking news, realizing that just days prior, he had summoned individuals to pay their respects. The most bewildered of all were the Haotian sect, who found themselves caught in a calamity that had befallen them without warning. Tang Hao had indeed accomplished something remarkable. After the funeral, Qian Renxue struggled to grasp the reality of her loss. At that moment, she buried her head in her brother's embrace, allowing her sorrow to spread. Once again, she succumbed to tears, marking the umpteenth time that day. Each time, he had been there to console her. Alas, who could truly understand his plight? No matter how he comforted her, he felt as if he had exhausted every means at his disposal. Qian Renxuan remained silent, simply holding Qian Renxue tightly, for that was his way of providing solace. "Brother, please do not leave me again," she implored. "I promise." With only 2 family members remaining, she was unwilling to lose another. At that moment, a subtle shift stirred within Qian Renxue's heart. Chapter 15. Let us share the blame, unfilial child, they lamented. For the Haotian sect had drawn such calamity upon themselves. Truly, it was a case of misfortune striking from within the safety of one's home. This is Tang Tian, the current leader of the Haotian sect, who is on the verge of being infuriated. It must be said that a certain Douluo, having been sealed away, ultimately met his demise due to fury. It is nothing short of a farce. Go and retrieve that scoundrel Tang Hao. He left us with a plethora of troubles over a mere soul beast, and now he has the audacity to abscond without a care, the Grand Elder exclaimed with indignation. This is not the fault of Brother Hao. Tang Xiao, do you believe you have a say in this matter? The Grand Elder's gaze bore down on him. You all. Tang Xiao wished to retort, yet the looks exchanged among those present stifled his words. Enough. Let us first locate that rebellious son, and remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Spirit Hall. With the command of the sect master, further disputes were rendered moot. Reluctantly, Tang Xiao returned to his quarters. Throughout his journey, he had overheard countless individuals speaking of Brother Hao, dismissing the issue as merely a soul beast. How could they trivialize such a significant matter? Aine is no mere soul beast. She is exquisite, kind-hearted, and distinctly different from those creatures. She has transformed into a human, and thus she is indeed human. The Spirit Hall is utterly reprehensible. This left Tang Xiao feeling ashamed to be associated with those individuals. Aine, recalling that exquisite figure, Tang Xiao couldn't help but reminisce about the moments spent together during their travels. How splendid those times were. The only unfortunate aspect was why Aine had developed feelings for Hao Di. Yet, isn't there a saying that a certain kind of love is about letting go? Observing her happiness brought him solace. He was the kind of person who would step back to ensure Yin's joy. However, now that Tang Hao had failed to protect Aine, it was utterly unforgivable. No, the blame should rest with the Spirit Hall, which sought to eliminate such a beautiful and kind soul for its selfish desires, distorting right and wrong. Truly a nefarious organization. He resolutely supported Hao Di, believing that the Haotian sect should safeguard him and seek justice for Aine. Meanwhile, the leader of the Ning sect, who had consistently endorsed the unity among the 3 sects, felt increasingly out of touch with the changing times. In just a few days, the Pope of the Spirit Hall had perished, and it appeared that the Spirit Hall was poised to wage war against the Haotian sect. What a tempestuous turn of events. It left him in a state of utter disarray. Uncle Gu, if the Spirit Hall intends to strike against the Haotian sect, we will undoubtedly take action. What do you mean by that? Let us have a discussion with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I believe they understand that if the Haotian sect falls, they too will suffer. Very well, I shall go personally. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Now, there arises a dilemma. Traditionally, the coronation ceremony of the Pope is conducted by the previous generation's monarch. They must find a suitable individual to preside over the upcoming ceremony. Will the high priest not attend? Several priests shot a reproachful glance at Jinyu. What kind of absurd question was that? If you were to come, would they still be gathered here? I shall do it. Yun Guang spoke slowly. Indeed, Yun Guang possessed the qualifications to crown the Pope. Aside from her status as a 3rd priest, she had deep connections with Qian Douluo and the Qian family. In every regard, she was more than adequate. Inform the other factions. The coronation ceremony will take place in 3 days. Would it be excessive to significantly mobilize our forces for the Pope's coronation? Is the little brother so diligent? Yun Guang remarked as she approached Qian Renxuan. Yun Guang, could you please refrain from being so touchy? For some inexplicable reason. This fellow seems to have fallen in love with the sensation after having his face rubbed just once. How peculiar. In a few days, the younger brother intends to seek revenge for you. Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, he realized that this endeavor against the Haotian sect would, for various reasons, likely be less than successful. Is the younger brother so composed? Would you care to share your thoughts with your sister? Why are you interested in the musings of a child? Qian Renxuan was quite perplexed. Because you are remarkably intelligent. Can you guess why I came to seek you out? This left him somewhat speechless. What are your thoughts, and what else could there possibly be? Yu Jian remarked. Is it because of the matter concerning the Haotian sect? The young lad is truly astute. Then let me share my perspective. As Yun Guang spoke while walking, he continued, in my opinion, your grandfather is excessively timid. An endeavor such as the extermination of the Haotian sect is bound to fail under his leadership, hence I seek a partner to share the burden. You wish to annihilate the Haotian sect? Before Yun Guang could finish his sentence, Qian Renxue already discerned her intentions. What a genius this little brother is. Yun Guang smiled broadly, while Qian Renxue mumbled softly, wondering what constituted such genius. Yun Guang, oblivious to her words, continued with his discourse. With our statuses, we can mobilize most of the elders and worshippers. Even if Bibi Dong is exceptionally talented, her current authority cannot reach us. The 4 worshippers, along with several elders and titled Douluos, along with numerous soul masters, collectively possess enough strength to obliterate the Haotian sect. However, we must also consider the interference from 2 other sects, thus the details require further refinement. After listening to Yun Guang, he felt that Yun Guang exhibited greater resolve than Qian Douluo and bore a striking similarity to him. Therefore, he inquired, so, you wish to persuade me to take the blame for you? You also want me to convince Qian Renxue? Then, under the pretext of revenge, frame the planners and initiators as us? That way, if things go awry, your grandfather would not hold us accountable? But why would he believe it? Are you that confident? You articulated your points well, but it would be better for the 3 of us to share the burden. My identity still holds some weight. And Qian Douluo would trust you. Or rather, it is inconsequential whether you are the architects of the plan. What truly matters is your involvement. At that moment, Yun Guang displayed a seriousness that was hard to ignore. I cannot fathom a reason to refuse. Yet we must either proceed with absolute determination or not at all. It is preferable to leave no one behind. You would not wish to encounter someone wielding a hammer seeking vengeance in the future. Naturally, but Tang Hao is exceptionally elusive. He has already dispatched a significant number of individuals, yet found nothing. With fortune on your side, even in your presence, you would be unable to discern it. Though such a statement must remain unspoken, under the guise of searching for Tang Hao, we should deploy forces on a large scale, ideally positioning strong individuals close to the Haotian sect without raising suspicions. Upon hearing this, Yun Guang was evidently pleased. Deploying a large number of people means you cannot precisely ascertain each individual's identity and strength, and they need not be too close. As long as they can arrive in time. Ultimately, the gathering should commence before the operation. Ideally, we could encircle them. The little brother is far more intelligent than Qian Xuanji. Haha, what can he say to that? I shall first seek out Shuer. As he watched Qian Renxue depart, Yun Guang pondered in silence. There was one more thing Qian Renxue had yet to express. Merely sheltering a soul beast would not suffice. If one were to add that universally despised evil. Chapter 16. Shifting blame and the coronation of the Pope. After briefly explaining to Qian Renxue, she readily agreed with evident delight. The complete annihilation of the Haotian sect is undoubtedly beneficial for Qian Renxue, as both the Haotian sect and the 4 major single attribute families serve to aid Tang San. Since he has chosen to participate this time, none shall depart. The original clan of power is undoubtedly the most loyal. To put it kindly, they are devoted, but unflatteringly, they resemble obedient hounds. The broken clan possesses subjects who yield, yet still refuse to heed the orders of the spirit hall. I cannot fathom what some individuals are thinking. They are still treated with favor despite this. Each clan has its peculiarities. The Haotian sect has outright forsaken them, yet they still fight valiantly for Haotian, which cannot be deemed unfaithful. However, their loyalty holds no significance for the Haotian sect. Truly, a touching display of canine fidelity. Nevertheless, Merely possessing a charge of harboring spirit beasts is insufficient. What about the allegations that the Haotian sect secretly shelters evil soul masters, devising techniques exclusive to them, concealing spirit beasts, and plotting to endanger the continent and incite war? While some may certainly disbelieve, might is the ultimate truth, whether you believe it or not. Transforming the members of the Haotian sect into evil soul masters is no trivial task. Fortunately, in their quest to find Tang Hao, they have dispatched numerous individuals. I must also converse with Yun Guang, though his whereabouts remain unknown. It seems I have wasted my status as the young master. Meanwhile, the 7 treasures, Blue Lightning, Haotian, Tiando, and Xinglua have all received invitations from the Spirit Hall. The question remains as to who should attend the coronation ceremony of the new pope. Ultimately, the 7 treasures sent the Bon Douluo, Blue Lightning dispatched an elder, and both Tiando and Xinglua sent individuals of considerable standing. As for the Haotian sect, they dared not attend. After all, the previous pope perished due to the actions of the Haotian sect, and they surely fear that attendance would mean never returning. Everything awaits the pope's coronation. Artificial evil soul masters. Qian Renxue, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Yun Guang glared furiously at Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue disregarded her gaze and continued. To clarify, they are not evil soul masters. They are referred to as demonic powers, understood? They are no different from evil soul masters, perhaps even more sinister and terrifying. Moreover, do you realize that you are the successor of an angel? The Spirit Hall relies on the suppression of evil soul masters, and you wish to create them? Do you understand the implications? Evil soul masters are universally condemned, and their existence warrants eradication. The last sentence was nearly a roar from Yun Guang. Let me explain. This is demonic power, which drives the members of the Haotian sect to lose their sanity and cultivate through bloodsucking, merely shifting the blame onto the Haotian sect. Your words imply that I desire to annihilate the world. Besides, it only requires a handful of individuals. Why do you speak as though I intend to mass-produce them? Qian Renxue fixed her gaze upon Yun Guang. Then from where does this technique originate? This places him in a difficult position to explain. To claim it was found? He has only ventured into the spirit city once, and there were others who witnessed where it was discovered. To assert it was self-created seems even more absurd. What purpose would one have in crafting such a thing? Thus, Qian Renxuan resolved to steer clear of this topic. I understand your concerns. It is merely the fear of this information becoming public. This is an incredibly flawed entity. Anyone who attempts to wield it will surely meet their demise. Should a malevolent spirit master truly engage with it, there would be a multitude of casualties. Qian Renxuan, are you truly intent on pursuing this course of action? Yun Guang paid no heed to his words, instead regarding him with utmost seriousness. If I were to act obstinately, why would I seek you out? This matter is known only to the two of us, and it presents the most effective solution, a means to silence the world and prevent the two sects from further intervening. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Alas, Qian Renxuan, your hands may be stained with blood, but they must never be tainted by evil. You bear the surname Qian, and your martial soul is that of an angel, a symbol of divine radiance. The angels that suppress malevolent spirits should not harbor evil. How could the future pope of the Spirit Hall commit such acts? Perhaps, as you say, this is indeed the most prudent course of action. Allow me to shoulder this wicked task, Yun Guang stated, her resolve evident in her words. Qian Renxuan yearned to convey to her that such matters were inconsequential, that the means employed are of little import, and that everything can be rewritten, rendering his actions insignificant. However, upon seeing Yun Guang's expression, he decided that silence was the wiser choice. Very well, I shall inform you of what to be cautious about, and impart some knowledge as well. Yun Guang nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Pope's coronation arrived. The 3 days had elapsed, and the spirit city buzzed with excitement. A multitude had gathered outside the Pope's hall, including the Bon Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, elders from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, dignitaries from the 2 great empires, and the leaders of the lower 4 sections. The presence of titled Douluo powerhouses, typically elusive, now felt quite commonplace. The Spirit Hall is indeed growing stronger. As the moment approached, the crowd awaited the appearance of the day's most captivating woman. When the appointed time arrived, the Spirit Hall's soul masters knelt on one knee before the Pope's hall, led by several elders, and in unison proclaimed, "We welcome your holiness, the Pope." Those not belonging to the Spirit Hall offered a gesture of respect, though not kneeling. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of all, the doors of the Pope's hall slowly opened. Bibi Dong emerged, adorned in splendid attire, accompanied by several maidens, and addressed all the soul masters of the spirit hall. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Yet, the multitude remained kneeling, for the ceremony had not yet concluded. Another figure emerged from the Pope's hall. Yun Guang approached Bibidong, cradling the crown that symbolized the Pope's authority. As she reached Bibidong's side, she made a subtle gesture. Bibidong lowered her head slightly. Yun Guang spoke. To suppress malevolent spirits, to disseminate light, to safeguard justice, and to allow the light of the angels to grace the earth is the duty of the Spirit Hall, and indeed, the responsibility of the Pope. Most esteemed Your Holiness, may I crown you? I am delighted that you would crown me, Yun Guang, Bibidong replied. With that, Yun Guang placed the crown, a symbol of power, upon Bibidong's head. To be honest, I hold a certain admiration for you, Bibidong whispered, a remark intended solely for her ears. Hearing this, Bibidong appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure and smiled warmly at Yun Guang. This fleeting anomaly would undoubtedly go unnoticed. Behold the esteemed Pope. Within the Spirit Hall, the Soul Masters fervently raised their voices. Naturally, it was the same individuals as before. Yet, the faces of the crowd were illuminated with fervor and loyalty. Indeed, the Spirit Hall truly deserves its reputation as the sacred sanctuary of Soul Masters. The Pope's status is exceedingly exalted, symbolizing the very essence of the Spirit Hall. Please rise, Bibidong commanded, and only then did the assembly begin to stand. In that moment, Bibidong radiated an aura of unparalleled nobility and sanctity, rendering any other thoughts inconceivable. The coronation ceremony, of course, would not be a simple affair. Following it, there would be a blessing by the Pope. The acceptance of congratulations from the kings of both nations, blessings bestowed upon the two countries, blessings for the soul masters of the world, and blessings for the three great sects, among other events, including a banquet. It can be said that it is quite cumbersome. Chapter 17. The beginning of the plan. What follows is a display of mutual flattery and blessings exchanged between the two nations and Bibidong. One might say these are merely empty compliments, devoid of substance, smiles as bright as day, voices dripping with sincerity. Yet one cannot help but wonder what scorn lies beneath those cheerful facades. Only two representatives from the three great sects attended, while all four leaders of the four lower sects were present. Thus, they began to collectively extend their blessings to the new Pope, uttering pleasant words and hoping to glean some intelligence in the process. The most superficial moment was undoubtedly the blessings for the soul masters across the realm. The individual tasked with composing these blessings was quite the character, managing to keep Bibidong speaking for an extended period. One must admit, that was quite a talent. Next came the final banquet. After the guests departed, Qian Renxuan made his entrance. Congratulations, mother. A chuckle followed. Is there truly anything to congratulate? She indeed became a pope, yet now holds little power. Yun Guang has directly circumvented her authority as the Pope of the Spirit Hall to carry out his actions. Who could bear such feelings? Please, just leave. In response to Bai Dong's unfriendly demeanor, Qian Renxuan said nothing and took his leave. Finally, he had achieved success. Gazing at the luminous sword in his hand, Qian Renxuan felt immense joy. However, it lacked a name, and merely calling it Light Sword seemed insufficient. He decided to name it the Holy Sword of Light. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed over. Qian Renxue, upon seeing the sword in his hand, was captivated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It wasn't that she lacked a weapon. It was simply that this was distinctly different. Brother, teach me. I want to learn, please, dear brother. Hearing Qian Renxue's plea sent shivers down his spine. Could you not be so overdramatic? Just teach me. I want to master it too, do you understand? Ah well, never mind. Ultimately, Qian Renxuan found himself embarking on the arduous journey of teaching once more. Feel with your heart. Walk with the light. You are the light. And the light is you. Note, this is a fictional narrative by the author. At this moment, Qian Renxue found herself immersed in a profound state of contemplation. Yet success could not be achieved in a single day. Time was essential. Meanwhile, on the other side, one had to either practice or perish. Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, the individual seated on the ground faced a dilemma. One option was a mysterious entity, while the other led directly to death. How could one possibly choose? Is there any need for deliberation? Naturally, one would choose the latter, for this individual is the pioneer, the very first subject, akin to a laboratory mouse. Unaware of the potential consequences that may ensue, the individual, named Tang Yi, had ventured forth in search of Tang Hao. Unfortunately for him, his timing was rather unfortunate. He was apprehended just after Yun Guang had issued the order to capture the disciples of the Haotian sect. In haste, Tang Yi picked up the paper that lay on the ground. To his astonishment, upon reading it, he discovered that the techniques inscribed were remarkable. They spoke of cultivating soul power, engaging in battles beyond one's level, and achieving titles that once seemed unattainable, even for those lacking the qualifications of a soul master. When did the spirit hall become so benevolent? This technique is merely a fragmented version of the blood-refining demonic art. Qian Renxuan has distilled a portion from the complete blood-refining demonic art, embellishing it with a host of fantastical modifications. It can be considered a blessing that the little white mouse remains oblivious to the situation. What would happen if it simply refused to engage with the notion of cultivating through blood-sucking? Tang initially adhered to the documented methods of cultivation. As time passed, an ominous aura began to emanate from him. Yun Guang struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate him, but an unexpected turn of events transpired. Tang's eyes turned crimson, and he suddenly erupted, wielding the Haotian hammer in an attempt to strike Yun Guang. With a disdainful smile, Yun Guang effortlessly sidestepped the attack. However, Tang suddenly collapsed, emitting a cry of anguish, having transformed into a being drenched in blood. He writhed in agony, yet ultimately succumbed to death. Cursed fate, a failure indeed. Yun Guang gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression darkening. In her vision, she had hoped to successfully capture at least 5 individuals to imprison, leaving behind a dozen more, allowing them to cultivate during the ensuing campaign against the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect, being the sole entity possessing secret techniques, seemed to have birthed something wicked, which was rather justifiable, wasn't it? Labeling them as evil soul masters was hardly an exaggeration, with evidence in hand. Who would dare dispute it? Now, however, numerous complications arose. How could she ensure that the people of the continent would come to know and believe this? Should she confide in the other worshippers? Not to mention the myriad troubles associated with capturing individuals. Plans are ever subject to change, hence the intention to seek out Qian Renxuan. Thus, executing these plans proved fraught with difficulties, and the act of capturing individuals would inevitably lead to discovery. Managing the other worshippers was no simple feat. What concerns do you have regarding the worshippers? Having perused the original text, Qian Renxuan was unperturbed by the loyalty of the worshippers, for they had lived long enough to witness the darkest of shadows. Light and darkness are inherently intertwined. The spirit hall itself is a paradoxical entity. Altering this reality could only be addressed at a later time. If one is to conceal, let it be done with deception, blurring the lines of truth and falsehood. In time, the Haotian sect would become synonymous with malevolence, harboring sinister intentions that threaten the world, Qian Renxuan remarked. You would do well to devise ways to enhance the success rate. Otherwise, merely capturing individuals presents a significant dilemma. Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, Qian Renxuan shook his head and replied, How might I improve the success rate? Each person is unique, dictated by fate. But I could extend the lifespan of those who practice this technique. First, we capture them and confine them in prison, allowing them to cultivate once our other plans are nearing fruition. Yun Guang nodded, falling silent. Thus, those sent to locate Tang Hao from the Haotian sect faced dire consequences. What do you intend to do? I am a member of the Haotian sect. We seek you, capture him. Third soul skill. Such circumstances transpire everywhere. And within the prison of the spirit hall, there are already over 20 individuals from the Haotian sect. Time steadily flows by. As the coronation ceremony of the Pope of the Spirit Hall has drawn away a considerable number of personnel, while simultaneously dispatching numerous others. In addition to the various infiltrators within Spirit City, a formidable legion of over 4,000 soul masters can now be assembled, indicating that the plan is on the verge of being executed. During this period, the Spirit Hall has not merely engaged in these actions, but has also begun to denounce the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. Naturally, the Haotian sect dared not utter a word, retreating like a turtle into its shell, resulting in a flurry of rumors swirling about. Within the Haotian sect, discord reigned supreme, disputes erupted daily. Some members advocated for seclusion, suggesting it prudent to find a hidden refuge, while others believed that the spirit hall would not dare to instigate a conflict, leading to mutual accusations. The least supported stance was that which defended Tang Hao and sought justice for Ayin. The Haotian sect sensed the gravity of the situation. After all, not only had their dispatch members failed to return, but only a handful of messages had trickled back. It was implausible that they had all vanished without a trace. Presently, they have begun contemplating retreating into seclusion and sending a portion of their members away. Chapter 18. The Enigma of the Evil Soul. However, reaching a consensus on such a decision is no simple task for all members to agree upon and execute, which is precisely the predicament faced by the Haotian sect. Today, a shocking incident occurred where a suspected evil soul master appeared and allegedly massacred a village. The reason for the suspicion lies in the actions of Qian Renxue. The incident originated from a remote area where a village of fewer than 100 inhabitants fell victim to a massacre, rendering the scene akin to a hell on earth, with the sole survivor in a state of utter confusion. Upon discovery, the local spirit hall promptly sealed off the information and reported to the spirit city, initiating an investigation that revealed the perpetrators were not evil soul masters, but rather mountain bandits or wolves. A massacre by evil soul masters would typically be imbued with a malevolent aura, and the presence of any corpses would be considered fortunate. The scene, albeit bloody, was devoid of the telltale signs of vampiric activity, leaving many perplexed. Initially inclined to disregard the matter, the situation changed when Qian Renxuan inadvertently learned of it. He immediately instructed Yunguang to summon all involved individuals to the spirit city, dispatching those he utterly trusted to maintain secrecy, benefiting from the relatively slow communication of Douluo. The majority of the bodies were hastily buried, allowing the deceased some semblance of peace. Subsequently, the captured members of the Haotian sect were coerced into practicing dark arts, cast into that very location to engage in mutual slaughter, thus artificially crafting a scene reminiscent of an evil soul master's massacre. Ultimately, a careless move led to the apprehension of a Haotian sect member practicing dark arts before other factions. Such meticulous orchestration was indeed formidable. As for the true culprit, it would be quite the challenge to seek the mastermind in such an isolated valley, where ignorance reigns supreme. There are no surveillance cameras here, nothing at all. The only witness is in a state of confusion. Where, then, can you possibly find the true culprit? This individual, known as Qian Renxuan, intends to replace himself, allowing another to identify the Haotian sect in the name of a survivor. There is no need for conspiracy theories regarding this matter. It is simply a case of an unknown massacre. It was neither orchestrated by the spirit hall nor by Qian Renxue to target the Haotian sect. It is merely a coincidence that such an opportunity arose, and to not capitalize on it would be a grave oversight, given the prolonged absence of evil soul masters. This incident is indeed of great significance. The spirit hall has naturally announced a thorough investigation, and various sects from the two empires have echoed this sentiment. Thus, several teams have set forth in grand procession toward the site of the occurrence. What do we call this? Divine providence, perhaps. Yet what a farce. Do you not find it peculiar? We remain unaware of the identity of the perpetrator, not even certain whether they are human or ghostly. Qian Renxue shook her head. In a world such as this, where such events transpire without any clues, identifying the true culprit is akin to scaling the heavens. It is one thing for the survivor to be in a state of delirium, but if they cannot articulate anything, how are we to proceed in our search? Sister Yunguang, you know well that without any leads, how can we investigate? Despite this, I find myself pondering the course of action. What is the plan? Qian Renxue inquired. This remark brought Yunguang's thoughts back to the present. Things were progressing relatively smoothly. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were merely composed of novices. It seemed they were only interested in a casual visit. Moreover, with the two great empires involved, it was puzzling that the Haotian school had remained silent in its research endeavors. Was this not advantageous for us? Their absence suggested a sense of unease. For this elaborate ruse to transform into reality, an audience, sacrifices, and survivors were essential. Who among us would endure? Personally, I believe that under normal circumstances, the Blue Lightning sect has a greater chance of survival, given that they possess a level 42 soul master. However, this situation is far from ordinary. If the Blue Lightning sect were to be completely annihilated, the two great empires would also have no hope of returning. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would only send a few individuals, merely to ensure that our people could rescue them at a critical moment. Yunguang harbored no fondness for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and the two empires would inevitably become adversaries. As for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they could not possibly refrain from sending anyone. The two strongest soul masters should be dispatched, along with several of lower soul power, to engage in combat, ideally appearing right under their noses to scatter them. Should they fail to eliminate them all, we would intervene. Yunguang nodded in agreement. The plan appeared sound. Various factions would converge, releasing individuals from the Haotian school, who would then reveal their true nature and commence a slaughter, leaving only a few from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Spirit Hall would then rescue them and capture the evil soul masters, thereby shifting the pressure onto the Haotian school. Meanwhile, the other offerings had begun to harbor suspicions. No matter, I never intended for you to be fully satisfied. If you wish for complete satisfaction, then say so. Yuan Guang nodded, a strange expression on his face. After this matter, I have another idea. The Spirit Hall's presence is pervasive across every city and village on the continent. Such formidable influence should not go to waste. What a peculiar notion. Let us establish that it must be a reasonable idea, shall we? Yuan Guang regarded Qian Renxue with skepticism. What sort of statement is that? It is undoubtedly a serious consideration, but I shall not divulge it yet, Qian Renxue replied. Currently, the Douluo continent does not boast advanced technology. Most individuals can only access information confined to their locale. Although Qian Renxue may not be capable of technological inventions, there exists another formidable tool, public opinion, which can wield tremendous power. Meanwhile, several factions were nearing their destination. What a mystery this place is. Why come to such a wretched locale? Is the Spirit Hall not sufficient on its own? What do you understand? If this endeavor proves genuine, it would constitute a monumental accomplishment, both publicly and privately. The prestige and credit would be snatched away by the Spirit Hall. How would we manage then? Such naivety is astonishing. If this were indeed the case, why would they send us, a mere group of insignificant players? Is this not akin to courting death? This statement plunged the gathering into an immediate silence. It is perhaps better left unspoken, yet once uttered, it elicits a sigh. A few days later, a group convened and unanimously resolved to rest until the morrow, for the night harbored peril. At dawn the following day, they decided to venture to a nearby village for inspection, but before that, they needed to converse with the individuals from the Spirit Hall. What? Your people have already entered? Question 1, incredulous. Isn't that only natural? What else would they have come for after such a lengthy wait? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoming felt a surge of anger, yet upon reflection, the statement held merit. Let us go and see, he proposed. Are we truly going? Another queried. What is there to fear? How long could the Spirit Hall's personnel have been here? Have they not returned unscathed after multiple visits? Yu Xiaoming retorted with fervor. Besides, we can merely stroll around the periphery and then depart. Upon hearing this, the members of the Blue Lightning clan found the notion agreeable. With Blue Lightning having made their decision, the other factions hesitated no longer. Why fear? After all, they would just meander around the outskirts. Thus, the group set off together, unaware that this journey would see few of them return. Chapter 19. The onset of slaughter. This cursed place is indeed foreboding. This village lies deep within the forest, exuding an eerie ambience. Do you not find it excessively quiet? Yu Xiaoming inquired. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Some matters are best left unexamined. After traversing for so long without sighting any traces, perhaps we should simply remain here. Stay here? The sun is nearly setting. We ought to return. What could the Spirit Hall be doing? They must be at the scene. One cannot help but commend an organization dedicated to suppressing evil spirit masters for their diligence. Diligence? They are merely putting on a facade. Do they truly believe themselves to be virtuous? The group continued their discourse as they walked. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoming sensed something amiss and shouted, "Be cautious. There is a scent of blood." The group immediately readied themselves in response to his warning. No, please do not frighten us," one individual stammered. At that moment, the silence was haunting. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Are you prepared?" "Yes." A low, beast-like growl echoed, and in the next instant, a figure surged forth, moving with such swiftness that it appeared almost as a mere shadow, reaching a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in an instant. With blood-red eyes and a malevolent aura, the figure unleashed a deafening roar, sending the disciple flying. The shadow grasped the individual by the throat, crimson blood gushing forth towards it. "Save me." Within moments, the disciple was drained to a husk. Evil Spirit Master. Panic gripped the hearts of the onlookers. How long had it been since they had encountered an evil Spirit Master? With a ferocious roar, the bloodied figure summoned forth several others, their silhouettes emerging from the shadows. "Do not remain in a daze. If you linger any longer, we shall perish. If we wish to escape today, we must fight our way out. The Seven Treasure members will assist us." Upon hearing this, the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School quickly sprang into action, enhancing Yu Xiaoming and his companions. "Excellent. The 7 treasures are renowned. First, strength x2. Second, speed x3. Third, soul x2. Draw some individuals to protect and assist, while the rest join the fray. Yu Xiaoming commanded. Understood. Fourth soul skill, blue electric divine dragon charge. Empowered by the enhancements from the 7 treasures, Yu Xiaoming felt invigorated, leading the charge towards the first opponent, who was none other than Tang Yong. As Yu Xiaoming observed Tang Yong motionless, he believed he had secured a decisive strike. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Tang Yong summoned his martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Simultaneously, the other figures unleashed their martial souls as well: spiked roof swallow, mighty gorilla, and soul-breaking spear. Tang Yong also activated his 4th soul skill, and their powers collided, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Yet, was it not common knowledge that the demonic strength would double? With bloodlust and malice, the Haotian sects might surge towards Yu Xiaoming without diminution. Damn it! Yu Xiaoming had no choice but to evade with all his might. Fortunately, the enhancement from the 7 treasure glazed tile tower allowed him to narrowly escape. Gazing at the Haotian hammer that had struck the ground, a chill ran down his spine. Had he not evaded, he would have surely met a grim fate. Why are the Haotian sect members evil spirit masters? One individual pondered aloud. This is indeed shocking. The foremost martial soul in the world harbors a sinister soul master among the 3 supreme sections. If you allow us to leave, we promise to remain silent. Stop wasting your efforts. Their condition is off, Yu Xiaoming remarked. Damn it, if I can return this time, I shall never emerge again. And I must seek an explanation from the Haotian sect. The 3rd soul skill, the sinister soul master charge forth. And the blue lightning tyrant dragon's members were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. It was nothing short of a massacre. Save me. Haotian sect. You shall not have a peaceful end. After a single exchange, countless lives were lost. Is this the reason for Haotian sect's silence? Is this why they eliminated the former pope? A member of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect exclaimed. How could the illustrious #1 sect in the world harbor sinister soul masters to slaughter villages? If I survive this day, I will ensure that the people of the continent witness your vile visage. Meanwhile, the sinister soul master held a person aloft, continuously draining their blood, the air thick with the stench of gore. The sinister soul master radiated a blood-black glow, exuding an aura of malevolence. Despair seeped into the hearts of all present. In the shadows, a voice remarked, "This lad appears to be sensible. He might just survive. Completing this plan is no easy feat. We've lost many brothers. And I truly wonder what the higher-ups are concocting. It has truly burdened us. Less talk, more action. We are already shrouded in darkness." Yet, I never anticipated the emergence of sinister soul masters from the esteemed spirit hall. Alas, there is no need for such discourse. Let us instead ponder how we might survive. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Indeed, they had ventured into treacherous waters. Sinister soul masters are a taboo, and it is particularly alarming that the spirit hall has conjured them. It is easy to imagine that if this news spreads, the spirit hall would become the enemy of every force on the continent. Yet, they would not betray the spirit hall. A sovereign demands the death of subjects, and subjects must comply. If survival is possible, that is ideal. If not, then loyalty shall be demonstrated in death. This is their fate. The battle raged fiercely. The 2nd soul skill, Thunder Dragon Arm. The 3rd soul skill, Thunderstorm. The scene was in utter chaos. The forces from the 2 empires had been entirely decimated. Limbs lay scattered across the ground. However, there was little blood to be found, all having been drained away. The Thunder Dragon surged forth. Yu Xiaoming once again advanced toward Tang Yong. Blue collided with blood red, and, predictably, Yu Xiaoming was sent flying. Spitting blood, he fell to the ground. It appeared he would not survive this day. With 2 four-ringed soul sects, only one could still fight thanks to the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Yet, against 2 formidable foes, he stood no chance, and the remaining sinister soul masters were overwhelmingly powerful compared to his side. Resigned to his fate, he resolved to at least take down one in exchange for his life, perhaps even 2. With this thought, Yu Xiaoming charged toward the individual possessing the sharp-roofed swallow martial soul. This time, the azure electric divine dragon pierced directly through the man's heart. In the next moment, a blood-red hammer came crashing down towards Yu Xiaoming. As Yu Xiaoming looked up, he saw the ominous shadow of the hammer descending upon him. Was there no escaping it? He stood there in a daze, ultimately succumbing to the weight of the Haotian sect's hammer, which reduced him to mere pulp. Witnessing Yu Xiaoming's demise, the crowd felt their spirits plummet. The strongest among them had fallen. What was the point of their struggle? Could they still survive? No. Please, I beg you, spare me. It seemed that the time for action was drawing near. Yes, leaving one or two behind would suffice. Chapter 20. The plan and its conclusion. Was death imminent? Ning Lin gazed at the sinister soul master charging towards him, feeling the weight of having dragged her into this peril. Had he not come, Ning Qiu would never have followed. Cradling the unconscious Ning Qiu in his arms, he lamented the tasks left undone, things he had hesitated to do before. Now realizing he might never have the chance again, Ning Lin shielded her with his body, resolved that even in death, he would go first. To perish together could be considered a form of happiness. If only he could live alongside her until the very end. The sixth soul skill, Dark Cage, manifested as black plants sprouted from the ground. In an instant, they morphed into triangular black cages, ensnaring all the sinister soul masters. Despite their desperate struggles, the vast disparity in soul power rendered their efforts futile. A woman with crimson hair stepped forward, shouting, "Sixth soul skill, Firebird Annihilation." A firebird composed of flames surged towards the cage, its fiery brilliance illuminating the sky as the sinister soul masters were purified within the inferno. Their souls cleansed of their grievous sins. Only one, Tang Yong, survived. Shadows swiftly appeared before him, subduing him and carrying him away. "Are you from the spirit hall?" "Thank you. Thank you for saving me and Xiao Qiu." Ning Lin felt that wasn't enough. He laid Ning Qiu gently on the ground and knelt, bowing his head in gratitude. As he struck his forehead against the earth, he cried, "I am truly grateful to you." The overwhelming sensation of impending death and the exhilarating feeling of rebirth could only be fully appreciated through personal experience. It was a sentiment he could scarcely articulate. He repeated the phrase and motion endlessly, at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Suddenly struck by a thought, he sprang to his feet and rushed towards the two, stumbling several times along the way. "Seniors, I implore you, save Sister Ning Qiu. She took a blow for me and then fainted." Upon hearing this, the two made no move to assist, for they had come without a healing soul master. How could they possibly save her? Ning Lin, believing it was his fault, knelt once more, resuming his fervent bowing. "Please, seniors, save her. I have only a few gold soul coins. I know they are of no use to you, but I am willing to do anything, even give my life." In light of this peculiar individual who bowed and pleaded without hesitation, the two found themselves struck by a sense of bewilderment. Such feelings inevitably arise from the inherent disconnect among individuals regarding their joys and sorrows. "Can you rise?" queried the woman in red. "It is not that we do not wish to assist, but rather that we lack a healing-type soul master." Despite her words, Ning Lin continued to strike the ground with fervor. All right, you are remarkable. I shall take a look, but if anything untoward occurs, do not hold us accountable." After speaking, the woman in red approached Ning Qiu, harboring the belief that the girl was beyond saving. After all, auxiliary soul masters tend to be quite fragile. Having endured a blow from a malevolent soul master, her situation appeared dire. The woman in red crouched beside Ning Qiu, attentively assessing her condition. While she was not skilled in healing, she could ascertain whether the girl still clung to life. "Good news. It is not as grave as it seems. Your right arm may be rendered useless, but your life is not in jeopardy. Rest assured, you will certainly survive." Hearing this, Ning Lin sighed in relief. This was perhaps a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. "Meanwhile, what do you think of this? Isn't this merely a piece of paper?" Yun Guang queried, perplexed. "Not at all. Take a closer look at what is inscribed upon it." As Yun Guang scrutinized the newspaper, he read, "The Soul Hall Daily." The headline shocked him. A malevolent soul master has infiltrated the esteemed Haotian sect, known for its unparalleled weapon soul, engaging in village massacres. Amidst investigations by various factions, the Haotian sect's malevolent soul master has dealt significant blows to all parties involved. Recently, Tang Hao of the Haotian sect launched a surprise attack on the former pope. Can we conclude that the Haotian sect has descended into depravity? Has it become a haven for malevolent soul masters, conspiring to plunge us back into the dark ages of millennia past? Following this was a series of fabrications by Qian Renxuan, who, in truth, was not well acquainted with the happenings across the lands. However, this was of little consequence. They could always enlist dedicated personnel to investigate these matters and assign an editor later. "You know," Yin Guang remarked, "your writing is quite impressive. Had I not known it was your handiwork, I might have believed it. A return to the Dark Ages? Your talent for writing is remarkable. And what of this? A certain man's actions in the dead of night. Are they a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? I hardly recognize you, Yin Guang said, gazing at Qian Renxuan. Then shall we reacquaint ourselves? Qian Renxuan replied with a smile. Greetings, my name is Yin Guang. I am Qian Renxuan. He could not fathom Yin Guang's sudden seriousness. It was merely a jest, yet what harm could there be in reintroducing themselves? Yin Guang offered a gentle smile. To be honest, your smile is rather charming. Am I not attractive when I do not smile? Not at all. You are perpetually appealing. Qian Renxuan chose not to dwell on this topic further, as his compliment held no ulterior motives, merely a straightforward praise. So, do you comprehend? Not at all. What purpose does this serve? Yin Guang expressed his bewilderment. Ahem, it is essential to read and learn more. Consider this. The Soul Hall's influence extends to every corner of the continent. By promoting our newspaper vigorously and selling it at a low price, we can inform the populace of what we wish them to know. Knowledge of worldly affairs will ensure that even falsehoods may be perceived as truth. Qian Renxuan explained with a smirk. When it comes to deception, you excel, Qian Renxuan. That is not permissible. This is merely a matter of public opinion. We are merely guiding it. How am I the one being deceitful? We are not coercing anyone. Let us proceed with our plans, he continued. You do realize that this requires a meeting and a vote to decide? Qian Renxuan inquired. Yes, it can be arranged shortly. Then why mention it? Is my grandfather not in seclusion? If Qian Douluo emerges, certain strategies will need to be adjusted. No, I can make decisions on his behalf for now, Yin Guang teased. My curiosity about your true identity grows. Many significant matters necessitate a meeting, and the Grand Elder Qian Douluo is known for his unwavering authority. For you to make decisions in his stead is indeed intriguing. There is no special identity. I am merely a soul adrift in sorrow, Yin Guang refrained from voicing. Her tone tinged with melancholy. Qian Renxuan, perceptive as ever, chose not to press further. Some matters are best left unspoken by those unwilling to share. Chapter 21. The winds rise so, little Qian. What if the two great empires and the top 3 sects join forces against us? Do not fret, Grandpa Jean. We are the first to embark on such a venture on the continent, and we possess advantages they cannot hope to match. The Soul Hall is omnipresent. We are established in every corner. The two great empires can only influence their own territories, while the top 3 sects are even less capable. Moreover, the Haotian sect is on the brink of extinction, which will certainly cause headaches for the remaining 2 sections. Grandpa Jean nodded in acknowledgement of this insight. And what of the malevolent soul master issue? Do the esteemed elders prefer the truth or a fabrication? I can reveal that this matter is not related to malevolent soul masters, but beyond that, Sister Yin Guang has instructed me not to disclose further details. Of course, if you are eager to know, I shall share. The elders, upon hearing this, refrained from pressing further, stating, since Yin Guang does not wish us to know, there is no need for additional discussion. We trust little Qian to handle matters. It is prudent to act swiftly regarding the Haotian sect. We must not allow anyone to catch wind of our plans, Qian Jun advised. Naturally, the plan is progressing smoothly, and we will require assistance from several of you. The others nodded in agreement with Yin Guang's words. Little Qian, did you know I have a granddaughter who recently awakened her martial soul? Grandpa Jin's words held various implications, depending on one's interpretation. I heard from my elder brother that you possess some techniques, he added. Grandpa Jin, being of an older generation than Tang San and Qian Douluo, had devoted his life to the Soul Hall and remained loyal to the Qian family of the angel lineage. As a mere mortal not favored by the divine, Grandpa Jin had indeed reached the pinnacle of human experience. At Jialing Pass, he had cried out for the angels to descend, ultimately sacrificing himself in an explosion to save Qian Renxue. This elder had devoted his life to the Soul Hall and the angel lineage. The 7 elders could be considered devout followers of the angels, fighting to the last breath, unwavering in their convictions. These matters were never truly secrets. What is there for our own to conceal? Thus, Qian Renxuan proposed that he could document these details for Grandpa Genie, as they might prove beneficial to several esteemed elders. I believe, Xiao Xian, that you should personally instruct her. Naturally, that is possible, yet there is merit in practicing these concepts, for they may lead to further advancement. Qian Renxuan remarked with a smile. Further advancement, you say? Then let us borrow Xiao Xian for this purpose. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall established its daily, weekly, monthly, and annual publications, while also formulating regulations for this endeavor, including the creation of roles for aspiring journalists, the establishment of prizes, and encouragement for the common folk to contribute their writings. Ultimately, farewells were exchanged as one departed. Your talent and intellect are entirely unlike Qian Renxuan's. A statement that need not be reiterated, Qian Renxuan remarked. It is indeed a lamentable irony that such a distinguished figure as Qian Douluo should have a son of such little merit. Alas, to speak of his father's shortcomings in his presence would have incited Qian Renxue's ire long ago. Yet, I wish to convey that Qian Douluo's true misfortune lies not merely in having this son, but in being surrounded by those enamored with love, particularly his granddaughter, Qian Renxue. Had it not been for me, Qian Douluo would have toiled his entire life to elevate Qian Renxue to divine status, only for her to repeatedly allow Tang San to escape. Her actions, while seemingly benign, bore a heavy price, the sacrifice of the 7 elders, untold casualties within the spirit hall, the ruin of the empire, and ultimately the obliteration of a legacy that spanned millennia, leaving the world devoid of celestial beings and 6-winged angels. Bibi Dong ascended as well, her divine status shattered, a truly tragic saga. One can only endure the company of that fox, pondering if one is condemned to a perpetual state of suffering. However, my arrival has altered this narrative. Initially, I intended to depart, yet curiosity about you compelled me to remain, for dark deeds require executioners, and I wish to witness how far you may ascend. At this moment, Yun Guang stood with his back to Qian Renxuan, one hand resting behind him, exuding an air of an otherworldly sage. The extent of one's ascent, naturally, is to attain divine status and reign supreme in the name of the angels. Meanwhile, on another front, do you require our assistance to return? Ning Lin felt no embarrassment at this inquiry, for he was thick-skinned. Senior, it is somewhat perilous for the two of us, who possess no fighting capabilities, to return alone, especially with Xiao Qiu still unconscious. Enough, enough. You have contributed nothing but chaos since your arrival. I shall summon a few individuals to escort you back. This cursed place is not safe, with the presence of Haotian sect's malevolent spirit masters. Do not follow us. We must investigate further. It is far more dangerous to accompany us. Remain here, and soon someone will come to find you. Upon hearing the words of the woman in red, Ning Lin bowed once more, expressing his gratitude to the seniors, promising that if ever in need, he would never shy away from lending assistance. The two paid little heed to this seemingly futile vow. Watching them depart, Ning Lin began to contemplate the future. This brush with death had illuminated many truths, and he resolved to express his feelings for Ning Qiu upon his return. Both his father and mother had tragically passed, leaving him to be raised by Ning Qiu's parents. Over the years, he gradually understood that his feelings for Ning Qiu transcended mere sibling affection, yet he feared she viewed him solely as a brother. Fortunately, his current parents supported him, and having faced life and death, what was there to fear? He would boldly approach her upon his return. Days passed, and under the vigorous efforts of the Spirit Hall, its newspaper began to circulate across the continent, as entertainment options in Douluo continent were rather limited. The Spirit Hall's publications came in both economical and premium editions, the latter serving to exploit the affluent elite. Yet, those wealthy patrons reveled in such schemes. Meanwhile, the emergence of aspiring journalists carved a new path, leading to a whirlwind of sensational news. However, the most shocking revelations pertain to the malevolent spirit masters of the Haotian sect, as calls for their eradication grew louder. Remarkably, the two empires, along with the 7 treasures and blue lightning, stood united with the Spirit Hall. Conversations among the populace shifted, with many openly denouncing the Haotian sect. Truly, it was a call for their downfall. The Haotian sect's reputation had soured swiftly, with the majority indifferent to the truth of the matter, or perhaps accepting it as fact. With various factions now aligned, disbelief was no longer an option, thanks to Ning Lin. In the face of Ning Fengji and several members of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, he relentlessly disparaged the Haotian sect, portraying it in the most malevolent light possible. With various assurances and the undeniable truth of having witnessed the Haotian sect's actions firsthand, the narrative was rendered utterly believable. Consequently, those factions that had suffered greatly dispatched formidable individuals to investigate further. Although they temporarily allied themselves with the Spirit Hall, it did not equate to unconditional trust. Chapter 22. The commencement of the campaign. It is time to begin. There is no need for further delay. Before anyone has the chance to react, let us ensure the Haotian sect is completely eradicated from this world. Without needing to be told, I am fully aware of what must be done, Yunguang declared. The scale of this mobilization and the strength of its forces can be regarded as the most formidable operation undertaken by the Spirit Hall in recent years. For esteemed offerings, the fifth offering, Jinyue, the third offering, Yunguang, and the sixth and seventh offerings, Qianjun, the demon subduer. 5 elders, Jiu, Gui, Mo Xiong, Gui Bao, and Yin Feng. Initially, there was an intention to include several titled individuals, but an unforeseen incident occurred. Nonetheless, with over 4,000 soul masters in attendance, the absence of a few makes little difference. This formidable display undeniably honors the reputation of the world's foremost sect. To perish under such might could be considered a noble demise. Typically, the esteemed ones would refrain from intervening. Yet this occasion is exceptional with both Qian Renxue and him present, undoubtedly influencing their actions. After all, one is destined to become an angelic deity, while the other is also poised to ascend to divinity. The esteemed ones are well aware of these factors, and under such circumstances, the assault on Haotian sect possesses an outrageous level of power. I shall also participate, declared Qian Renxuan. What purpose do you have in going? Should danger arise and you sustain an injury, would Qian Douluo not seek a duel to the death with me? What peril could there possibly be? Besides, beneath the divine, absolute defense prevails. Could Haotian sect possibly summon a deity to slay me? Your participation is permissible, but an elder must accompany you for protection, Yunguang acquiesced, albeit with the intention of mitigating risk. If Qian Renxue discovers that you are not bringing her along, she is likely to become quite irate, Yunguang noted. This venture carries a degree of danger for her. I trust she will not act irrationally. Even if she does, a little coaxing should suffice. Qian Renxuan was unfazed by her remarks. Then let us proceed. Although the transmission of information across Douluo continent is rather sluggish, should such a grand operation draw attention, it could spell trouble, hence we must act swiftly. Lord Sect Master, do not hesitate any longer. Currently, Tang Hao is unreachable, and rumors abound that our Haotian sect has become a sanctuary for evil soul masters. If we do not depart soon, the Spirit Hall will launch an assault. The Grand Elder spoke with urgency. This must be the machination of the Spirit Hall, which harbors ulterior motives. We ought to unite with the 7 treasures and Blue Lightning to teach the Spirit Hall a lesson. Enough. Tang Xiao, are you out of your mind? Both Blue Lightning and 7 treasures believe we are the culprits. What does that suggest? The third elder roared in anger. Esteemed ones, it seems we may not be able to make our escape, Tang Tian declared, startling everyone present. Father, what do you mean? Sai, Haotian sect is completely surrounded. Even if we wish to flee, it is no longer feasible. With over 2,000 soul masters, we cannot break through in the short term. Even with ample time, it remains precarious. Dispatch members of the 4 major single attribute clans for assistance. Haotian sect must prove its innocence and express our willingness to undergo any form of investigation. Opening our doors for scrutiny. Is that your condition? Before he could finish, Tang Tian erupted in fury. Fool. What time is it? Do we still care about that? Regardless of the method, we must earn the trust of 7 treasures and Blue Lightning. If we cannot break through, we shall fill the gap with our lives. Very well. Sect Master. Sai, where are you, Father? Haotian sect is facing an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, Tang Tian regretted not having pushed through the opposition earlier. Now it was too late. The soul masters surrounding Haotian sect, particularly Qian Renxuan, had never intended to hide for long, nor could they. The winds were shifting ominously, and the Spirit Hall's actions were equally troubling. With the emergence of the evil soul masters, unrest brewed within Haotian sect, making escape a foregone conclusion. They might as well utilize these soul masters to instill fear. By the time Haotian sect truly realized their predicament, they would be nearly upon them. Meanwhile, among the 4 major single attribute clans, a clan leader remarked, "This Haotian sect wishes for us to march to our demise." Upon hearing this, the clan leader did not react with anger but merely stated, "Without the skin, where will the hair attach? Go forth to meet your fate." However, Enough. I am the clan leader. Do you dare to rebel? Yes, came the voice, slightly trembling. Our objective is to relay the message and seek a means of escape without engaging in direct confrontation. The group moved stealthily. However, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall had already taken notice of them, biding their time for the opportune moment. As the group ventured into the dense forest, someone in the shadows commanded, "Go, kill them." With a swift motion, a blade slashed across a throat. Blood gushing forth as a member at the rear of the group fell lifelessly. Yet, they were still close enough that the stench of blood could not be concealed. Thus their discovery was unsurprising. There, Spirit Hall's men attack. With the sound echoing, the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall felt a tinge of disappointment. Although their discovery was not unexpected, having only dispatched one foe was somewhat disheartening. Do not hide any longer, advance. Fourth soul skill, 1,000 strikes. Fourth soul skill, thunder explosion. The two factions clashed immediately. Boom, boom. The collision of soul skills resounded with tremendous force. Third brother, Spirit Hall, you shall pay for your transgressions. Overwhelmed by despair, the individual charged directly towards the nearest soul master of the Spirit Hall, seeking oblivion. It was a reckless endeavor. With a swift motion, he unleashed his third soul skill, the Fist of the Earth. The blow landed with the force akin to striking a watermelon, causing the individual's head to burst open. This scenario is unfolding everywhere. It can be said that all members of the four major attribute families have been intercepted by the Spirit Hall, leading to a massacre. As night falls, a surprise attack is no longer feasible, for the Haotian sect has become aware of the impending threat. Why resort to subterfuge? The Haotian sect acts against the heavens. Harboring malevolent intentions, we are merely executing judgment upon them for the greater good of the world. Such words are truly profound, remarked Qian Renxue. Indeed. After spending a considerable time by your side, it is only natural. They have merely conspired against the Haotian sect. Yet it feels as if an eternity has passed since their initial plotting. By the way, Yin Feng will accompany you to ensure your protection. Very well. Although Qian Renxue deemed this arrangement unnecessary, he acknowledged that Yun Guang was merely considering his safety and thus felt no inclination to reject it. I have met the young master. Yin Feng offered a slight gesture. Greetings, Elder Yin Feng, Qian Renxue replied with a smile. As for the Haotian sect, it will soon vanish. The location of the Haotian sect is not far off. Once the main forces converge, a vigorous assault can commence. This night is destined to be one of slaughter, a night where blood will flow like a river. Chapter 23, The Four Major Elemental Families. Before assaulting the Haotian sect, it is imperative to first deal with the four major elemental families. In such moments, a speech is imperative to uplift the morale. The Haotian sect has treacherously attacked the former pope, harboring dark soul masters and shielding soul beasts, with the intent to subvert the continent and bring calamity upon humanity. As the protector of order on the continent and the expeller of dark soul masters, the Spirit Hall deems the Haotian sect irredeemable, pronouncing a death sentence upon them in the name of the Spirit Hall. You are all embodiments of justice, restoring a clear and bright Douluo continent. For the sake of the continent, for the sake of light, let us slay. As Jinyue's speech concluded, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall surged forward like invigorated warriors toward the four major single attribute families. How eloquent! Yun Guang glanced at Qian Renxue and remarked, "Is this not a rendition of your words? The original was far more compelling, I must say. One cannot help but admire the art of manipulation, such expertise." Alas! The clan leader exclaimed, "The Spirit Hall's forces are upon us. Why the panic? Let us meet them head-on. Our clan shall fight to the last breath. The Haotian sect harbors treacherous ambitions. Let us charge forth together." As a subordinate clan of the Haotian sect, they had exerted their utmost effort, charging valiantly toward the soul masters of the Spirit Hall, even in the face of overwhelming disparity. Yet, the vast chasm in strength cannot be bridged by mere willpower. Cries of agony and despair echoed relentlessly, with a life extinguishing almost every second. Flames began to rise. How could there be slaughter without fire? Spirit Hall, you shall pay for this. Titan roared in anguish as he witnessed his kin falling one by one. Abandon your futile struggles. Surrender, and you may yet live. Qian Renxue taunted. A resounding thud. Titan repelled several soul masters from the Spirit Hall, glaring at Qian Renxue with fury. You Navi child. To suggest I surrender is sheer folly. I recognized your wickedness at first glance. To be insulted thus, one must commend the strength of the Li clan. As the most loyal hound of the original text, this clan has no reason to persist. Then perhaps you should choose your words more wisely in your next life. Upon hearing these words from Qian Renxue, Titan erupted in laughter. Navi child, do you believe you can withstand the ninth soul skill, Radiant Light? As Yun Guang's words fell, golden light flickered, transforming the night into day. The book of light in the sky began to gather strength, and in the next moment, beams of light shot upward, bathing the entire area in a radiant glow. Purify. In an instant, a colossal pillar of light erupted beneath Titan, soaring into the heavens. Oh! Titan emitted a painful wail as he was consumed by the light. Although Titan perished, the attack was far from over. Multiple pillars of light ascended toward the sky, piercing the heavens, while some screams were drowned out. The scene at that moment was breathtaking, with golden light erupting and pillars reaching upward, as if divinity itself had descended upon the realm. Yet, one cannot help but ponder Titan's intellect, in such an environment, to question his identity and still manage a smile truly. A case of brawn over brains. Sister Yingguang, you are truly formidable. This soul skill serves as a formidable weapon for group attacks. One merely needs to observe its nature. It is evident that this soul ability possesses tracking or locking capabilities, for no matter how those individuals attempt to flee, the radiant beam consistently erupts precisely beneath their feet. However, it does evoke a sensation akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Isn't that stating the obvious? Remarked Yunguang. Haha, today marks the first time we witness Yunguang in action, not counting during the soul-hunting phase, and indeed, this soul skill is truly awe-inspiring. With its destructive power and spectacular effects fully maximized, a pinnacle Douluo personally intervened, leaving the adversaries utterly devoid of any chance for resistance. Second soul skill, penetrate. Fourth soul skill, transcend. Yang Wudi charged forth, spear in hand, towards Qian Renxuan. Yunguang's strength was undeniable, and Yang Wudi was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between their side and the spirit hall. He mourned the loss of his old friend. Yet in such dire circumstances, he could not afford to dwell on grief. He sensed that Qian Renxuan was the key to breaking the impasse. The identity of this child must be extraordinary. Is it the golden hair? The fifth soul skill, Crimson Fire. The sixth soul skill, Flame Phoenix Fire. Enhanced by the fifth soul skill, the Flame Phoenix Fire surged towards Yang Wudi. The fifth soul skill, Shatter. The devastation wrought by the Shatter Soul Gun, with its penetration and assault, had reached an alarming intensity, as Yang Wudi, wielding the Shatter Soul Gun, executed a sweeping motion that effortlessly dispelled the Flame Phoenix Fire. One can only commend his prowess, as depicted in the original narrative, where he, with an impressive level of 82 soul power, nearly single-handedly contended against two titled Douluos. Yet, the Flame Phoenix is no mere foe. It would not permit him to approach Qian Renxue so easily. The seventh soul skill, True Body of the Martial Spirit. A pair of fiery crimson wings emerged from the back of the Flame Phoenix, enveloped in flames, transforming into a colossal fire phoenix, resplendent in red and accompanied by flames. The eighth soul skill, Flame Phoenix's Celestial Fire Plummet. A massive fireball morphed into the Fire Phoenix, launching towards Yang Wudi. The Fire Phoenix, seemingly alive, relentlessly pursued him, growing stronger the longer it was engaged. Yang Wudi halted, invoking the true form of his weapon spirit. A dark aura emanated from the Shatter Soul Gun, enveloping both him and the gun in flickering black light, transforming the Shatter Soul Gun into a manifestation of black flames. Yang Wudi's body mirrored the gun's dark visage. Devoid of flames, his entire being devoted solely to his martial spirit, with nothing beyond the spear. In that moment, his spear intent surged to its zenith. The eighth soul skill, Surge. The Shatter Soul Gun suddenly enlarged as Yang Wudi charged forth. Break! He exclaimed, upon contact with the Fire Phoenix. It proved as fragile as paper. Witnessing this, the Flame Phoenix's demeanor shifted dramatically, invoking the ninth soul skill, Divine Fire Descends. As the soul skill was unleashed, several fireballs coalesced beside the Flame Phoenix, gradually merging until they became immense, akin to the sun. However, this fusion bore a significant flaw. It required time. The reason the Flame Phoenix sought to complete the fusion so hastily was due to its incomplete state. Because of this, Yang Wudi remained capable of standing firm. Yet he did not come merely to receive skills. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he charged toward Qian Renxue. He was nearing his target. Yet, he ultimately overlooked one crucial aspect. Or perhaps he was merely gambling, and it was evident that he had failed. The domain of two instruments in stasis. Once the domain was established, Yang Wudi found himself suspended in midair. The moment the two instruments in stasis domain took shape, it could simultaneously restrain his opponent's skills and actions. Once this martial spirit fusion skill manifested, everything within its range would be frozen, leaving no escape for anyone. This is certainly not absolute, but given Yang Wudi's current strength, escape is utterly impossible. Chapter 24, Annihilation and Submission. In the next moment, a fireball enveloped Yang Wudi. Is this the end? Have I changed nothing? Is this fate? No. Stop. We surrender. I beg you, spare my brother. We yield. Yet, this strike cannot be retracted, and even if countered by other soul techniques, the resulting explosion would be sufficient to claim Yang Wudi's life. There remains one possibility. They could rescue Yang Wudi and pull him out of the attack range. But that depends solely on the will of these individuals. Qian Renxuan was about to speak, yet fell silent as Yang Wuxuang charged forward. With circumstances escalating to this extent, further discussion was unnecessary. However, the bond between brothers is indeed touching. Brother, you've always been ahead. Let me take the lead this time. Hearing these words, tears streamed down Yang Wudi's face. Yang Wuxuang exerted all his strength in a desperate attempt to block the divine fire descending upon them. Though this move was not in its complete form, it was still beyond Yang Wuxuang's capability to withstand. After all, he was not Yang Wudi. The flames consumed him. Yet it was still capable of extinguishing Yang Wudi's life. However, his actions were not in vain. Yang Wudi now found himself in a frenzied state, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he wished to devour them alive. Qian Renxuan anticipated the emergence of a classic plotline. Yet this time, the prediction faltered, though perhaps it cannot be called a mistake. Yang Wudi, driven by the death of his kin, friends, and loved ones, was engulfed in profound rage, and it seemed that the intent of his spear was subtly on the verge of a breakthrough. Nevertheless, Yang Wudi was ultimately not one of those destined protagonists. This state merely allowed him to unleash a single strike. He fused all his soul power into this one blow. This shot was the final strike of his life, the pinnacle of his existence, a last blossoming. 8th soul technique, shatter. Yang Wudi shouted, hurling his soul-shattering spear. As he unleashed this strike, he too was consumed by flames. Yet the spear was engulfed in black flames, hurtling towards Qian Renxuan like a meteor with unstoppable momentum. This attack left Qian Renxuan bewildered. Why target me? I did not slay him. Ultimately, his strength was lacking. Had he been a titled Douluo, he would not have feared this strike, nor 100 more. A single swing of his sword would suffice. However, Qian Renxuan remained unfazed. Had he witnessed absolute defense beneath the gods? Neither had he, yet perhaps today he would have the opportunity to see it. Yet, Yanfeng did not share this sentiment. This was inherently her oversight, and she would naturally bear the responsibility. Yanfeng dashed toward Qian Renxuan, positioning herself in front of him. Honestly, why don't you trust me? Qian Renxuan thought helplessly to himself. At present, Yanfeng lacks the strength to withstand this blow. However, she is not alone, for she has allies at her back. Ultimately, several of them joined forces to strike. Boom! The confrontation resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating all structures in its path, and even causing fissures in the mountainside. As the dust and smoke gradually dispersed, the remnants of the shattered soul-breaking spear lay scattered, and Yang Wudi met his demise. Though his body was beyond recognition, Qian Renxuan surmised that he would not succumb to eternal darkness. This incident is, in truth, rather unfortunate, particularly as it was entirely preventable. For instance, if Yang Wuxuang had refrained from charging forward? However, there is a saying that comes to mind, they might as well be buried together in death, which seems somewhat peculiar when applied to the brothers Yang Wudi and Yang Wuxuang. Among the 4 clans, 2 have nearly been obliterated. Sister Yingguang, do not forget to search for the one clan that excels in potion crafting. Naturally, why must you struggle so desperately? The Haotian sect shows no concern for your demise, yet you fight valiantly for them. It is utterly ludicrous, as Qian Renxuan disdainfully remarked. The 8th soul skill, control. Niu Gao unleashed his 8th soul skill to withstand the ferocious onslaught, declaring, "Do the bastards of the spirit hall dare to fight in such a manner?" The assailants surrounding him were of a similar level. They recognized his formidable defense and lackluster offense, thus opting to strike once and retreat. Withstanding a blow from him posed no significant threat, allowing them to gradually wear him down. Old Rhinoceros, surrender, Bai he remarked, observing the grim state of the battle. The old gorilla and old goat have both perished, and the Li clan has been completely annihilated, while the Pa clan fared somewhat better. The dire circumstances of the battle, coupled with the inaction of the Haotian sect, render their persistence futile. What are you babbling about, old whitebird? Niu Gao bellowed. Take a good look for yourself. It is meaningless now. Upon uttering these words, White Crane immediately fell to his knees and declared, "The Min family is willing to surrender, pleading only for the spirit hall to spare our lives." This decision is undoubtedly correct. The Min family, proud of their speed, finds themselves at a disadvantage in this situation. Continuing to fight would indeed lead to their annihilation. However, Yun Guang and Qian Renxuan have differing perspectives. Surrender could be seen as a favorable outcome, pleasing to all. Yet their justification hinges on suppressing the evil souls. Bai He is well aware that the Haotian sect does not harbor evil soul masters, and should he propagate such information, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. One could say the situation is balanced between good and bad. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion, Qian Renxuan suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. No matter how much Bai He promotes it, there must be believers, and survival is not guaranteed. What are your thoughts, Chief Niu? Qian Renxuan inquired politely. Bah, you foolish child, dream on if you think I will surrender. It is truly exasperating. He was already quite courteous, and yet this man still insults him. Such a lack of decorum. Bai He, too, must demonstrate some sincerity. Upon hearing this, Bai He immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. As expected, Qian Renxuan spoke in a tone laced with concern for him. This sincerity I see. Chief Niu's life is quite valuable. Trading one life for the salvation of your entire clan is a deal too good to pass up. Bai He, gazing at Qian Renxuan's smile, perceived him as a devil. He longed to curse Qian Renxuan, but found himself unable to do so. My lord is jesting. How could I possibly have the strength to kill him? With this statement, the demon bear and ghost leopard lunged towards Niu Gao. The bystanders unleashed their full power as well. Niu Gao could only evade a few attacks. The rest he had to endure. He exerted all his strength to face the impending onslaught. However, after such a prolonged battle, he was far from his peak condition. And with two tidal Douluos attacking with all their might, it was not easy to withstand. Break. With the shout, a resounding boom echoed, and a massive pit formed in the ground. Niu Gao, bloodied and battered, was left in a state of near death. How could one be so ruthless? Bai He, please. Hearing Qian Renxuan's words, Bai He trembled all over. Yet ultimately, he glanced at several individuals, slowly rising, and shakily approached Niu Gao. I am sorry, old rhinos. Chapter 25. Investigation, you coward. Niu Gao stammered intermittently. Upon hearing this, Bai He did not consider himself a coward. Unlike the others, he could not disregard everything. He had initially intended to sever ties with the Haotian sect, but was too late, attributing it solely to his indecision. I am sorry, Niu Gao. I will repay you in the next life. With these words, Bai He plunged the dagger into Niu Gao. Blood gushed forth. And this soul Douluo ultimately perished at the hands of his trusted brother. What a cruel heart Bai He possesses. Ignoring Qian Renxuan's previous remarks, Bai He knelt and spoke. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. The Min family will follow you. Despite the Min family suffering the least casualties, they still faced losses. Moreover, since Qian Renxuan had commanded him to kill Niu Gao, Bai He could not possibly harbor no resentment. Qian Renxuan could never trust someone who despised him. After all, the dangers of executing tasks are entirely normal, and encountering peril is a common occurrence. Since Bai He has now become one of us, why not investigate the Haotian sect? Qian Renxuan proposed. After much hesitation, Bai He ultimately agreed. Refusing was not an option, as they had already embarked on a path of no return. Observing Bai He's silhouette ascending the mountain, Qian Renxuan contemplated sending him to infiltrate the Haotian sect, the significance of his return being rather trivial. Not returning would provide a reason to eliminate him. Furthermore, the Haotian sect seemed to harbor some issues. Remaining secluded, it was rather intriguing. Were they truly so fearful? The Spirit Hall had already breached their gates, and their subordinate families had nearly been wiped out, yet they remained silent. Did they possess some hidden trump card? Should the Haotian sect truly regard their agreement as a means of assured victory, it would be profoundly disappointing. Let us search for any valuable items. With the Elder's words, the Spirit Hall Soul Masters sprang into action once more. As an affiliated sect of the Haotian sect, treasures were certainly to be found, though the most crucial elements were not likely to be these trinkets. The original four clans possessed skills in forging, architecture, alchemy, and reconnaissance. Yet now only reconnaissance likely remained intact. The Li family and the Yu family had been completely wiped out, while the Pa family had barely 5 surviving infants, including a set of twins. The Min family still retained a significant number of clan members. The Min family also possessed a 5,000-year-old crystal blood dragon ginseng, while the Pa family had expertise in alchemy and poison making. Yang Wudi had spent his life searching for the immortal fragrance and Chiluo elixirs, indicating the existence of records on celestial herbs. Although these might not hold much value for him, They would undoubtedly benefit Qian Renxue, and in the future, he would surely have companions. The celestial products would be shared with those close to him, determining his choice of the third soul ring to be from the eye of ice and fire. Besides, he recalled that Ain seemed not to be entirely dead. He would extract Ain, infuriating Tang Hao. However, the eventual outcome left Qian Renxuan somewhat disheartened. While they had indeed discovered poison-making records, there was no trace of alchemy or celestial herbs. He could comprehend the oral traditions surrounding celestial herbs, but how could there be records for poison-making, yet none for alchemy? Were they not shared knowledge? Had he relied too heavily on others and acted prematurely? Had he known, he would have spared a few individuals. Now, only 5 infants remained in the family. Who would be able to take charge? No need to panic. There was still Elder Jew. But it would certainly require multiple searches. These toxins have been refined. I wonder if they can stand against Tang San. Which is stronger, the otherworldly or the native? It truly piques one's curiosity. Are you still interested in such matters? Naturally, one must continue to learn and enrich oneself. Upon hearing these words, Yun Guang merely rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai He, after much toil and effort, finally returned to Haotian sect. Bai He lamented, I apologize to you, Haotian sect. Hearing the elder's words, Bai He's anger flared. What purpose does it serve to say such things now? Do you even comprehend how many have perished? The old goat and his companions are gone. We fought valiantly for the sake of Haotian sect while you cowered in the shadows. A series of cordial greetings were directed towards several individuals. The elder, unaccustomed to such indignity, felt affronted. After all, he was merely a subordinate of Haotian sect, yet dared to rebuke his master. How audacious Bai He! Who bestowed upon you such courage? The elder thundered. Who granted me courage? Go down the mountain and inquire of our fallen kin. Ask them why they chose to fight to the death. Do you have the audacity to question me here? The impact of these utterances was undeniably potent, even evoking a sense of guilt amongst several present, albeit momentarily. Yet, for the Grand Elder, such sentiments did not linger. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by the sect leader, Tang Tian. Bai He, perhaps you should take some time to rest. We did not desire such a turn of events, but circumstances left us no choice. Ultimately, we owe you an apology. Following this incident, feel free to express any demands you may have. Ah, a reluctant necessity, indeed. What an eye-opener, Bai He retorted, sweeping away in disdain. If your loyalty were truly unwavering, how could you have returned alive? Dying in that moment would have been your utmost fidelity. You are merely a coward clinging to life. Must you always speak so bluntly? How will this reflect on the reputation of our Haotian sect? The Grand Elder dismissed Tang Tian's concerns with indifference. Send someone to keep an eye on him. There is no need to overly fret about the spirit hall. Worry not, it is merely self-deception. The Haotian sect has endured for ages and possesses its own hidden cards, though they are a last resort, and deploying them would likely result in significant casualties. Yet, for the sake of the Haotian sect, he felt he had no alternative. Meanwhile, Bai He was escorted to a chamber by members of the Haotian sect to rest. Rest? Hardly. Qian Renxuan had sent him to probe the depths of the Haotian sect, and he had gleaned nothing substantial. How could he possibly relax? The thought of betraying the spirit hall never crossed his mind. His kin resided at the foot of the mountain. His primary objective now was to ascertain the hidden strengths of the Haotian sect before returning, a daunting task indeed. The most prudent course of action would be to inquire directly. Bai He felt quite satisfied with his earlier performance, for it was a genuine display of emotion. Having lost family, brothers, and kin, a lack of emotional response would be far more concerning. He harbored no fears that the Haotian sect would perceive him as suspicious. Yet, the members of the Haotian sect were truly naive. They would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him, necessitating another visit. Once more, Bai He entered the hall and spoke. The spirit hall lies below. Will you not take any action? Surely, this matter can be addressed without excessive concern. The spirit hall cannot extinguish the Haotian sect. You may rest assured. Rest assured? How can we find peace when so many have perished? Chapter 26. I go Bai He. The Haotian sect has indeed wronged you, yet you need not dismiss our strength. Should we be willing to sacrifice certain elements, the spirit hall cannot prevail against us. Such confidence was commendable. Indeed. How could the esteemed Haotian sect concern itself with the lives of mere trifles like us? Bai He replied, departing thereafter. Tang Tian did not dwell overly on Bai He's emotions. After all, he had suffered greatly in this battle, and a degree of emotion was entirely natural. If Bai He displayed no emotion at all, that would have been peculiar. Moreover, Given the strength of the Haotian sect, what tempest could Bai He stir? This exemplified confidence in their power. Upon returning to his quarters, Bai He began to contemplate his return journey. He had indeed acquired valuable intelligence. The Haotian sect's willingness to employ certain means came at a price, and that was sufficient information. Should he stir some trouble for the Haotian sect before his departure? Observing the Grand Elder's arrogant demeanor ignited his ire. Had he the strength, he would have gladly subdued him. Perhaps he should take a few individuals with him, particularly those who had made his ascent troublesome. With a strategy forming in his mind, Bai He felt a sense of calm. As dawn broke, the sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, enveloping everything in beauty. Cough, cough. Shall we launch our assault under the cover of night once more? Yes, that seems about right. Meanwhile, on another front, a voice inquired, Grandfather, did you not say you would find someone to teach me? The speaker was Tianyu, granddaughter of the golden crocodile Douluo. Shaoxian has pressing matters to attend to. Grandfather's instruction is equally important, he replied. At this, Tianyu pouted. This was hardly her priority, as proximity to Qian Renxuan was her true aim. After some initial training, the golden crocodile had nearly mastered his skills, save for the concentration of his spirit. This is largely thanks to the meticulous writings of Qian Renxuan, whose years of insights and various considerations have rendered their cultivation process remarkably smooth. Unable to approach Qian Renxuan directly, Tianwei resolved to take action. With determination, she inquired, Grandfather, could you take me to find Sister Qian Renxue? Although Genie felt somewhat perplexed, he did not refuse, replying, Very well, let us go. Hearing this, Tianyue's joy was palpable. What does the White Crane clan leader intend to do? Am I not even allowed to move? The White Crane remarked. Then allow me to escort the White Crane clan leader on a tour of the Haotian sect. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, the White Crane kept his composure. There is no objection to that. Thus, the White Crane followed the individual assigned to watch over him as they wandered around. What was there to explore? As the leader of a prominent clan he had visited before, the White Crane was preoccupied with thoughts of escape, primarily because he was being monitored by a soul Douluo within the confines of the Haotian sect. Although he possessed great speed, being discovered would be troublesome. After much contemplation, the White Crane could not devise a viable plan. The most straightforward approach would be to make a dash for it, or to claim he wished to descend the mountain to probe the true intentions of the Spirit Hall. Not long after ascending, they returned, evoking a sense of being underestimated by the Haotian sect. Were the people of the Haotian sect truly so naive? With this thought, Bai He turned to his companion and inquired, May I know your name, my friend? Tang Li. Ahem, dear brother Tang Li, are you not concerned? Bai He expressed his bewilderment. Naturally not. What does the esteemed Bai He clan leader wish to convey? After a moment of contemplation, Bai He replied, I wish to descend the mountain to observe the activities of the Wuhuan temple, to investigate its veracity. Upon hearing this, Tang Li burst into laughter. Dear Bai He clan leader, there is no need for concern. Your intention is commendable, and if you wish to proceed, I shall not hinder you. Bai He was perplexed. Was it truly this easy to obtain consent? The thought felt dissonant, especially after contemplating it for so long. Indeed, then brother Tang Li, await my good news. As Tang Li watched Bai He turn to leave, he pondered his thoughts, but soon departed himself. Bai He did not rush, but walked at a leisurely pace, beginning to formulate ideas about Tang Li's unusual demeanor. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation, for the Haotian sect had not surmised that he had genuinely surrendered. What does the Bai He clan leader intend to do? Observing familiar faces and hearing their familiar voices, Bai He lamented inwardly. What a pity, the gathering is incomplete. It was worth noting that upon his arrival, he had not encountered merely these two individuals. It appeared he would have to make do with them this time. I come not for any particular purpose. Rather, I find myself yearning for your company, to exchange sentiments. Upon hearing Bai He's words, the two exchanged glances, poised to speak, when suddenly, Bai He vanished. Bai He clan leader, do not jest. In the next moment, Bai He reappeared behind them, swiftly incapacitating both. As they collapsed to the ground, Bai He hoisted one of them and raced down the mountain, exerting his utmost speed. Meanwhile, Tang Li was reporting the situation to the Grand Elder. Indeed, Bai He has not only betrayed the four singular attribute families but has also forsaken the Haotian sect. His ascent to the mountain was undoubtedly a guise for his ulterior motives. The Grand Elder's words held a kernel of truth in a certain sense. Should Qian Renxuan learn of this, he would surely commend Tang Li for his astute foresight. Alas, they remained oblivious to the fact that Bai He had truly submitted to the Wuhuan temple, gathering intelligence while absconding with two disciples. Would the Grand Elder regret this revelation upon discovery? Upon his descent, Bai He sought out those who held decision-making power. Esteemed ones, the Haotian sect intends to employ certain measures, which will come at a cost. What that cost entails, I cannot say. However, it is likely a last resort, and its potency is considerable. I believe caution is prudent. Bai He meticulously observed the expressions of those present. Enough, you may leave, they finally said. Upon hearing this, Bai He exhaled in relief, for it indicated that, for the time being, he and the Min clan would be safe. After Bai He departed, Qian Renxuan remarked, "Does our Wuhuan temple possess any final measures?" Qian Renxuan believed that if the Haotian sect had such means, the Wuhuan temple should possess them as well. A comparison would be beneficial. Indeed, it is divine. Upon hearing Yun Guang's assertion, he inferred that the Haotian sect's final measure was certainly not divine. To pay a price? That sounds formidable, yet its specifics remain unclear. Do not worry excessively. Nothing will transpire. Even if there are any terrifying measures, the Haotian sect will surely reserve some. The original plan need not be altered, Yun Guang concluded. Chapter 27. The Agreement, the Haotian sect? If all proceeds as expected tonight, it shall cease to exist. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It is the people from the Wuhuan temple. Quickly, summon the elders and the sect leader. Given the intent of extermination, and in the name of justice, why the need for stealth? The auras of several individuals were unapologetically potent. A terrifying presence enveloped the area, causing some disciples to collapse in shock, rendered incapable of self-care. Why the panic? We are not malevolent beings. The disciples of the Haotian sect, stripped of their capacity to resist, were swiftly subdued by the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Is the Spirit Hall truly so brazen? Do they genuinely believe that the Haotian sect is a place they can enter and exit at will? If Qian Douluo were to come in person, perhaps I would still hold some respect for you. A figure soared from the pinnacle of the highest edifice. Qian Renxuan observed him, noting his robust physique, yet perceiving a lack of intelligence. Today, could it be that he is truly blind to the presence of these 4 offerings and 5 elders? How boastful he is. If Qian Douluo were to come, would he still dare to flaunt himself in such a manner? Nevertheless, he carries himself with considerable arrogance. It appears the Haotian sect possesses great confidence in its hidden strengths. Tang Tian hovered in midair, locking gazes with the 4 offerings. To confront them with a soul power of 96 levels is indeed audacious. Who granted you the audacity to stand before us? You jest. Does the world still remember me, Yun Guang? You jest indeed. All your deeds have been earth-shattering. How could the world forget you? Tang Tian's politeness stemmed from Yun Guang's considerable reputation, which was indeed formidable. The tales of her exploits were legendary. The people of the Haotian sect have fallen to become evil soul masters, ambushing the former pope, undermining the Spirit Hall's actions, and harboring soul beasts. Do they intend to bring calamity to the continent? You jest. How could we of the Haotian sect possibly be evil soul masters? Present your evidence, Yun Guang declared. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt an ominous chill. Though rumors had circulated fiercely about the evil soul masters slaughtering villages and annihilating other factions, claiming the Haotian sect was a gathering place for such nefarious beings plotting grand conspiracies, he knew these were mere fabrications. It was unnecessary to ponder deeply. Besides, how long had it been since evil soul masters last appeared? He had initially thought it was merely a pretext by the Spirit Hall, but seeing Yun Guang's confidence, could it be that there truly are evil soul masters? Or are they indeed members of the Haotian sect? This seemed impossible. Then, Tang Tian found himself confronted with a scene that made him question his very existence. Several individuals from the Spirit Hall brought forth a so-called evil soul master and hurled him toward Tang Tian. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the individual, followed by a striking blow from the Haotian hammer. Tang Tian caught the blow with one hand, yet he was engulfed in doubt. Could this truly be an evil soul master? If so, how could he still be one of the Haotian sect? At this moment, Tang Tian was engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that the Haotian sect harbors secrets unknown to him? His skepticism toward the Spirit Hall was not unfounded, for the Spirit Hall had made the greatest contributions to suppressing evil soul masters, bar none. Is the Spirit Hall truly fabricating evil soul masters? This is hardly a jest. There must be some misunderstanding. Our Haotian sect is entirely free of such malign forces. Feel free to investigate. Now, Tang Tian has shifted his approach, and the existence of these evil soul masters is likely a grim reality, potentially even linked to the Haotian sect. However, as the sect leader, he believes that there should be no evil soul masters within the sect at present. Thus, he intends to allow the Spirit Hall to conduct their search without resistance, deeming it unnecessary to resort to desperate measures. As for harboring soul beasts in the ambush of the former pope, that was the doing of Tang Hao, and it bears no relation to our Haoyan sect. Tang Tian believes that by clarifying these misunderstandings, all troubles will be effortlessly resolved. One must admit, his optimism is quite charming. Master, how can you utter such words? This is clearly a frame-up by the Spirit Hall, an unjust accusation. What crime have we committed? The Grand Elder interjected, flying to Tang Tian's side. A frame-up? An unjust accusation? How utterly absurd. Would the Spirit Hall deceive you regarding the matter of evil soul masters? Or do you harbor suspicions against us? Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, Tang Tian felt a surge of frustration towards the Grand Elder. Were it not for his incessant chatter, perhaps a discussion could have been salvaged. Must you insist on confrontation? To speak further is futile. The Haoyan sect's transgressions warrant punishment. Are you aware of your sins? The Grand Elder bellowed. Suppressing evil souls is the responsibility of the Spirit Hall. In the past, we paid a grave price to fulfill this mission. We shall not allow evil souls to resurface, nor will we tolerate any related matters. Today, the Haoyan sect has violated our taboos. For the safety of the continent, in the name of the Spirit Hall and the angels, we shall judge you. Your crimes are unforgivable. Sentence: the Haoyan sect shall be exterminated. With Yun Guang's final proclamation, numerous soul masters from the Spirit Hall surged forth. Damn it, after all this negotiation, you come in swinging? Are you a spy sent by the heavens? Is negotiation truly off the table? The actions of the Haoyan sect are intolerable, and their annihilation is the only course, Qian Renxuan declared. Tang Tian gazed at the golden-haired, golden-eyed child, and a flicker of recognition dawned upon him. Thus, he chose to refrain from further comments, opting instead to invoke Qian Douluo. Years ago, my father clashed with Qian Douluo, ultimately gaining the upper hand. Qian Douluo vowed never to set foot in the Haoyan sect again. Do you intend to violate that pact and betray your ancestral teachings? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxuan nearly burst into laughter. Master Tang, have you lost your clarity? Are you perhaps misinterpreting the ancestral teachings? The Spirit Hall places great importance on agreements and would never breach them. In response to Qian Renxuan's remarks, Tang Tian retorted furiously. If you uphold your agreements, how do you explain today's actions? Master Tang, have you grown old? Is your grandfather present here today? Qian Renxuan continued. If you are indeed aging, it would be wiser not to overexert yourself. Yun Guang added with a sharp edge, what do Qian Daoliu's agreements have to do with me? Such trivial pacts hardly merit the term ancestral teachings. Have you lost your mind? The Spirit Hall's ancestral duty is to suppress evil soul masters. This is our responsibility, as well as Qian Daoliu's. Even if Qian Douluo himself were to appear today, it would not alter the outcome of the Haoyan sect's demise. Tang Tian laughed heartily. What a splendid Spirit Hall, turning truth into falsehood. Truly, the Spirit Hall has no shame. Tang Tian had lost all desire for reconciliation. For Qian Renxuan and Yun Guang had articulated their points with remarkable clarity. Yet, he still felt compelled to voice his discontent. Was it not absurd that the words of Qian Douluo rang hollow? It seemed that neither of these two held any respect for him, and as for that young scamp, he was hardly worthy of consideration. As for Yun Guang, had he truly regarded Qian Douluo with esteem, he would not have acted as he did. Chapter 28. The beginning and light of this, disciples of the Haoyan sect. Heed the command. Form the formation. Upon hearing their leader's order, the disciples of the Haoyan sect swiftly arranged themselves into a triangular formation. While Tang Tian hovered in the air, a surge of power flowing into his body from below. The Haoyan sect, having been established for so long, surely possesses some hidden means. The formation's enhancement to Tang Tian is unequivocal. At this moment, his aura surpasses even that of Yun Guang. The Spirit Hall shall pay the price for their deeds. Tang Tian's countenance bore a murderous intent, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Enough of this chatter. The ninth soul skill, tremor of heaven and earth. With that proclamation, the Jinhua bell in the hands of his 5 attendants expanded dramatically, unleashing a thunderous resonance that leveled all in its path. Observing this, Tang Tian immediately activated his martial soul and unleashed his ninth soul skill, the Haoyan strike. With the formation's augmentation, Tang Tian's power reached a terrifying pinnacle. The colossal Haotian hammer forcibly shattered Jinua's assault, continuing its relentless advance toward him. Jinhua scoffed. disdainfully remarking, "At this speed, unless a fool willingly steps into it, how could one possibly be struck?" Yet, in the following moment, Renxue was struck by the force of that very blow. The Haotian hammer's velocity surged unexpectedly, closing in on him in an instant. Renxue's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Fortunately, the timely intervention of Qianjun, Jiangma, and Yun Guang provided Renxue with precious moments to evade the attack safely. If this strike from Renxue is received, it would undoubtedly not be without consequence. Truly, one must commend the leader of the world's foremost sect, Renxue remarked. Tang Tian, with an air of indifference, replied, "Compared to the Spirit Hall, such hollow titles are of no significance." With a hearty laugh, Renxue retorted, "Ah, knowing oneself so well. Tang's sect master should consider self-termination." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's countenance darkened profoundly. "Let us ponder how long this formation can endure," he mused. Yet he did not respond to Yun Guang, but instead unleashed the Haotian 9 absolutes along with his soul skills, directing them towards Qian Renxuan. Observing this scene, Qian Renxuan's eyelids twitched. It seemed that anyone who approached him wished to strike, which was quite exasperating. "Must we not engage in a fair contest?" he lamented. Yun Guang, of course, could not remain passive and immediately employed his 9th soul skill, Radiant Light. This time, his 9th soul skill did not manifest as a group attack as before. Instead, he released a brilliant beam of light that not only shielded Qian Renxuan from the blow, but also curved and surged towards Tang Tian. Yet, this strike posed no threat to Tang Tian, who effortlessly deflected it with a swing of the Haotian hammer. "Then, there is no need for restraint," declared Yun Guang as he unleashed his domain of light. With a graceful wave of his hand, numerous light arrays materialized in the air, which then began to incessantly fire beams of light, targeting Tang Tian and the Haotian structure. Qian Renxuan, witnessing this, was eager to discover the various forms of her 9th soul skill, or whether it was a manifestation of her domain's capabilities. In this luminous domain, Qian Renxuan felt a surge of warmth, initially estimating that it might aid in the restoration of his soul power. With 100,000 years of soul rings and a realm of such caliber, one could assert that Yun Guang's configuration was remarkably formidable by this time. To be candid, Qian Renxuan perceived Yun Guang as truly powerful, far superior to Qian Xuanji. Should the angelic god permit those outside the Qian lineage to inherit, Yun Guang would undoubtedly have a significant opportunity to ascend to divinity. Alas, there are no ifs. Without divine attention, even with her unparalleled talent, reaching the pinnacle of a 99th level Supreme Douluo would be her utmost limit. Tang Tian, however, was not as contemplative as Qian Renxuan. He was in considerable discomfort. The domain established by Yun Guang diminished his soul power and weakened him in various respects, leaving him in a state of distress. Furthermore, these light formations incessantly harassed him, perpetually attacking. Though he could fend them off, the structures and disciples of Haotian sect were far less fortunate. Indeed, these light formations were truly vexatious, particularly since striking them only resulted in passing through without effect, while they could strike him effortlessly, seemingly seeking out disciples beyond the Haotian sect's array. Tang Tian felt secure alongside those disciples engaged in the formation due to their unique strengths and the array-esque characteristics. However, the disciples outside the formation, lacking the strength of a soul sage, were essentially defenseless. This adversary could afford countless mistakes, while they could endure only one, a gross imbalance. Witnessing the disciples of Haotian sect perish one by one, Tang Tian exclaimed in fury, "Do the Spirit Hall members only slaughter the weak?" Upon hearing this, Renxue retorted, "Are you truly a fool?" Then, bolstered by the enhancement of the domain, he charged directly at Tang Tian. Utilizing his martial soul's true form and his 9th soul skill, he unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Tang Tian bellowed, "You insolent wretch! Great Sumeru hammer, detonate!" With the colossal Haotian hammer in hand, he struck down upon Renxue. A thunderous crash resounded, and Renxue was forcefully hammered into the ground. Observing this, Yun Guang could only rub her forehead, bemused by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Renxue coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet retained enough mirth to exclaim, "What a delightful experience!" To Qian Renxuan, this scene seemed to suggest that the individual in question possessed no peculiar inclinations, which was indeed rather strange. The imitation of the stance by Renxue was being healed by the realm of light. One must concede that Yun Guang could also be regarded as a versatile warrior. Indeed, it was imperative to allow Master Tang to witness what true slaughter entailed, the purification of souls steeped in profound sin, granting them liberation. As Yunguang spoke, several elders vanished instantaneously from their original positions. Tang Tian's pupils constricted as he immediately attempted to intervene, yet several attendants barred his path. This drove Tang Tian to a frenzy as he bellowed, "Have you truly lost all sense of shame? Are you really calling upon the title Douluo to commit massacre?" Tang Zongzhu chuckled. "We are merely safeguarding the peace of the continent. Though your sect has fallen, once the soul is purified, it can still find rest. Shouldn't you, Tang Zongzhu, feel a sense of joy in that? Yunguang, you are truly insane. You all deserve to perish. I shall make you regret this." With the formidable might of the great Sumeru hammer, he charged towards Qian Renxuan, unleashing a trio of explosive rings. Tang Tian believed that eliminating Qian Renxuan, the grandson of Qian Douluo, would suffice to instill regret within them. Tang Zongzhu is merely a tyrant oppressing the weak. Qian Renxuan retorted, "Do you think you can harm me? Do you consider us non-existent?" A deafening roar erupted as Yunguang and the other three offerings joined forces to deflect the onslaught. In this clash, the ground was marred with deep fissures. Aside from Yunguang, the several attendants were not faring well either. Chapter 29, Self-Detonation. The strength of the sect leader, Tang, is indeed formidable, but how long can such power be sustained? Utter nonsense. If they do not retreat now, they shall be forever ensnared in this predicament. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was besieged by 4 other elders. Unable to fully unleash his potential, why engage in a group assault when a single strike would suffice? Truly, he is a despicable and shameless rogue. You have spoken too much. Prepare to silence yourself forever. The domain of stillness. The 9th soul skill, Berserk Bear's Assault. The 9th soul skill, Shadow Phantom Leopard Strike. In that fleeting moment of stasis, the Grand Elder stood on the brink of death. The attacks from the Phantom Leopard and the Demon Bear were imminent, and the Grand Elder could not break free from his bindings. In this dire moment, a voice rang out, invoking the 9th soul skill, shattering thousands. The Haotian hammer descended with a thunderous crash. Although it intercepted the Demon Bear, the Phantom Leopard was evidently swifter. Mere moments away from claiming the Grand Elder's life with a single blow. Just as the situation appeared utterly hopeless, a figure grasped the Grand Elder, saving his life with that one decisive action. However, the Phantom Leopard still garnered some success, not taking the Grand Elder's life, but severing his left arm instead. The Phantom Leopard carelessly discarded the severed limb and remarked, "So close. What a pity. Is there another title Douluo?" inquired the Demon Bear. One Grand Elder at level 94, and a second Elder at level 92. How unexpected indeed. After finishing his words, the Demon Bear lunged at the 2. Observing this, the other 3 also unleashed their soul skills. "Boss, are you alright?" "What? It's just an arm. When did I ever say I was incapable? But a host of little devils, perish for me." The 2 summoned their utmost strength. The Demon Bear, leading the charge, was the first to suffer, sent flying by 2 powerful strikes. This scenario should not have unfolded thus. The 9th soul skill, Withered Chrysanthemum, scattered injuries. As flowers fall, hearts shatter. The 9th soul skill, Shadow Phantom Leopard Strike. The 9th soul skill, Hellish Wraiths. Come forth. Witness the might of the Haotian hammer. Break for me. Unfortunately, they were neither Tang Hao nor Tang Tian. Such individuals engage in battles that erupt in cataclysmic explosions, a feat far beyond their capabilities. Yet these 2 elders could not unleash such devastation, and one was already injured. How could they possibly contend against the combined strength of the 3? A deafening crash resounded, and a terrifying shockwave swept through, toppling the combatants. As the smoke dissipated, the once even ground was no more, leaving only a vast chasm in its wake. In this confrontation, the 3 elders of the Spirit Hall emerged victorious. The Grand Elder had sustained injuries from the Hellish Wraiths, leaving him with one leg severely damaged. Just as the second elder attempted to assist him, an unforeseen event unfolded. The previously hurled Demon Bear surged towards them with astonishing speed, and in that fleeting moment, the Grand Elder was seized by the bear's formidable grip and violently slammed into the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. This strike was empowered by the 6th soul skill of the Demon Bear, rendering the Grand Elder half-conscious, and fainting was a natural consequence. Just as the second elder prepared to retaliate, the Demon Bear soared into the air, holding the Grand Elder's head aloft. "Hand over the leader." The second elder struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him. "Ha ha, splendid," roared the Demon Bear. In the next moment, the demon bear gruesomely crushed the Grand Elder's head. A shower of crimson and white liquid cascaded through the air, while the Grand Elder's lifeless body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. "Leader!" cried the second elder, heartbroken. He caught the Grand Elder's body, poised to lay it down gently, when the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, disregarding any sense of honor, launched their assault from either side. "You shall pay for this," the second elder bellowed, his rage palpable, clutching the Grand Elder's body with one arm and wielding the Haotian hammer with the other. The scene, to be frank, is rather eerie. The second elder cradles a headless male corpse, its blood staining his robes a deep crimson. At this moment, he resembles a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. In the next instant, the second elder soars upward, the Haotian hammer in his grasp suddenly enlarging as he brings it crashing down toward the two opponents. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, having witnessed the impending strike, swiftly alter their positions to evade the blow. The Haotian hammer merely strikes the ground with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, the demon bear, flying higher than the second elder, unleashes its ninth soul skill targeting the elder's head. Observing this, Ghost Leopard launches an assault from the left, while Chrysanthemum Douluo attacks directly from the right. Ghost Douluo, positioned below, prepares himself. Even if the second elder manages to evade the combined onslaught of the three, there is no escaping his attack. This time it can be said to be flawless. Regardless of how the second elder chooses, he is destined to be struck by the attack of one of the elders. Given the current situation, should this move succeed, he would either perish or be left severely injured. If injured, he would inevitably face death, rendering the situation utterly hopeless. Unless... Suddenly, the second elder burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, and amidst his laughter, he proclaimed, "Heaven seeks to annihilate my Haotian sect." The outcome of this battle will undoubtedly result in the defeat of the Haotian sect. Regardless of the circumstances, the three-titled Douluo of the Haotian sect will perish, along with the Grand Elder. Even if the sect master manages to repel the spirit hall, the moment that formation is activated, the sect master will be doomed. What then will become of the Haotian sect, stripped of its three-titled Douluo, having successfully thwarted the spirit hall once? How can they guarantee that there won't be a subsequent assault? Even if they were to conceal themselves, how long would it take to regain their current status and strength? From the very beginning, there has been no hope for victory. Thus, he resolved that even in death, he would die with dignity and purpose. "We are drawing closer. Soon we shall embrace death together," the second elder fervently declared in his heart. Observing the second elder's lack of resistance, the others sensed something amiss. Suddenly, they seemed to have a realization and simultaneously shouted, "Retreat. He is going to self-destruct." "Huh. Discovered. Then let me beseech the heavens for mercy, to grant me the power to take your lives with me," the second elder roared. In the next moment, he detonated himself. Boom. The self-detonation of a level 92 title Douluo at such close proximity unleashed a force potent enough to obliterate them. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly. The one most grievously injured was naturally the demonic bear, who was knocked unconscious, his body a horrific mess, barely resembling a human. Next were the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo, both of whom were thrown to the ground but managed to rise slowly. However, they were not unscathed, hunched over. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, and blood flowed freely. The ghost Douluo, having not engaged directly, sustained the least injuries, merely collapsing and spitting blood before dusting himself off as if nothing had transpired. "Moonlight, are you all right?" the ghost Douluo asked anxiously. "I'm fine. Cough, cough. Shouldn't we be more concerned about the demonic bear?" the ghost leopard remarked as he slowly approached the demonic bear, lamenting the decline of the world. "I will take the demonic bear back for treatment. His injuries are quite severe." With that, the ghost leopard departed with the demonic bear. "Moonlight, perhaps you should also receive treatment from a healing spirit master. I can manage here," the ghost Douluo suggested. "No need. None of those healing spirit masters are particularly powerful. Their effectiveness is limited. However, the demonic bear is at great risk. We were careless this time, but the demonic bear is tough. He should be fine." The ghost Douluo silently wished for the demonic bear, as they were not skilled in healing. These Haotian sect individuals truly deserve their fate. "Come on, old ghost. Who wants to join you?" Despite the absence of two titled Douluo, the slaughter continued methodically under the leadership of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained entangled with the four offerings, engaged in a fierce struggle, primarily because the four offerings were focused on dragging the fight out. They believed that Tang Tian had reached his peak and were aware that his methods came at a cost, so their strategy was simply to prolong the confrontation. Unfortunately, this formation was rather peculiar. Tang Tian, however, found himself in a position of passive endurance, outnumbered 4-1, with no control over the situation. At this moment, he seemingly sensed something. He had already learned of the deaths of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. The four offerings were oblivious to the fact that Tang Tian was also biding his time, for this wretched formation, regardless of victory or defeat, would ultimately lead to death. Although it could elevate Tang Tian's strength to level 99, achieving such power would require some time. Almost there, just a little longer. And the formation's effect will reach its zenith. At that moment, my strength will ascend to that of a peerless Douluo at level 99. The individual Tang Tian most yearned to eliminate was Qian Renxue, not only because he was the weakest and easiest to kill, but also to instill regret in Qian Douluo and the Spirit Hall, as he was destined to be their future pope. Yet, Qian Renxue had long been taken away by Elder Yin Feng to observe from a distance, and even if Tang Tian reached his pinnacle, it was unlikely he could vanquish him. Tang Tian's plan to confront a future pope alongside several offerings to sacrifice the Haotian sect in the heavens now seemed futile. For some reason, he appeared to have forgotten what would happen even if he won. If his wishes were fulfilled, even in victory, Qian Douluo would utterly annihilate the Haotian sect. After all, during this period, Qian Douluo was an indisputable force on the continent. Tangshan was in a state worse than death, and Poseidon was confined to Sea God Island. Even though the Star Doe Forest concealed the Emperor Tian and the Silver Dragon King, they would hardly dare to unleash their full might. Qian Douluo was different if provoked. He would demonstrate the true meaning of angelic judgment. In truth, Elder Yin Feng could intervene. Young master, you jest. My task is to ensure your safety, while the four esteemed offerings will handle matters. Given my strength, even if I were to assist, I would be of little help and might even complicate things for the four offerings. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue merely remarked, "It seems that Sect Master Tang also wishes to buy time." Indeed, thus the four offerings are no longer inclined to prolong the battle. What is this wave called? Master Tang, the Haotian sect is destined for annihilation. Why persist in this futile struggle? How laughable. The Haotian sect is on the brink of destruction in my hands. Let us awaken you then. 9th Soul Skill, Dragon Penetrating Heaven Strike X2. With the combined might of Qianjun and Jiangma, their collaboration transcends the mere arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2. 2 dragon penetrating sticks, one to the left, one to the right, one above, one below, simultaneously assail Tang Tian. Their movements are not only swift but executed with an almost flawless synergy. Ethereal dragon shadows emerge from the sticks, causing the entire length to swell several times, the sheer momentum akin to a true dragon manifesting in the world. As the long staff swings, the roar of a dragon resonates, intertwining with the dragon shadows, making the dragon-penetrating sticks seem as if they had come to life. Damn it! This dragon's roar is disrupting Tang Tian's spirit, sapping his vitality and diminishing his reflexes. Tang Tian sidesteps, attempting to evade Qianjun's assault, only to find that Qianjun has forcibly redirected the attack back at him. In this moment, he must withstand the formidable 9th Soul Skill of both Qianjun and Jiangma. Break! Tang Tian roared, as the Haotian sect in his hand enlarged several times, confronting the two. Qianjun and Jiangma exchanged disdainful smiles. Then, Jiangma's figure vanished, while Qianjun charged forward. The clash between the Dragon Shadow and the Haotian sect occurred in an instant, yet it failed to injure Qianjun. Meanwhile, Jiangma reappeared behind Tang Tian, twirling the spiral dragon staff before launching an attack. This strike transformed the ethereal into the tangible, landing heavily upon Tang Tian. He was sent crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as numerous bones shattered and his internal organs sustained grievous injuries. The 8th Soul Skill, the Seal of the World. The Jinhue bell in Jinhue's hand expanded several times, soaring into the sky and descending to ensnare Tang Tian. Jinhue's 8th Soul Skill is indeed a controlling ability. The one suppressed by the Jinhue bell not only suffers mental attacks, but also finds it exceedingly difficult to break free, and he can further unleash his 9th Soul Skill, the world-shaking quake. Thus, the 9th Soul Skill unleashed in this manner is indeed the most formidable. However, this time, he is not the primary attacker. His role is merely to confine Tang Tian for a brief moment. Master Tang, it is time to conclude. The 9th Soul Skill, Radiance of the World. Suddenly, all light arrays vanished, Yet a colossal array of light emerged in Yun Guang's hand. Subsequently, a resplendent golden beam erupted from within, obliterating all in its path. This strike, a culmination of Cloud Light's long-cherished energy, represented her full power unleashed as the radiant light of the world. It was likely that Tang Tian would be reduced to ashes. The golden beam pierced through Tang Tian, ensnared by Zhun Yuling, and with a resounding explosion, a large circular pit appeared on the ground. The golden light instantly penetrating the entire mountain. The mountain was cleaved open from top to bottom, creating a slanted passageway. However, it was somewhat unstable. The mountain trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. On the other side, Douluo and Douluo sensed the impending danger. The old ghost had nearly finished his work, and the mountain was no longer safe. They decided to evacuate those with weaker abilities first and instructed the individuals below to retreat a bit further. Following Douluo's orders, the weaker ones began their withdrawal. Once they descended to notify others, they would retreat again to prevent being crushed by the collapsing mountain. Chapter 31. The true pinnacle, surely, he must be dead, Qian Renxuan murmured. In fact, when Cloudlight's ninth soul skill struck Tang Tian, Zhenyu had already unleashed the seal of the world, meaning Tang Tian had physically borne the brunt of the radiant light. The onlookers gazed intently at the gaping pit, yet after a long while, there was no sign of life. It seemed he had perished. However, the four guardians remained vigilant. Just as Cloudlight was about to suggest Zhenyu check if Tang Tian had fallen below, a voice suddenly echoed, "Cloudlight, you wretched being, you all deserve to die? How could he possibly survive this?" Zhenyu shouted. A figure slowly ascended into the air, and at that moment, Tang Tian was unrecognizable, his body devoid of unscathed skin, resembling a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Master Tang truly possesses remarkable skills. Cloudlight spoke softly. "Haha, let us die together." Tang Tian declared. "Retreat. He may self-destruct." Tang Tian sneered disdainfully, exclaiming, "Let me show you what divinity truly is." The others were paralyzed with fear, and Cloudlight immediately dashed to Qian Renxuan's side, seizing him to flee. "Run!" Qian Jun shouted. Whether or not he was divine was irrelevant. It was clear that Tang Tian was intent on fighting to the death, and if he truly wished to take someone with him, he could certainly achieve it. The group retreated frantically. Tang Tian laughed heartily. "Run? Where do you think you can escape to?" A wave of terrifying aura swept forth. Bloodlight radiated from Tang Tian, and the disciples of Haoyan sect, who had formed the array, vanished without a trace. It is worth noting that when Cloudlight and the others attacked these individuals, their efforts were thwarted by an inexplicable barrier. 9 soul rings emerged around Tang Tian, and the Haoyan sect was stained with crimson hues. Qian Renxuan observed and stated, "Sister Cloudlight, I sense this array bears resemblance to a blood sacrifice method, consuming everything. It feels as though our concocted method is now akin to the genuine article. This approach is quite sinister. Tang Tian has now reached the level of a 99th rank ultimate Douluo. Consider how we might safely disperse. Tang Tian stands at the pinnacle of the continent. What if I shield Sister Cloudlight from a blow? Would you have the confidence to eliminate him?" Qian Renxuan inquired. Cloudlight hesitated before declining. "Do not entertain such thoughts. I cannot contend with a frenzied 99th rank ultimate Douluo, even if his soul power is temporarily augmented. A 99th rank is still a 99th rank. Tang Tian undoubtedly occupies the apex of this realm. Nowhere to run." The Great Void Mijian, explosive ring. The blood-red Haoyan hammer struck Zhenyu from the sky, sending him crashing down the mountain, likely sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, Douluo caught Zhenyu, but at that moment, Zhenyu had lost the capacity to continue fighting. "What madness is this? He is truly a lunatic," Zhenyu managed to utter before losing consciousness. Douluo, hoisting Zhenyu, began to flee without looking back. Tang Tian, however, did not pursue them, instead setting his sights on Cloudlight and Qian Renxuan. "Damn it, I've been targeted every day this week." Qian Jun and Zhang Yimou attempted to intervene. As the two charged forward, they were met with Tang Tian's Great Void Mijian explosive ring, and with a resounding crash, they were knocked to the ground, seemingly unable to rise. Qian Renxuan turned his gaze back and, upon seeing the scene, was struck with disbelief. Good heavens, why does Tang Tian still possess 9 soul rings? Is this explosive ring a mere illusion? Or does this formation not only elevate his soul power to level 99, but also possess the capacity for infinite detonations? Just as Qian Renxuan was about to enlighten Yun Guang, he heard the words of the third elder, "Master, Allow me to intercept him. Yun Guang immediately halted Yin Feng, stating, if you go, it would be tantamount to courting death. His target is Xiao Xian. You should retreat first. But, if that is the case, you and the master would be in greater peril, Yin Feng protested. However, her words were swiftly interrupted by Yun Guang. I have already made myself clear. You must leave and refrain from making any futile sacrifices. I am capable of handling him. Yin Feng wished to voice further objections, but upon meeting Yun Guang's resolute gaze, she reluctantly veered off to the side. This scene was witnessed by Tang Tian, who could not help but mock. What a disgrace. The esteemed son of the Pope and a revered member of the Spirit Hall has been forsaken. Yun Guang retorted, fool. You're seeking death. With that, he unleashed the great Sumeru hammer, a terrifying strike from the Haotian hammer hurtling toward them in an instant. Seeing this, Yun Guang braced himself for impact. Yet he was still sent flying. Nevertheless, he held on to Qian Renxuan tightly, and with a resounding crash, Yun Guang collided with the stone wall, using his own body as a cushion to spare Qian Renxuan from harm. Prepare to meet your demise. Tang Tian launched another explosive attack toward the duo. To be frank, given Tang Tian's current prowess and his infinite explosive strikes, even if Qian Douluo had arrived today, he would have to evade the onslaught. Yun Guang narrowly dodged this attack while cradling Qian Renxuan, who felt utterly useless, believing he was merely a burden to Yun Guang. No, there is still hope. Qian Renxuan whispered, Sister Yun Guang, what are your thoughts on our earlier discussion? Upon hearing this, Yun Guang smiled and replied, absolutely. I am eager to witness the absolute defense beneath the divine realm, and I also wish to demonstrate my true strength to you. This statement left Qian Renxuan momentarily stunned. What did it mean? Hadn't he already exerted his full strength before? Was there still something left in reserve? The great Sumeru hammer unleashed a devastating explosion once more. To be honest, Yun Guang had gained some experience. While swiftly dodging, he remarked, what else can you do besides this explosion? Tang Tian paid no heed to Yun Guang's words, relentlessly continuing his assault with the explosive rings. Even Yun Guang, with all his agility, could not evade them completely, suffering multiple blows that knocked him to the ground. Only Qian Renxuan remained unscathed. Tang Tian's soul technique proved utterly ineffective. His combat style revolved solely around wielding the Haotian hammer, perpetually unleashing explosive rings. After a prolonged exchange, Yun Guang was struck again while evading the great Sumeru hammer's explosive rings. This time, however, Qian Renxuan was inadvertently sent flying. Fortunately, having trained extensively, he sustained only minor injuries, rendering him somewhat incapacitated. In a state of panic, Qian Renxuan shouted, Sister Yun Guang, save me. To ensure authenticity, he even shed a few tears, convinced of his impressive acting skills. At that moment, he resembled nothing more than a terrified child, utterly helpless and prone to tears. Tang Tian seized the opportunity, bellowing, you little brat, perish. Great Sumeru hammer, 9 rings explode. A terrifying force surged forth, prompting Yun Guang to cry out, no. At that moment, the Haotian hammer emanated an unprecedented terror. The power of the 9 rings exploding had reached the pinnacle of the continent's might. Even the 3 peerless Douluo would be hard-pressed to withstand such a blow unscathed, with death looming as a possibility. Truth be told, Qian Renxuan felt a flicker of fear. This attack was immensely powerful, especially since he had never witnessed a divine being in action. He could only speculate how it compared to a goddess might. In a decisive moment, Qian Renxuan summoned his 12-winged angel martial spirit, a sacred angelic apparition materializing behind him. Witnessing this, Tang Tian grew increasingly exhilarated. 12 wings, you say? The Qian family possesses a 6-winged angel martial spirit. This little one's future is bound to be extraordinarily formidable, and yet here I am, poised to eliminate him. In his final struggle, he thought, regret will be the fate of the Spirit Hall for their transgressions. As the Haotian hammer descended upon Qian Renxuan, in that fleeting moment, the 12-winged angel transformed from illusion to reality, enveloping Qian Renxuan in its embrace. Its wings began to fold, and a flash of golden light suffused the surroundings with a divine hue. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, yet his confidence remained unshaken. After all, how could a mere child of 6 or 7 withstand the might of his level 99 soul powers, 9 rings exploding? Enveloped in warmth, Qian Renxuan found himself in an awkward position. The collision of the Haotian hammer and the 12-winged angel unleashed a wave of terror that rippled outward. Meanwhile, Yun Guang was not idle. She had made a decision. Her figure ascended slowly into the air. The initial phase of her maneuver was relatively quiet. It merely required someone to draw Tang Tian's attention. Once he was distracted, escape would be futile. Yun Guang positioned the Book of Light before her chest. Her 9 soul rings began to merge with it, and wings of light emerged behind her, conjuring numerous arrays of light. As the final 10,000-year soul ring fused with the Book of Light, Yun Guang's eyes transformed into a radiant gold, her entire being suffused with resplendent light. Thereafter, with a delicate lift of her hand, the Book of Light vanished, replaced by a colossal golden array that could overshadow the heavens. Tang Tian sensed impending danger and sought to retreat, not out of fear of death, but because he realized he could not kill Qian Renxuan. In the clash between the Haotian hammer and the 12-winged angel, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Not a single hair on his body had been harmed. And he contemplated switching targets. Trying to flee? Too late. Yun Guang's cold voice rang out. Golden arrays began to materialize around Tang Tian. "Get away," he exclaimed, attempting to shake off the arrays, but they remained steadfast, as though fused with him. Just as he prepared to fly away, other arrays swiftly encircled him. Ultimately, Tang Tian found himself completely ensnared, the arrays forming a massive golden cross that trapped him within. From his embrace in the 12-winged angel's grasp, Qian Renxuan witnessed the unfolding scene, still under the effect of his second soul skill, divine defense, which remained unbroken. To be honest, Qian Renxuan felt a tinge of existential doubt. Yun Guang now bore an uncanny resemblance to his 6-winged angel. In the next moment, his disbelief deepened as Yun Guang's figure began to dissipate, replaced by a 6-winged angel, identical to the Qian family's martial spirit. What in the world is this? He pondered. Was this in the original text? What is happening with Yun Guang? Could it be that the angel god favors not just the Qian family? Or has the Qian family's ancestor committed some unknown transgression? Now, Qian Renxuan felt utterly lost and powerless, the advantage slipping away from him. Curse it, in a few years, I shall confront Tang San and let him experience this feeling of helplessness. In the next instant, amidst the radiant arrays enveloping the sky, a holy sword began to descend. Identical to the angelic holy sword, the 6-winged angel grasped the sword, and a voice imbued with divine significance proclaimed, "Purify, ye tormented soul." Angelic judgment. The 6-winged angel gripped the holy sword with both hands, pressing it downward, with Tang Tian positioned directly beneath the cross. The golden sword descended slowly. And despite Tang Tian's attempts to struggle, everything was futile in the face of absolute power. The sword pierced through Tang Tian's body, seemingly inflicting no harm at all. He laughed maniacally. "Huh? It's merely, no. I beg you, spare me." His demeanor shifted drastically, revealing an extreme agony. In his struggle, he yearned for death. For the pain was indescribable, a torment that struck at his very soul. The holy sword continued its gradual descent, inching through Tang Tian's form, while he unleashed a series of anguished cries. As the holy sword fell, it passed through the mountain as if it were a mere illusion, appearing to cause no damage, truly miraculous. The holy sword vanished, and the cross ignited in golden flames. Ultimately, amidst Tang Tian's agonizing screams, he vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. The golden cross gradually dissipated, and just as Qian Renxuan thought it was over, the mountain trembled slightly. In the next moment, the entire mountain vanished into thin air, as though it had never existed, departing without a sound. Qian Renxuan found himself momentarily dazed, while Yun Guang's figure reappeared, though she had succumbed to unconsciousness, beginning to fall from the sky. Fortunately, the effect of the soul skill had dissipated, and Qian Renxuan, now embodying the angelic form, immediately soared after Yun Guang, ultimately catching her without incident. Glancing at Yun Guang cradled in his arms, he descended gently, adopting a princess carry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qian Douluo, standing beneath the angelic statue, gradually opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, muttering, "Yun Guang, what on earth are you doing?" In an instant, he vanished from his location, resolved to uncover the truth. He suddenly regretted allowing Yun Guang to take the lead. Surely, she was acting recklessly. In the air, Qian Renxuan was still contemplating the situation. This time, he had finally not hindered his companions, but had instead held back Tang Tian, thus granting Yun Guang a precious opportunity, ultimately catching the unconscious Yun Guang. From this, it can be inferred that he was not entirely devoid of significance. Had he not participated in this mission, the outcome might have been dire. In future endeavors, he vowed to ensure he could stand independently, no longer allowing himself to be powerless and obstructed by others. Meanwhile, The members of the spirit hall, witnessing this terrifying scene from a distance, could not help but swallow hard. Some of the believers of the angel god even knelt down on the spot, beginning to pray. Qian Renxuan swiftly flew towards the rear. "Young master, what has happened to the revered one?" Yin Feng inquired. Qian Renxuan shook his head, indicating that professional matters should be left to the professionals. He was genuinely worried about Yun Guang and silently prayed for her well-being. Chapter 33, Conversation After a Prolonged Wait. A woman emerged and spoke. "Young master, elder. The third revered one is not in any life-threatening danger. She merely fainted from soul power depletion and is expected to awaken in a few days." "Thank you, Miss Yang." Qian Renxuan replied with a smile. "This is merely my duty," Yang Yulei responded with a slight gesture before departing. "Young master, the injuries of the demon bear are rather challenging to treat." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxuan understood the gravity of the situation. Yang Yulei was a level 79 healing soul sage. With a few more years of experience, she would likely break through to soul Douluo, making her one of the strongest healing soul masters currently. Let us return to Spirit City. On the way, we shall have those soul masters continuously treat the demon bear. Our injuries are not as severe as his, so we must first find a way to preserve his life. Upon hearing Zhenyue's words, the others nodded in agreement and then withdrew. The most severely injured this time was the demon bear, followed closely by Zhenyu, who had taken a devastating blow from Tang Tian. Following them were several elders and attendants. However, after receiving some treatment, they were nearly recovered and posed no significant danger. We must notify the nearest spirit hall to send reinforcements, particularly those skilled in support and healing. Essentially, any personnel they can spare will suffice. Additionally, inform the individual within Spirit City to prepare the necessary medications and mobilize spirit masters for rescue efforts. It seems that even Old Yang may not be sufficient. Old Yang is already an 86th level support type soul Douluo, yet regrettably, he will never attain the rank of title Douluo in this lifetime. Upon overhearing the conversation, Qian Renxuan suddenly recalled the 9 hearts sea butterfly from the original text. Undoubtedly, no one could rival its prowess in healing. He remarked, "If we could summon the 9 heart sea butterfly, our troubles would be significantly alleviated. Little master, you may be unaware that Yu Renxian harbors considerable animosity towards us. And locating him is no easy task. It would be more effective to abduct him than to request his assistance," Yin Feng retorted, only to be promptly dismissed by Qian Renxuan. "His attitude is already unfavorable. Would it not worsen our situation to forcibly take him? Let's first ascertain his whereabouts without disturbing the elder. We shall await the return of that information. Once I have recovered, I shall lead the demon bear back. Yin Feng, take that little girl with you. And Ghost Elder, bring along your people. We can tend to his injuries while making our way back, which should expedite our efforts." Upon hearing Ghost Leopard's words, everyone readily agreed. Subsequently, they engaged in further discussions regarding various matters, such as the condition of the injured, the potential presence of remaining personnel from Haotian sect, as well as their recent gains. The recent operation can be deemed a resounding success. Within the Haotian sect, only a few individuals, including Tang Xiao, remain, along with those imprisoned in the Spirit Hall. Excluding Tang Hao and Tang San, the Haotian sect has been entirely obliterated. The Spirit Hall has also sustained injuries to several hundred personnel. However, the majority of these injuries are minor and not of grave concern. The most severely injured were victims of friendly fire, and the death toll remains below 100. The Spirit Hall will undoubtedly provide compensation and preferential treatment to the families of those who perished in battle. The most astonishing aspect of this endeavor was the meager spoils. Although some items were gathered during the chaos, they have gained nothing of the immense legacy built over thousands of years by the Haotian sect. The most significant acquisition has been the manual for the chaotic wind hammer technique. This was largely thanks to someone's cleverness, as the individual who reported it was directly rewarded with several promotions, much to their delight. Meanwhile, everything else was rendered insignificant and vanished into thin air following the formidable angel's judgment. Setting this aside, had the magic bear not sustained such severe injuries, it could have been deemed a flawless operation. Concurrently, on the other side, Qian Renxue was nearing her breaking point. A few days prior, the golden crocodile had brought his granddaughter, Tian Yu, to Qian Renxue, requesting her to look after and teach the girl, claiming she was exceptionally obedient. Qian Renxue did not refuse the old man's modest request, deeming it a trivial matter, but it turned out to be a monumental mistake. At times, Qian Renxue genuinely questioned whether this child was truly a girl. Her gaze and mischievous antics inflicted profound distress upon Qian Renxue's innocent heart. While Qian Renxue could certainly overpower her, one could not resort to lethal force. Moreover, it appeared that this little rascal had taken quite a liking to her. Stupid girl. Are you seeking death? A one-sided battle commenced once more. Your Holiness, news has arrived from that side. Very well, proceed, Bibi Dong replied, turning her attention to the intelligence in her hands. On another road, the nearby spirit hall had dispatched several healing and support spirit masters. Although they lacked formidable strength, they at least alleviated some pressure, enabling the treatment of certain injured individuals. These spirit masters worked in shifts around the clock, recovering their spirit power before rotating in, providing continuous care for 24 hours, which was quite taxing for them. At this moment, Qian Renxuan was sharing a carriage with Yun Guang. According to their assertions, he was to take care of her, which left him utterly perplexed. What did it mean to take care of Yun Guang? Was he expected to assist her with bathing? That seemed ludicrous. 3 days later, they had barely covered a third of their journey, and it was evident that Gui Bao and the others would soon catch up. Cough. Water. Upon seeing Yun Guang awaken, Qian Renxuan hurriedly propped her up and had water brought in. After taking a few sips, Yun Guang remarked, I nearly perished of thirst. Yun Guang, doesn't the cost of that move seem a bit excessive? Qian Renxuan inquired, for he knew that Yun Guang's martial spirit bore no relation to angels. Even if her ancestors had some connection to divine beings, the repercussions of that angel's judgment were indeed terrifying. Yun Guang, unfazed, replied, It seems that the old man, Qian Douluo, failed to inform you of everything. Do not worry, it is nothing serious. Just as Qian Renxuan began to relax, Yun Guang continued, It merely means that for a month, I will be devoid of spirit power and martial spirit, and I will be unable to use that move for several years. Other than that, there is nothing else to fret about. Hearing this, Qian Renxuan's lips twitched, his expression sour. Is that what you call nothing serious? For an entire month, Yun Guang will be rendered an ordinary person. In truth, I had not intended to use that move. After all, employing it would resonate with the angelic deity's statue, alerting Qian Douluo. However, my full-powered radiant light failed to eliminate that old man, and I worried that using it again would be futile, so I resorted to a decisive strike. Qian Renxuan collected himself and said earnestly, I must express my gratitude. Yun Guang, with a peculiar expression, retorted, Are you out of your mind? What do we need to thank each other for? Qian Renxuan chuckled softly and ceased to speak. It seemed that his relationship with Yun Guang was better than he had initially thought, though the reason eluded him. Now, he intended to inquire with Qian Douluo about Yun Guang's true identity. He had begun to piece together that she was in some way connected to the angelic deity, but the specifics remained unclear. Chapter 34. The evil soul beast sect. Meanwhile, the news of the Haotian sect's annihilation had yet to disseminate, necessitating the Spirit Hall's intervention. Under the highest orders, those responsible for the Spirit Hall daily worked tirelessly through the night, sacrificing sleep, perhaps due to Qian Renxuan's somewhat aloof nature. The reform of the Spirit Hall daily experienced minor discrepancies. For the majority, every coin spent required meticulous consideration, and even the lowest prices were deemed extravagant. Thus, under unchanged pricing conditions, an additional free daily was introduced specifically for the impoverished, though the authenticity of their poverty was another matter entirely. In truth, the educational level on Douluo continent was rather low. Many readers might struggle to comprehend it. Consequently, upon the suggestion of a clever individual, the Spirit Hall invested heavily in establishing projection crystals throughout various locations, resembling a true news release. Such matters cannot truly be attributed to Qian Renxuan. To speak candidly, throughout his life, he has possessed little understanding of money, rarely finding himself in situations where he must purchase items for himself. Such occurrences are few and far between, rendering them insignificant. While the world acknowledges the Seven Treasures glazed sect as immensely wealthy, few recognize that the Spirit Hall is equally affluent. It is through the collective efforts of numerous individuals that the Spirit Hall daily has come into existence. Days later, a piece of news spread across the realm. With the Spirit Hall's crystal recordings and the Spirit Hall daily reporting on the annihilation of the evil soul beast sect, Haotian sect, Tang Hao conspired with a humanoid soul beast, resulting in the birth of a child, defying human ethics and opposing the heavens. The former pope of the Spirit Hall attempted to dissuade him, but Tang Hao succumbed to the allure of the humanoid soul beast, colluding with the Haotian sect to instigate conflict on the continent. The Haotian sect had already descended into depravity, becoming the evil soul beast sect. Harboring numerous evil soul masters who committed heinous acts, they ambushed the former pope, who, in a bid to protect the members of the Spirit Hall and the populace, confronted them alone but was ultimately overpowered and mortally wounded. In the aftermath, the responsibility of the Spirit Hall became the suppression of evil soul masters. The Pope's death did not elicit prolonged sorrow within the Spirit Hall, which swiftly organized a counter-offensive against the evil soul beast sect. Their nefarious intentions were clear. First, consorting with soul beasts. Second, being evil soul masters. Third, the ambush on the former pope. A fierce battle ensued between the Spirit Hall and the evil soul masters that lasted 3 days and nights, resulting in the complete extermination of the latter. The captured evil soul masters were paraded through the continent, culminating in a public trial at the 2 great sanctuaries. Tang Hao, the son of the evil soul beast sect's leader, issued a highest bounty, offering 1,000,000 soul coins to those who provided information, and was bestowed the title of Honorary Elder of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao, the son of the evil soul beast sect's leader, is to be eternally imprisoned in the eternal prison. Note, the evil soul beast sect is hereby expelled from the 3 sects, and its emblem, the evil soul hammer, symbolizes its malevolence. The decree of the Pope will no longer be in effect. The previous papal decree is null and void. The positions of the 3 sects will soon be opened for invitation by the Spirit Hall, determining the new 3 sects based on strength. The people of the continent should contribute to the expulsion of evil souls. The evil soul masters are our common enemy, and those who harbor them oppose the Spirit Hall and the continent itself. After reading the Spirit Hall daily in his hands, Qian Renxuan could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a remarkable individual!" The content in this regard is merely a series of declarations. Yet the transformation of the Haotian sect into the evil soul beast sect was utterly unforeseen. Strangely enough, it fits quite well and is easily comprehensible. Yun Guang remarked with a smile that indeed, there are numerous talents, and he has even beautified Qian Xuanji. Presumably, Qian Douluo should be aware of our actions. However, even if he knows, it is of no consequence, for suppressing evil soul masters is the responsibility of the Spirit Hall. What can he possibly say? Yun Guang interjected before Qian Renxue could finish, stating, "It is a prison that detains the most heinous individuals, initially intended to confine evil soul masters. However, presently, it houses only a couple of felines. During this reselection of the lower 3 sects, it is likely that one of the 4 sects will unexpectedly gain a title de law." Qian Renxue responded, "Is it possible for us to meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire?" The Star Luo Emperor was infuriated, for after all, the Haotian sect had supported them. No one would believe the words of the Spirit Hall. Outside the window, a man in his 40s, clad in a tattered gray robe, swiftly opened the window and flew inside. "Who goes there?" "Little sister, it is I." Tang Yuehua could hardly believe that the person before her was her elder brother. The once handsome Tang Hao now appeared disheveled, his once refined features now gaunt and pallid, as if he had exhausted himself. His hair was unkempt, and he exuded a foul odor, a stark contrast to the image of Tang Hao she had cherished. "Elder brother, the Haotian sect has fallen. Are you aware?" Tang Yuehua's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Tang Hao exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" For days, he had been hiding and was completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. With tears streaming down her face, Tang Yuehua handed him the Spirit Hall daily. Tang Hao's face flushed crimson, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was seething with anger. This is utterly intolerable. The Spirit Hall is the epitome of evil, distorting the truth. Look at what is written here. I shall go and smash the Spirit Hall's branch in retribution for our sect. Elder brother, you mustn't go. The people from the Spirit Hall are searching for you everywhere. Tang Yuehua sobbed. Our family is gone. My beloved is gone. The Haotian sect is gone. I, Tang Hao, have an unending grudge against the Spirit Hall. I must seek vengeance. After saying this, Tang Hao placed the sleeping Tang San into Tang Yuehua's arms and turned to leave. Tang Yuehua hurriedly grasped him, saying, Elder brother, please calm down. Do not act impulsively. What you need to do now is to recover and raise the child. But I cannot swallow this humiliation. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. We must endure. Tang Yuehua insisted, wiping her tears with her sleeve. Her eyes were swollen and red. Tang Hao returned to his seat in silence, pondering whether it was worth it. Tang Yuehua gazed at the infant in her arms. It is worth it, and furthermore, the Spirit Hall has long conspired against us. The Haotian sect could never have harbored evil soul masters. Tang Yuehua simply shook her head, saying, Your child with AIN possesses great potential. Perhaps he is our hope. Talent is often an elusive concept. If possible, I wish for him to be an ordinary person, living a peaceful life. An ordinary person? Tang Yuehua could hardly believe her ears. The destruction of the Haotian sect was a profound enmity, a blood feud that could not be reconciled. Yet Tang Hao seemed to suggest evasion. From the very beginning, this child has borne a profound blood feud. How could he possibly evade it? Has Tang Hao transformed now? Chapter 35, Communication. Tang Yuehua found herself at a loss for words. Had this individual not been her second brother, she would have undoubtedly scolded him fiercely. Yet, he is her beloved brother, and deep down, she refuses to acknowledge that the downfall of the Haotian sect was partly due to Tang Hao's contributions. Do not inquire further. The answer is unequivocally the nefarious spirit hall. Brother, you should rest for the night. Tomorrow, we must find a place to hide. Even within the Heaven Do City, safety is not guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao nodded. However, merely hiding? Where could he possibly take refuge? Moreover, do not entertain thoughts of revenge. Our elder brother is still in their grasp. As long as he remains alive, there is hope. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. After several days of travel, they finally returned to Spirit City. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere was filled with jubilant cheers, for they had vanquished the evil spirit masters, thus eliminating the greatest threat. Brother, next time, take me along, Qian Renxue exclaimed, immediately rushing into Qian Renxuan's embrace. Qian Renxuan, albeit reluctantly, embraced her, attempting to console her. It is perilous. You do not possess my second soul skill. Be good. Qian Renxue did not respond verbally, but instead toyed with Qian Renxuan's golden locks. Their sibling bond appeared so strong. Alas, I, the one who protects him, received no embrace. Hearing Yun Guang's remark, Qian Renxue blushed momentarily and then released him, reluctantly opening her arms to give Yun Guang a brief hug, allowing him a taste of the legendary brain cushion wave. Ah, one cannot help but marvel at the picturesque scenery of Spirit City. It is truly a feast for the eyes, a delight to the soul. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted by an impending visitor. Yun Guang, Xiaoxian. Come to see me shortly, Qian Douluo commanded before sweeping away, his irritation palpable. Qian Renxuan shook his head in resignation, anticipating yet another verbal clash. By the way, brother, could you promise me one thing? What is it? You will find out when we return. Please, dear brother, it is but a trivial matter. As she spoke, Qian Renxue wrapped her arms around him. Qian Renxuan gently pushed her away, saying, all right, I consent. Immediately, Qian Renxue leapt up in joy, exclaiming, I will return to wait for you. Do not forget. With that, she bounced away under their watchful gazes. To be honest, he found it somewhat perplexing. What could possibly bring her such exuberance? What issue could she need to resolve? Who in this vast spirit city would dare provoke her? Let us go? Do not dwell on it. We must face that old fellow, Qian Douluo. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions, Yun Guang? Qian Douluo bellowed. Yun Guang, unperturbed, replied, Indeed, I have fulfilled the obligations of the Spirit Hall, upholding the honor of the angels. Nonsense, utter nonsense. What folly! The evil spirit masters must be eradicated. This is the duty of the Spirit Hall, the vow of the angels. Do you intend to violate the ancestral teachings as an angelic emissary? Yun Guang remained unfazed by Qian Douluo's words. She was resolute. Do you not realize this casts me as untrustworthy? Furthermore, we are unaware of Tang Chen's fate. If he were to learn that you annihilated the Haotian sect, given his temperament, oh dear, you are simply being overly timid. What meaningless promises hold more weight than the teachings of the Qian family? Moreover, you are an emissary. Did you truly believe you had lost back then? If you were to fight with all your might, what concern is there for Tang or Tang Chen? The words of Qian Douluo were quite infuriating. How could it be so effortless for you to utter such things? Do you truly wish for my demise? Enough. I shall not berate you further. Just be mindful of your actions. Moreover, it is crucial to remember that I am the grand offering. For our next endeavor, could you possibly inform me beforehand? Would you like me to relinquish this position to you? If so, you may as well find a place to retire, as you can trust me with the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo bellowed, Leave. How contemptible, that old man. After Yun Guang departed, Qian Douluo took a considerable amount of time to calm himself before he spoke again. Xiaoxian, it is not that I blame you. Rather, it is that this evil spirit master is best left alone. I have no desire to discern the truth of the matter, nor do I particularly care. But why did you choose to follow? Are you unaware of the dangers involved? Qian Renxuan found himself momentarily speechless. As this scenario diverged from his expectations, he had prepared explanations for any inquiries regarding the authenticity of the evil spirit master. However, the priority now was to offer some conciliatory words and admit fault. After all, we are family. What is there to quarrel about? Yes, grandfather, you are right. This time, it was indeed my mistake, and it shall not happen again. The next mission would likely involve extinguishing the blue lightning. At that point, it would not be unreasonable to claim a titled Douluo status, especially with his extraordinary abilities. Embracing the art of contrition, he remained unrepentant. Upon witnessing Qian Renxuan's sincere admission of fault, Qian Douluo felt considerably relieved and remarked, "Xiao Qian, my concern for you stems from love. Although your second soul skill is invincible, you must understand that nothing is absolute. What if an unforeseen circumstance arises?" Qian Renxuan fully recognized Qian Douluo's worry. Yet he knew the elder was correct. There are no certainties, especially given that his invincibility has a cooldown period. Caution is indeed warranted. You and Xiao Shui should consider attempting a martial soul fusion technique. Traditionally, our lineage has passed down through a single heir, but this generation boasts the presence of twins. The martial soul fusion technique requires a profound connection, mutual understanding, and absolute trust, which is typically found in couples or family members. Thus, the feasibility of this with Qian Renxue is apparent, though the notion of mutual understanding is another matter entirely. I understand, grandfather. Qian Douluo nodded. And seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, Qian Renxuan took his leave, mindful of a promise made to Qian Renxue. Swear, before Qian Renxuan could finish. He was interrupted. Hello, brother Qian. Wait, did I take a wrong turn? Qian Renxuan found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Regaining his composure, Qian Renxuan asked, Who might you be? Hello, brother Qian. I am Tianyu, and it is a pleasure to meet you. With that, Tianyu embraced Qian Renxuan. To be frank, Qian Renxuan felt a bit dazed by the sudden encounter, when suddenly a voice cried out, Brother, kick her out. Qian Renxuan adjusted his head, inquiring, What is going on here? Brother Qian, I am the granddaughter of the second offering. Since my grandfather is in seclusion, I came here to ask you and Sister Shui to teach me how to cultivate. Qian Renxuan found his impression of Tianyu to be rather acceptable, puzzled by his sister's reaction. However, he recognized that Qian Renxue was the priority, and he pondered how to broach the subject delicately. Before he could formulate his thoughts, Qian Renxue pulled him into the room and locked the door. What is the meaning of this? Meanwhile, outside, Tianyu contemplated whether winning over Qian Renxuan first would yield benefits. Chapter 36. The dream awakens. Qian Renxuan sat leisurely on the bed, gently removing Qian Renxue's hand as he asked, What is this situation? You cannot possibly want me to expel her? Brother, you are quite perceptive. You cannot fathom how peculiar she is, with her gaze and her touch. Grandpa Jean is in seclusion, and she lingers here without leaving. I told Grandpa, but he insisted I was overthinking it. I beg you. With that, Qian Renxue leapt forward again to embrace him. All right. I shall step outside to discuss this. At that moment, Qian Renxuan's thoughts wandered to the possibility that Tianyu might be more than she appeared. Yet, there was something odd about her. Could she be from another world? Master Ma? Is there any flaw in the brother of Snow's sister? With Tianyu casting that peculiar gaze, Qian Renxuan cleared his throat, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, sensing that Tianyu must perceive him as somewhat peculiar at this moment. Qian Renxuan calmly remarked, That was an accident. Shall we step outside to converse? Tianyu, puzzled, nodded in agreement and followed Qian Renxuan outside. Are you that person? Qian Renxuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Tianyu appeared even more bewildered, questioning the oddity of his words. What does he mean by that person? Observing the confusion on Tianyu's face, Qian Renxuan realized she did not grasp the meaning of that, or perhaps the term did not carry the same connotation here. This time, Tianyu was filled with even greater confusion, exhibiting an expression of hesitance, as if caught between the desire to speak and the urge to remain silent. Qian Renxuan, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, finally spoke. Do you, in fact, harbor feelings for her? For Qian Renxue? To be candid, this situation was exceedingly awkward. If he were to deny it, it would lead to social oblivion, a fate so dire that one might as well seek refuge on another planet. Tianyu staggered back a few paces, fearfully covering his mouth, and stammered, How did you know? Goodness, is that truly the case? Previously, Qian Renxuan had merely heard of such things, never having witnessed them firsthand. But today he was enlightened, and moreover, He had instructed him to teach Tianhua. The audacity. How could he covet my sister? What a melodramatic turn of events. What should this be called? The granddaughter of an elder has taken a liking to my sister. What should I do about it? It's quite urgent. However, considering their youthful innocence, it should be easy to navigate, I thought. Then, adopting a tone befitting an elder, Qian Renxuan remarked, "This matter is rather easy to deduce, yet your approach is certainly misguided. Please enlighten me." Tianyu performed a respectful bow, her eyes reddening as if she were about to weep. This left Qian Renxuan in a quandary. Why must you interrupt me? Furthermore, you expect me to instruct a girl on how to pursue another girl? Good heavens, you've sought counsel from the wrong person. This is beyond my expertise. If it were a boy seeking advice, he could manage a few words, but in this case, it was perplexing. If a boy were in front of him, pursuing his sister, which would one choose? A 40-meter-long sword or the judgment of an angel? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, especially with that shameless Tang San. Yet, he had to first address the immediate predicament. Well, I am not well versed in this area. But your current image in Schwerer's mind is rather poor. She seems to harbor some disdain for you. You must not exacerbate the situation further, for now. Refrain from annoying her and work on improving her perception of you. Here, 1,000 words were omitted. Ultimately, after a convoluted exchange, imparting some bewildering experiences, he managed to leave the young girl utterly confused. I wish to be your disciple. Please teach me how to win Sister Schwerer's affection. Upon uttering this, Tianyu immediately dropped to her knees, ready to perform a ritual of respect. Qian Renxuan hastily stopped her, saying, I was merely jesting, if you believe my words. There is no need for such formality. If Genie were to learn that his granddaughter was so easily swayed to kneel after just one meeting, he might come to reprimand him. Qian Renxuan quickly interjected, This is a matter of orientation. I am powerless to assist. However, I can speak favorably about you. After much discussion, he finally managed to dissuade the young girl from her intentions. Though Tianyu returned, she remained a source of irritation for him. What on earth? Assisting in a pursuit of my sister? What a brilliant idea. Moreover, he could not discern whether Tianyu was merely playful or genuinely serious, which was utterly exasperating. Unable to make sense of it all, he simply informed Qian Renxue that the matter was temporarily resolved before retreating to his room for some much-needed rest. As there were other matters to attend to the following day, how he longed for his own bed. Qian Renxuan fell into a deep slumber. Although he was typically full of vigor, sleep was a luxury in itself. As he gradually drifted off, a dark purple light began to flicker. Long time no see. Who are you? Qian Renxuan reached out, attempting to grasp the shadowy figure, but it vanished upon contact. In an instant, the scene shifted dramatically, the surroundings filled with corpses. Save me, Xianyu. The demon path brigands must be eradicated. A sword pierced through Xianyu's body, jolting Qian Renxuan awake. Yet, before he could settle his nerves, he realized something was amiss in his room. What was happening? A dream within a dream? Hello. Long time no see. Do you remember me? It's over, perish. Qian Renxuan awoke once more, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly miserable. Just as he attempted to rise, a strange sensation washed over him again. What are you doing? You might as well die. Can you not play? Utterly incompetent. Thus began the clan genealogy defense war. After a lengthy period, Qian Renxuan awoke again, this time bursting out of his room, gazing up at the sky, where the stars twinkled. He felt the cool breeze wafting through the air, inhaling the freshness around him. This time, he felt as though it was no mere dream. Qian Renxuan pinched himself and felt the sting of pain. Indeed, it must not be a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder, causing Qian Renxuan to startle, jumping in place, ready to react. Yet, upon hearing a soft sound, he relaxed. Was it not Qian Renxue? What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? But brother, you're not asleep either. Qian Renxue tilted her head and inquired. It's nothing. I merely had a dream and needed some fresh air. Then I'll keep you company. Gazing at the smile on Qian Renxue's face, he felt a sudden tug at his heartstrings, prompting the thought, is this truly a real world? Is it genuinely not a dream? Chapter 37. Life is but a dream. Snow Falls. Douluo is merely a novel, yet within Qian Renxuan's mind, terror gripped him as he stared wide-eyed. Memories? Memories? It seemed that his recollections were in disarray. Brother? Brother? What is the matter? Qian Renxue shook his arm. Regaining his composure, Qian Renxuan looked at her and smiled, saying, I'm fine, let us head back to sleep. Upon returning to his room, Qian Renxuan clutched his head in agony. grappling with the fact that he could hardly recall the majority of his memories from 2 lifetimes. Blue Star? Gu? Qianyu? So many things were lost to oblivion. The identities of those who sought to harm him were shrouded in mystery. Now, Qian Renxuan's mind was a blank slate. While it is said that one cannot possibly remember every detail of life, surely this was an absurdity. Blue Star, the demon sect, everything that should have remained was completely erased. What in the world was happening? As he pondered, a sense of dizziness swept over him, an inexplicable sensation enveloping him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Slowly, Qian Renxuan opened his eyes, the first sight being a white ceiling, accompanied by the acrid scent of disinfectant. Before he could comprehend his situation, the door swung open, and a voice exclaimed, "What a miracle! What miracle!" As the figure approached, realization struck him. What on earth had he ended up in a hospital? "Mr. Gu, we have notified your family. This is truly wonderful news. How do you feel now? Please allow us to conduct a checkup." "How do I feel? I want to curse. What is this? Family? I have relatives? Why can't I remember? Memories? They seemed to exist, yet also felt elusive. A headache plagued him. Never mind." After a flurry of medical examinations, the doctors finally concluded, "You are in excellent health." This was truly bewildering. "Darling, you've finally awoken." A woman embraced him, tears streaming down her face. "What in the world? How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? Why can't I remember being married?" Qian Renxuan scrutinized the woman. She was indeed beautiful, yet utterly unfamiliar. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Who are you?" The woman appeared struck by lightning, stammering, "Husband, don't you remember me?" Qian Renxuan shook his head. "Doctor, what is wrong with my husband?" After much deliberation, the doctor informed them, "He has experienced amnesia." What a splendid way to phrase it. After several days of continuous turbulence, Qian Renxuan began to piece together his identity and the woman's. For example, he was supposedly named Gunanshi, a name that inexplicably made him want to scoff. The woman was Su Yingxue. They had grown up together, and inevitably, they had entered the sanctum of marriage. One day, in a fit of frustration while gaming, he sought to buy some alcohol, only to be struck by a vehicle, leading to his current vegetative state. What kind of script is this? Ultimately, Qian Renxuan felt the full spectrum of human emotions. Here lies pain, illness, and sorrow. A veritable cornucopia of experiences that has plunged him into a prolonged state of confusion. If this is reality, what then was the past? A mere dream? Is there truly such a thing as reincarnation, or is it simply the fleeting reverie of a youth on the brink of death? Qian Renxuan found himself ensnared in a long period of introspection. He endeavored to escape this so-called dream through various means, yet the authenticity of this realm was inescapable. No matter the angle, it felt as if he inhabited a genuine world. Ultimately, with the companionship of Su Yingxue, Qian Renxuan emerged from his solitude, a form of compromise. He resolved to navigate this life before contemplating the next. If death were to come without a second chance, then it mattered little. In the falling snow, 2 figures could be faintly discerned, nestled against one another. Do you remember? At the tender age of 18, you declared your love for me amidst the snowfall. At 20, I proposed to you in the same wintry embrace. By 25, you fell into a deep slumber, and though you awakened, you had forgotten me. I hold no resentment, for you remain by my side. Su Yingxue caught a snowflake, murmuring softly, "If we share the snow today, our lives shall be intertwined in this mortal realm until we grow old together." We have achieved this. As night fell, countless memories flooded Qian Renxuan's mind. "Brother Gu, will you promise not to leave me?" "Of course." "Brother Gu, will we always be together?" "Indeed." "Wonderful. I wish to be with you always." "Brother Gu, what kind of girl do you like?" "Brother Gu, please don't go. Have I finally become your girlfriend?" In the snow, the two embraced, each utterance of Brother Gu echoing the years they spent inseparable, as if he were her shadow, always by her side. "Brother Gu, I am so happy. I love you. Brother Gu, you must listen to me." Every detail of their lives was etched in his memory, and in those recollections, they were undeniably blissful. He took her hand, a gesture that would last a lifetime. Through childhood, from school uniforms to wedding gowns, their lives entwined for over 90 years. "You exist within me, and I within you. Gunanshi, I love you. I love you too." In the snow, the couple departed from this world, their lives forever intertwined with the essence of winter. Ultimately, they were laid to rest together, in life united, and in death, companions. Such a love, unwavering until death. Has it come to an end? Nonsense. Qian Renxuan fell into a deep slumber, as if his very essence had perished. Time began to flow once more, and Qian Renxuan awoke again. Yet this time a portion of his memories of Su Yingxue had vanished anew. Who, for heaven's sake, is tormenting him? Qian Renxuan descended into contemplation. Everything felt so vividly real, every sensation palpable. If this were but a dream or an illusion, who could possibly orchestrate such intricacies? Memories flickered in his mind like scenes from a film, and he sensed he had forgotten something of great significance, yet he could not recall what it was. Elsewhere, in a certain realm, a sacred angelic apparition illuminated the space, yet the angel was half shrouded in darkness, as if being consumed by shadows, yet still radiated a resplendent light. "Do not let me down," a celestial voice echoed throughout the realm. Gradually, a figure materialized within this space. Drip. Qian Renxuan felt something wet fall upon his face. He glanced at his hand. It was blood. This jolted him to clarity, and he abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings. Chapter 38. Life is but a dream in hell. Here lies an immense cavern, shrouded in darkness, where water flows. No, it is blood. Qian Renxuan gradually rises, finally discerning the nature of this ghastly place, where blood runs like a river, reaching up to one's knees if one were to descend. Fortuitously, he finds himself perched upon a high platform. But how did the blood manage to drip up here? Countless corpses surround him, not merely human remains. If there exists a hell on earth, Qian Renxuan feels certain it must be here. What in the world is this place? What have I forgotten? Snow? Blood? As he gazes around, he is met solely with blood, a plethora of corpses, and perhaps murals upon the walls. The cavern, blood, corpses, and murals. What is the connection? A fragment of memory suddenly flashed through Qian Renxuan's mind. Don't kill me, please. Ah, you shall face divine retribution. The figures in his memory appeared terrified. Were they afraid of themselves? What exactly had he done? Ah, Qian Renxuan collapsed to the ground, hands clutching his head, pain surging through him as if his mind would explode. Remember, only one of you can survive. The strong live, the weak die. By any means necessary, eliminate them, and you shall become the new king. The masked figure in his recollection had cast them into this abyss, but then it seemed he was saved by someone. Together, they wielded their blades and commenced a massacre. 10, 100. He could not recall how many they had slain. They moved like emotionless machines, mechanically swinging their weapons, killing for the sake of killing. In the end, Qian Renxuan could not recall what transpired, yet he was aware that he had survived, and apart from him, no other living being remained. But how had he arrived here? His name, what had he forgotten? What did the character Qian signify? That strange feeling within him, what had caused it? Before he could ponder further, a deafening noise erupted. Qian Renxuan looked up. The cave was splitting open? No, it was merely a door that could be opened. Someone had opened it. Was it the masked figure? In the next moment, a tendril of dark energy ensnared him and pulled him upward. Before Qian Renxuan could rise, a figure stepped on him, declaring, "Congratulations, you have survived." Now, the masked figure's eyes widened in disbelief as a black sword pierced through his body, engulfing him in dark flames. Qian Renxuan did not understand how he had done it. It was as if a reflex had taken over. The moment he was stepped upon, he had willed the figure's demise. Breathing in the fresh air, he gazed upward. Was this the starry sky? Had he never seen it before? How beautiful! Where to next? Qian Renxuan wandered like a lost soul, hunting beasts when hungry, collapsing into sleep when weary. He felt something was amiss. He should not be here. Master? How could anyone be here? A man and woman gazed at Qian Renxuan. Little Qian. Perhaps he is a ghost. This is the territory of the demon sect. Yet the master, he stood up. Qian Renxuan charged at the two, and a battle of demonic energy and Taoist principles ensued. Relying solely on instinct, he matched the Taoist blow for blow, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from killing them. The Taoist, instead of fleeing, chose to impart his teachings, sharing the way with him. Thus, the Taoist transcended here, while the young girl remained to guard her master's tomb, fulfilling his final wishes. She recalled that day vividly. This man resembled a demon, battling her master without any form or strategy, yet matching him evenly. Her master, Qian, was at the pinnacle of the world. Qian recognized the danger Qian Renxuan posed and, unable to subdue him, opted to contain him here. This is a great demon. This demon is heartless. Like her master, the girl began to expound upon the teachings. However, she seemed to have other motives as well. In the end, she placed her hand on Qian Renxuan's head and softly said, "You." Thus, Qian Renxuan, against all odds, ultimately exhausted the two. He resumed his aimless wandering. Benefactor. Turning back is salvation. An old monk began to accompany Qian Renxuan, endlessly spouting incomprehensible words. Turning back is salvation? Should I return? To where? Nirvana? Self-redemption? Reincarnation? The old monk did not last long before he passed away. Qian Renxuan seemed ensnared by the demon sect, becoming a tool for ambition. Why was this happening? His senior brother remarked, "You." The black sword pierced through this person's heart. He wished to say something. It should not be you. Do you remember me? You should call me. I am called Yen. Brother will shine once more. Memories flashed rapidly. He saw everything yet grasped nothing. Light. Qian Renxuan let out a pained roar, turning to swiftly dispatch the members of the demon sect. A century passed, and Qian Renxuan remained motionless, entrenched in slumber. This place became known as the Abyss of Demons, sealing a true demon within. Drip, drip, drip. This has exceeded the rules. Do not panic. Have faith in me. Although this challenge has increased many-fold, I cannot contain my excitement. The angelic radiance dwindled to a mere flicker. Is it nearing its end? You have violated the rules. Accompanying these words was a golden holy sword. The holy sword pierced through the shadowy figure. Understood. Qian Renxuan's memories gradually faded. He commenced another cycle of reincarnation. Each time in Blue Star, each time experiencing a beautiful life. Within this endless cycle, he was on the verge of complete descent. A glimmer of light flashed. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Forgotten? An unusual sensation stirred within Qian Renxuan. Qian. Angel. Qian Renxue. What should I call myself? Qian Renxuan? Douluo. Martial soul. Memories surged like a tide, everything returning. Radiant light burst forth, and the surroundings began to dissipate into starlight. Golden feathers rained down upon this space. The sacred glow illuminating the entire realm, bathing everything in a divine radiance. At the center of the light, Qian Renxuan slowly opened his eyes. Golden wings sprouting from his back, his being suffused with a sacred aura. With a casual wave of his hand, the sacred light coalesced into a golden holy sword. Judgment. The holy sword surged toward a designated target. Aha. Are you awake? The black radiance materialized, ultimately transforming into a creature with a human head and serpent body. Huanming effortlessly caught the sword with one hand, then gently crushed it. Chapter 39. Life is a dream, what is true? Qian Renxuan spoke calmly. When did I begin to fall into this dream? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the original illusion, the first nightmare, of course. You may also call me Huanming. From the moment that peculiar light flickered, the trial had already commenced. If not for your martial soul saving you, you would have long since sunk into that eternal dream. Qian Renxuan said nothing, raising his hand as hundreds of golden holy swords slashed toward Huanming. Yet Huanming did not evade. The golden swords passed through his form without inflicting any harm. Useless. This place may amplify your strength, but do not forget. I am the god here. As the words of the illusionist echoed, darkness consumed all radiance, plunging the entire expanse into an absolute void. The light emitted by the 12-winged angel proved utterly ineffectual. Qian Renxuan could perceive nothing, and even his senses were rendered useless. A peculiar luminescence flickered momentarily. With a single strike of the angelic judgment, Qian Renxuan vanquished the illusionist, successfully emerging from the dreamscape and receiving his reward. Subsequently, events unfolded as per his design. Tang San and his companions descended into chaos. Under Qian Renxuan's relentless onslaught, Tang San was utterly incapacitated, and the Spirit Hall unified the continent, annihilating Sea God Island in the process. Ultimately, Qian Renxuan unleashed the twilight of the gods, rendering the divine realm dazed. Yet, Qian Renxuan sensed a disquieting incongruity. Thrashing wildly as he was aided by the sacred light of the Spirit, once again, he extricated himself from the dream. Is there truly any harm in being submerged in a beautiful dream? Everything unfolds as you anticipate. Your life is so splendid. Every aspect is so enchanting. This is precisely what you desire, the illusionist remarked. Qian Renxuan replied, a dream is ultimately just a dream. A dream? Then tell me, what distinguishes a dream from reality? All your sensations, all your experiences, everything can indeed be real. Can you discern what constitutes a dream? What is reality? Are you not, in this very moment, also ensconced in a dream? When the illusory and the real become indistinguishable, what then is true, and what is false? At that moment, Qian Renxuan felt utterly powerless. He could no longer differentiate. for the dream had become so profoundly authentic. In the next instant, he shook his head, casting aside the dreadful thoughts, and unleashed a frenzied assault. Yet, his efforts either bore no fruit or resulted in mere victories that amounted to naught but a fleeting dream. Qian Renxuan found himself gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the oppressive despair, that incessant feeling of infinite reboots, with no means of resolution, unable to discern reality from dream. All. In a fit of helpless rage, Qian Renxuan gazed at the familiar blue star, the life he knew, on the verge of collapse. Surrender. No matter how many times you try, you shall never break free. The disparity is absolute. Why do you persist in your struggles? Angelic judgment. Judgment. Flash. Qian Renxuan numbly swung the sword in his hand, time and again. Each layer of the dream shattered only to reveal another, a dream within a dream, endlessly recurring. Time and again, each instance was so beautiful, so blissful, each moment. Is not a perfect world desirable? To be immersed in an utterly splendid realm, boundless happiness. With oneself as the sovereign, does that not appeal? Qian Renxuan's heart began to waver. It was indeed terrifying, and he found himself utterly helpless. If you reject the beautiful dream, then succumb to the nightmare. The dreamscape began to transform, no longer depicting the blue star and the invincible journey through other realms. Instead, it depicted his repeated demises at the hands of Tang San's Shura judgment, under the Shura blood sword, his own death, the demise of Bibi Dong, the shattering of Qian Renxue's divine status, the sacrifice of the 7 offerings, and the countless lives lost by the spirit hall. Time and again, no matter his actions, he could not alter the outcome. Qian Renxuan attempted to slay Tang San directly, yet the Shura god granted Tang San rebirth once more. He sought to sever Tang San's fortunes, yet the trio ascended to divinity, and still, he could not best Tang San, as the Shura demon sword pierced through his very being. This time, Qian Renxuan did not desire victory. He merely sought for Tang San to spare Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, and certain members of the spirit hall. He took the blow of the lethal sword upon himself, pleading with Tang San, yet the sword fell, and lives were lost. How absurd, utterly absurd. Most tragically, he was aware it was a dream, yet he remained unable to escape or alter the outcome. It was, after all, his dream. He was his own deity. Qian Renxuan bellowed. A deity? How laughable. How could one like you be deemed a god? Through repeated experiences, Qian Renxuan gradually began to master his skills. He could now exert a modicum of control over his dreams. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, through Qian Renxuan's relentless efforts, he finally succeeded in killing Tang San. He believed he had triumphed, only to hear the mocking refrain, ridiculous, which plunged his spirits into despair as Tang San resurrected and claimed his life once more. Qian Renxuan was on the brink of madness. Purification. After bestowing upon himself the divine light, Qian Renxuan commenced to shatter everything around him. Dream? Then he would dismantle it all. Layer by layer, nothing mattered anymore. A figure emerged, the illusory dream seductively intoning. Sleep is the ultimate outcome. Everything can culminate in a perfect conclusion. Do you truly believe that? A mysterious voice echoed. There is nothing that cannot be altered. A pair of golden eyes opened and inquired, what are you afraid of? Afraid of Tang San? Afraid of Shura? Afraid of the illusory dream? Why does your heart tremble? Were you not aware from the outset of the difference between dreams and reality? What is a deity? Who are you? Qian Renxuan gazed into the golden pupils, a feeling both familiar and alien enveloping him. He posed no questions but merely stared. The golden eyes closed and vanished. Qian Renxuan observed his hands. Was he truly afraid? What had he come to understand? The illusory dream materialized again, but as it began to speak, Qian Renxuan interrupted with a strike of angel's judgment. Addressing the illusory dream, it matters not. Let me discern whether the you within the dream is real or not. The illusory dream widened its eyes in shock, laughter erupting, only to fade swiftly. As Qian Renxuan witnessed the illusory dream perish, he felt no surge of emotion. Instead, he endeavored to calm his mind, to listen, to see, to feel, and to sever. One world after another, each with disparate endings, the illusory dream continued to die, yet no change was evident. But was reality truly as it seemed? Was the first awakening genuinely a dream? No. Was what he believed to be awakening not a dream at all? In the moment when the light flickered, he pondered, illusory dream, are you truly you? Has everything not already begun and been predestined? Chapter 40. Life is but a dream. Angel's dream severance. One must admit, you are formidable, so formidable that it suffocates and instills despair, rendering any glimmer of victory invisible. Yet the outcome is already predetermined. What pretense do you maintain? Qian Renxuan transformed into a colossal 12-winged angel, the sacred light illuminating all. Do you truly believe you have defeated a deity? Stop dreaming. The illusory dream cried out. You are quite correct. Is this not merely a dream? Are you truly resolved to pursue this path? Your past memories, the true you exist within your dreams. That is your memory. The illusory dream exclaimed. Do you not wish to uncover the truth? Your rebirth, your past life, it matters not. I seek not the past nor the future. The present is sufficient. I am Qian Renxuan, and no other identity shall I assume. And what do you think of this move I call Angel's Dream Severance? Qian Renxuan's divine voice resonated. Moreover, I suspect I shall never desire sleep again. He thundered. The 12-winged angel raised the holy sword, Angel's Dream Severance. The sacred blade cleaved the air. Radiant golden light erupted, and the entire world was devoid of color save for gold. This strike transcended time and space. The holy sword pierced through the so-called dream, traversing the illusory. This blow transforming the false into the real. Within the realm of illusion, the illusory dream erupted in maniacal laughter, allowing the holy sword to cleave through and strike itself. Is this what fate entails? How utterly ludicrous. The illusory dream mused, gazing at the golden wound upon its form. In the next moment, the wound healed, and the illusory dream gradually transformed into human form. On the other side, as Qian Renxuan unleashed that strike, the world shattered like glass, revealing cracks everywhere. This was nothing more than a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water, until a resounding crack echoed, and the entire world was reduced to fragments. Standing in the void, Qian Renxuan slowly closed his eyes. Congratulations, you have completed the first trial of the divine illusion. Qian Renxuan glared at the glowing orb, fuming. What nonsense trial is this? I have no intention of inheriting this wretched divinity. Find someone else. Cease tormenting me. The orb chuckled, an unexpected turn of events. I shall deem this a rather unfortunate surprise. Foolishness. What kind of absurdity is this? Did I ever declare an intention to undertake a trial? How can you say that? This is indeed your own undertaking, and there is even a delightful surprise. The orb retorted mischievously. Suddenly, a screen formed from light appeared in the sky, its strange glow flickering as the page materialized, revealing the commencement of the divine examination. Gazing at his own image on the screen, Qian Renxuan sank into contemplation. What kind of evil god is this? Why not lighten up? Smile a little, a voice chimed. Hearing this, Qian Renxuan questioned his ears. It sounded all too familiar. Was this not the so-called illusory dream? If so, why not just kill me? Is this truly amusing? The illusory dream approached Qian Renxuan, lifting his chin and whispering in his ear, Dear brother, what do you say? Sister is here to reward you. Isn't this divine examination rather abnormal? If I recall correctly, she was supposed to be sealed away. Is your sealing so lax? No, you must have misjudged. Such trivial matters should not concern you, the orb said. In the next instant, a voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the divine illusion. Congratulations. You have received a reward. The first soul skill enhancement is now 100%. Divine bestowed soul ring, minimum 10,000 years. Life is but a dream, affecting dreams. Viewing dreams, creating dreams, illusions, memories, mental impact, transformation from the illusory to the real. The illusory trial has transformed into a special secret realm. Unlocking the second trial of the divine ice. This could be formidable. Qian Renxuan felt the change in soul skills. Yet, was this life is but a dream truly a power he could wield? Would it not drain him entirely? He felt somewhat at a loss. Why was there a minimum guarantee on that divine bestowed soul ring? Could it be used by others? It might be possible. This is vague at best. Also, could you keep a distance from me? Does little brother not like me? The illusory dream teased, playfully tracing patterns on Qian Renxuan's back. I truly wish to slap her. Does she not have any self-awareness? Liking her? It is a miracle I haven't vomited seeing her. As long as you are happy. Qian Renxuan no longer wished to probe the true nature of this deity. His immediate concern was to depart, for the first trial was but an illusion, and the next would be of ice. How could it possibly mirror this one? As long as he refrained from entering, it should not activate. Do not be in haste to leave. Allow me to present you with a gift. No need for thanks. With those words, the illusion vanished. Curse it. Your gift. I fear accepting it may plunge me into an endless cycle of reincarnation. Yet, refusing was no longer an option, for the object had already manifested in his grasp, resembling a doll. Noticing his perplexity, the luminous orb elaborated, "You may perceive this item as a puppet, though its attributes are entirely random. For instance, you might draw a being devoid of a martial soul, a peerless Douluo, not yet a year old." This explanation only deepened his confusion. What on earth was a martial soulless Douluo? And a mere year old? Truly astonishing. Today had been a tumultuous roller coaster of experiences. What are you exactly? And must this bizarre trial commence without consent? Ahem, I have already mentioned that this is an unfortunate surprise, the orb replied. Ignoring it, Qian Renxuan dissipated into the expanse of this space. It seemed he had ventured too far. To be honest, he found it hard to believe. Upon returning to the real world, he found himself back in his room. This was quite a significant dilemma. Since his return from the soul-hunting expedition, he had begun to delve into this matter, entering that so-called divine trial where the illusion had already begun. Had he truly stepped into that world? Upon his return, he found himself right back where he started. Was it the power of illusion that breached the so-called seal to initiate the trial? Or was there no seal to begin with? The pitfalls were everywhere, leaving him feeling despondent. I'm exhausted. Let it all be obliterated. Yet, it was not without reward. Should the memories from my dreams prove valid, the gains could be substantial. At the very least, the Renxuan sect could be significantly simplified, and there would be no need to fear failure. He could simply eliminate Tang Tian. However, this was still difficult to accept. Furthermore, the most pressing issue loomed. Tang San would not be born for another 2 years, meaning the most glaring flaw in his dream was that at the age of 6. Qian Renxue had gone to capture Ain. Why had he failed to notice this? 2 years, is it? Chapter 41. The ethereal sacred butterfly, and what of this puppet? If it were to produce an infant, who would claim responsibility? If it summoned a formidable being, the possibilities would be endless, perhaps even establishing a top-tier sect. Yet, he had never been particularly fortunate. Such thoughts were unwarranted. His luck ought to favor him. Well then, how does one activate this? It seemed the phantom had neglected to inform him. Qian Renxuan shook the puppet in his hand and tentatively spoke. Transform? Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he infused it with soul power? Without hesitation, he began to channel his energy into the puppet. A burst of light illuminated the scene, causing the puppet to shimmer in a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a lottery draw. The puppet expanded, ultimately reaching a height of 6 feet. And feminine traits began to materialize, culminating in the complete transformation into a silver-haired, silver-eyed woman. With alabaster skin and long legs, she was indeed striking. Subsequently, Qian Renxuan felt her soul power surge dramatically, ascending from 0 to an astounding rank of 98. Incredible, a pinnacle Douluo at level 98. He mused, and just as he was contemplating, a silver-white butterfly materialized behind the puppet. Is this her martial soul? As the martial soul manifested, the soul rings began to emerge one by one. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red, red. Impressive. The so-called optimal ratio touted by the master has been thoroughly dismantled. Is it truly all random? The woman immediately knelt and said, I pay my respects to my master. No, there's no need to kneel. Please rise quickly. The woman gradually stood up. Do you have a name? The woman mechanically replied, Name? Ah, this feels a bit dull. Is this a technological creation or a fantastical one? His curiosity was piqued. How about the name Silver Crown? The woman repeated, Silver Crown, Silver Crown. To be honest, as someone utterly inept at naming, he couldn't conjure anything better, but this name seemed acceptable. What is the name of your martial soul? Ah, never mind. What is your ability? Ability? After a moment of contemplation, Silver Crown's 6th soul ring flickered, and then a spatial vortex materialized. Silver Crown vanished, only to re-emerge from the swirling void. Is this teleportation or instantaneous movement? After a prolonged and amicable exchange, Qian Renxuan finally comprehended the soul abilities of Renxuan. The first soul ability could be regarded as a spatial barrier, the second as the wheel of space, the third as the void between, the fourth as spatial compression, the fifth as spatial cutting, the sixth as spatial walking, the seventh as the true body of the martial soul, the eighth as the spatial array and instantaneous movement, and the ninth as spatial exile and spatial marking. Accompanied by a domain, it is undeniably formidable, essentially, as long as Renxuan does not wish to perish. No one can bring about her demise, and even the mere act of perceiving her becomes a challenge. Spatial walking allows her to traverse within the folds of space. while the 8th soul ability ensnares and constricts her foes. Arguably, the most impressive abilities are Exile and Marking, where a portal to space opens, drawing you in, leaving you unable to return. The marking can be likened to a version of the flying thunder god from another realm. What shall we name this martial spirit? How about Silver Spatial Butterfly? Yet, Silver Butterfly does not sound quite appealing. It is indeed a challenge to find a fitting name. Perhaps we could rename it to Space Goddess Butterfly? No, let us settle on Ethereal Holy Butterfly. Thus, it is decided, from this moment forth. You shall be known as Een Mion, with the title Spatial, and your martial spirit shall be the Ethereal Holy Butterfly. Subsequently, Een Mion concealed herself within the void, employing teleportation to depart from the martial spirit city. However, due to the unique nature of the puppet, communication between the two remained possible. Now, what Qian Renxuan must undertake is to impart knowledge to Een Mion and endeavor to teach her the art of communication, for presently, she is akin to a mere automaton, executing commands without thought. The remainder of his time would be devoted to enhancing his own strength. Through diligent effort, he has become quite adept at manipulating fire and light, mastering various abilities such as fireballs, light swords, and bows, developing an extensive repertoire of skills. Furthermore, it appears he possesses attributes of the utmost caliber. After all, the flames of the 12-winged angel are of solar origin, and light is indeed supreme. Over the span of 2 years, both Qian Renxian and Qian Renxue have ascended to the 31st level of soul power. Although, for some inexplicable reason, the 3rd soul ring has only granted an increment of 1 level. Yet, an 8-year-old soul sovereign at level 31, if memory serves, Tang San only broke through to the 30s towards the conclusion of his 12th year. At this rate, when Tang San participates in the Soul Master competition, will I not attain my title? Nonetheless, as levels rise, the difficulty of cultivation increases, and it is likely that I shall not reach that esteemed rank. It is noteworthy that Qian Renxue possesses a 10,000-year 3rd soul skill, Angel Dispersion, which dispels her negative states. Many soul skills can be classified as negative, such as control abilities. His 3rd soul skill is Angel Holy Prison, a formidable control skill that is, in essence, exceedingly powerful. In the past 2 years, numerous events have transpired. For instance, Tianhua, akin to a character from a dream, embodies a pure-hearted essence. This individual possesses an innate soul power of level 9, and within the span of 2 years, apart from causing disturbances for Qian Renxue and herself, she has now ascended to level 15. However, she has not swayed Qian Renxue's affections. Alas, the lilies of my homeland remain unbloomed. Yet, it appears that Qian Renxue's gaze towards Bibi Dong has shifted, revealing an unsettling nuance. And it seems Tianhua has forged an intriguing connection with Hulaina. What a surreal reality this is. It has left him utterly bewildered, surrounded by a plethora of troubled young women. Fortunately, he remains quite stable amidst the chaos. His teammates are increasingly unreliable, making it incredibly challenging to lead this team. However, Hulaina's affection for Tianhua is far preferable to her infatuation with Tang San, who could easily be deemed a treacherous ingrate. After all, in the original narrative, she was deeply concerned about the fate of San and his companions, adept at delivering messages. Alas, it is all a consequence of their romantic entanglements. Now, the plot can unfold, and with the assistance of Floating Life and the Silver Crown, the scheming and the promotion of justice will become significantly more manageable. The Haotian sect will be blissfully unaware of its impending doom. Thus, fate begins to advance. He aspires to effect change and has made considerable efforts, yet destiny is relentless, leaving him powerless to alter his course. With the presence of Qian Renxian, the Spirit Hall has undergone certain transformations. For instance, 2 years ago, the Spirit Hall Daily was launched, proving to be more comprehensive than anything encountered in dreams. Even the impoverished can access snippets of news, thanks to the presence of recording crystals. He has also established an inspection hall, which entails regular visits to various spirit halls. There is even a dedicated platform for complaints. The head of the inspection hall, Yun Guang, wields significant authority. The establishment of this institution has, truth be told, led to the demise of hundreds. It is fortunate that he is the young master of the Spirit Hall, with the unwavering support of his grandfather and several elders, ensuring unanimous votes in his favor. Qian Douluo holds a veto power, rendering any suggestion futile unless he consents, effectively making it a one-man rule. Nevertheless, the 7 elders generally share a common purpose, despite occasional disagreements. Chapter 42, The Origin. The scheme has reached a level of perfection that is simply unattainable. Under the influence of various abilities, the Evil Soul Beast sect has been thoroughly established, gaining notoriety across the continent. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall parades the Evil Soul Masters of the Evil Soul Beast sect throughout the land, making full use of their presence. The public's fear and hatred towards these Evil Soul Masters has never waned. It remains uncertain whether Yu Xiaojiang will still accept Tang San as a disciple. Given that Tang San is the progeny of a traitor and a descendant of evil souls, a lineage that spells misfortune for anyone associated with him. The Haotian hammer has also acquired a formidable new name, the Evil Soul Hammer. The recent demise of the Evil Soul Beast sect exhibits notable differences from the previous encounter within the Dream Realm. For instance, Tang Tian was utterly obliterated by Yuan Guang's full-force assault before he could even initiate the array. Throughout the ordeal, the one who suffered the most was the Magic Bear. Despite having been forewarned, it still fell victim to the self-detonation, resulting in yet another instance where only the Magic Bear was injured. Moreover, as Yuan Guang refrained from unleashing his ultimate move, all remnants were preserved. Both the Haotian 9 Absolutes and the Chaotic Cloak remain available for cultivation. While the only recorded phrase regarding the Great Sumeru Hammer has been passed down through generations of Haotian Douluo. This, however, was anticipated. Yet, he does not rely on a hammer, nor are there many adept in wielding hammers within the Spirit Hall, rendering the status of this secret technique somewhat awkward, as its application in conjunction with other elements tends to be peculiar. For instance, could Qian Renxuan employ the Chaotic Cloak Hammer method using a sword? Thus, the focus shifts to research, exploring the potential for modification. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the discussion unfolds. Brother Sword. What are your thoughts on the Haotian Evil Soul Beast sect and the Evil Soul Masters? The collusion between humans and soul beasts? I investigated those Evil Soul Masters, and it is indeed authentic. However, the entire situation is shrouded in ambiguity, making it challenging to ascertain the truth. The Evil Soul Beast sect undoubtedly exists, and the Spirit Hall articulates a profound truth. Those who are not of our kind must possess different intentions. What a pity. Ning Fengji shook his head in response, underscoring the critical issue. He has always advocated for unity among the three esteemed sects, yet this situation has devolved into farce, especially with the presence of a Spirit Hall member among the new triumvirate. In Ning Fengji's eyes, only one Saint Dragon Douluo exists among the lower four sects, and he is an elder of the Spirit Hall. This is hardly conducive to cooperation among the upper two sections. The Spirit Hall's power continues to escalate, and the smooth reforms within such a colossal institution are astonishing. The Inspection Hall is merely the beginning, and the individual spearheading this reform undoubtedly poses a significant threat. Most importantly, the passage of these reforms is a testament to that individual. The Sword Douluo nodded and remarked, indeed, the reputation of the Spirit Hall has improved considerably, which is decidedly unfavorable for us. Confronting a robust and capable adversary is far more daunting than facing one steeped in corruption and decay. Xiaoxian, let us proceed. I have located Yi Renxuan. I cannot fathom your incessant urge to meddle in everything, and now I must follow you, Yuan Guang exclaimed. This is a gesture of sincerity. My personal invitation should convey earnestness, does it not? Retorted Qian Renxuan. A mere child, how can one possess sincerity? Without my presence, Yi Renxuan might not even entertain your request. Indeed, all credit to Sister Yuan Guang. Let us depart. Qian Renxuan replied. Alas, I just returned yesterday. What an inconvenience. On the carriage, Yi Renxuan was attending to the ailing in a small town, and at our current pace, we should arrive in about half a month. Will Yi Renxuan leave early? Rest assured, someone is keeping watch. Even if she intends to depart, we can intercept her, Yuan Guang reassured. Qian Renxuan nodded in silence, commencing his meditative practice. Days later, as night fell, Yuan Guang suggested, let us stop and partake in a meal, resting for the night. Qian Renxuan agreed. The group entered a modest inn, ordered a few dishes, and after dining, retired for the night. The following day, an unknown village became the scene of a massacre, with a palpable stench of blood and malevolence permeating the air. However, the odor soon began to dissipate. In the carriage, Yuan Guang furrowed her brow and declared, something feels amiss. Let us halt. The carriage driver promptly complied. Upon disembarking, Yuan Guang instructed, you stay here. Xiaoxian, do you wish to accompany me to investigate? Qian Renxuan nodded, cognizant of the unfolding events, for his martial soul was that of the 12-winged angel. Handling evil soul masters was his forte. Sister Yingguang, why are there evil soul masters here? You inquire of me? I am equally in the dark. We shall capture a couple and inquire, while also sending someone to investigate. She replied. The two soared towards the source of the ominous aura. After a considerable time, a small village came into view. Yunguang and Qian Renxuan swiftly approached. Indeed, boss, what that individual said was undoubtedly correct. Is this the manifestation of formidable power? One individual remarked while feasting on blood. Such acts are heinous. Yet revenge knows no bounds. Stop. A beam of light surged forth, instantly annihilating the bloodsucker. The leader's pupils constricted as he turned to face Yunguang and Qian Renxuan. Are you seeking death? Yunguang paused momentarily before smiling. How intriguing. Yet all evil soul masters must perish. 9 soul rings materialized around Yunguang as she elegantly raised her hand, summoning a multitude of luminous swords in the air. Observing this spectacle, Qian Renxuan exclaimed, Your prowess has surpassed mine. It is thanks to your guidance. You can handle the remaining evil soul masters here, while I will take care of this one living soul. No, Sister Yunguang's innate talent is truly exceptional. This is not mere commercial flattery. Yunguang possesses remarkable talent, yet there are some minor issues with Douluo, which result in Yunguang's elemental control not being particularly strong. As Qian Renxuan pondered while flying, he wondered, have you considered how you wish to meet your demise? What do you think of being sliced into 1,000 pieces? However, I have merely heard of this method. I have not personally experienced it, so it may be rather painful. The man swallowed hard. Is he that little brat? The notion of being sliced into 1,000 pieces sounded incredibly brutal, especially for a child. With his 6th soul skill, the light prison, a rectangular cage of light ensnared him, rendering his attacks utterly futile. Before he could finish, beams of light shot forth from the prison, severing both of his arms. He exhibited no capacity for resistance. Indeed, he was worthy of being called the title Douluo. Evil soul masters should not exist. Chapter 43. Shadows do not rush. Allow me to experiment with the method of 1,000 cuts. Furthermore, I am quite curious about that individual. Please, enlighten me. Yunguang had yet to complete his thought when the man interjected, I am Xingyu. A few months ago, my wife and daughter were harmed by the Spirit Hall's subordinates, leading them to take their own lives. I sought vengeance, but I am merely a first-ring soul master. To be frank, I have little interest in these matters. But if you tell me about that person, I may consider avenging you. After a moment of silence, Xingyu recounted, one night several months ago, a woman wearing a ghostly mask approached me, claiming she could grant me power, and I believed her. Subsequently, she transformed me. I slept for an extended period, and when I awoke, I had become an evil soul master. That sensation compelled me, and she urged me to grow stronger to confront the Spirit Hall. A manufactured evil soul master seeking to challenge the Spirit Hall posed a significant issue. He initially thought it would merely be a few stragglers. Yunguang asked, does that person possess any distinguishing features? Is there something particularly unusual about her? She is a woman, adorned with 9 soul rings of black and gold. When she appeared, she stood upon a black gold vine. A title Douluo-level evil soul master, one thought to have vanished from the world after that incident. Suddenly, Yunguang recalled something. Vines. Golden hues, black gold, and a ghostly mask. Is her mask golden? Xingyu paused for a moment, and then nodded. Deep within Yunguang's memory, a figure emerged, and he thought, this is a grave matter. Very well, I can grant you a swift end. By the way, who is your enemy? Thank you, sir. The senior white-robed steward of the Spirit Hall, named Zhang Xiang. His reputation is quite notorious, as he has a penchant for others' wives and young children. Regrettably, I cannot personally deliver vengeance. Xingyu had not finished his sentence when Yunguang raised his hand and swiftly ended his life, leaving a complete corpse behind. Regardless, an evil soul master remains an evil soul master. What you have done is indeed heinous, Yunguang remarked coldly as he gazed upon the lifeless body. Yunguang began to sense Qian Renxuan's situation. My lord will surely avenge me. Qian Renxuan ended his life with a single stroke, having encountered no living souls along the way. He had eliminated 3 or 4 evil soul masters, all of whom were pathetically weak, repeating the same phrase, my lord will surely avenge me. As Qian Renxuan contemplated, a blood-red tentacle lunged at him. With a casual flick, he conjured a golden barrier in the air, followed by a resounding explosion. Unfortunately, aside from the sound, it proved ineffective. The blood-red tentacle evaporated, With his third soul skill, Angelic Light Prison, a massive cage of light ensnared the assailant, accompanied by sounds of despair. TSK, TSK. The power of the divine is indeed formidable against evil soul masters. I wonder if these evil soul masters lack common sense, daring to attack upon sight. Do they truly believe themselves so easily bullied? Can they not sense that divine aura? Is there truly another survivor? Am I to perish? Sister, I am so sorry. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending fate. You little wretch, you can run, but why are you not fleeing now? Would it not be better to obediently embrace death? Ning Yong then unleashed his third soul skill, Blood Spear. You are like my shadow. I shall call you Shadow. Promise me, sister, that no matter what happens, you will continue to live, all right? Shadow, you must be strong and carry on my legacy. Memories flooded her mind, instilling a profound reason to survive. No matter what, she had made promises, too many to count. With an indomitable will to live, Bai Ying evaded the fatal blow. Yet the blood spear still pierced her arm. Die, you little wretch. Zhang Xiang unleashed another blood spear, this time launching 3 in succession. As the blood spears surged towards her, Shadow's pupils constricted. Was there any chance of survival? One blood spear struck her left leg, sending her crashing to the ground. She lay there, devoid of the strength to even lift her head, let alone stand. Shadow was engulfed in despair. All she felt was danger and death, with no glimmer of hope. Just as the blood spear approached, Qian Renxuan shielded her, effortlessly catching the spear and dissipating it with a gentle exertion. How warm. Shadow mustered all her strength to raise her head slightly. Gazing at Qian Renxuan, she thought, is this person radiating light? So warm. Golden wings sprouted from Qian Renxuan's back, his long hair dancing in the wind, and a sacred radiance emanated from him. Is this an angel? The figure hurled a bloodied spear and then turned to flee. Qian Renxuan was slightly taken aback. Was this the wisest among them? Rather than charging directly, he chose to run away. However, Qian Renxuan did not dwell on it for long. He swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, gently wielding the sacred sword, and in an instant, the golden sword aura cleaved the man in two. The shadow extended a hand towards the radiant Qian Renxuan, imploring, please. Yet, it was evident that she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Sighing, Qian Renxuan lifted the girl and descended slowly towards the clouds. What a predicament! Her injuries were severe, and they had no healing soul masters with them. If anything were to happen to her, it would truly be disastrous. Amidst the haze of her fading consciousness, Xiaoying felt herself being carried and instinctively murmured, how warm. The small body harbors immense energy. This little girl appears to be of similar age to him. Qian Renxuan cannot fathom the trials she has endured. The evil soul master of Soul Sect seems to have pursued her for quite some time. Sister Yunguang, have you resolved the situation? Yunguang gazes at the little girl in Qian Renxuan's arms and replies, it's nearly done. Let us head to the spirit hall to see if we can find someone to treat her. Qian Renxuan nods and adds, I have also captured someone. We can interrogate him for potentially useful information. No need. We have learned all that is necessary. I leave that matter to you, she interrupts, referring to the evil soul masters. Like you, he is an artificial evil soul master. Qian Renxuan, feeling helpless, responds, I believe I have clarified this multiple times. It is merely a resemblance. I assert it, do you disagree? I do, he weakly replies. A moment of silence envelopes them. Chapter 44. Please do not abandon me within the spirit hall of Xie City. You are to go to the spirit city and deliver this token. Investigate the emergence of the evil souls at all costs. The man accepts the token and nods, departing at Yunguang's indication. She harbors no concerns about him misusing the angel token. After all, this token does not confer the same authority as the Pope's. Lord, as you can see, we have gathered all the healing soul masters in the city. I have truly done my utmost. Zhang Xiang wipes non-existent sweat from his brow. It is worth noting that he has offended someone, leading to his reassignment here. If he performs well today, a promotion and fortune may lie ahead. But failure could spell disaster. Moreover, the individual before him is the Lord of the Inspection Hall. He is notorious in Sierra City, and the risks are considerable. Yet he never considers fleeing. Where could he possibly escape to? How is she? The situation is rather complicated. It is uncertain whether she will survive, Zhang Xiang replies, lowering his gaze. In his heart, he suspects the youth's identity, especially given his golden hair and eyes, but he refrains from voicing his thoughts. As the individual has not divulged his identity, Zhang Xiang, I have heard some rather unfortunate news during my journey, Yunguang states as she approaches the high seat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang is instantly drenched in cold sweat. Qian Renxuan shows little interest in this matter and states, "I will go check on that girl." With that, he turns to leave. With a thud, Zhang Xiang kneels and declares, "I am fully aware that my actions leave no chance for survival. However, the Spirit Hall has shown me immense grace. I am willing to spend all my wealth and face public judgment to change the perceptions of the Spirit Hall among these people." Interesting. Since the establishment of the inspection hall, many have been slain, yet none have shown awareness like you. My words are not mere theatrics. Wealth can compensate for the people here, and death can hold significance. I implore you, Lord, spare my daughter. She is still young and knows nothing of hatred towards the Spirit Hall. Such a person has a daughter? I am curious about her opinion of you, especially considering your inclinations. Lord, you jest. I have not sunk to such depths. My daughter's attitude towards me is indeed not favorable. Yun Guang responds, "No matter how much of a scoundrel you are, you remain her father. What assurance can you provide?" Zhang Xiang stutters, struggling to articulate a response. "It matters not. Prepare for your judgment. Whatever you say, your fate is sealed, yet it cannot be denied that you are among the cleverest of this lot. Your daughter, most likely, shall not meet her end and will be sent to the Spirit City for her studies." "Thank you, esteemed Lord," Zhang Xiang exclaims, bowing repeatedly. Yun Guang, uninterested, vanishes, leaving him alone in the hall. Zhang Xiang does not rise, but instead lifts his gaze towards the high seat. Upon receiving the news, he understands he has reached the end of his road, yet he feels no fear. With death approaching, he finds an unexpected calm. What cleverness does he possess? If he were truly intelligent, would he have arrived at this juncture? From an ordinary man to his current position, he has become a high-ranking white-robed attendant solely due to offending someone. Power and desire. Looking back, his life does not appear so grim after all. Perhaps he has not lost much over the years. Zhang Xiang chuckles bitterly, shaking his head as he prepares to settle his affairs. Meanwhile, Qian Renxuan arrives at the location treating the girl. Upon seeing him, a woman immediately states, "Sir, the situation does not appear optimistic." I fear the woman does not finish her sentence, and Qian Renxuan understands her hesitation. She likely fears that his wrath might lead to dire consequences. Does he truly resemble a villain? He offers a friendly expression and replies, "Fear not. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." The woman appears momentarily taken aback, but then nods. In truth, in such a small city, there are few powerful individuals. Most with true talent have sought opportunities elsewhere. Qian Renxuan approaches the girl, glances at her, and prepares to leave, believing he has done all he can. Just then, the girl suddenly grasps his hand and weakly implores, "Please do not abandon me. The shadows will." Before she can finish, she loses consciousness again. The healing soul masters wear expressions of shock. How could she wake at such a time? According to their expectations, she should not have regained consciousness, which would reflect poorly on their professionalism. Thankfully, they keep their thoughts to themselves, for fear of losing their lives. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and save her," one person shouts, rousing everyone to begin treatment. The grip of the girl's hand remains firm, and Qian Renxuan does not struggle against her hold, allowing her to keep it. Yet, this cannot continue. She cannot hold on forever, and he cannot remain stationary indefinitely. On another front, Zhang Xiang prepares to meet his daughter for what may be the last time. "Nana, open the door. What do you want?" Zhang Xiang hesitates before responding. "I came to see you and bring you a surprise." "No need. I merely wished to see you. Moreover, you can now go to the Spirit City, to the Spirit Hall Academy." Seeing his daughter show no intention of opening the door, Zhang Xiang departs in resignation. Sunana has no desire to leave. She has lived with her mother since she was very young, and her mother sent her here before passing away. Yet, she and Zhang Xiang reside in separate homes. Her mother had always described her father as a scoundrel, a sentiment that has proven to be true. On the other side, after a prolonged period, Ying finally released her grip, allowing Qian Renxuan to exhale in relief. Had she held on any longer, he would have forcibly extricated himself. "My dear, this is truly a miracle. None of us anticipated her survival." The woman suddenly realized her faux pas and was about to offer an apology when Qian Renxuan, seemingly perceptive, immediately interjected, "No need for that. Just let it be. You all carry on with your efforts." Observing that Qian Renxuan bore no resentment towards her, the woman sighed in relief, having frightened herself considerably moments before. The following day marked the occasion of Zhang Xiang's public trial. On the platform, Zhang Xiang was bound to a cross, while someone nearby recited his transgressions. Below, a multitude of spectators cheered enthusiastically. Chapter 45. Metamorphosis amidst the cacophony of insults and cheers. Zhang Xiang met the finality of his existence. Even in death, he found no solace. His remains were tossed to the dogs, leaving not even a trace of his bones. This trial was witnessed in its entirety by Su Nana, and her emotions were indescribably complex. She was uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, very few knew about her being Zhang Xiang's daughter. Otherwise, her life could have been in peril. Qian Renxuan was also present at the scene. As he observed Su Nana's departure, he gazed at the remnants left behind, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. As night fell, Su Nana stealthily returned to the site to collect some of Zhang Xiang's belongings. Just remnants of flesh, really. Qian Renxuan silently watched her from above, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally set out to find Yi Renxin, but had encountered far too many unexpected events. How unfortunate for the demon bear. After gathering what she needed, Su Nana slipped away, cautiously glancing around, yet despite her vigilance, she failed to perceive Qian Renxuan. He chuckled softly, an extraordinary aura enveloped him, and when it dissipated, he had transformed into another person entirely. Indeed, the ability of floating life as a dream proved exceedingly useful, particularly in the arts of dream weaving and transformation, allowing him to mimic others almost perfectly, with few able to discern the difference. Regrettably, he had not yet grasped the transition from illusion to reality. No progress had been made. Qian Renxuan followed Su Nana as she entered a wooded area, where everything she had prepared awaited her. She had already dug a grave and placed several of Zhang Xiang's remnants into a pre-prepared box. As she buried the box, she muttered, "Mother always said you were clever. Are you truly so? How ironic." Despite having lived a relatively privileged life, a life afforded to her by Zhang Xiang, she remained silent and focused on her task. Qian Renxuan observed her, pondering his own purpose for being there. Was it merely to watch her? How absurd. Since he was already present, he might as well make it worthwhile. Having transformed, he decided to frighten her a little. Stealthily, he approached Su Nana and tapped her shoulder. She stiffened momentarily, then swiftly jumped back, drawing a dagger and regarding him with suspicion. Her mind was in disarray. She had witnessed Zhang Xiang's death, and now he stood before her once more. "Who are you?" she demanded. "My daughter. I am your father. Do you not recognize me?" Thankfully, his transformation allowed him to mimic not only appearances, but also tone and voice. Otherwise, he would not have been so convincing. "You are not him. I despise when he calls me daughter. Hence he never does." Qian Renxuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, unsure of how to proceed. Could it be that Su Nana was merely pretending? But it mattered little. He decided to drop the act and reveal his true self. Qian Renxuan dispelled the transformation, revealing his original visage. Su Nana, sensing the truth, summoned her martial spirit and launched an attack. "Calm down, young lady," he said, effortlessly catching her strike. "So this is your martial spirit? I had assumed it was merely the dagger, yet Zhang Xiang's martial spirit was not a dagger. Is this a legacy from your mother?" Su Nana, realizing her attack had failed, retreated. Noticing her reluctance to engage, Qian Renxuan remained silent. "Let me glimpse into your heart," he murmured, invoking the power of floating life as a dream. An ethereal light enveloped them. After a considerable time, Qian Renxuan gleaned the answers he sought and subtly altered Su Nana's memories, ensuring she would forget him. Once he had completed his tasks, he departed. The following day brought forth good news. The girl had awakened and was no longer in critical condition. The room now housed only 3 individuals, as the healing soul masters had been compensated and sent away. "What is your name, little sister?" Yun Guang inquired, yet the girl remained silent. Qian Renxuan, recalling something, quickly interjected, "Do not fear, we are not bad people. Your name is Shadow, is it not?" The girl nodded, responding, "My sister said I am like her shadow, so I am called Shadow." "What is your martial spirit?" Yun Guang asked, eager to know, having invested several days in this girl. Believing her to possess considerable talent, he certainly did not wish to suffer any losses. "My martial spirit is a shadow, for it allows me to hide within shadows, which is how I survived." Upon hearing this, Yun Guang's interest was piqued. It felt quite remarkable indeed, and there was no loss in it. However, he was unaware of her innate soul power. "How old are you, Shadow, and what is your innate soul power?" The girl lowered her head and softly replied, "I am 10 years old, and my innate soul power is only at level 5. Just a few days before the incident in the village, I acquired my first soul ring, and now I am at level 12. Yun Guang found her martial spirit intriguing. Had she been born under more favorable circumstances, she undoubtedly would have been stronger than she currently was. although her talent seemed of little consequence to Yun Guang now. The unique nature of her martial spirit might allow her to become an eternal shadow. After all, it was only a trial, and there was nothing to lose. Given that only he knew of Qian Renxuan's actions, he needed to gather some manpower. Just as Yun Guang was about to speak, Shadow, with a quivering voice, implored, "Please do not abandon me. I can be of immense help. We will not forsake you." Qian Renxuan assured her with a gentle smile. "Can I follow you?" "I am very obedient." Shadow looked at Qian Renxuan and said. In her memories, it was he who saved her in her moment of despair, allowing her to be reborn. That sensation, once unexperienced, could never truly be understood. The radiant, divine light emanating from Qian Renxuan, standing before her, imparted a warmth she would never forget. Furthermore, her sister had once mentioned that being a soul master was perilous, and in such a world, one must be cautious. Thus, she yearned to accompany Qian Renxuan. Though Yun Guang furrowed his brow, he chose not to elaborate further and awaited Qian Renxuan's response. Qian Renxuan believed himself to be an exceptionally kind individual. That was undeniable. How could one not be kind? Therefore, he resolved to allow her to accompany him. Should he take her to the Martial Spirit Academy upon their return? It seemed he had yet to visit it himself. "Of course, would you like to be my shadow? I shall call you Qianinger. How does that name suit you?" Shadow felt a resemblance between him and her sister, who had once said something similar. "Shall I be known as Qianinger from now on? I will ensure to carry your hopes forward and live well, never letting you down." With a nod and a smile, she said, "So I will be your shadow from now on. I will be called Qianinger." Observing her smile, Qian Renxuan felt a peculiar sensation, one he could not quite articulate. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Qianinger appeared quite lovely, with her short hair and delicate features. He abruptly halted his unsettling thoughts. Chapter 47. The reluctant delay. Let us take a break. We will leave together tomorrow, Yun Guang suggested, casting a knowing glance at Qian Renxuan. Seemingly aware of Yun Guang's intentions, Qian Renxuan concluded his conversation with Qianinger. "I will return shortly. Soon someone will bring some supplements and food," he said with a smile as he exited the room. Following Yun Guang, Qian Renxuan found himself in an unfamiliar location. "Is this a secret chamber?" he inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "I had no idea." Furthermore, secret chamber is a significant term. In the world of Douluo, mentioning it inevitably conjures thoughts of the illustrious secret chamber Douluo. The sensation was peculiar and unsettling. Qian Renxuan voiced his concern, asking, "What have you brought me here for? Is Yun Guang also going to turn into a pervert?" Yun Guang seemed to sense his strange thoughts, and promptly delivered a playful smack to his head. "What on earth are you thinking?" Qian Renxuan rubbed his head and replied, Nothing at all." With a sigh, Yun Guang adjusted her forehead, exclaiming, "Honestly, none of you are easy to deal with. All your dirty deeds fall upon my shoulders. I truly wonder what goes on in your mind." Qian Renxuan felt a twinge of helplessness at her words, as if she were implying he had committed numerous misdeeds. In reality, he had only once resorted to underhanded tactics against the evil soul beast sect. Perhaps his methods were rather questionable, but it was just that one time. He preferred not to engage in this topic with Yun Guang, for it was futile. She held the leverage, and they were allies. It was a simple matter of being outmatched in rhetoric. No matter how he argued, she would only reiterate that he was an evil soul master. And he could not counter that assertion, which was infuriating. Thus, Qian Renxuan conceded, Yes, it's all thanks to Sister Yun. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits." While he spoke those words, internally he mused, "Dire straits, my foot. Qian Douluo and the other offerings wouldn't dare to truly punish me." In truth, it was best to treat that shadow as a mere tool. One should not invest too much hope or affection in her, for that would lead to complications. Her martial spirit was quite formidable. A mere first-ring soul master had evaded an evil soul master of the soul respect level thanks to her martial spirit. Such an ability was particularly suited for clandestine endeavors. If her subsequent soul skills aligned with his vision, it would be even better. Qian Renxuan remarked, "Is that all? Does that not hold significance? There are countless clandestine affairs, especially for someone like you. Surely someone must undertake them. And it cannot rest solely upon me and a few lackeys." He muttered, "I should be a good person, yet in your words, I am anything but." Before he could finish, Yun Guang interrupted, "Do you have any objections?" "Not at all. You are absolutely correct," he stammered in response. Hearing his insincere words, Yun Guang shook her head in resignation and said, "Just ponder it yourself. After all, it is all for your benefit." Without further ado, Qian Renxuan slipped away. Yun Guang let out a sigh. contemplating that when he grew up to become the Pope, she would have had the honor of having confronted 3 generations of popes. If she added Qian Renxue to the mix, she would have faced 4 popes, 2 of whom were divine beings. Such a record and glory were unprecedented. She gazed into the distance, hoping those 2 oddballs would not complicate matters. The aspirations of the Qian family throughout the generations were, after all, her own desires, as well as those of the Yun family. She had waited far too long. This was the closest they had ever been to success, and there must be no unforeseen complications. Qian Renxue, you must. The following morning, the group set out once more in search of Yi Renxin. On the carriage, Yun Guang reassured, you need not worry about her. We shall arrive in a few days. Yi Renxin is quite adept in the realm of healing, after all. She is a 9-heart Tang. She added, moreover, she is nearly recovered, though her complexion is somewhat lacking. In agreement, Qian Ingo nodded, while Qian Renxuan offered an awkward smile. What more could he say? Within the small town, a confrontation unfolded. Yi Renxin, do not be so ungrateful. He has not even finished with his posturing. A loud slap echoed as he was struck, leaving him dazed. How dare you speak to Master Yi in such a manner? Apologize at once. Initially, he had intended to assert himself, but upon witnessing his father's glare and the loss of his teeth, he quickly backed down. Master Yi, I apologize. I was in the wrong. Please, forgive me. I am old, and my heart cannot withstand such shocks, he grumbled. He wished to say more, but Yi Renxin waved her hand dismissively. Enough, enough. What is it that you wish to convey? Are all members of the Spirit Hall like you? Master Yi, it is all a misunderstanding. Your reputation as a healer precedes you across the continent. I truly admire you. I merely wish to treat you to a meal, with no ulterior motives. The individual's demeanor was exceedingly humble, although he had a soul sage accompanying him on this outing, temporarily elevating his strength. He was also in the company of Yi Lingling. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall wielded considerable influence, and he had no desire to offend them. Thus, there was no harm in this arrangement. As their objectives were achieved, Lu Tao naturally beamed with delight, showering compliments throughout their journey. Today's banquet came at a considerable expense, featuring a variety of soul beast meats, a significant portion of which was sourced from elsewhere. However, prolonging this gathering was not a viable solution. A single meal could last several days, and he needed to devise further plans. Thus, both parties settled down, each harboring their own thoughts. However, the situation rapidly escalated beyond expectations. Lu Tao was reluctant to keep Yi Renxin, as that would undoubtedly provoke his ire. The Yi family's reputation was formidable, and without the upper hand, he had no intention of meddling. If he truly offended them, he would find himself in dire straits. While the Spirit Hall held significant power, he possessed no substantial backing and was largely inconsequential. Consequently, he resolved to focus his efforts on Yi Renxin's granddaughter, reasoning that as a young girl, she would be more easily swayed. Yi Renxin, having welcomed a daughter in his later years, suggested, Miss Yi, I presume you have yet to explore the charming town of Noxie. Why not allow my granddaughter to guide you on a delightful tour? Lu Li, understanding her father's intentions, began to charm Yi Lingling with flattery. Grandfather, let us go play for a while. Thus, they delayed once more. Yet, even a child would eventually tire of play, and the situation had surpassed all expectations. Prolonging the entertainment was futile. After all, Yi Renxin, as a healer, was accustomed to the benevolence of treating the sick and injured. Consequently, his son Lu Hai sustained numerous injuries, while he himself suffered from a chronic ailment that nearly resulted in his demise. Moreover, the Spirit Hall Soul Masters were gravely injured, with healing Soul Masters disappearing entirely, leaving hundreds reliant on Yi Renxin for salvation. Lu Tao exerted every effort, portraying a woeful state and offering compensation. Chapter 48. The first encounter yet, the 9-heart Tang truly lived up to its miraculous reputation, with so many in need. Healing commenced swiftly. Don't blink, and behold the wonders. This left Lu Tao somewhat questioning the meaning of life. The injuries sustained by these individuals appeared rather exaggerated. After he slightly raised the prices, the wounds of these soul masters seemed increasingly severe, with several of them nearly succumbing to death. For them, the prospect of earning money was enticing, especially with someone like Jushin Haitang dedicated to their healing. As long as they were not dead, they could be revived. And the more grievous the injuries, the greater the financial reward. What could be more delightful? As for the pain, the sight of gold soul coins numbed all suffering. Yi Renxin's expression was exceedingly grim, While saving so many certainly incurred a toll, the primary source of his frustration lay elsewhere. Could these individuals possibly regard him as a fool? How infuriating it is that the same group of people perpetually inflicts harm upon the same few. After addressing this batch of people, Yi Renxuan directly sought out Lu Tao. Let us dispense with pleasantries. What is your true intention? Is there any enjoyment in this ongoing charade? Yi, the master, jested. It appears we have an abundance of injured parties. Do you truly believe I am a fool? Lu Tao, sensing the rising ire, calculated that patience was running thin, and thus boldly stated, might I request you to pause for a few days? Just provide me with a single reason. Lu Tao adjusted his head, realizing that what he sought to conceal was now futile. It was a wasted effort. Someone wishes to see you. You could have mentioned that sooner. I can wait a few days. After Yi Renxuan finished speaking, he prepared to leave. But Lu Tao hastily interjected, there remains one final group. Rest assured, this will be the last, merely a minor incident. Yi Renxuan departed with a face as dark as thunder, leaving Lu Tao in a state of profound frustration over the considerable loss incurred. Young lady, where are your family members? Lu Li observed the few individuals before her with caution. I do not know them. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling innocently inquired, Big brother, big sister, are you here to find grandfather? Indeed. Can you take us to him, Lingling? However, grandfather has stated. Qian Renxuan gently ruffled Yi Lingling's hair and said, let us proceed. Big brother, how did you know my name? Wait for me. Thus, Yi Lingling followed them, pondering how he could possibly know her name. Did he truly know where her grandfather was? Yet, Qian Renxuan merely claimed to possess omniscience. This person is quite annoying. He clearly deceives children. With such abilities. Is he truly human? Hey, can you speak the truth? Qian Renxuan ignored her, while Yun Guang remarked, little sister, you are truly adorable. How about a hug from your elder sister? No, I don't want that. I'm not interested. Qian Renxuan shook his head, lamenting the company he kept. As they journeyed onward, Yi Lingling grew increasingly astonished. He truly knew everything. Can you be truthful? Seeing that Qian Renxuan was unresponsive, she dashed into the manor, which Lu Tao had provided. Grandfather, someone is looking for you. He even knows my name. Lingling did not disclose that her grandfather was present. He has indeed come to the right place. Does he truly know everything? Silly child, someone must have informed him long ago. Yi Lingling nodded in understanding. Chapter 49. The opportunity to break the curse. Are you the one seeking to see me? The Soul Saint whispered, Master, that woman is exceptionally powerful. Exercise caution. Yi Renxuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. The group followed Yi Renxuan into the main hall, where they took their seats, and a servant brought tea. Qian Renxuan sampled the tea and exclaimed, exquisite. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat off, as Yun Guang shot him a glare. Did he say something amiss? Primarily, he could not discern any notable difference. Praising it seemed harmless regardless. And who might this be? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Renxuan, the heir of the Spirit Hall. I came here today, but alas, was interrupted by Yun Guang. The purpose of my visit is to seek your esteemed assistance, Master Yi. In the Spirit City. The Spirit City? That is the very stronghold of the Spirit Hall. Should I venture there and fail to return, it would indeed be intriguing. You need not worry, Master Yi. We recently vanquished the evil spirit masters, and an elder sustained significant injuries, hence my request for your aid. Yi Renxuan contemplated, feeling a tinge of anxiety. After all, the Spirit Hall had previously extended an invitation to him, which he had declined, yet now he found himself amidst a predicament. Of course, it was not solely the Spirit Hall that had done so. All three major sects had made their overtures. Thus, to refuse this request would be rather inconvenient. He finally spoke. The matter of the evil spirit masters concerns us all. I am willing to lend my assistance. Upon hearing Yi Renxuan's agreement, Qian Renxuan prepared to embark upon another matter. Yun Guang, understanding the implications, remarked, the subsequent discussion may not be suitable. Yi Renxuan comprehended and instructed the Soul Saint and the servant to depart. However, Yi Lingling adamantly refused to leave, and Qian Renxuan did not insist, recognizing that the forthcoming matters also involved her. Has Lingling awakened her martial soul yet? Soon. This implies that there is indeed nothing. Qian Renxuan remarked. The nine-heart begonia is both a miracle and a curse. Only one successor can exist in each generation. At any given time, there can only be 2 nine-heart begonia soul masters alive. What exactly do you wish to convey? Hearing this, Yi Renxuan's heart raced wildly. To break the curse was a desire cherished by his family for generations, yet it had never been realized. Indeed, it was no easy task. Although the spirit hall was powerful, it was not so benevolent. Even if there existed a possibility, it would undoubtedly come at a cost, one that he felt the Yi family could not possibly bear. Yi Renxuan composed himself and replied, "Do you truly believe I would trust such words?" Qian Renxuan, lacking any certainty, merely saw it as a fanciful notion, a mere illusion to be conjured. In this world exists a rare celestial entity, the divine medicinal herb, which is found only in heaven, seldom gracing the mortal realm. Different celestial herbs possess distinct effects, some even capable of inducing evolution in a soul. Should Lingling's soul undergo such evolution, it would no longer be the nine-heart begonia, rendering the curse altogether meaningless. Yi Renxuan calmly stated, "This diverges from your assertions. Even if Lingling's soul evolves, it would merely signify her breaking the ancestral curse, not that the nine-heart begonia of the Yi family has been dispelled." Oh, this was somewhat contrary to what he had envisioned, yet he had contemplated this aspect. The most exquisite scenario would entail Lingling's soul evolving, ensuring that no descendant would ever again be a nine-heart begonia, and Yi Renxuan would refrain from having further children, thus nullifying the curse. Truly a win-win situation. Was Yi Renxuan still inclined to have another child? It must be said, age has its advantages. So why did Qian Della not entertain such thoughts? He would have to resort to an alternative plan. Qian Renxuan cleared his throat and replied, "That is an excellent inquiry, delving into another realm of discussion. I wonder, has Master Yi ever heard of the divine?" Yi Renxuan's pupils contracted slightly. Naturally, he had heard whispers of certain legends, yet belief was an entirely different matter. The more one knew, the more perilous it became. Even if deities were to exist, such knowledge would undoubtedly be among the most closely guarded secrets of the spirit hall. Yun Guang nearly spat out his tea. This was a deviation from the plan. Was it truly wise to speak so boldly? However, Qian Renxuan was not overly concerned. The faith in celestial beings had dwindled considerably on this continent, and the existence of deities mattered little to most. In fact, many had ceased to believe in gods altogether. Truth be told, if one wished to gather faith, the deities must be present, and the spirit hall was rife with sorrows. What do you mean by that? Yi Renxuan mercilessly interrupted him, stating, "There is no need for further elaboration. If you can enable Lingling to evolve her soul and break the ancestral curse, I, Yi Renxuan, along with the Yi family, shall pledge our allegiance to the spirit hall for generations to come. However, this commitment is contingent upon Lingling's soul evolution." Qian Renxuan nodded in agreement. After all, it was unrealistic to expect something for nothing. Having secured half of the arrangement, should they revisit the Sunset Forest to confer with Douluo about life? He contemplated when to seize the celestial herb. Perhaps a visit now would still suffice. Could the magic bear withstand such a venture? Splitting into two groups was also a possibility. Once the terms were settled, preparations were made for their departure. Why do you insist on speaking in secret chambers? What do you understand? Safety. Yes, you are entirely correct. Yun Guang, irate, inquired, "What is wrong with you today? Had Yi Renxuan not interrupted you, would you have divulged everything?" Qian Renxuan immediately retorted, "How could that be? It was merely to tantalize him, to paint a picture. After all, it is all just bluster. You will surely be the death of yourself one day. Moreover, to gather faith did not necessitate secrecy. Celestial beings required faith. And for Schwer, becoming a celestial being meant she would also need faith to ascend further, a foregone conclusion. Collecting faith in the name of a celestial being differs greatly from gathering it under your own name, a distinction well documented in the Qian family records." Yet before he could finish, Yun Guang interjected, "That is your divergence with Qian Douluo. If there are issues, consult him, for he is the divine envoy. Isn't it different? The last time I discussed this matter with my grandfather, did you not also comprehend it?" "It is not the same," Yun Guang asserted. "I truly do not understand what your relationship entails," a statement that fortunately went unheard by Yun Guang. The deification through faith is not necessarily a favorable outcome. It is not that faith is toxic, but rather that one's power is intertwined with faith, is it not? I wonder if the deities on Douluo have a similar premise? The divine position he inherited must be formidable, yet it carries certain pitfalls. However, the A scenario entails deification through strength, obliterating the divine realm. Thus he would naturally ascend to godhood. The B scenario involves obediently inheriting a divine position, while C relates to faith. Indeed, there is wisdom in advocating for comprehensive development. It is worth exploring all avenues, as one possesses the confidence to do so. Chapter 50, on the subject of sycophants. Qian Renxuan first treated Qian Renxue, demonstrating the prowess of the nine-heart begonia by restoring her health immediately. Subsequently, the group set off overnight. Qian Renxuan shared a carriage with a soul saint attendant, while Qian Renxian, Yin Guang, Yi Lingling, and Qian Renxue occupied another. The atmosphere among the 4 women and 1 man was somewhat subdued, characterized largely by silence. Fortunately, he opted for meditation and cultivation during the journey. After days and nights of travel, they finally returned to the Spirit City. Having spent nearly a month on this round trip, upon arriving at the Spirit City, Qian Renxuan did not pause for rest. Heading straight to the location of the magic bear. Observing the formidable creature before him, Qian Renxuan's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Fortunately, someone has extended its life. Otherwise, I would have arrived too late." Indeed, to save the magic bear, the Spirit Hall had mobilized various precious medicinal materials, with Elder Yang and a group of individuals working tirelessly to prolong its life. This is largely owed to the commendable healing abilities of the old man Yang's martial spirit. At that moment, an individual suddenly emerged from the grand hall. It was none other than the old man Yang Wuxin. This individual regards Qian Renxuan as an idol, and now it has become a matter for 2 professionals. Thus, the amateurs shall refrain from interfering with their performance. It is my first visit to Wuhuan City, Xingu. Might you accompany me on a tour? Yi Lingling glanced at the nearby Qian Renxian. He thought, since there was nothing pressing, he might as well agree. But first, they should locate Qian Renxue. Thus, he led Yi Lingling and Qian Renxue in search of Qian Renxue. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, Hulaina, and Tianyu were joyfully engaged in their activities, accompanied by 2 rather uninviting characters, Xiaoyu and the overly devoted Yan. To be honest, ever since Qian Renxian had disciplined him, Yan's demeanor had improved significantly. He was rather in awe of Qian Renxian, perhaps believing it would aid him in pursuing Hulaina. Out of pity for him, Qian Renxian had advised him on numerous occasions, yet Yan remained obstinately unyielding, entirely dismissing the counsel, much to Qian Renxuan's frustration. He genuinely contemplated the intricacies of Yan's mind. It was utterly baffling. In the original narrative, they had been entangled for over a decade. Yet Hulaina had never paid him any heed, even turning away from Tang San. And now, he remained an unrequited admirer, failing to attract any woman's interest. Qian Renxian, whose prowess was unmatched, found himself utterly eclipsed by Yan in this regard. He would willingly acknowledge Yan as the strongest and even accept him as an elder brother, though Douluo, Flander, and Tang Xiao shared a similar fate. The latter 2 at least recognized their position and retained a semblance of dignity. Douluo held Poseidon as his eternal beacon of hope. Despite the countless lives lost on Sea God Island, he still idolized Poseidon, espousing some nonsensical notion of harmonious coexistence. Such absurdity. In comparison, Yan was not without merit. As for why he did not pursue Hulaina, Qian Renxian thought it unnecessary to elaborate. She simply did not pique his interest. Xiaoyu, pondering, asked, "Where did I falter?" Xiaoyu glanced at his good brother and realized, as the leader had said, there was no saving him. He shook his head and replied, "To be frank, there are plenty of girls at the Wuhuan Academy. Why not consider someone else? Are you questioning my affection for Nana?" Yan retorted, indignantly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu slowly uttered 2 words, "Dimwit." "Humph, considering you might become my future brother-in-law, I shall let this slide." Yan inwardly lamented why he had such a brother. It was infuriating. Chapter 51. Everyone observing Yan nearby, Xiaoyu needed little thought. He knew him all too well, undoubtedly concocting schemes to win over his sister's favor. Truly, what a naive child to ponder such things. Would it not be more prudent to focus on diligent cultivation? After all, what allure do women possess compared to the pursuit of strength? Perhaps once he matures a bit more, Yan will grasp the reality of his situation. It was utterly exasperating. "Brother-in-law, why do you think I lost to a woman?" he lamented. "You fool." Yan paid little mind to Xiaoyu's scorn, but he was utterly perplexed. Losing to a man could be comprehended, albeit he wouldn't concede, but to lose to a woman, 2 individuals of the same gender, it was beyond his understanding, leaving him profoundly shaken. On the other side, Qian Renxian, finding Qian Renxue absent, instructed Qian Renxue to freshen up and borrowed a piece of Qian Renxue's clothing. Then, they set out to find her. Tianyu, embracing Hulaina and Qian Renxue, lamented Yan's persistence. Despite her previous efforts to discipline him, it seemed utterly futile. Hulaina pushed her hand away, saying, "Stop it." "What a surprise," she exclaimed, rolling her eyes. Is everyone here? Upon hearing Qian Renxuan's voice, Qian Renxue rushed forward to embrace him. Brother, you are back. Then she cautiously eyed the two girls he had brought along. Why did you return with two girls? Is this not the very tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress, only to pledge himself in return? Yet, might it not be somewhat trivial? Shouldn't I take some initiative? Perhaps I ought to assert my standing. No, it would be more prudent to counsel my elder brother instead. Qian Gud, the leader. As everyone greeted Qian Renxuan, he nodded in acknowledgement, gently pushing aside Qian Renxue to introduce Qian Inger and Yi Lingling to the others. Upon hearing about Qian Inger's plight, the crowd expressed genuine sympathy for her misfortune. He mused to himself that a preliminary team had been formed. He and Qian Renxue possessed the greatest talents, followed closely by Hulaina and Tianyu, with Xieyu and Yin trailing behind. Once Yi Lingling awakened her martial soul, they would have a solid support. With Qian Inger having consumed the celestial herb, her potential would surely rise to match the rest. Truly, a perfect arrangement. Isn't this configuration a bit unfair to Tang San? It could make him question his very existence, and moreover, he can no longer flaunt the Haotian hammer. The name Evil Soul Beast Hammer is indeed quite intriguing. As Qian Renxuan contemplated the various emotional entanglements among the team, he realized that they were quite harmonious. Setting aside Qian Inger's talent issues, the situation could not be more perfect. However, talent aside, there is always the possibility of gathering celestial herbs. After all, one day they could seize them, concoct a pill, which would be far superior to merely consuming the herbs, and the quantity would certainly be more abundant. So what should they name it? Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to venture out and explore. Even though he struggled to comprehend the allure of such an outing. Shall we go out for a day of fun? Absolutely. With this, grandfather will have nothing to say. With Qian Gu leading the way, let me tell you, Nana, the last time I... Really? Tianyu interjected. When have I ever deceived you? But last time. Hulaina had directly covered Tianyu's mouth. Most agreed, with the exception of the solitary cultivator, Xieyu, who was forcefully dragged away by Yin after receiving a punch. Thus, a perfect consensus was reached. Nana, you must try this. It's truly delicious. Eye sparkling effect, indeed. I must say, there's south another place that is exceptionally tasty. I only discovered it when I sneaked out last time. You snuck out again? If I tell grandfather Jean, Upon hearing this, Tianyu immediately conceded, no, please don't. Sister Shui wouldn't treat me like that, would she? That's uncertain. It all depends on your sincerity. May I treat you to a meal? Qian Renxue replied with complete approval, though in truth, Tianyu was rather impoverished. As the granddaughter of the second elder, having to borrow money? How absurd. The cause of this predicament lay with Tianyu herself. Grandfather Genie had instructed her to cultivate, yet she often sneaked out to play, resulting in him withholding her allowance. Consequently, Qian Renxue became her creditor. And Tianyu had accumulated quite a debt, one that she could barely recall. However, both Qian Renxue and Hulaina kept a watchful eye on her training, ensuring she wouldn't escape with Hulaina around. So you intend to use my money to treat me? Oh my goodness. Big brother, that is so beautiful. Following her gaze, Qian Renxuan beheld exquisite embroidery, featuring what seemed to be the 9-heart sitang. He promptly purchased it as a gift for Yi Lingling. Thank you. Big brother. Brother, I want one too. No need. You'll only cause trouble. Though he said this, Qian Renxuan still bought several more, distributing them among his companions. Well, Xieyu and Yin didn't receive any. I presume they have no need for such things. Over there essay performance. Shall we take a look? A fire-breathing show? How impressive. Impressive? When my martial soul manifests, I can even manipulate magma. Would you like me to perform for you? Hulaina regarded him with a look of disbelief, while Yin continued to laugh foolishly, likely due to Hulaina's attention on him. Next, allow me to guide you to an exceptionally delightful restaurant. It's my treat. Upon hearing this, Hulaina tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to cease the pretense. Yin, not holding back, remarked, with the little money you have, all borrowed, perhaps it's best to refrain from adding to your burdens. I'm not refusing to repay. Sister Shui doesn't mind, so why the fuss? I never claimed you wouldn't repay. I'm merely looking out for you. What else with the sarcasm? All right. Let us not quarrel, Hulaina interjected to soothe the two. Ultimately, they both huffed in annoyance. The group enjoyed a cheerful meal together. Although a minor unpleasant incident occurred during the meal, it was of little consequence. As night fell, the moon hung at a slant, and the stars twinkled in the sky, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, prompting pedestrians to look up in astonishment. Brilliant fireworks erupted above Wuhuan City, painting the sky in vibrant hues, while the city below glowed with countless lights. Qian Renxuan remarked, "Is this considered a disturbance to the peace?" "Brother, what a ridiculous question. Is today a special occasion? So many fireworks. It seems someone is proposing over there. He is not the only one doing so. Come on, let us go take a look. Why are you so eager to join the commotion?" Chapter 52. The Wedding What Proposal? This is merely a declaration of love. So many spectators only add to the pressure. Look, the young man's face is flushed. Upon uttering those words, it seemed as though they were overheard, causing the gentleman to feel increasingly embarrassed, as if he wished to find a hole to burrow into. Ah, a rare occurrence of a woman pursuing a man, with the lady making her confession. How curious that the illustrious Qian Renxuan would find himself in such a predicament. Meanwhile, an individual pondered whether a confession would indeed lead to a union, contemplating if perhaps it could be possible. Simultaneously, within the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, a modest wedding was underway, with the protagonists naturally being Ning Lin and Ning Qiu. Since his last return from the brink of death, he resolved never to venture out again, content to embrace a life of tranquility. 2 years prior, upon returning to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, he had vehemently denounced the evil soul beast sect, while simultaneously elevating the status of the martial soul hall. Ning Qiu had remained in a deep slumber for an extended period before awakening, yet, as the elder had forewarned, her right arm was rendered useless. This matter bears a striking resemblance to the dream of Qian Renxuan, yet it is rendered more vivid and seamless. Subsequently, he devoted himself to caring for Sister Ning Qiu, seizing an opportune moment to express his love and propose in one fluid motion. "Sister Ning Qiu, I cherish you. My feelings for you have always transcended mere familial affection. I wish to be with you, not as siblings, but as husband and wife." The wind tousled Ning Qiu's hair, and the strands gently brushed against her face. She adjusted her hair and replied, "I feel the same." However, as the conversation unfolded, Ning Qiu broke into tears and fled, leaving Ning Lin alone in a whirlwind of confusion. After much effort, he came to understand that Ning Qiu's mental state had deteriorated, having lost her right arm. She felt unworthy of him. In that moment, he was utterly stunned. What sorcery was this? Initially, Ning Qiu harbored affections for him as well. It is a beautiful thing when the one you love reciprocates your feelings. Yet, she was plagued by psychological turmoil. What could possibly render her unworthy? After all, his talents paled in comparison to hers. If anyone was unworthy, it was he. As if that were not enough, Ning Qiu began to retreat into herself, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, entertained thoughts of self-harm. Over the course of a year, he neglected his own cultivation, choosing instead to remain by Ning Qiu's side. Even when she sometimes refused to see him, his aspirations for marriage faded. All he desired was for her to recover swiftly. This predicament also incited considerable anger from their parents. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit. Through his unwavering efforts, Ning Qiu gradually emerged from her darkness and accepted him once more. Today marks their wedding, a dream realized. The ceremony unfolds gently, enveloped in a sense of tranquility. The wedding was attended by only a few, and within the Seven Treasures glazed sect, Ning Lin's closest connection was with Ning Qiu, who was quite similar to him. Thus, it was merely a formality. "I wish to be with you always. Indeed, we shall never part again, never." The two embraced, followed by a tender kiss. Their parents were naturally delighted. Ning Lin had grown up before their eyes, and Ning Qiu was their beloved daughter. They had long been a family. Now, all that remained was to welcome a child. Although strength posed a challenge, the surname Ning was not a significant issue. They were just a step away from a complete life. Chapter 53. A family after a day of merriment. Everyone returned to their respective homes, seeking their mothers, though perhaps not entirely accurately. The troubles within this small team are rather immense. Qian Renxue is without parents, and Yi Lingling has never known her parents since childhood. He likely understands the reason. Having never possessed them, one cannot experience loss. The tragic fate of the nine-heart begonia is thus inescapable, and perhaps this knowledge offers her some solace. The trio of Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina also lacks parental figures. He and Qian Renxue will eventually reconcile with Bibi Dong. But that is a matter for the future. For now, it is as if nothing exists. Coincidentally, Tianyu is also without a father. Truly, this forms the mightiest of teams. Among the 8 members, not a single complete family can be found, rendering the concept of a traditional family utterly absent. One might as well name it the strongest orphanage. It is quite extraordinary, reflecting on this. One cannot help but chuckle at the inexplicable bond that ties them together. Qian Renxuan is at a loss for words. However, tragedy shall not repeat itself. Qian Renxue is not like her counterpart in the original tale, having grown up in solitude. She has forged her own friendships, and in terms of familial bonds, she has Qian Douluo in him. Indeed, he is a commendable brother. There shall be no execution of any nonsensical coup d'etat. After 20 years of covert efforts, the endeavor has culminated in failure. The most perplexing aspect remains Qian Douluo's acquiescence to such a plan. 20 years of time and effort squandered. Qian Renxue can now devote herself to cultivation, embarking on divine trials, and ultimately achieving divinity would be the most prudent choice. Practical combat experience can be sought from soul beasts, or even from some imprisoned soul masters. With Qian Daolia's guidance, engaging in battles against formidable opponents such as the 7 Offerings and the 9 Elders is feasible, and there are numerous powerful allies at their disposal. Resources are abundant. One could assert that nothing is lacking. If there were a desire to orchestrate a coup, he could simply dispatch individuals to eliminate the princes of the Tiando Empire until only one remains, employing a few subtle tactics. Would that not be more effective? If Shui Yi still wishes to survive, let us not jest. One birth leads to one demise, and thus Shui Yi would meet an untimely end. A flawless plan indeed. As Qian Renxuan continued to smile, he suddenly noticed Qian Inger and Yi Lingling trailing behind him. Qian Inger's following him was understandable, as this unfamiliar place offered her no other recourse. Yet, Yi Lingling, does she not have her grandfather? This left him feeling perplexed, prompting the question, what is the situation here? Are you referring to me, big brother? Yi Lingling blinked innocently. What else could it be? Grandfather mentioned he was quite busy and hadn't resolved matters yet, so he suggested that I stay with you. Is that all right? You, Yi Renxuan, are remarkably trusting. Do you not fear he could be worse than a beast? However, it seems your confidence stems not from self-assurance but rather from your age. It's quite perplexing, truly perplexing. Nevertheless, there are plenty of rooms available. Accommodating 2 more individuals is hardly an issue. Yet, Qian Renxue regarded him with a hint of wariness, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as though she were contemplating something unfavorable. Consequently, Qian Renxuan playfully delivered a light knock on her head. Ouch, that hurt. Qian Renxue protested, feeling a touch aggrieved. Oh, my foolish sister, your gaze carries a hint of danger. What nonsense. It's you who's feeling guilty. Goodness, this is overwhelming. What could I possibly feel guilty about? What thoughts occupy your mind? Feel free to find any room you like. Wow, big brother, this place is magnificent. It's even better than where I usually stay. This statement carries a hint of danger, yet fortunately, he is a person of integrity and not a deviant. Well then, off you go to bed, little one. Humph. I am not a little child. You ought to know that if you don't sleep early, you 1T grow tall. Is that true? Qian Renxue chuckled, saying, Big brother is teasing you. I am not. Do not speak nonsense. In the end, Yi Lingling believed Qian Renxuan's words. After she entered, she realized there were no blankets. So she poked her head out again. Lingling, dear sister, please wait a moment. I will bring you a blanket shortly. Qian Renxue was fully aware of the absence. All right. May I? No, we shall discuss it tomorrow. Qian Inger said hesitantly, but I haven't expressed myself yet. What do you think? Ultimately, Qian Inger conceded defeat. In truth, he treated Qian Inger quite well because her martial soul, the shadow, was rather peculiar. When her martial soul manifested, she could merge into shadows, traversing them effortlessly, even passing through walls with ease. Moreover, she was impervious to physical attacks. Only elemental cleaving could harm her. Her first soul skill, shadow infiltration, extended the duration of her ability to blend into shadows, among other enhancements. To be honest, it was quite formidable, which explained her prolonged evasion. However, the drawback was that while fully submerged, she could not launch attacks, a concept he found perplexing. He wondered if acquiring subsequent soul skills could alter this limitation. Nevertheless, he decided to nurture her, as it was not a burden, and who knows, perhaps there might be an unexpected surprise. After some contemplation, Qian Renxuan found himself unable to sleep, as the psychological impact lingered. Instead, he began to admire the starry sky. Meanwhile, within the Elder Hall, Yi Renxuan had arrived to meet a legendary figure, Qian Douluo. Truth be told, he had no desire to be there. This was his first visit to the Martial Soul Hall, and to encounter such a high-ranking figure made it feel as though escape was impossible. Yet, he found himself unable to resist, as he was outmatched. Uncertain of the purpose behind Qian Daoliu's summons, Yi Renxuan inquired. I have heard from the third elder that you wish to recruit young Qian. I, as a grandfather, am also curious to meet him. Yi Renxuan mentally cursed, realizing that this esteemed figure had long since vanished from public view, and now someone informed him that he wished to meet him. Alas, he had learned much in recent days. He had come to understand the strength of the martial soul hall, having even witnessed the legendary title of a soul master while rescuing the demon bear. From that moment, he recognized the necessity to either align himself with them or be prepared for unforeseen circumstances, as safety was not guaranteed in this land. Thus, he boldly declared, I have long admired the illustrious reputation of the martial soul hall, yet I lack the means to connect with it, which remains one of my life's regrets. Today, I humbly request the esteemed elder to accept my application to join the martial soul hall. Yi Renxuan, you certainly have a way with words. Qian Dalu replied with a smile. Yi Renxuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Meeting this individual was rather daunting. Do not worry, the night is perfect. Perhaps one day, we shall be family, Qian Dalu remarked, emphasizing a particular word with notable weight. This left Yi Renxuan somewhat bewildered. How could they be considered family? Joining the spirit hall makes one a family member? How absurd. Family. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be Yi Lingling? That little rascal, Qian Renxuan, is the grandson of Qian Douluo. How could they be family? Perhaps by marrying off his granddaughter. After some contemplation, he found this notion not entirely unacceptable. Chapter 54. A significant matter. Marrying Yi Lingling to Qian Renxuan could indeed be advantageous. He was well aware of the boy's exceptional talent, destined to become a formidable force in the future. Furthermore, this would allow for true integration within the spirit hall, solidifying the familial bond. The benefits were considerable, with minimal risk, as the spirit hall is arguably the most powerful faction on the continent. Was it not the case that the so-called top 3 sects were obliterated by the spirit hall? That was done in the name of justice. Nevertheless, one must not solely focus on the benefits. Yi Renxuan held his granddaughter's feelings in high regard. Her happiness was paramount. Of course, a strong partner would be preferable since his granddaughter was a support type. Yi Renxuan tentatively inquired, Are you suggesting a marriage alliance? No, brother Yi. You are being too rigid. Such a significant life event must be a matter of personal choice. Mutual affection is of utmost importance. How could one impose it? Once again, Yi Renxuan felt overwhelmed. Should one truly commend the continent's foremost power for their progressive mindset while he remained trapped in antiquated thoughts? He was tempted to assert that family alliances were paramount, that love was irrelevant, and that one should prioritize familial obligations over personal desires. Having enjoyed the privileges of family, should one simply abandon the duty when called upon, shouting for freedom? That would surely infuriate both sides and could even lead to dire consequences. However, in special circumstances, the words of the powerful were always right. Yi Renxuan promptly affirmed, Indeed. As Yi Renxuan regarded him, Qian Daolu reminisced about his own past. Realizing that speaking too much often led to tears, he vaguely recalled the day he discussed marriage with Qian Renxuan. What he expressed then need not be reiterated. Qian Renxuan had said, But I heard there is a woman on Sea God Island whom grandfather seems to favor. Why not simply bring her here? At that moment, Qian Daolu experienced an epiphany. Love is magnificent, sacred, and free. Qian Renxuan quietly remarked, That's just being a sycophant. Though he did not grasp the meaning of sycophant, he sensed it was not a compliment, prompting him to sternly reprimand Qian Renxuan. Alas, falling for Cici was the greatest mistake of his life. Yet he was willing to err time and again. That, indeed, is true love. Yet he was still vexed as to why Cici was enamored with that worthless Tang Chun. Damn it, back then, he had fought him without using his full strength. After all, a divine envoy cannot wield divine power. Was that fair? What nonsense. Cici had only triumphed over them thanks to her divine power and home advantage. To be fair, within the spirit city, it mattered not whether one was Tang Chun or not. With divine power, one was invincible in the skies, wielding a sword to wreak havoc. Sometimes, he found himself understanding some of the words his grandson had spoken, such as, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. He felt quite pleased about annihilating the evil soul beast sect, as Tang Chun had become a solitary figure, excluding Tang Hao and his son. Once Tang Chun was dealt with, Cici would be heartbroken. He could then comfort her, which would be quite the scenario. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. After all, Qian Douluo had built a formidable reputation throughout his life, only to find himself tangled in a web of troubles due to a single woman, with consequences that lingered to this day. He did not wish to leave this world without witnessing the siblings grow, become divine beings, marry, and have children. Yet, some things were destined to remain unseen, such as the fate of a divine envoy, though he held no regrets. Mainly, there were those who sought to confront him, reminding him of a certain ruthless individual who exchanged life for life, and thus Qian Douluo. Chapter 55. The disappearance of Tang Yuehua. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Qian Douluo remarked, "The two children are still young. They should first cultivate their feelings over time." He believed his arrangement was quite astute. After all, growing up together would inevitably foster some affection between the two children. In such circumstances, it should be rather effortless to unite, especially considering that the innate talent of the Nine Hearts begonia is unlikely to be subpar. Perfect. Unbeknownst to Qian Renxuan, who is still gazing at the stars, a significant decision regarding his life has already been made by another. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. Unless Qian Douluo were to become blind, resistance would be out of the question. The abominable institution of arranged marriage. What should follow? Cultivation, perhaps an attempt at a martial soul fusion technique with Qian Renxue, instruct a few individuals, and then lay down some strategies to provide Tang San with a taste of hellish beginnings. It is rather peculiar that, despite the resonance between his and Qian Renxue's martial souls facilitating a seamless fusion, they remain unable to progress to the next step or utilize it, leaving one quite perplexed. Utterly unable to comprehend the nature of this situation. With the stars offering little allure, it seems prudent to engage in meditation and cultivation instead. Meanwhile, within the confines of Heaven Do City, a silver-haired woman surveys the city from her vantage point in the void. This figure is Yin Mian. Qian Renxuan has entrusted her with a task to capture Tang Yuehua, irrespective of where she hides. Concealment is all that matters. Tang Yuehua has allied with the nobility of Heaven Do to resist the Spirit Hall, disseminating nefarious information, and her entanglement with Shui Yi is ambiguous at best. The Spirit Hall cannot overtly apprehend her, as the pretext of the evil soul master does not apply in her case, while it is feasible to forcibly detain her. It would be fraught with complications, especially for someone unlikely to surpass level 10 in their lifetime. Such an endeavor is entirely unnecessary. However, Yin Mian is different. She is aligned with the Spirit Hall and heeds only him, with no one else privy to this knowledge. At the opportune moment, during the selection of the three great sects, she could emerge, armed with a justification under the guise of eradicating the remnants of evil soul masters, a responsibility shared by all, thus presenting a gift to the Spirit Hall. As for whether suspicions may arise or gaps in the plan exist, that is an entirely different matter. Who would dare challenge her? If Shui Yi seeks someone, he would demand a princely sum, but if not, she would remain confined. Should Tang San later emerge from the city of slaughter, no one would come to his aid. A splendid scheme indeed. It could even infuriate Tang Hao. It appears Tang Yuehua harbors feelings for him, truly a family trait. None are entirely sane. If successful, she would become the vanguard of virtue in this world. Is the master's task concerning a woman named Tang Yuehua? With Qian Renxuan's meticulous guidance, Yin Mian seems poised to embark on her mission. A radiant silver glow emanates from her, and in the blink of an eye, she appears to transcend this realm. Yin Mian begins her search for Yuxian, and after a brief while, she locates Tang Yuehua within an exquisite 5-story pavilion, which exudes a sense of opulence and tranquility. The sign merely bears the two characters, Yuxian. Without causing a stir, Yin Mian instantaneously transports herself to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, only Tang Yuehua was present, the ground adorned with precious white jade tiles and surrounded by various wooden decorations. Seated on a low stool, Tang Yuehua faced a Qin platform, while Yin Mian stood behind her, unnoticed as she remained within the spatial confines. Tang Yuehua raised her long, delicate hands and began to play. Melodious notes flowed from the silver Qin, imbued with a hint of sorrow and longing. Coincidentally, Yin Mian, devoid of emotions, could not appreciate such artistry. Thus, she employed her third soul technique, between the void. Although she could not move individuals, she could enclose them within the void while traversing its space. Slowly, the void materialized, forming a silvery cube that encapsulated Tang Yuehua, who remained oblivious to her predicament, as the void was virtually invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, both vanished from their original location, reappearing deep within a secluded forest. Tang Yuehua finally sensed something amiss, but her cries were in vain. She found herself trapped in this confined space, as if a wall of nothingness stood before her. Overwhelmed, she wondered who had kidnapped her and hoped for a motive related to wealth or for someone to rescue her. Yin Mian, however, had no intention of allowing Tang Yuehua to starve, so she would need to procure sustenance for her. It was then that Tang Yuehua realized who her captor was. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. Yin Mian recollected. "Because you are a remnant of the evil soul master, and I must capture you to eliminate the threat to the continent. Is that justification sufficient?" Tang Yuehua was taken aback. While the matter of the evil soul beast sect was known, few were aware of her origins, and Shui Yi had no objections. Moreover, how could this individual place such unwavering faith in the spirit hall? Although evil soul masters conspired with soul beasts, not all factions on the continent believed this, particularly given the spirit hall's rapid actions, which had effectively eradicated many threats and provided evidence of their claims. As a member of Haotian sect, she understood that the spirit hall's assertions were mere fabrications. The so-called evil soul masters were nothing more than lovers, and the spirit hall acted solely out of self-interest. "I believe we can negotiate." Yet, Yin Mian had no desire to entertain her words, promptly confining her once more and utilizing spatial markings to return to Spirit City. Although puppets and their masters could communicate remotely, Yin Mian chose to return, perhaps to display loyalty. In Qian Renxuan's chamber, though he was alone, a woman's voice could be heard. "Master, everything is prepared, awaiting the selection of the 3 sections." "And what of Tang Hao?" "As you predicted, he has settled in Holy Soul Village." "I have told you, there is no need to address me as master." "No, you are indeed my master." Qian Renxuan shook his head at Yin Mian's insistence and said no more. In Holy Soul Village, he pondered, "What do you think about opening a rabbit slaughterhouse there? Specifically for the delicate bone rabbit. Dishes like spicy rabbit heads would be delightful." Yin Mian could only respond, "Master, I do not understand." To which Qian Renxuan replied, "Very well, you may attend to your own matters." Although Yin Mian's intelligence had improved considerably, she remained an otherworldly creation rather than a mere automaton. Nevertheless, he resolved to establish a rabbit slaughterhouse in Holy Soul Village in a few days to enhance the culinary offerings for the young Tang San and, in turn, uplift the local villagers. Truly, he considered himself a benevolent person. Yet, he pondered whether Tang San, who had grown up consuming rabbit meat, and Xiaowu would still appreciate it. After all, what good was a Shura sword sheath compared to a soul ring for either him or Qian Renxue? As time passed, the disappearance of Tang Yuehua caught attention. The members of Moon Pavilion were bewildered by her absence and began searching for her. As news of her disappearance spread, it reached the ears of Emperor Shui Yi, who was furious. A woman he had taken a liking to had vanished without a trace, demonstrating remarkable audacity. He vowed to make her captor understand the meaning of cruelty. With Shui Yi's orders, a tumultuous storm surrounding Tang Yuehua commenced. In Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao, upon reading the latest issue of the Soul Master Daily, felt an urge to vent his frustration on several branches of the Spirit Hall, as this incident bore their hallmark. Who else but the nefarious Spirit Hall would engage in such actions? Yet, he restrained himself for the sake of his elder brother, younger sister, and his own safety. He had to endure. Frustrated, Tang Hao smashed his wine bottle against the ground, feeling increasingly agitated. "Why should I endure? I'm going to the Spirit Hall to see if I can wreak some havoc." Meanwhile, Yun Jie questioned, "What do you think about my proposal?" Yun Guang glanced at Qian Renxuan, then out the window, thinking this was madness. "You must provide me with a reason, even for something trivial." She struggled to understand Qian Renxuan's line of thinking. She had never even heard of Holy Soul Village before. A reason is akin to an investment. Yun Guang was even more perplexed. She believed Qian Renxuan was capable, yet his ideas seemed rather eccentric. "It's a trivial matter, just decide for yourself. As for Holy Soul Village and the slaughterhouse, do as you wish. Who in Spirit City could possibly stop you?" Cough, cough, you jest, for you are the one in power. "Not at all, I am no pope." Qian Renxuan merely smiled. "You may not be a pope, but you surpass one. A pope handles minor matters, while the significant affairs are yours to manage." With Yun Guang present, Bibi Dong, the current pope, felt somewhat constrained. "By the way, with the way I treat your mother, you won't hold a grudge against me when you grow up, will you?" "Are you two arguing again?" "No, we were merely having a friendly exchange. She claims she is the pope, and I countered that I could have her dethroned. She told me not to be arrogant, and I advised her that that deity is no good, which seemed to frighten her quite a bit. Regardless of who faces this situation, it is undoubtedly frightening and infuriating. Qian Renxuan remarked. I am quite curious as to why you did not become the Pope. Yun Guang rolled his eyes and replied, initially, I intended to depart and see if I could achieve a breakthrough. Thus, the papacy was never meant for me. By the time I decided to stay, Bai Dong had already ascended, so I chose not to contest for it. Do you truly believe your relationship can be mended? Why not? Yun Guang paused and asked. Aren't you filled with resentment? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxuan was momentarily taken aback. Resentment towards what? Bai Dong's demeanor or her actions? Yun Guang pondered. Do I know the truth, or what? Honestly, this is quite complex. Qian Renxuan found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Yun Guang diverted the topic by suggesting, what do you think about me crowning you in the future? Will the Pope be crowned? Can one crown oneself? He contemplated. Though he understood that thoughts and spoken words are decidedly distinct, is it not the same for everyone? Yun Guang chuckled, saying, that's simply one do. Identity, strength, and status are all indispensable. I believe I am quite suitable for the role. I have bested all 3 previous popes, and with you, that makes 4. My prowess is indisputable. In terms of status, I am a third-ranking worshipper and a hall master. Should I seek further elevation, one day I may aspire to be a high elder of judgment. As for identity, my surname is Yun, and our connection is rather profound. Therefore, what identity is necessary? Yun Guang responded, the divine decree states, do not speak of it. This is a secret. Qian Renxuan scoffed, muttering under his breath about the absurdity of secrets. Do you have any objections? Before Qian Renxuan could respond, Yun Guang continued, it appears that I have spent more time with you than your parents or even your grandfather. With a casual wave, Yun Guang departed, leaving Qian Renxuan to contemplate alone. It was evident that his time with Bai Qianji and Bai Dong was indeed longer. And as for Qian Douluo, he believed it was roughly comparable. Qian Renxuan smiled and gazed into the distance for a while before preparing to establish a slaughterhouse. Caring for children begins with me. Tang San, I wonder if you enjoy rabbit meat, especially the tender-bone rabbit. The Tang sect in Shu must be quite adept at preparing rabbit dishes, Qian Renxuan mused with a peculiar smile. Boss, do you think this amount of gold soul coins is sufficient? The proprietor gulped nervously. To be honest, there are many restaurants in the Soul Master City, all of similar scale, with none standing out particularly. Esteemed sir, I have a humble request. Could there be a reduction in the number of gold soul coins? Speak. I possess a modest sum as well. I wish to settle and establish my family in this Soul Master City. Might you provide protection for my family? After all, life is of utmost importance, and one can never predict unforeseen circumstances. The magic bear, already in a foul mood, was further displeased by the young master's demand to purchase a restaurant. Was this truly a task befitting a title Douluo? If the young master commands, then it must be done, he grumbled fiercely. Do you believe this Soul Master City is unsafe? I did not mean that, the proprietor stammered, but the magic bear interrupted, saying, living in this Soul Master City inherently provides you with protection. Do you understand? The proprietor hastily wiped his brow and responded, understood, understood. Very well. All of this is now yours. The proprietor nodded fervently. Thus, a grand hotel of Soul Masters emerged on the Douluo continent. After renaming it, he planned to venture to the vicinity of Nodding City, where he would need to rely on inquiries to locate the small village of Holy Soul. In recent days, Tang Hao has been wandering near the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, even visiting several neighboring towns. He resolved to take action tonight. Under the cover of darkness and a gusty wind, it would be a night of vengeance. The Spirit Hall should brace itself for the wrath of the Haotian Douluo. He was unperturbed by the prospect of exposure, for all witnesses were long since silenced. However, tonight brought an unexpected twist. A 93rd level title Douluo arrived. Presumably an elder from the Spirit Hall. To be frank, a single detonation could easily obliterate him, yet that would be somewhat disadvantageous. Was this elder here searching for him? Tang Hao decided it prudent to lie low for the moment. The arrival of the demon bear was undoubtedly mission-driven. Under its command, a series of significant operations commenced. First, Nodding City established a dedicated rabbit-catching squad, tasked with capturing rabbits to be dispatched to slaughterhouses and breeding farms. There was no need to worry about species extinction. Even without breeding, the rabbits proliferated abundantly. Saint Spirit Village, Imperial Spirit Village, and Respect Spirit Village all swiftly initiated their own rabbit slaughterhouses and breeding farms, providing a comprehensive service. Although the current scale of breeding was modest, the future held greater promise. The establishment of these farms was a directive given to Tang Hao by Qian Renxue before the demon bear's departure. This greatly frightened Tang Hao. When the spirit hall arrived at the Holy Soul village, he nearly struck down with a hammer. However, did the spirit hall send a tidal Douluo merely to establish a mere slaughterhouse and breeding ground? It seemed utterly absurd. Qian Renxue summoned the magic bear primarily to intimidate Tang Hao. After all, his elder brother was imprisoned in the eternal abyss, and his younger sister was lost. What if he became desperate? Tang Hao would undoubtedly refrain from acting against a tidal Douluo, as the repercussions of a shattered spirit ring were immensely severe. If the magic bear escaped, it would spell disaster for him. The consequences of slaying the magic bear would be far graver. It could be said that his considerations were quite prudent. In Notting City, rabbits were captured from several villages and sent to the branch of the Spirit Hotel. With the first branch naturally established in Notting City, whether they could sell well was never a concern. With wealth came indulgence. What did it matter if they incurred losses? How much could they possibly lose? Thus, buoyed by financial support, this industrial chain was established within half a month. The Spirit Hotel was staffed with highly paid chefs. And while Qian Renxue could only be considered somewhat skilled rather than a professional, his prior memories proved quite useful. Dishes such as spicy rabbit heads, stir-fried rabbit, and braised rabbit emerged in abundance. The sales at the Spirit Hotel were commendable. Perhaps they should host a grand rabbit feast someday? As for rabbit fur, it was entirely sold to others. However, due to the lack of professional personnel at the slaughterhouse, the quality was not up to par. Moreover, for the rabbits, poor handling was nothing short of torture. Rabbits were so adorably innocent. After completing these tasks, the magic bear departed. In the dead of night, was it not perilous to commit robbery? Tang Hao stealthily followed a member of the spirit hall. Once the individual entered an alley, Tang Hao revealed himself, declaring, "Hand over your money, and I shall spare your life." Startled, the man threw away a gold soul coin and fled. Tang Hao made no effort to pursue. Robbing members of the spirit hall was, in his view, an act of justice. The wealth of the spirit hall was indeed ill-gotten, entirely tainted. It must be said that a single gold soul coin would suffice for his needs for quite some time, confirming that these individuals were truly despicable. A sip of wine accompanied by a bite of rabbit meat was sheer bliss, though regrettably, the wine was of poor quality. Recently, rabbit meat had become exceedingly popular, and there was also a mysterious figure clad in black, a villain known for robbing only the spirit hall. This has instilled considerable fear, prompting the spirit hall to reinforce its patrols. Unfortunately, they have caught nothing, leading to the headline of the Spirit Hall Daily featuring this disgrace. The news has spread, and upon hearing it, Tang Hao has become less arrogant, adopting a more subdued demeanor. Chapter 58. Invitation. Although he has tempered his bravado, he still contemplates his desires. Fine wine and rabbit meat have recently occupied Tang Hao's dreams, compelling him to decide that the figure in the black cloak shall once again emerge from the shadows, to redistribute wealth and aid the suffering. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong remains profoundly silent, yet her anger is palpable. The two underlings tremble in trepidation. Gui Mei cautiously speaks. "Your Holiness, the three offerings have instructed me to inform you that I am the true Pope of the Spirit Hall." Does she still regard me as the Pope? Additionally, summon Qian Renxue. I have matters to discuss with her. Gui Mei and Yu Guan exchanged a knowing glance. Both seasoned partners understanding the shared sense of helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. These three individuals are indeed ancestors, and it seems they cannot offend anyone without consequence. Is the Pope not seeking their demise? Are their ears deaf to my words? A chilling aura emanates from Bibi Dong. The two swallowed hard and departed immediately. The spectre remarked, "The Pope is becoming increasingly terrifying." The ghost disdainfully nudged Yu Guan. "Did I touch you? Oh, spectre, after all these years. Please, do not leave." The ghost replied, "I shall seek out the three offerings. Take care of yourself." Ugh, truly a troublesome spectre, leaving me with the most vexing matters. The relationship between Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong is as antagonistic as fire and water, and whether or not they meet is a matter of concern. Yu Guan shook his head in resignation, lamenting his misfortune. Within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat, her eyes glinting with murderous intent, resembling a celestial being. In an unknown realm, the Rakshasa observed her successor and the news she had received, suddenly realizing that things had spiraled out of control. There were indeed better methods. But her successor had been influenced by her, leading to some troubling behavior. The Rakshasa pondered how to resolve this situation. Recognizing that shifting blame was no longer an optimal solution, Her successor was not as astute as the Rakshasa herself, who exuded unmatched wisdom. However, there was no rush. It would not be difficult to summon Bibidong's acquaintance in due time. Still, she resolved not to influence Bibidong any further, lest it lead to complications. Meanwhile, the ghostly figure successfully located the Third Vatican official, Yun Guang, directly stating his purpose before departing. Watching the ghostly figure leave, Yun Guang's expression soured. How frustrating it was that Bibidong seemed unaware of his busy schedule. Regardless of her pleas, circumstances would remain unchanged. Day after day, the annoyance mounted, prompting Yun Guang to consider the necessity of persuading Bibidong. Elder Juhua, Yueguan, had not fared as well. He had yet to encounter anyone. Upon finally finding Qian Renxue, he relayed, "Young master, the Pope wishes to see you." After observing her expression, he concluded she was not angry. Qian Renxue's identity diverged from that in the original narrative. Shrouded in secrecy within the spirit city, though the elders and officials were certainly aware. Calmly, she inquired, "What is the reason?" Chapter 59, Past Events Like Smoke. Upon completing this chapter, proceed directly to the revised 3 chapters. Yueguan hesitated before replying. "The Pope has instructed me to convey this to you." Understood, Qian Renxue acknowledged. Yueguan was uncertain of his next steps. The message had been delivered, and now he could only await fate's decree. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue contemplated why Bibidong sought her, considering their strained relationship and infrequent encounters. Should she even go? This posed a dilemma. Yet, why overthink it? Even if she went, it could wait, as time was not on her side. In another part of the palace, Yun Guang arrived at the Pope's hall. "Bibidong, Your Holiness, what pressing matter do you require my attention for?" he asked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yun Guang, "No. You should refer to me as the Third Vatican official." Bibidong tightened her grip on her scepter, asserting, "Then, Third Vatican official Yun Guang. Do you not remember that I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, not you?" Yun Guang stifled a laugh, finding it difficult to maintain composure. "How many times have you reiterated that statement? First, you must understand that the angelic decree supersedes the Pope's decree. As the Third Vatican official, you are aware of your position, while I am the Pope." Bibidong was nearly apoplectic, exclaiming, "What nonsense! The Spirit Hall's Pope is more than a mere figurehead. And you have completely bypassed my authority regarding its affairs. What significance does that hold? Furthermore, is my plan not satisfactory? Have you all gone too far?" At this, Yun Guang could no longer contain his laughter, recalling the plan she had rejected. "Are you jesting, Bibidong? Your plan is utterly absurd, and I cannot help but suspect your ulterior motives may threaten the Spirit Hall's heir. The so-called coup is nothing but a waste of time. As someone who has undergone divine trials, how can you be so ignorant?" Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, Bibidong's pupils constricted, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Unfazed, Yun Guang continued, "Bibidong, this is the Spirit City, the sacred ground of angelic faith, not a domain where evil can run rampant. Should you persist in your obstinacy, feel free to test the waters." With that, he summoned his martial soul, 9 soul rings shimmering around him, as a multitude of luminous swords materialized in the air. Bibidong glanced at the spectacle but refrained from attacking. Despite having unlocked the Rakshasa divine trials, she was aware of her limitations within the Spirit City. "Third Vatican official, you jest. I have never targeted you. I have expressed my admiration for you. Your plan is inherently flawed. In minor matters, do as you please. But significant issues must be decided collectively. If you are dissatisfied, discuss it with Qian Douluo. Every action I have taken was sanctioned by unanimous vote, and you were not absent from those discussions. Why create this unnecessary drama? Lastly, I must remind you that angels are particularly sensitive to malevolent energies. Tread carefully." As Yun Guang turned to leave, he added, "Bibidong, the past is like smoke. Some matters have long since faded away. Why continue to torment yourself? Each of us." He did not finish his thought, casting one last glance at Bibidong before departing, leaving her alone in the Pope's palace. "The past is like smoke. It is easy to say, but how can you comprehend my pain? Evil? What a laughable notion. If it truly existed, it would not have come to pass. No one can stop me. Neither the Qian family nor the angels should exist." Bibidong's eyes turned crimson. The Rakshasa promptly contained her power, reflecting on Bibidong's state of mind. "Bibidong, I believe she speaks truthfully. The past is indeed ephemeral, dissipating like smoke. Ultimately, that person is dead, and you are about to inherit my divine position." The voice in Bibidong's mind left her astonished. "You have not always held this view, Rakshasa," she retorted. How should I articulate this? I too find myself bound by circumstances. But the matter of my divine position is indeed significant. Bibi Dong, you must learn to master your power rather than allow it to control you. Hatred will only lead you astray, and the outcome will be dire. That is all I can impart. Reflect deeply on it. I have minimized my influence. But should you remain obstinate? Rakshasa, you have been deceiving me all along, have you not? Yet the Rakshasa's voice fell silent, leaving Bibi Dong to muse. Then why reveal this to me? No answer came. Letting go is no simple feat. Rising slowly, Bibi Dong gazed around the Pope's palace, finally recognizing her profound solitude. In this vast spirit hall, how many stand on my side? Qian Renxue is indeed aware, yet she refrains from entering. Once inside, what should she call me? Mother? Sister? Or simply you? Yet, she found herself unable to take that step forward. After calming her emotions, Qian Renxue entered the Pope's hall. At a glance, it appeared desolate, with only Bibi Dong standing there, lost in contemplation of life. Sister, mother, is there something you seek? She inquired, wishing to address her as naturally as she might call Qian Renxuan, yet found herself utterly incapable, her brother possessing an unexpectedly thick skin. What did you call me? Mother? Qian Renxue hastily exclaimed. No, you must have misheard. With that, she turned her head away in a haughty manner, refusing to look at Bibi Dong. But I do not believe I am mistaken. No, absolutely not. Qian Renxue grew anxious, her agitation palpable. For a moment, both remained silent. What is it that you wish to discuss? Ultimately, it was Qian Renxue who broke the silence. Bibi Dong pondered her so-called plans for usurpation. Realizing the cruelty of a girl spending her youth masquerading as another, her childhood should not have been marred thus. With a gentle tone, Bibi Dong replied, I initially had matters to discuss, but they are no longer relevant. You may leave. Shall I take my leave then? Qian Renxue tentatively inquired. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Her voice soft. Yes, you may go. Although Qian Renxue was bewildered, she chose to depart nonetheless. Chapter 60. Movements from all sides. One chapter is missing. You may directly refer to the revised 3 chapters. The spirit mirror nodded in acknowledgement, indicating its understanding. The conference has drawn to a close. 3 days later. Within the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo were holding a document from the Spirit Hall announcing the reselection of the top 3 sections. It was quite convenient. As the 3 examined the information, Ning Fengji felt an urge to confront the Spirit Hall, questioning when it became their prerogative to meddle in the affairs of the top 3 sections. Alas, being a person of refinement, he could hardly act on such impulses. Ning Fengji's demeanor was one of elegance and charm, easily mistaken for that of a good-hearted individual. However, ever since the destruction of the Haotian school, he had worn a troubled expression. With a grave tone, he stated, We cannot allow the sacred dragon sect to successfully ascend to the top 3 sects, or the fragile balance of the continent will be irrevocably shattered. The sword Douluo Qinshin could not resist interjecting. But can we conjure a title Douluo to confront that sacred dragon Douluo? Or perhaps a force with a title Douluo will suddenly emerge? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, and after a long sigh, remarked, If we collaborate with you Yuanjin, our title Douluos will undoubtedly surpass a mere level 91. He diminishes our standing. The Bone Douluo couldn't help but chuckle. Fengji, your reasoning seems rather far-fetched. Far-fetched? What alternative do we have? Are we to simply pray for a title Douluo to descend from the heavens? Ning Fengji retorted. Who knows, perhaps a title Douluo might just fall from the sky. He added with a playful tone. Ning Fengji shook his head, dismissing the notion that such occurrences could transpire. Gazing into the distance, he resigned himself to the situation. The top 3 sects had existed for millennia, and now, with the strongest faction eliminated, what remained of their camaraderie? He hoped that Yu Yuanjin possessed both physical prowess and intellectual acumen. In the depths of the mountains, In Mian had also received word from Qian Renxue regarding the selection of the top 3 sects, with the ethereal holy sect poised to ascend as the new leader among them. This sect was newly established, and In Mian was its sole representative, a mere shell. Do not question, for the deputy sect master of this reclusive sect had merely ventured out for a stroll. As for the identity of the sect master, do you believe you are worthy to know? Regardless, a peak Douluo of level 98 serves as the deputy, and the mind of the sect master is left to your imagination. One could speculate that the sect master might even be a deity. In Mian pondered how to fulfill her master's directive of making a grand entrance. Should she unleash all effects or simply endure an unbearable pain? Observing Tang Yuehua playing the piano, In Mian envisioned stepping forth from the void, instantly captivating the audience and boldly declaring, "All present are beneath us. The ethereal holy sect shall claim the title of the top sect. Who is in favor and who is opposed?" This was a phrase her master had just taught her. She wondered if her master were present. Would that mean he too was among the beneath? Sighing, she lamented her lack of joy as a mere puppet. Accompanied by Tang Yuehua, Mian returned directly to Spirit City, where the stage was set, awaiting the audience's arrival for her performance. 5 days later, outside the Heaven Do Imperial City, at the gates of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the rising sun illuminated 2 grand processions as they made their way towards Spirit City. As they beheld the diminishing silhouette of the Heaven Do Imperial City, thoughts varied among the attendees. Other factions with some degree of strength were also en route to Spirit City for this rare event. The top 3 sects had remained unchanged for a millennium. With the Evil Soul Beast sect obliterated and a reselection underway, they would soon become witnesses to history. Within Spirit City, festivities commenced. There was little preparation required, as merely providing a venue sufficed. As night fell and darkness enveloped the land, the foremost carriage came to a halt. Ning Fengji, clad in azure finery, and the Bon Douluo alighted. "Master Yu, the hour grows late. Shall we set up camp here for the night?" Ning Fengji inquired, addressing the carriage. The second carriage, adorned with a massive dragon motif encircled by lightning, also came to a stop. The curtains were drawn back, revealing Yu Yuanjun, draped in a blue robe, as he stepped down. "Sect Master Ning, that would be most agreeable." The robust and spirited individual, endowed with well-developed limbs, is none other than the current patriarch of the Blue Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Yuanjun. His soul power has reached an impressive 95 levels. However, the soul-hunting mission has been curtailed. "Let us first partake in some sustenance," he exclaimed. "Excellent." Yu Yuanjun nodded in agreement. As the leaders of 2 prominent sects, both Yu Yuanjun and Ning Fengji undoubtedly enjoy a certain grandeur when venturing beyond their confines. Thus a chef is certainly in attendance. The chef swiftly prepared an exquisite banquet. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the surroundings sparkled with several luminous orbs, dispelling the darkness. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Yu Yuanjun sat face to face, exchanging glances filled with concern. Yu Yuanjun broke the silence first, his expression grim as he inquired, "What shall we do about the selection of the upper 3 sects? Are we truly to allow the Zhilong sect to ascend as the new upper 3 sects? The Holy Dragon sect boasts a level 91 Holy Dragon Douluo, making their position seemingly invincible, unless," he paused, prompting, "unless what?" "Unless a new title Douluo emerges from the heavens, or we unite to create an unexpected outcome in this selection." However, both scenarios present formidable challenges, he lamented. It seemed to Yu Yuanjun that his statement was merely a reiteration of the obvious. The upper 3 sects must not fall into the hands of the lower 4 sects. Otherwise, the influence of the Spirit Hall would expand even further, yet currently, we seem powerless to prevent it. Ning Fengji had no intention of obstructing the process, recognizing the futility of such efforts, and instead suggested a union. "The selection of the upper 3 sects is beyond our control. If the 7 treasures and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan form an alliance, we need not concern ourselves with the Spirit Hall anymore. Given their current strength, an alliance could effectively curtail the Spirit Hall's influence. Furthermore, should we forge an alliance with the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Hall would pose no threat, and we could even launch a counterattack against them." Yet, Ning Fengji hesitated to voice another thought. Forming such an alliance is far from simple. The interests of each faction diverge, and each harbors its own ambitions. The Spirit Hall has not truly driven them to a dead end, so how could unity be expected? Yu Yuanjun, deep in contemplation, was not as naive as his robust exterior suggested. Ning Fengji's words were artfully crafted, but he was not easily deceived. Nevertheless, he replied, "An alliance between our 2 sects presents no issue, but what of the 2 empires?" Ning Fengji was aware of his concerns and quickly clarified, "I have already conferred with Emperor Shui, who is quite interested in the notion of an alliance." Only Gu Douluo cast a dubious glance. Ning Fengji's claim seemed exaggerated, as he was unaware of any discussions with Emperor Shui. However, Ning Fengji was determined to persuade Yu Yuanjun, knowing he would not dismantle the fragile accord. In this manner, both parties, each harboring their own thoughts, began to negotiate, ultimately giving rise to the nascent form of a triad alliance. This alliance was intended to counterbalance the Spirit Hall, and Ning Fengji felt a sense of accomplishment, having achieved half of his objective. Upon returning, he would persuade Emperor Shui, while the Star Luo Empire was not even a consideration. the seven treasures could not influence Douluo. Even if they wished to, it would be the Tiando Empire that would take action. Meanwhile, in the distant Tiando Imperial City, Emperor Shui Yi sneezed, unaware that an alliance was being forged in his absence. Subsequently, they proceeded towards the Spirit Hall, though the atmosphere was less heavy, as they now possessed a means of resistance. However, the question remained, could this alliance truly stand united in life and death? That was yet another matter. But at least on the surface, it appeared to be an alliance. Half a month later, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, as the upper three sects, arrived at Spirit City and awaited near the Pontifical Palace's training grounds. The training ground, roughly the size of several basketball courts, was adorned with special stone and jade tiles emanating a faint, luminous glow. In front of the training ground stood a row of gilded seats, flanked by white jade seats on either side. Presently, several individuals occupied the gilded seats, with the Pope, Bibidon, at the center, accompanied by three offerings, Yunguang, and three elders, an overt display of power. On the left sat Ning Fengji alongside Gu Rong, while on the right sat Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Truth be told, there were plenty of prepared seats left unfilled. Surrounding them were a multitude of unnamed sects and several soul masters who had come to observe, akin to onlookers eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat lethargic from the waiting, the day's main characters finally made their entrance. The Lord of the Holy Dragon Sect, Tuoba Shi, led the way, followed by the leaders of the Elephant Armor Sect, Hu Yin Zhan, the Cloud Sword Sect, Yin Yu, and the Ghost Leopard Sect, Gui Luo. Tuoba Shi was not adorned in the robes of a Spirit Hall elder today, but rather in the attire befitting the Lord of the Holy Dragon Sect, a robe of gold and silver, embellished with the emblem of a white armored dragon, and a gem radiating a white light adorning his chest. This signifies that today he is not an elder of the Spirit Hall, but rather the sovereign of the Holy Dragon Sect. The position of the three supreme sects is but a dream for the four lesser sects, and every generation of sovereigns has strived towards this goal. Today, he shall fulfill the aspirations of the past sovereigns of the Holy Dragon Sect. Chapter 62, Revision. This chapter continues and includes the preceding two chapters that were repeated due to censorship. Glancing back at Bibidong, Qian Renxue still could not comprehend her true intentions, yet her lack of understanding did not hinder her departure. Perhaps her animosity should no longer be perpetuated, and her curiosity regarding the Rakshasa remains. Thus, another plan shall be set in motion. Can the two remaining sects still truly be called the three supreme sects? Yun Guang was in a foul mood. When she was displeased, she sought to vent her frustrations, often at the expense of others. In truth, Yun Guang had never revealed a certain truth to Qian Renxuan, that within the eternal prison, there were indeed a few evil soul masters, specifically, a couple of large and small cats, although the larger one was rather formidable. However, Yun Guang was unaware that Qian Douluo had already informed her of this. The entire eternal prison is constructed underground, comprising 10 levels, each a realm unto itself. The 10th level houses but a single individual, observed by 2 titled Douluos. Currently, there are only 3 titled Douluos within the eternal prison. Tang Xiao was confined to the first level, primarily due to his incapacitation. Oh, is that not Tang Xiao? It's been a few days, and he appears so disheveled. Was he not wailing just moments ago? Indeed, my lord, the third offering. In despair, Tang Xiao closed his eyes. By the way, we should hire a specialized healing soul master to attend to him. Yes, my lord, the third offering. This is the consequence of a sharp tongue. The last person who spoke so endlessly met a fate where even death was a luxury. Yun Guang descended layer by layer. At the entrance of the 10th level sat 2 elderly men. Respect should be afforded. After all, they have devoted their lives to this place. After greeting them, Yun Guang entered, dismissing the person who had been following her. The 10th level was desolate, with all rooms vacant. Only in the deepest recess was a solitary figure confined, bound by custom-forged iron chains that had merged with flesh and blood. Is he dead? Yun Guang glanced at him. Huh, if you're not dead, how could I be? The weakness in his voice was palpable. So, our last encounter was a century ago, wasn't it? This time, Yun Guang smiled, saying, I recently encountered an acquaintance. Someone quite connected to you. As she spoke, the chains began to tremble, producing a clattering sound. What exactly do you wish to convey? Each word was deliberate, laden with lethal intent. I merely sensed familiarity and wanted to ascertain if she is indeed the daughter of an old friend. Yun Guang, are you courting death? Guang scoffed. Death? What can you do now? Are you trying to intimidate me with your murderous aura? The trembling of the chains intensified, giving the impression that they might snap at any moment. A curious incident occurred recently. The entire sect of Haoyan was comprised of evil soul masters, and months ago I annihilated them, yet to this day, I have yet to uncover the whereabouts of those two traitors. Blood-red mist emanated from his being. Enough. Restrain yourself. I find your demeanor quite distasteful. Oh, do you also harbor something you wish to avoid? Then why didn't you eliminate Qian Douluo? Her death is indeed a reality I wish to evade, but Qian Douluo is merely a coward. You're still alive. How could you even mention Qian Douluo? In this world, nothing ever goes smoothly. Just stepping outside is enough. So, have you ventured outside? Guang chuckled softly in response. And what about you? I believe that person is your daughter. She seems to have chosen your path, and the outcome of your journey is only death. You are here because you are particularly special. The Saint Light Moon God Vine should not be called the Holy Moon in your union. I am curious. If she is indeed your daughter, why didn't you have children back then? Or is it that you are uncertain and have come to inquire of me? Naturally, as I have searched for so long and found little. Guang's candor exceeded his expectations, and he chuckled, a hoarse voice escaping him. Shall I tell you? The Spirit Hall will undoubtedly not spare her, so let us put it this way. After my love affair with Yue, she became pregnant. However, our child is not purely human but a soul beast, thus Yue left Sheng Yu in a certain place. Yet, you should not be surprised that she has mutated. She has not only been tainted by evil souls, but has also become an artificial evil soul master. Should we now refer to her as an evil soul beast? I suspect you wish for me to spare her life, but alas, she is not only an evil soul master, but also an artificial one. You should comprehend what this implies. Oh, you truly understand me. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as he knelt and beseeched. I implore you. You may incapacitate her, but please spare her life, will you? Even if she becomes a 99th level Supreme Douluo, she will pose no threat to the Spirit Hall. She is human, not a deity. The chasm between humanity and divinity is profound, and you understand this better than I do. A 99th level Supreme Douluo, yet still an evil soul master, would undoubtedly be a significant nuisance to the Spirit Hall. Guang could not acquiesce. He turned to leave, leaving behind a mere remark. Perhaps, it depends on the circumstances, and besides, she has declared her intention to trouble the Spirit Hall. He felt a surge of despair. Why had his daughter chosen the path of an evil soul master? No, why would she seek trouble with the Spirit Hall? Is it because the Spirit Hall suppresses evil soul masters? Or is it because someone revealed to her that Sheng Yu is her daughter, and then informed her that her parents perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall? If the latter were true, it is truly chilling. Only a handful knew of this matter back then. If this is the case, who disclosed it? Those who knew witnessed their deaths firsthand, one of whom he had killed himself. In this world, there should be no one who truly knows. I have already become the strongest among the evil soul masters. Now, I merely endure in a state of survival. Perhaps it is merely my overthinking. As night fell within the Elder Hall, nearly 20 titled Douluos gathered. With such a formidable assembly, a mere stamp of their feet could unleash an earthquake. Yet, they remained astonishingly quiet. Qian Douluo glanced around and stated, since everyone is present, let us commence this meeting. As the discussions began, Guang lightly tapped the table, declaring, concerning that woman, after such a prolonged investigation, all you provide is that she is female and an evil soul master? Are you jesting with me? Continue to send more people, double the effort. We must ascertain her whereabouts. Any clue will suffice. Please refrain from submitting useless information. Silence enveloped the room. Guang held no real intent to pursue the matter further. After all, who among them was unaware of the others? A facade was all that was necessary, yet his frustration was genuine. The last time he felt such exasperation was a while ago. All right, next, Qian Douluo spoke softly. This time, there were over 40 individuals reported. Those who deserved execution would be executed, and those deserving of a parade would be paraded. It must be said that this was all thanks to the collective efforts of those present. However, do you not think the Judgment Hall sounds more appealing than the Inspection Hall? Qian Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Guang, who noticed, but said nothing further. The elders felt somewhat embarrassed. How could there still be over 40 fools among them? Alas, is intelligence not a desirable trait? Having completed their remarks, it was now Bibi Dong's turn. Observing that no one paid her heed, she stated, next, we must address the most critical matter. The evil soul beast sect cannot be tolerated. Although it has vanished, the top 3 sects cannot afford to lose one. Moreover, would it not be better to support one of our own? The old papal decree had become obsolete, and a new one was yet to be established. Should we simply wait indefinitely? Genie glanced at the Holy Dragon sect and remarked, "Thus, only the Holy Dragon sect remains, among the lower 4 sects. This is the sole one with the title Douluo. Given this, we must have another lower 4 sect. In light of this, let us invite all the forces on the continent to converge here. After all, the position of the top 3 sects should naturally belong to the strongest, thus eliminating any dissent. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Holy Dragon Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect, the Wind Sword Sect, the Ghost Leopard Sect, and other forces, Soul Saints and Soul Douluos may observe, but only titles may participate. Note, the original text only mentioned the Elephant Armor Sect. I have added a few for variety, please do not argue." Qian Renxue nodded. "Let us proceed as you suggest. This time, did I not reject over 10 of my proposals?" Qian Douluo remained silent, closing his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Ling Jing pondered and said, "If all the forces on the continent are present, setting an ambush here while simultaneously attacking the 7 Treasure and Blue Lightning would be." Qian Douluo shook his head. "The Wuhuan Hall is lacking not in soul masters, but in military strength. To act now would only prompt them to unite swiftly, leading to no dissent. It seems some notions align with my own." As for Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo had no desire to engage with her. Ling Jing nodded, indicating her understanding. The conference has now drawn to a close. 3 days later, within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo were holding a document issued by the Spirit Hall, announcing the re-election of the top 3 sects in the Spirit Master world. It was quite convenient. As they perused this intelligence, Ning Fengji felt an urge to confront the Spirit Hall directly, questioning their audacity to meddle in the affairs of the top 3 sections. Alas, being a person of refinement, he refrained from such indignities. Ning Fengji's demeanor exuded an air of elegance and charisma, initially appearing as the epitome of virtue. However, since the fall of the Haotian sect, he had become increasingly troubled and despondent. With a grave expression, he remarked, "We must not allow the Sacred Dragon sect to succeed in ascending to the top 3. For it would irrevocably disrupt the fragile balance of our continent." The Sword Douluo, Qian Renxuan, could not help but interject. "But can we conjure a title Douluo to counter their Sacred Dragon Douluo? Or perhaps, will a force with a title Douluo suddenly emerge?" Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, before letting out a long sigh. "If we can collaborate with you Yuanjin to devise a strategy, our title Douluo will undoubtedly surpass a mere level 91. Their presence diminishes our standing." The Bone Douluo chuckled. "Fengji, that rationale seems rather strained." "Strained? Is there a more viable alternative? Should we simply pray for a title Douluo to descend from the heavens?" Ning Fengji retorted. "Who knows? Perhaps a title Douluo might indeed fall from the sky," he added with a hint of sarcasm. Ning Fengji shook his head, dismissing such fanciful notions. Gazing into the distance, he lamented the fate of the top 3 sects, which had shared a legacy for millennia, now threatened by the demise of the strongest among them. He hoped Yuanjin would prove to be both brawny and astute. In the depths of the mountains, Yin Mian had also received word from Qian Renxue regarding the selection of the top 3 sections. The ethereal sacred sect was destined to become the new leader among them, a name freshly minted. Only Yin Mian remained within the sect, a mere shell of a once thriving organization. The deputy sect master had merely ventured out for a stroll, fortuitously arriving at this juncture. As for the sect master, that was beyond the realm of your curiosity. A level 98 peak Douluo served as the deputy, leaving the power of the sect master to the imagination. Perhaps they were a deity? Yet, Yin Mian pondered how to fulfill her master's directive of making an impressive entrance. Should she unleash all her special effects? Or perhaps endure a pain unbefitting a puppet? Observing Tang Yuehua playing the zither, she envisioned a grand entrance, emerging from a spatial rift, instantly dominating the scene, and declaring, "All present are mere refuse. The ethereal sacred sect shall claim the top position. Who is for us? And who against?" This proclamation was freshly taught to her by her master, and she wondered if he were present. Would that make him refuse as well? Sighing, she realized she was no longer a joyful puppet. Accompanied by Tang Yuehua, Yin Mian returned to the Spirit City, where the stage had already been set, awaiting the audience's arrival for her performance. 5 days later, outside the Heaven Do Imperial City, At the gates of the blue electric tyrant dragon clan, the rising sun illuminated the luxurious convoy, which gradually made its way toward the spirit city. As they beheld the diminishing skyline of the Heaven Do imperial city, the thoughts of the onlookers diverged. Other factions, with capable spirit masters, were en route to the spirit city, for this was a rare occasion indeed. The top 3 sects had remained unchanged for a millennium, yet with the annihilation of the evil soul beast sect and the re-evaluation of the top 3, they too would become witnesses to history. Within the spirit city, revelry had commenced, though little preparation was required, as merely providing a venue sufficed. As night fell and darkness enveloped the land, the foremost carriage came to a halt. Clad in azure robes, Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo alighted. "Lord Yu, the hour is late. Shall we camp here for the night?" Ning Fengji inquired of the carriage. The second carriage, adorned with a dragon motif encircled by lightning, also halted. And as the curtains were drawn back, Yu Yuanjin emerged, robed in deep blue. "Lord Ning, that is certainly agreeable. The robust and vigorous figure before us is none other than Yu Yuanjin, the current patriarch of the blue Tyrannosaurus family, possessing a formidable soul power that has reached the impressive level of 95. However, the soul-hunting expedition has been curtailed. Let us first partake in some nourishment." Yu Yuanjin remarked with a nod of agreement. As the leaders of 2 prominent sects, both Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji are accustomed to a certain grandeur when venturing out, and it is only fitting that a chef accompanies them on their journey. The chefs swiftly prepared a grand banquet of exquisite delicacies. After indulging in the sumptuous feast, several luminous orbs illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Yu Yuanjin sat across from each other, exchanging glances filled with intensity. Yu Yuanjin was the first to shatter the silence, his countenance grim as he inquired, "What shall we do about the selection of the upper 3 sects? Shall we truly allow the Zhilong sect to ascend as the new upper 3 sects?" The Holy Dragon sect possesses a level 91 Holy Dragon Douluo, making their ascension almost inevitable unless, Yu Yuanjin pressed on, "Unless what?" "Unless a new title Douluo descends from the heavens, or we unite our forces to create an unexpected twist in the selection of the upper 3 sects." Yet, both scenarios seem exceedingly challenging, he lamented. Yu Yuanjin seemed to convey, "Is there truly any difference between what you've said and silence? The position of the upper 3 sects must not fall into the hands of the lower 4 sects. Otherwise, the influence of the Spirit Hall would expand even further. Alas, it appears we are powerless to prevent this." Ning Fengji had no intention of stopping it, for he was not foolish. If prevention was futile, then an alliance was the logical course of action. The selection of the upper 3 sects is beyond our control. If the 7 treasures in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect can form an alliance first, we need not concern ourselves with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is formidable, yet an alliance could restrain its power. Should we also forge an alliance with the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Hall would pose no threat, and we could even counterattack. However, Ning Fengji had yet to articulate a crucial point. Alliances are not easily formed. The interests of various factions diverge, each with their own aspirations. The Spirit Hall has not truly cornered them. How could a united front be achieved? Yu Yuanjin pondered deeply. Despite his robust appearance, he was no fool. Ning Fengji's eloquent words could easily mislead. Did he truly consider him Navi? Nevertheless, he remarked, "There is certainly no issue with an alliance between our 2 sects. But what of the 2 empires?" Ning Fengji understood his concerns and hastily clarified, "I have already conferred with the Snow Knight Emperor, who is also quite interested in this alliance." Only Gu Rong regarded him with suspicion. When had Ning Fengji consulted the Snow Knight Emperor? How was he unaware of such discussions? However, Ning Fengji was keen to deceive Yu Yuanjin, confident that he would not expose the ruse. After all, the alliance could not materialize here, and they could deliberate further upon returning. Thus, both parties engaged in their own contemplations, and a nascent tripartite alliance began to take shape. This alliance aimed to counterbalance the Spirit Hall, and Ning Fengji had already achieved half of his goal. Upon returning, he would persuade the Snow Knight Emperor. As for the Star Luo Empire, he had not even considered it, for the 7 treasures could not influence Star Luo, even if they wished to. It would be the Tiando Empire that would engage them. Meanwhile, in the distant Tiando Imperial City, the Snow Knight Emperor sneezed, unaware that an alliance was being forged in his absence. Following this, they continued their journey to the Spirit Hall, yet the mood was considerably lighter, as they had found a means of resistance. However, the question remained, could this alliance truly stand united in life and death? That was another matter entirely, at least. On the surface, it could be deemed an alliance. Half a month later, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, as the upper three sects, arrived at Spirit City and awaited at the training grounds near the Papal Palace. The training grounds, approximately the size of several basketball courts, were paved with special stones and jade, emanating a faint, lustrous glow. At the forefront of the training grounds sat a row of gilded seats, with white jade seats flanking them on either side. Among those seated in the gilded chairs were Pope Bibi Dong, 3 offerings, and 3 elders. These represented the overt strength. On the left sat Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, while on the right was Yi Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. To be candid, there were ample seats prepared, with many still unoccupied. Surrounding them were unnamed sects and a number of soul masters who had come to spectate, commonly referred to as onlookers, some of whom were known to cheer enthusiastically. As the crowd grew restless in anticipation, the day's main characters finally made their entrance. The sect master of the Holy Dragon sect, Tuoba Shi, led the way, followed by the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyin Jun, the sect master of the Cloud Sword sect, Yun Yu, and the sect master of the Ghost Leopard sect, Gue Luo. Today, Tuoba Shi donned not the robes of a spirit hall elder but the ceremonial attire of the Holy Dragon sect, a gold and silver long robe adorned with the emblem of a white armored dragon, with a gem radiating white light upon his chest. This signifies that today he is not merely an elder of the spirit hall, but the esteemed leader of the sacred dragon sect. The position of the top 3 sects is the aspiration of the lower 4, a goal that generations of leaders have tirelessly pursued. Today, he shall fulfill the ambitions of the past leaders of the sacred dragon sect. However, a sense of unease lingers in his heart, for he has been informed to prepare himself mentally, as the selection for the top 3 sects has long been predetermined. The reason he received this warning is obvious. After all, Tuoba Shi is the 9th elder and has no intention of undermining his own kin, wishing instead to prepare him for any potential disappointments. Bibi Dong slowly rose and declared, "The evil soul beast sect has violated taboos and acted against the heavens. It has now been eradicated and excluded." She continued, "Thus, we shall reselect the top 3 sects today. The outcome now rests in your hands." Ning Fengji felt his eyelids twitch at her words, acting against the heavens? It was difficult to find an appropriate response, especially in the Spirit City. With that, Hu Yinjin, Gue Luo, and Yunyu settled into the white jade seats on the right side. In the training ground, Tuoba Shi directly manifested his martial spirit, and 9 soul rings emerged in succession, preparing to display his prowess and secure his place among the top 3 sections. Of course, this would only occur under normal circumstances. Yet today, how could normality possibly prevail? Yun Guang rose and glanced in a certain direction, pondering, has he not yet appeared? As the foremost confidant of Qian Renxuan, she was well aware of his every move. Soon, a certain individual would make his entrance, likely declaring that all present are but mere trash. Rising first to distance herself from that enigmatic figure, Yun Guang had only heard tales of him and would finally witness him today. A faint smile graced her lips as she thought, "Let me see who you truly are." 7th soul skill, true form of the white armored earth dragon. The dazzling white armored earth dragon roared towards the right, announcing, "I am Tuoba Shi, the leader of the sacred dragon sect, titled the Holy Dragon. Who dares to challenge me?" Alas, it was not night. Otherwise, the brilliance would have been even more profound. Hu Yanjun and the others remained composed, quietly observing their old friend's display, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. How they wished to join in, yet their strength as soul Douluos left much to be desired. The leader of the first spectator sect exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive. Is this what a titled Douluo looks like? Even from such a distance, I can feel that terrifying aura, truly formidable." Another spectator chimed in, "So, is there even a need for a selection in this contest for the top 3 sects? Clearly, he stands alone as the sacred dragon Douluo." Upon the utterance of those words, the individuals in the vicinity began to gradually distance themselves from him. Such remarks are not to be taken lightly. The leader of the second-rate sect remarked, regardless of the era, "The 3 great sects have always been guarded by a titled Douluo. We are merely here to witness this extraordinary event, which occurs but once in a millennium. We are indeed witnesses to history." The words of this individual resonated well, igniting an inexplicable fervor within those around, filling them with an exhilarating excitement. While others may have felt this way, Yu Yuanjin held a different perspective. Seated to the right, he too felt the impact of that resounding shout reverberate within himself. "What is this? A provocation against the world's foremost beast martial spirit? As the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, it is imperative for me to step forward and enlighten him on what constitutes the supreme beast martial spirit. Given that this is a selection for the new upper three sects, one must command respect through strength. Today, let me test the prowess of this holy dragon Douluo. Upon concluding his words, Yu Yuanjin immediately transformed into the true form of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, a colossal dragon entwined in lightning materializing before him. As he charged towards the white-armored holy dragon, the onlookers were filled with excitement. They had anticipated no title battles, yet here they were, witnessing a clash between title Douluos in their lifetime. Allow me to impart to you the essence of the dragon. Teach me what it means to be a dragon. Taba, she retorted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Where is your dignity? You, a level 95, striking at me, a level 91. Even the most rudimentary logic reveals the outcome, so why do you exude such arrogance? With a thunderous roar, dragon ascending to the nine heavens. A vast expanse of blue-black storm clouds gathered above Yu Yuanjin, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that morphed into serpentine thunder dragons, surging forth towards Taobashi. The saga is far from over. Yu Yuanjin unleashed the thunder fury and charged forward. With his 8th soul skill, Dragon's Breath, and his 6th soul skill, Earth Dragon Shield, he prepared for battle, bolstered by the 5th soul skill, Earth Dragon Body. The white-armored Earth Dragon, known for its defensive prowess, should be able to endure for a while. Given that most present were allies, it was imperative not to let him suffer too much damage, especially as he was an elder of the Spirit Hall. Multiple thunder dragons collided with the Earth Dragon Shield, creating a thunderous sound that erupted into brilliant blue light. Yu Yuanjin deftly evaded the dragon's breath, and with a single claw, shattered the Earth Dragon Shield. He then executed the Thunder Fourfold, combining it with the paralysis of the Thunder Dragon for a double effect. The results were quite effective. At the very least, Tooba, she was in discomfort. Yu Yuanjin unleashed several soul skills in rapid succession. Tooba, she quickly dodged, only to take a direct hit from Yu Yuanjin. The ground beneath Tooba, she fractured into a web-like pattern, with fissures extending for dozens of meters. Bibi Dong signaled several elders, and 3 of them understood the cue and prepared to speak when an unexpected event transpired. A visible white wall suddenly materialized, trapping both Yu Yuanjin and Tooba, she within its confines. Tooba, she recognized immediately that this was beyond his capacity to break and chose to concede. Yu Yuanjin, however, was undeterred. The lightning surged around him wildly. The onlookers were taken aback by this unforeseen occurrence, and soon, ripples appeared in the air as a woman emerged from within. At first glance, she was breathtakingly beautiful, stunning enough to leave one awestruck. Silver Crown had just opened his mouth to speak when he noticed young Guang's pupils narrow slightly. With a wave of her hand, several light swords shot into the air. Just as the swords were about to strike the woman, they halted, suspended less than half a meter from her, unable to advance further. With a mere flick of her finger, the light swords vanished entirely. To be honest, this turn of events left Silver Crown bewildered. This was not part of the rehearsal. Should he continue with his lines? Meanwhile, Qian Renxuan was equally astonished, unable to comprehend young Guang's intentions. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. In an impromptu adjustment to the script, Silver Crown, upon receiving instructions, said, "I mean no harm. Why must the radiant Douluo act thus?" Young Guang remained silent, observing her quietly. Ning Fengji and his companions were utterly stunned. Could it be that a wind Douluo truly descended from the heavens? Fengji, did you not summon her? Ning Fengji did not respond but pondered the identity of this enigmatic figure, someone he had never encountered before, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. After much struggle, Yu Yuanjin finally broke through the white wall. Silver Crown scoffed. Is this what they call the world's foremost beast martial soul? What a farce. Chapter 64. Mere insects. The impact of these words was devastating. For Yu Yuanjin, the honor of his family outweighed all else. The blue lightning tyrant dragon could not be dishonored, and the glory of the world's foremost beast spirit was beyond reproach. With dragon claws, wings, legs, and horns, Yu Yuanjin roared as his entire being transformed into that of a dragon. His strength had now reached its zenith. The 9th soul skill, True Dragon's Fury, resonated through the heavens. The wrath of the dragon unleashed a tempest of thunder. 9 colossal thunder dragons, enhanced by the mastery of his dragon transformation, reached terrifying heights. They surged toward Mian, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and a deluge of lightning, as if the very weather had shifted. Mian, with a serene smile, stood immobile, exuding absolute confidence. The crowd could hardly consider her foolish. Her audacity stemmed from unwavering assurance. Suddenly, a spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The 9 thunder dragons passed through Yin Mion's form, as if she were but a mirage, utterly non-existent. Henceforth, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon might well be renamed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Insect, for it was no longer worthy of the title. Upon finishing her words, a silver-white butterfly emerged behind her, and 9 soul rings began to manifest one by one, a terrifying aura sweeping outward. Could she rival Bibi Dong? The pinnacle of the 98th level Douluo, or the unparalleled 99th level Douluo. The configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 2 red soul rings, alongside her soul power level, astounded the onlookers, though the Spirit Hall and the 7 treasures were far from surprised. In truth, even the Spirit Hall was somewhat taken aback. A spectator mused, is such power truly attainable? Yet, another thought surfaced. If she was only now manifesting her spirit, what had accounted for her prior abilities? In an instant, Yin Mion's figure vanished, and the next moment, Yu Yinjin too disappeared, only to reappear at the spot where Yin Mion had once stood. This unexpected turn of events astonished the crowd once more. Yu Yinjin attempted to soar away, only to discover that no matter how he tried, he would inevitably return to this place. The 8th soul skill, Space Array. The 5th soul skill, Space Cutting. The silvery white walls ensnared Yu Yinjin once again. And within the confines of the white walls, white light arrays and white gears relentlessly assaulted him. Numerous wounds were inflicted upon Yu Yinjin, rendering him incapable of defense. He could neither breach the white walls nor fend off the onslaught, thus becoming a passive recipient of the attack. In the next moment, his right arm was severed, reduced to mere dust, and ultimately vanished without a trace. When the white walls dissipated, Yu Yinjin fell to the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. He appeared almost unrecognizable, having lost his right arm, and his body, save for his face, was a tapestry of wounds and blood, resembling a ghastly figure. It was disheartening to realize that the so-called number 1 beast martial soul was so feeble, unable to withstand such triviality. Henceforth, the title of the world's foremost beast martial soul shall belong to the ethereal holy butterfly. Who is in favor, and who is against? What say you, blue insect? At that moment, Yu Yinjin feigned unconsciousness, unable to respond, overwhelmed by the humiliation he endured. One day, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex would reclaim its title as the premier martial soul. For now, he would play dead and seek out Qian Renxue to treat the lord of the Yu clan. A soul master swiftly departed. The eyes of the entire assembly were now fixed upon Yin Mion. Chapter 65. The ethereal holy sect. The thoughts of those present were varied. Ning Fengji's intention was quite straightforward, to exert all efforts to win her over. As for the previous tripartite alliance with Yu Yinjin, that was merely the ramblings of a drunken man. How could such utterances hold any weight? He understood that Yin Mion had utterly offended both Yu Yinjin and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. One must be sacrificed, and of course, it would be the weaker of the two. Ning Fengji was astute enough to grasp this. Naturally, he did not wish to offend the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. So a more subtle approach was warranted. Such matters could not be stated overtly. Are you here to participate in the selection of the top 3 sects? If not, who granted you the audacity to behave so recklessly within the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong cast a puzzled glance at Yun Guang, unable to comprehend his thoughts. Their relationship was not particularly amicable, so she refrained from inquiring further. Yin Mion smiled and introduced herself. I am Yin Mion, the current vice sect master of the ethereal holy sect, titled Space. I have recently emerged, and, upon hearing about the so-called selection of the top 3 sects, I naturally came to compete, especially since the number 1 beast martial soul is merely an insect. How utterly laughable. Ethereal holy sect, ethereal holy butterfly? How intriguing. I've never heard of it before, not even mentioned in any texts. Has it truly concealed itself so deeply? This sentiment resonates among all factions present. Amidst the silence, Qian Renxue leisurely approached, casting a glance at the individual sprawled on the ground. At first glance, he failed to recognize him. How had Yu Yinjin fallen into such disarray? However, further discussion proved futile. Qian Renxue promptly commenced his treatment. Accompanied by a delicate fragrance, white petals descended from the heavens, landing upon Yu Yinjin and melding seamlessly with his being. Was this not merely a rumor? It appears that the 9-heart Tang of the Yi family has indeed fully merged with the Spirit Hall. In terms of support, The Nine-Hearts Sea Tang uniquely possesses the potential to challenge the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Yet it is destined to remain a threat only in theory. Such is the fate that binds us. Is there anyone still vying for a position among the top 3 sects? Our Holy Dragon sect relinquishes its claim to the top 3. The Yunjian sect does the same. The Ghost Leopard sect follows suit, as does the Elephant Armor sect. Observing the collective surrender, Bibi Dong nodded and proclaimed, "Since all have withdrawn, I hereby announce the Ethereal Holy Sect as the new top 3 sect." The Spirit Hall acknowledges the top 3 sects as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Ethereal Holy Sect, and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. Your Holiness, I do not believe the Ethereal Holy Sect will be subordinate to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji interjected, fully aware of her intentions. He resolved to deny Yin Mian any opportunity for retort and declared, "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School willingly consents to be the second among the top 3 sects." Recognizing the Ethereal Holy Sect as the foremost, thereby acknowledging the supremacy of the world's first beast martial soul. Once a decision is made, Ning Fengji stands resolute. As for the Blue Electric, they can fend for themselves. Yin Mian turned to Yi Renxuan and inquired, "Is that wretched creature healed? If not, there's no need for treatment. I shall send him to the heavens directly, omitting even the burial rites, for there would be naught left of his remains." Yi Renxuan was acutely aware that Yu Yuanjin was merely feigning his condition, and his treatment was but a charade. The internal injuries remained untreated. With the full power of the Nine-Hearts Sea Tang, he could regenerate lost limbs, yet he chose not to intervene. Yi Renxuan was astute. He served the interests of his sovereign, currently holding the esteemed title of Honorary Elder of the Spirit Hall, and soon to be a Hall Master. What relevance did this have to the Spirit Hall? The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect was at odds with the Spirit Hall. Healing him would only create a nuisance. To assist an adversary? Preposterous. Though he possessed the compassion of a healer, discernment was essential. He spoke directly. "The condition of sect master, you should be nearing recovery. Yet alas, my advanced age renders me incapable of providing adequate care." This statement truly underestimates the intelligence of certain individuals. Currently, the external injuries on Yu Yuanjin have nearly healed, with no visible wounds remaining. However, the Blue Worm, speak up, or I might truly send you away. Other factions feign ignorance, as it does not pertain to them, while the Spirit Hall revels in delight. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is willing to acknowledge the Celestial Holy Butterfly as the foremost beast martial spirit in the world. Do you see how this has unfolded? If it had been this way from the outset, how could it have turned out so dire? Next time, refrain from being overly arrogant. Indeed, possessing strength does not equate to arrogance. Bibi Dong remarked, "In that case, the top 3 sects shall be led by the Celestial Holy Sect, followed by the Seven Treasures." With the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon at the end, "May I inquire about the emblem your sect has inscribed on the Pope's decree?" Originally, the Pope's decree bore 6 emblems, each representing a titled Douluo. The concerns of Qian Renxue are now alleviated. The original Spirit Hall, seemingly lacking rationality, did not annihilate the Haotian sect. And yet the emblem could remain, as it is contingent upon the talents involved, being assailed and simultaneously aiding in the promotion of others. Fearing that others remain unaware of the Haotian hammer's overwhelming defeat of the Pope, now that the Haotian sect has vanished, the emblem on the Pope's decree will also be replaced, necessitating changes to the reliefs in Spirit City. Naturally, it will be the Celestial Holy Butterfly, silver crown stated. The new Pope's decree will be crafted 3 days hence, and I kindly request the representatives of the top 3 sects to remain in Spirit City for 3 days of tranquility. Observing no dissent, Bibi Dong prepared to declare the conclusion of this selection among the top 3 sections. However, at that moment, Silver Crown suddenly interjected. "It has come to my attention that the Evil Soul Beast sect has committed unspeakable atrocities. It is the duty of all to eradicate the evil soul masters." With a graceful lift of his jade hand, a figure materialized in the arena. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tang Yuehua. This Tang Yuehua is a remnant of the Evil Soul Beast sect. Let her contribute her strength to the continent. Tang Yuehua felt utterly despondent. This was the stronghold of the Spirit Hall, and with her 9th level soul power, how could she escape? The attendees were taken aback, astonished that Tang Yuehua was indeed affiliated with the Evil Soul Beast sect. What was her true intent in hiding within the Heaven Do Imperial City? It is no wonder that so few were aware of Tang Yuehua's true identity. Yun Guang chuckled. "Thank you, esteemed Silver Crown. You are also safeguarding the safety of the continent. Safeguarding the continent's security is our duty. Hearing this, many attendees twitch their lips. Such flattering words could easily deceive the uninformed. Yet, it would be madness to voice this sentiment aloud. 3 days later, this incident reverberated throughout the continent. With the newly appointed top sect, the Celestial Holy Sect, claiming the title of the foremost beast martial spirit, decisively defeating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and upholding the safety of the continent. It can be said that the Celestial Holy Sect has emerged at the pinnacle from the very start, especially considering that silver crown, despite being merely the deputy sect master, hints at the immense strength of the Celestial Holy Sect. Countless individuals yearned to join. As for why no one harbored doubts, this was purportedly an unparalleled Douluo. How could it possibly be feigned? Chapter 66. The reason for the purportedly is that Silver Crown's martial spirit is rather unique, resulting in a somewhat peculiar soul power that no one could accurately ascertain. They could only estimate it to be around 98 or 99 levels. After obtaining the decree from the Pope, the representatives of the top 3 sects returned to their respective sections. Normally, representatives would send someone. It certainly would not be the sect master. This time, the situation is rather unusual, as Silver Crown awaits personally, and thus Ning Fengji is also present, leaving only Blue Lightning as a minor character. Over the course of 3 days, despite Ning Fengji's desire to approach Silver Crown, he refrains from appearing overly eager, lest it jeopardize the negotiations. Ning Fengji, being an astute fox, is well aware of this. He wonders how Silver Crown perceives the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji wishes to gauge Silver Crown's stance towards the Spirit Hall. If possible, he would prefer to converse with the leader. While Silver Crown may be lacking in certain respects, Qian Renxue is still quite capable, and Ning Fengji merely seeks to court her support in opposing the Spirit Hall. However, Silver Crown's character has only recently emerged, and the reputation of the Spirit Hall is not entirely unfavorable, at least not in the eyes of common folk. Among the nobility, however, the Spirit Hall is deemed exceedingly malevolent. Silver Crown reflects, the Spirit Hall, based on my experiences over these past few days, is rather commendable. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji realizes that this approach is futile. If your impression of the Spirit Hall is positive, how can I persuade you to join forces against it? Nonetheless, he must not reveal his true thoughts. What one perceives may not necessarily reflect reality, especially after only a few days of experience. This matter runs deep. Oh, if the waters are too profound, can you truly navigate them? Silver Crown remains silent, prompting Bone Pine to exclaim, the Spirit Hall can be described as ambitious and tyrannical, acting with impunity. This left her somewhat speechless, quite different from what Qian Renxuan had anticipated. It mattered little, given our capabilities, while the Spirit Hall is formidable. It poses no real threat to us. With the power of the spatial martial spirit, as long as we do not court disaster, we shall remain safe. Moreover, we are a hidden sect, and I have come out secretly this time. The Spirit Hall cannot possibly discover us, and our interests do not significantly conflict with theirs, considering I am the only one exposed. Furthermore, the Lord Ning merely wishes to bind the Void Spirit sect to his chariot, remarked in Mian. Qian Renxuan decided to drop the pretense, abandoning the rules, and laid everything bare to see how she would respond. Ning Fengji shook his head, sighed, and said, the Spirit Hall is powerful. Even the former top 3 sects were annihilated. We are left with no choice. I have always advocated for unity among the top 3 sections. Upon hearing this, Mian burst into laughter, exclaiming, Lord Ning, that is the finest joke I have heard in days. The leader of the Blue Bug was defeated by me in such a manner, and you expect them to set aside their grudges? Although Ning Fengji felt a bit embarrassed, his expression remained unchanged. In certain extraordinary circumstances, I believe, brother, you could indeed let go of his grievances. Yet Mian interrupted him, stating, Lord Ning, we are all intelligent individuals here. To be frank, we have no conflicts with the Spirit Hall, so why the need for an alliance? Mian's figure vanished, leaving behind a remark. Lord Ning, I forgot to mention that my position as Vice Sect Master is due to my sister being the Sect Master. Ning Fengji fell into deep contemplation. As for who Mian's sister was, Qian Renxuan did not ponder, for the entire sect was fabricated. They were not lacking a person or two. Would they even be able to expose me? They cannot even locate the sect, so how could they unmask me? He had no intention of having the Void Spirit sect make an appearance. He could not just conjure up a living being, let alone an entire sect, which was absurd. It was merely a ruse to deceive a few individuals. However, an alliance was indeed necessary, though the form it took was crucial. Currently, there were no conflicts. and to agree outright would feel disingenuous, even though there were plausible reasons for such an agreement, like preventing future calamities. But not at this moment. The details needed finalizing first. If his sister was the sect master, then she was indeed the vice sect master by virtue of her connections. Consequently, there must be stronger individuals within the Void Spirit sect than Yin Mian. By the same logic, Yin Mian's sister must be extraordinarily powerful, otherwise, how could she command such allegiance? A sect master can sometimes be restricted. Thus, if Ning Fengji interpreted it this way, the Void Spirit sect was certainly much stronger than he had previously imagined, further solidifying his resolve. An alliance was imperative. The absence of conflict now did not guarantee there would be none in the future. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall would not permit a sect as formidable and uncontrollable as the Void Spirit sect to exist. No one understood the Spirit Hall better than he did, so he remained confident that an alliance would ultimately be forged. Now, Yin Mian had another task to execute, to chance upon Tang Hao and decisively defeat him with ease. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua had been captured, though not imprisoned in eternal prison. At that moment, Yun Guang and Qian Renxuan were interrogating her. Madam Tang, I suggest you speak. Otherwise, what awaits you are some rather unpleasant tortures. Huh? What do you want me to say? I repeat, I know nothing of your inquiries. Is that so? But you are the sect master's daughter, the Moon Pavilion master, and the romantic partner of Snow Knight. Who else would know if you do not? Yun Guang declared, pointing a sword at her. Tang Yuehua retorted angrily. Why not go and ask Snow Knight directly? Does the Spirit Hall only bully a weak woman? Oh, I haven't even lost my temper yet, and you're already angry? How dare you? Qian Renxuan found it perplexing. Upon hearing this, Yun Guang decided to cease the interrogation, believing it best left to professionals. Yet Qian Renxuan waved him off. Stepping closer to Tang Yuehua. Greetings, I am Qian Renxuan. The devilish Tang Yuehua interrupted him, much to Qian Renxuan's displeasure. Do I resemble a devil? He thought, incredulous at the notion. How could that be? How ungrateful. Given her lack of cooperation, he decided to employ a more drastic measure. The dream of floating life could forcibly extract memories. What would happen after that? Wasn't it merely a matter of experimentation? As the saying goes, practice reveals truth. Qian Renxuan placed his hand upon her head and activated the dream of floating life. Though Tang Yuehua was unaware of his intentions, she sensed it was not a good omen. However, her struggles were in vain. A strange light enveloped them, and as Qian Renxuan opened his eyes, it was as if he had gained a divine perspective, allowing him to witness Tang Yuehua's entire life, fast-forwarding through it. If one were to describe it, it was akin to watching television. Outside, Yin Guang did not interrupt Qian Renxuan, patiently waiting. After a prolonged viewing, he felt the term white was an understatement. It was more accurate to say he gleaned nothing at all. Tang Yuehua truly had no secrets to speak of. Every aspect of her being was laid bare to him. As for secrets, what secrets were there? She knew nothing of the hidden matters of the Haotian sect, nor did she know where Tang Chan was, or the defensive distribution of the Tiando Empire. Regarding the imperial family of Tiando, she remained ignorant, and her relationship with Snow Knight could only be deemed one-sided. She had not even touched him. So what had he gained? Nonetheless, he had obtained a free viewing of a real-life performance, indulging in whimsical fantasies. Should he alter her memories and use her as a spy? That could be deemed resourceful. However, he would wait to see if Snow Knight would make a move, to ascertain if it was indeed true love. Snow Knight, do not let me down. He had not seen what he should have, and had seen much that he ought not to have. Feeling rather strange, Qian Renxuan withdrew, a hint of redness creeping onto his face. Yun Guang sensed he had stumbled upon something significant and felt it necessary to correct the misguided youth. Light would guide the young man forward. Did you see something you should not have? Instinctively, Qian Renxuan sensed danger. This was something he could not admit to, lest. I did not. You must not jump to conclusions. He immediately denied it thrice. Yun Guang's eyes glinted with a dangerous light, and Qian Renxuan felt that if he did not make his exit, he would be in peril. Snow is looking for me for something. I must be off. With that, Qian Renxuan dashed for the exit. Yun Guang swiftly caught up, seizing the back of his collar and saying, Do not be hasty. Do not be hasty. You want to make a move and expect me to remain calm. You are truly something. Yin's sister, I believe this is rather inappropriate. You are bullying a child. And that is wrong. Be wary of my. Yun Guang then pinched his ear. Stop with the useless rambling. Is it white or not? Is it beautiful or not? At your age, you should not be dwelling on such trivialities. Do not develop a habit of peeping. Then she rattled off a slew of admonitions. Come now. Are you questioning my character? And my viewing of memories was entirely above board. How could that be labeled as theft? Initially, he wished to engage in a rational discourse, only to realize that he could not hope to prevail in such an argument. He decided to concede with a nod, acknowledging his fault, and thought to himself that he could easily repeat this mistake in the future. After being forcibly subjected to a memory probe, Tang Yuehua fainted. For the sake of observation, she was confined in a lavish solitary room, as it was unlikely for someone with the soul power of level 9 to escape. The current plan was to monitor for any potential aftereffects, and then await the arrival of Shui Yi or others to see if anyone would redeem her. If not, it appeared that Tang Yuehua might be destined to remain in the eternal prison forever. Qian Renxuan did not wish for her to stay there. He regretted allowing Yin Mian to abandon her in such a place. Now, with these thoughts, he found himself ensnared by his own design. Chapter 68. The limits of endurance, steady and unflinching, fearless in the face of adversity. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi had also learned of Tang Yuehua's predicament. To be candid, she had become exceedingly contentious, a veritable liability. Why is a soul master incapable of surpassing level 10 deemed a threat? It is, of course, due to the information regarding Tang Yuehua being splashed across the pages of the Spirit Hall's newspaper. Accusations of treachery and insinuations of her being a remnant of evil have become common knowledge across the continent. Previously, only a select few were privy to Tang Yuehua's true identity, which he could have manipulated to his advantage. The reason he had refrained from employing force against her was due to the influence of the Haotian clan. Shui Yi yearned for a more favorable relationship with the Haotian clan, and now he felt no fear. He had initially planned to make his move in a few days, but unforeseen circumstances arose. Now, in order to secure her return, he had to consider the sentiments of the populace. He was not naive. To the nobility, Tang Yuehua was expendable, regarded merely as a figure of high society. Thus, a woman endowed only with beauty and limited utility was hardly worth great sacrifices. However, the Spirit Hall's newspaper was truly malicious. Was this the destructive power of language? The assertions made by the Spirit Hall had been accepted as truth, distorting reality while the ignorant masses continued to believe it. It was imperative to impose restrictions. Otherwise, would the Spirit Hall's proclamations be deemed infallible in the future? Nonetheless, the Tiando Empire lacked the capacity of the Spirit Hall to influence every corner of the continent. The Tiando Empire could affect only its own region, and even in some areas, Shui Yi's commands were ineffective. Furthermore, the royal family's reputation and credibility were not particularly strong, leaving the populace to wonder if they could truly collaborate with Ningfengji. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School refrained from intervening, owing to its limited influence. Despite being one of the top 3 sects, it was still merely a sect, unlike the Spirit Hall, which had a presence throughout the continent. Thus, Shui Yi sent someone to invite Ningfengji for a discussion. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was engulfed in regret, pondering the consequences of his actions and lamenting the loss of his loved ones. He gazed at Tang San in his arms, recalling the anguished spirits of the Haotian clan, Yin, his father, his elder brother, and his younger sister. Tang Hao's expression solidified with determination. He resolved to seek vengeance, to strike at the distant Spirit Hall, careful not to draw attention by acting against Nodding City and its surroundings, yet aware of the significant risks involved. A single misstep could be catastrophic. He gathered some funds and entrusted Old Jack with the care of Little San. Old Jack, having come to view Tang Hao with disdain since his arrival, thought him a grown man who acted like a child, constantly drinking and drifting through life, bound to meet an early demise. Tang Hao implored, "If I do not return, please ensure Little San is looked after." This revelation left Old Jack utterly astonished. He had assumed that Tang Hao was merely away for a few days, yet how had this situation escalated to a matter of entrusting a child? "What on earth are you doing?" Without a second thought, Tang Hao prepared to kneel, but Old Jack swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this?" Tang Hao replied, "I have knelt before very few in my lifetime. I implore you to grant me this favor." Old Jack hastily countered, "Enough, enough. Your father may be unfit, but it is your duty as a father to care for your child. I can assist." Tang Hao understood Old Jack's intentions, yet he pondered whether he could truly return alive from what lay ahead. Although he had uttered some curses, he ultimately accepted the responsibility of caring for Tang San, disregarding Old Jack's insults. After entrusting the child to Old Jack, Tang Hao soared into the distance, determined to exact a blood price. While he could still endure, his patience had worn thin, He would strike at the branch temple, as he had previously mentioned, merely as a precaution, should he meet his demise. He hoped that little San could live peacefully, free from the burden of hatred. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Heavendo Empire, two individuals sat within a grand hall. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, your majesty?" The Snow Knight Emperor replied coolly. "I trust that Sect Master Ning recognizes the potential peril posed by the martial soul daily." Ning Fengji readily grasped the emperor's implication, which boiled down to two possibilities. Did His Majesty wish to suppress the martial soul daily, thus eradicating it from the Heavendo territory? Or did he intend to replicate it for Heavendo's own benefit? Sect Master Ning, you must be aware that the former is impossible. To make the martial soul daily vanish, one would need to eliminate the martial soul temple. The Snow Knight Emperor lamented with a wry smile. The Xing Luo Empire has its own Xing Luo daily, and without the empire's financial backing, it would have perished long ago, for it garners little interest. Heavendo would find itself in a similar predicament. Ning Fengji understood at last. This was merely a request for financial support. The Xing Luo Empire had the Dai family in power, boasting a title Douluo. In contrast, the Heavendo royalty relied on the nobility, falling significantly short. While the Heavendo royal family possessed wealth, Snow Knight wished to avoid excessive expenditure while seeking to involve the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. "Ah, Snow Knight. You have changed. It is fortunate that I am not your true subject. Your dealings can be quite treacherous." Ning Fengji maintained his composure, stating, "The martial soul temple has a presence throughout the continent, a vast advantage we cannot hope to match. Furthermore, there are other reasons that I cannot disclose, as they would be detrimental to all parties." The Snow Knight Emperor fell silent, prompting Ning Fengji to continue. "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could collaborate with Heavendo to establish a Heavendo daily, which would be the most advantageous choice for us." Ning Fengji articulated this because he knew that if he did not, Snow Knight would voice it himself. The outcome would remain unchanged. With the Seven Treasure and Heavendo essentially intertwined, the amount of money involved was trivial, as it would ultimately come from Heavendo. Ning Fengji awaited the Emperor's response. The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled, "Sect Master Ning, I believe it is best to retain the name Seven Treasure daily." Their conversation continued, meandering through inconsequential topics. Although they appeared to share a bond of trust and unity, Ning Fengji, as Snow Knight's right-hand man, was acutely aware of the underlying tensions. Following the forced awakening of Snow Knight, the Emperor's lifespan suffered, causing the Heavendo royalty to grow wary of the Seven Treasure sect, and their relationship plummeted to an all-time low. Meanwhile, after the soul-hunting incident, Ning Fengji was a cunning fox, a merchant who had provided considerable assistance to both Heavendo and Tang San's faction. Every investment carried an element of risk, although Ning Fengji had made correct judgments. He also faced miscalculations. Ultimately, it was all a matter of fate, with little left to chance. Elsewhere, Mian arrived at Holy Soul Village, only to discover that Tang Hao was missing. Instead, an elderly man was tending to Tang San, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Mian felt quite despondent. Having failed her master's mission, she was heartbroken. Nevertheless, she swiftly reported the news to Qian Renxue. Upon hearing the update, Qian Renxue surmised that Tang Hao had likely lost his composure, prompting her to instruct the various martial soul temples to bolster their defenses and report any developments immediately. "If Tang Hao does appear, should we not simply eliminate him?" Sister Yun Guang, with a smile, replied, "Is such a question necessary? I have grown accustomed to your cunning ways. You seem to regard others as mere pawns." Yun Guang jested, noting that both options, killing or sparing him, held their own merits. To slay him would mean vengeance and a boost for the martial soul temple, while allowing him to remain alive could drive Tang Hao to madness, ultimately serving their purposes when the time came for divine intervention and the promotion of their faith. After speaking, a peculiar luminescence enveloped Qian Renxue, and when it faded, she transformed into Yun Guang. Qian Renxue touched her face and inquired, "Sister Yun Guang, do you find me beautiful?" The sound, the imposing presence, the gaze, there is an undeniable essence of a certain type of person, truly infuriating. "Qian Renxuan, are you courting death?" With her anger reaching a boiling point, Yun Guang would have slapped anyone else without hesitation. Observing Yun Guang on the brink of explosion, he hastily apologized, "Sister Yun Guang, you are my dear sister. It was an error, truly an error. This was merely an accident." After uttering these words, Qian Renxuan transformed into the likeness of a yin. Yun Guang's emotions softened slightly as she remarked, "Qian Renxuan, if you dare to take my form again, accompanied by that shameless voice and those actions, do you believe I would not break your legs?" I absolutely believe. I promise I shall never dare again, Qian Renxuan swore, genuinely asserting that this was indeed an accident. Yun Guang circled around the Ain that Qian Renxuan had become, clearly intrigued, and then, to everyone's astonishment, she made a bold move and lifted her skirt. This presented a challenge for Qian Renxuan. Damn, are you out of your mind? Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and avoided her grasp. No, I'm merely curious. Could everything truly be real? Is there a tangible sensation? How can it be that it has transformed into a life form? What I possess is a mere illusion, a construct of a peculiar power, only resembling reality. Qian Renxuan straightened his chest and continued, You can feel this. It has a remarkably solid texture, though I confess I am unaware of how it was achieved. Yun Guang furrowed her brow and, in the next moment, delivered 2 swift slaps to Qian Renxuan. Are you some sort of pervert? You mustn't genuinely become a deviant. Such matters. Yun Guang stumbled over her words, clearly at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. Am I truly perceived as such in your eyes? That deeply wounds me, he lamented. Yun Guang disregarded his sentiment, merely warning. I caution you against using this ability to transform into a woman and engage in bizarre acts with yourself. That would be utterly inappropriate. Qian Renxuan was at a loss for words, pondering how his image had become so tarnished. So what is your plan? And how do you know what Ain looks like? The plan is quite simple. Tang Hao will make his appearance. You shall confront him, driving him into a corner. I will then assume the guise of Ain, using the dreamlike nature of life to influence him, compelling him to capture an ordinary person and threaten us. Ultimately, in a bid to save lives, we will release Tang Hao and also set Tang Yuehua free. As for how I know Yin's appearance, the secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed. But do you not find this endeavor magnificent? For the sake of these ordinary individuals, the Spirit Hall is willing to make concessions. Do they not feel grateful? Yun Guang seemed perplexed, expressing her thoughts on the matter. Why complicate things? It would be far simpler to eliminate him. Allowing him to escape would only tarnish the Spirit Hall's reputation. Qian Renxuan shook his head, replying, We can record the event with the recording crystal. Once you make your entrance, you will severely injure the Spirit Hall, while Tang Hao struggles in despair, threatening you with ordinary lives. Then we will concede, and our reputation will remain untarnished. Coupled with extensive publicity from the Spirit Hall daily, we shall emerge with a commendable reputation, while Tang Hao will pose no further threat. You decide what you wish to do. I am indifferent, Yun Guang remarked, stretching slightly. Of course, the details require meticulous planning. Frankly, I wonder if there are any critics in this alternate realm who would dare to disparage the Spirit Hall. If so, how should we address such critics? Meanwhile, with the ability to manipulate space, Yin Mian began searching for Tang Hao, but had found nothing thus far. On another front, the 7 Treasures and the Heavenly Dough Alliance had launched the 7 Treasures Daily, which was now fully operational in the Heavenly Dough region. Although its sales were mediocre at best, especially when compared to the Spirit Hall Daily, which soared above it, Ning Fengji expressed that everything unfolded as he anticipated, and losses were inevitable. The 7 Treasures and the Heavenly Dough royalty would be wasting resources without purpose. Thus, he felt no fear. On a night shrouded in darkness, with the wind howling ominously, Tang Hao stood at a distance, surveying the Spirit Hall branch, filled with weaklings he could easily dispatch. It was time for vengeance. To use the blood of the Spirit Hall to honor the spirits of the Haotian sect. Slowly, Tang Hao's figure faded from sight. The Spirit Hall should brace itself. 2 guards clad in Spirit Hall uniforms patrolled, entirely unaware that danger was looming nearby. Surely, Tang Hao cannot be so foolish as to actually show up. He will undoubtedly find himself ensnared. Who knows? We can only hope he doesn't appear here. After all, he is a titled Douluo. How could we possibly stand a chance? Though the Spirit Hall would seek retribution for them, their lives would be forfeit, a significant loss. Well, even if we perish, our families will be cared for, ensuring they will never suffer. Indeed, family. But he had not finished his thought before he was abruptly transformed into a mist of blood, startling those around him. Yet, he was not foolish. He swiftly drew a signal flare and prepared to launch it. The next moment, he too dissolved into blood mist. But the signal flare successfully soared into the sky. Chapter 70. The grand performance begins. Tang Hao gazed at the red signal flare, cursing internally. Damn it. He could have obliterated the flare, but it would have been pointless. Too late now. Thus, he would unleash a massacre. Along his path, Tang Hao had already claimed the lives of over a dozen individuals, but it was still not enough. Yield, Tang Hao. We have reported your presence to Spirit City. Elders will soon arrive to apprehend you. It is not too late to retreat, one of the guards declared. Tang Hao responded nonchalantly, "Do you recognize me?" But then a realization struck him. The spirit hall must have been informed. Despite his black cloak, who else could it be but himself? 3 mere soul rings. Why would I choose to bring about my own demise? Choose your own demise? I refuse to back down, Sun Qing stated earnestly. He unleashed his most potent third soul skill against Tang Hao. How amusing that you dare to strike first. Prepare to meet your end. With that, the Haotian hammer swung towards Sun Cheng, who closed his eyes. At that moment, an unexpected figure pushed him out of the attack's range, while he himself would forever close his eyes. Rising from the ground, Sun Cheng roared, "Did I not instruct you to flee? What on earth is wrong with you young ones? Director Sun, we cannot abandon our post. We leave. You are not needed here. I am an old man with nothing to lose. What business do you have returning?" Upon seeing the signal flare, he had urged the branch members to flee, to discard their spirit hall uniforms and escape. After all, Tang Hao did not know everyone. How could he recognize them? It was indeed a touching scene. But since they had come, they might as well stay. One figure attempted a sneak attack, only to be obliterated instantly. Tang Hao regarded the spirit hall branch before him. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. "This shall be your grave." The immense Haotian hammer crashed down, reducing the spirit hall branch to ruins. As countless cries of anguish echoed in the night. "City Lord, shall we not intervene?" The City Lord glared at the speaker, angrily retorting, "If you wish to seek death, I will not stop you. But if the spirit hall is destroyed and we remain idle, what if they hold us accountable?" Realizing the potential consequences, the City Lord replied, "Take a few people to make a show of it. Run a few laps, shout a few slogans, and that will suffice." As for Tang Hao, although he did not annihilate everyone, the damage was done, and it was best for him to make a swift exit. Utilizing the disparity in information, he intended to strike another location, leaving the people of the Spirit Hall utterly astonished. After Tang Hao departed, a few individuals crawled out from the ruins, most of them grievously wounded, missing limbs, and bearing the marks of battle. It was nothing short of a miracle that they survived. Days later, news of this incident spread across the continent, and it is safe to say that Tang Hao's reputation had reached an unfathomable level, besmirched with a plethora of accusations, with insults directed at his ancestors spanning generations. Meanwhile, Yin Mian had chosen a path that diverged from Tang Hao's. Otherwise, this calamity would not have transpired. Among the deceased, those with families had their loved ones secretly relocated near Spirit City, ensuring their safety for a lifetime, albeit at the cost of their own lives. Except for a handful, no one wished for their kin to perish. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall launched an extensive search, while Yin Mian brought forth encouraging news. In Xiqing, let us proceed. He only dared to target these smaller towns. As for how they reached their destination so swiftly, was it not rather simple? After all, that was the purpose of Yin Mian. Waves rippled through the air as Yin Mian materialized. "Master," he exclaimed, evoking envy among those present. Qian Renxuan found himself puzzled by Yun Guang's peculiar tone. In the void, the two were enveloped, transported through space with a flawless teleportation. To be candid, having Sister Yun Guang here felt somewhat excessive. Tang Hao had only recently reached the 91st or 92nd level at most. The explosive rings were indeed formidable, granting him an inconceivable level of power. Yun Guang remarked earnestly. Qian Renxuan chuckled, "Yet we are here to orchestrate a performance. Besides, even if he detonates 9 rings, I am still more unreasonable than he." Upon hearing this, Yun Guang smiled and chose not to comment further. When they next became aware of their surroundings, they found themselves within the city of Yanxiqing. Qian Renxuan suggested, "For safety's sake, let us first conceal ourselves within the space. We wouldn't want to scare our protagonist away, nor would we want to trouble Yin Mian to make several more trips." The meticulously constructed stage is set, with both actors and audience poised in anticipation. Only the protagonist remains absent before the grand performance may commence. Observing the encroaching darkness outside, Qian Renxuan could not help but remark, "For Tang Hao, does it truly matter whether it is day or night? Why must he choose to act under the veil of night? Indeed, given his formidable prowess, the distinction between day and night holds little significance. Perhaps this is what one might refer to as a sense of ceremony?" Qian Renxuan chuckled. "Surely, this cannot be the case. Silver Crown is merely an emotionless pawn." Finally, as the hours of the night advanced, Tang Hao prepared to make his move. It had been quite the endeavor. In the dead of night, will my guise as a Yin be discernible to him? I would assume that a titled Douluo's vision is not so impaired, especially with my presence. To this, Qian Renxuan concurred. Tang Hao approached, each step imbued with an unmistakable aura of menace. He has arrived, he has arrived. Our protagonist is at last in position. Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Hao, the individuals within this hall are all criminals, each deserving of the gravest penalties. It is their honor to lend their strength in these final moments before their demise. This time, Tang Hao had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation as he did previously. Instead, he resolved to strike directly, determining that the casualties would be as they may, and those who survived could consider themselves fortunate. The sooner he finished this, the quicker he could move on to the next. The colossal Haotian hammer descended upon the Spirit Hall branch, and with a resounding crash, the entire structure was reduced to ruins. This seems rather unconventional. Why did you strike so abruptly? Moreover, while patrolling outside, he had deliberately altered his memory, yet now it proves to be of no use, and he must revert it, which is quite disheartening. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Just as Tang Hao turned around, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the entirety of Yinshi City as if it were midday. It was swift, exceedingly swift, leaving no room for evasion. Tang Hao had no choice but to unleash his martial soul's true form, preparing to withstand the impending blow. The radiant strike of the world, executed with nearly all of Yun Guang's strength. Perhaps a mere 2/10 remained. The beam of light collided with the Haotian hammer, unleashing a tremendous force that reduced everything in its vicinity to ashes. The unknown criminals, who had yet to follow the script in their exchange with Tang Hao, met their demise, a fate that could only be attributed to their unfortunate destiny. Chapter 71. Despair. Though Tang Hao's hammer created a shockwave, it paled in comparison to the brilliance of the radiant strike. In an instant, the beam surged forward, piercing through Tang Hao without delay. As the light vanished, drops of blood dripped from the wound on Tang Hao's left arm, which had already been reduced to nothingness. A grave expression settled on Tang Hao's face. He understood that he was likely to meet his end here today. Why must you defy the heavens and engage in such treachery? Are you seeking death? Yun Guan spoke coldly. Treachery? My love for Ain is pure. He, driven by selfish desires, has mercilessly slaughtered the innocent. My Haotian sect has never been associated with evil spirit masters. You, the Spirit Hall, have laid false accusations, reversing right and wrong. You claim to be the embodiment of justice while your deeds are riddled with sinister intentions. You are the true embodiment of wickedness. Tang Hao bellowed. Yun Guang paid little heed to his words. Had he not been of use to Qian Renxue, he would have already perished. Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he laughed maniacally, continuing, Heavens? Am I the one defying them? Or is it your Spirit Hall that elevates itself to such heights? You have committed countless murders, disregarding life itself, claiming dominion over the heavens. I, Tang Hao, shall shatter this fabricated sky. Yun Guang retorted coldly, Heavens? To you, my Spirit Hall represents the heavens. Why should a mere titled Douluo seek his own demise? As her words fell, a golden cage enveloped Tang Hao, and a realm of light unfolded. Several holy swords coalesced into a massive blade, resembling a harbinger of judgment. Great Sumera hammer. Shockwave. The collision between the Haotian sect and the sacred sword unleashed a tremendous wave of force. The holy sword shattered into mere fragments. Unfazed by the descending Haotian hammer, Yun Guang regarded it with indifference, for she considered Tang Hao to be of no consequence. A myriad of light arrays appeared in the air, emitting countless rays. The so-called shockwave had become a mere jest. The previous holy sword was only a facade. As Qian Renxue had stated, strength is fleeting, while appearance is everlasting. Thus, she feigned a display, realizing the sword's fragility, likely due to her own limitations. Had her control and power escalated to a higher echelon, the Haotian hammer would have shattered. Tang Hao yearned to flee, yet the dense arrays of light and Yun Guang obstructed his escape. To run would require leaving something behind. To remain meant risking his very life. Like a madman, Tang Hao recklessly clashed with Yun Guang, sustaining numerous wounds, while she remained unscathed, radiating a blinding light. The inhabitants of the city had mostly awakened, as the commotion was impossible to ignore. Those nearby fled in a frenzy, fearing they would be crushed if they lagged. The city lord inwardly cursed the two. There were plenty of wild places to fight, yet they insisted on wreaking havoc in his small town. What a calamity! Faced with such formidable foes, one, Tang Hao, and the other, Yun Guang, He resolved to prioritize his own safety, letting them clash as they wished. Tang Hao. Why continue this futile struggle? Yun Guang had conversed with Tang Hao for quite some time. The reason for their prolonged dialogue was clear. She was merely playing her part. Great Sumura Hammer. Shockwave. This strike granted Tang Hao a significant amount of time, allowing him to turn and flee. Yun Guang swiftly pursued him, taunting, Tang Hao, you are but a coward. I killed your father, incapacitated your elder brother, and annihilated the Haoyan sect. What purpose does your existence serve if you can only run away? As Tang Hao defended against Yun Guang's relentless assaults, he repeatedly reassured himself that survival was paramount. Enduring this trial would eventually lead to greatness. Yet, what other options did he have? Now that Tang Hao was retreating, Qian Renxuan could no longer remain passive. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky as Ain made her dazzling entrance. Ain lay in ambush on the path Tang Hao was destined to traverse. What constituted this destined path? It was the route that Yun Guang forced him to take. The Holy Sword and Radiant formations relentlessly assaulted Tang Hao, occasionally manifesting a prison of light that drove him to the brink of madness. With a powerful strike, Tang Hao sent the Holy Sword flying, and by sheer coincidence, it hurtled toward Ain. Ain, startled, collapsed to the ground as the Holy Sword flew toward her. At that moment, Tang Hao inadvertently caught a glimpse of her, an image that would haunt him for a lifetime. The individual possessed long blue hair and bore an uncanny resemblance to Ain, exuding a similar aura. Tang Hao instinctively shouted, Ain, danger! Revitalized by the sight, he ceased his flight and rushed to protect Ain. Fully aware in his heart that she was already lost to him, yet her likeness was too striking to ignore. He could not bear the thought of Ain perishing before his eyes. Lifting Ain into his arms, he stood and gazed at her with deep affection, a sight that made Qian Renxuan feel somewhat nauseated. Had he known, he would have acted differently. With heartfelt gratitude, Ain uttered, Thank you. Tang Hao, though stirred by emotion, remained silent as Yun Guang charged at him once more. Tang Hao, you truly are a romantic, yet all of this appears to be mere coincidence. Is your heart at ease? Tang Hao's heart raced in response. You speak nonsense, he retorted. You coincidentally reached level 89, stalled for so long. And yet you still roam with a pregnant soul beast. Isn't it you who leaked that information? You are the murderer of that soul beast. The world is indeed rife with coincidences, Tang Hao. Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, Tang Hao felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. Had he not been wandering with Ain, none of this would have transpired. He could never forgive himself. Yun Guang, sensing that Tang Hao had missed the underlying implication, swiftly delivered another blow. A soul master is on the verge of breaking through, and he has set his sights on his own wife, knowing she is a soul beast. To this end, he deliberately spread rumors to lure hunters, ensuring that his wife would become a sacrificial offering. What do you think of this tale, Tang Hao? Tang Hao roared in anger. You lie? I have never thought such things. It matters not, for your words hold no weight. Besides, a 10,000-year soul beast as a sacrifice. And you are only at level 92. Truly pathetic. Tang Hao's heart was in turmoil. He had never entertained such thoughts, yet he had lived in a state of self-reproach. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted, striking Tang Hao directly and sending him crashing to the ground. At this moment, Yun Guang unleashed a devastating strike. The radiance of the world. With his leg injured, Tang Hao felt there was no escaping this blow. As he prepared to withstand the impact, Ain slowly rose and pushed Tang Hao away, transforming into ashes amidst the light. Chapter 72. The Yearning of the Heart with a Yin's Disappearance. Tang Hao was rendered utterly speechless, standing frozen in place, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost his very soul. Meanwhile, Qian Renxuan began to unleash the full force of his ethereal dream. Although the influence had already begun when Tang Hao embraced him, it was not yet evident. After all, he was a titled Douluo. Nevertheless, he remained relatively weak at this moment, relying on the formidable prowess of his martial soul, and everything seemed to proceed smoothly. A peculiar radiance flickered as Tang Hao became ensnared in painful memories, while Yun Guang observed with curiosity, his face betraying his intrigue. Qian Renxuan, though bemused by the scene, knew he could not afford to be distracted. As the luminescence intensified, Tang Hao found himself entranced within the meticulously crafted dreamscape conjured by Qian Renxuan. There are times when one chooses to believe in the illusion, even when aware of its falsity. Such is the nature of humanity. The most agonizing experience, indeed, is the descent from paradise to perdition. In this dream, they were free from the constraints of the spirit hall, thus, Ayin did not perish. And the two returned safely to the Haotian sect. Some within the sect recognized Ayin as a soul beast, but chose to remain silent. For the Haotian sect stood united, fiercely loyal to one another. Within the most prestigious sect in the world, this devoted couple held a grand wedding. Subsequently, Ayin gave birth to Tang San, and the family embarked on a life of unabashed happiness. Such was the essence of their existence, evoking envy even in Qian Renxuan. Yet, if things were to unfold this way, what purpose would there be in continuing? It was time for the story to take a turn. Tang Hao professed affectionately, Ayin, I love you. With their child nearby, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and smiled sheepishly. Just as he prepared to speak further, a tremendous explosion echoed, shaking the very earth, a testament to its overwhelming power. Ayin, wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Ayin nodded in response. The Haotian sect faced a brutal massacre once more. Following Yun Guang's full-force strike that obliterated sect master Tang Tian, the Haotian sect lost all capacity for retaliation. The remaining elders were merely grasping at fleeting hopes. A one-sided slaughter commenced. Ah, you heartless fiends. The spirit hall will eventually meet its demise. Ha! Various curses and profanities erupted amidst the chaos. Tang Hao rushed forward to intervene, but was met with such force that he became unrecognizable to his own parents. Exploding rings? 9 rings detonating simultaneously? Before your rings explode, I can incapacitate you. Yet, Tang Hao, as Tang San's father, possessed an inherent distinction. Even in such dire straits, he successfully detonated all 9 rings, unleashing a force that obliterated a mountain, inadvertently striking his allies, leading to the demise of countless Haotian sect disciples due to his actions. This brought him to the brink of despair. Yet, the true collapse lay ahead. Tang Hao was rendered powerless and subsequently crucified. The remaining disciples of the Haotian sect were all captured and lined up before him, awaiting their impending fate. Countless disciples endured unspeakable tortures before ultimately meeting their end at the hands of Tang Hao himself. Who could fathom the depth of such anguish without having experienced it? Tang Hao was on the verge of madness. His sect, oh, the Spirit Hall. How could you so ruthlessly extinguish humanity, forsaking all semblance of kinship? As his hands became stained with the blood of his own disciples, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events, forced to witness the horror unfold. Even becoming the executioner, this sense of helplessness. If given another chance, Tang Hao might not return to the Haotian sect, nor would he traverse the Douluo continent with Ayin. If he chose to retreat to a secluded place, would everything have unfolded differently? Would there perhaps have been a perfect resolution, devoid of tragedy? As he pondered the essence of life, a woman approached. Ayin, no, please, spare her. Do whatever you wish to me. Yet, is please borne no weight. Ayin endured unspeakable torment before his very eyes, subjected to inhumane suffering, devoid of mercy. Tang Hao could not shut his eyes, forced to witness this, such is the torment of the heart. Ah, you wretches, you shall pay. A furious lament escaped him, tears streaming freely. After enduring relentless agony, Ayin collapsed into his embrace. Gazing at the broken figure of Ayin, he remained powerless, just as he had been before. A mere bystander to the calamity unfolding around him. Do you yearn for power? It is weakness that breeds helplessness. It is weakness that gives rise to tragedy and tears. Weakness is the original sin. A voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoed in Tang Hao's ears, incessantly tempting him, as if dragging him into an abyss. Suddenly, the tone shifted dramatically, a divine voice resonating. Do you dare confront your heart? What are your true thoughts? A faint glow emerged, revealing another version of Tang Hao. Do you truly love her? She is merely a soul beast, just a spirit ring. No, you speak nonsense. Nonsense? You are aware of her true nature, yet act with reckless abandon. Your soul power is but a step away from the title. Can you truly refuse a 100,000-year spirit ring? You suppressed your soul power, colluding with the spirit hall, seeking to have Ayin sacrificed. You have never loved her. She is merely your spirit ring, and now that you know she is with child, you regret your choices. Face your heart. Tang Hao, this is your reality. Tang Hao knelt, cradling his head in despair. Another voice continued. Tang Hao, you are not alone in your cowardice. The Haotian sect is filled with cowards, a hypocritical bunch that preys on the weak. Your child will be just like you. The voice incessantly shattered his mental defenses. You all deserve to die? Indeed, they all deserve death. Do you wish for revenge? Do you long for others to experience your suffering? As events unfolded, It aligned eerily with what Qian Renxue had anticipated, progressing even more smoothly than expected. To seek vengeance, one must possess strength. To seek vengeance, one must first survive, bide time until greatness is achieved, until invincibility is attained. Thus, a seed was silently sown, awaiting the moment to take root and flourish. Back in reality, Tang Hao cared not for the authenticity of his power. He had compelling reasons to survive, even if it meant resorting to any means necessary. Isn't the Spirit Hall the self-proclaimed embodiment of justice? With such grand proclamations, let him test the Spirit Hall as so-called righteousness. Chapter 73, A Life at Stake. Today, if he wished to live, he must act without scruples. Does the truth of dreams even matter? A piercing sound cut through the air, and beams of light surged towards him. Tang Hao soared into the sky, smashing each beam with his hammer. Observing this, Qian Renxue wondered why he did not simply evade them. Did he find this more impressive? After obliterating the beams, Tang Hao altered his trajectory, heading towards a densely populated area, with Yun Guang following suit at a leisurely pace, clearly struggling with the performance. Tang Hao dodged and flew, swiftly locating his desired destination. With a single strike, countless structures crumbled into ruins, the impact resonating from afar. Hovering in the air, Tang Hao proclaimed, "Isn't the Spirit Hall self-righteous? Should you make a single move, the lives of these people below will be forfeit." With that declaration, murderous intent became palpable, and the suppression of soul power was lethal to the ordinary citizens below. Most collapsed in terror, losing control of their bodily functions, the scent of fear permeating the air. The members of the evil soul beast sect were indeed despicable, devoid of humanity, utterly repugnant. You are less than human, more beast than man, especially you, traitor. Hearing this, Tang Hao erupted into maniacal laughter, one hand covering his face while the other wielded his hammer, striking downward. In response, Yun Guang shouted, "You wretch!" Protected by the cage of light, the lives of the crowd were spared, largely due to Tang Hao's restraint. Otherwise, the aftershocks could have been devastating. You distort right and wrong, butcher the Haotian sect without a shred of humanity. Where was your compassion then? Tang Hao bellowed, "These foolish mortals only know how to curse, never contemplating the truth of the matter. They believe everything they hear, the epitome of foolishness. Why do such simple-minded beings even exist? You all deserve to die." Yun Guang immediately retorted, "Evil soul masters deserve to be eradicated. Any evil soul master is deserving of death. The evil soul beast sect has brought about its own destruction. What concern is that of the Spirit Hall? What a self-inflicted demise. As the son of the Haotian sect's leader, I had no idea there were evil soul masters among you. Your desperation knows no bounds." Yun Guang added, "You traverse the continent, consorting with soul beasts. Whatever the evil soul beast sect does, how could you possibly understand? It is nothing but your one-sided delusion." Realizing he could not out-argue Yun Guang, Tang Hao ceased his attempts. A colossal phantom of the Haotian hammer materialized as he descended with the hammer in hand. The ordinary citizens below were paralyzed with fear, most closing their eyes in prayer, hoping the soul master would save them. "Help, Mommy, I don't want to die." "Do not worry. That soul master will surely save us." The Haotian hammer halted within 3 meters of the crowd, and Tang Hao declared, "Release me, and free my elder brother and third sister. Otherwise, I shall bury this entire city with me." Yun Guang retorted vehemently, "You are devoid of conscience, inhuman. Less than a beast. What audacity! You speak so piously. If you had not pursued me, how could I have reached such a desperate situation? You are the true culprit. If someone perishes, it is by your own hand." At this point, her fury was palpable, suppressing the urge to annihilate Tang Hao, reminding herself to adhere to the plan. Nonsensical ramblings, twisted logic, utterly incomprehensible. Unperturbed by Yun Guang's accusations, Tang Hao cared not for her words. All that mattered was his survival. For only by living could he exact his revenge. "What will your decision be, Lord Yun Guang, the third guardian of the Spirit Hall?" The final words were shouted with great fervor, revealing ill intentions. Yun Guang fell silent, appearing to be deep in contemplation. "Why, for heaven's sake? Can't I simply eliminate him? Great Lord of the Three Offerings, you must hasten your decision, or else this madman may inevitably resort to drastic measures." "Are you threatening me?" Yun Guang fixed his gaze upon Tang Hao, as if poised to strike at any moment. "No, I am merely stating a fact. Am I not a madman at this juncture?" Gazing at Tang Hao's repugnant visage, Yun Guang resolved to act swiftly. The sooner the matter was concluded, the sooner he could depart. However, negotiations were still imperative. "Release these ordinary individuals, and I shall allow you to leave. As for Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao, their fate is beyond my authority." I can only grant you your freedom. Tang Hao's countenance darkened instantly, and in a fit of rage, he retorted, Are you jesting? They must all be freed, or else the entire city shall accompany me to the grave. Behind Yun Guang, countless sacred swords and luminous arrays materialized, their threatening presence unmistakable. In response, Tang Hao, unwilling to yield, brandished the Haotian hammer with fervor. Do you wish to compare our speed? Compare? Had I not come to slay you, you would have been finished from the outset. Yet, upon assessing the situation, she retracted her offensive, evoking a wave of emotion among the ordinary onlookers. Still, Yun Guang remained silent. Tang Hao, growing increasingly impatient, inquired, What are you contemplating? I shall ask you once more, will you release them, or not? The murderous intent in Yun Guang's gaze seemed almost palpable. Had looks been lethal, Tang San would have perished thousands of times over. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Tang Hao's impatience, she resolved to relent, yet only one individual would be spared. As Yun Guang uttered this phrase, it felt as though her very essence had been drained, nearly causing her to falter. Tang Hao scrutinized Yun Guang, seemingly attempting to discern her true intentions. Yet her performance was so convincing that no traces of pretense could be detected. Is this truly the bottom line? Tang Hao pondered internally, weighing the options of agreement or dissent, while grappling with the challenge of ensuring authenticity. How can you guarantee my release? What if you act once I have distanced myself? Moreover, what assurances can you provide regarding my elder brother and third sister? Yun Guang responded, You must choose to believe, for you have no other avenue of retreat. I can swear upon the reputation of the Spirit Hall that as long as you release them, I shall fulfill my promise. If you still harbor doubts, then I have no further words. Tang Hao fell into contemplation, realizing that overthinking served no purpose. He had reached a point of no return and could only take a chance, hoping that Yun Guang would honor his word. Entrusting one's life to another is, to be frank, an act of profound folly. Yet, Tang Hao found himself with no alternative. He had no choice but to gamble with his fate. Tang Hao declared, I hope you will honor your promise, otherwise, the millennium-long reputation of the Spirit Hall will be tarnished by your hands. Justice, indeed. Chapter 74. The curtain falls naturally. I, Yun Guang, am one to honor my word. Releasing those individuals would mean your own freedom as well. However, you must choose between Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao. While Tang Xiao boasts considerable strength, Tang Yuehua possesses valuable connections in the Heaven Do Empire, though whether I can leverage that now is a different matter altogether. On an emotional level, the bond among the three siblings has always been strong, particularly as Tang Yuehua harbors ambiguous feelings for him. Choosing one would inevitably lead to the other's disappointment. This knowledge weighed heavily on his heart, yet the harsh reality dictated that he could select only one. The question remained, whom to choose? He understood that prolonging the discussion would yield no further resolution. This was, indeed, the limit of his options. Tang Hao was engulfed in a tormenting dilemma. After a lengthy pause, Tang Hao exhaled deeply and, with a pained expression, uttered, Release my elder brother. Simultaneously, he silently apologized to Tang Yuehua, recognizing that her strength was insufficient. According to his assessment, she might face peril, whereas the Spirit Hall might offer her a better chance. Such self-deception may offer a modicum of solace. A peculiar smile appeared on Yun Guang's face. Upon witnessing this expression, Tang Hao felt a jolt of apprehension. An unfortunate event was undoubtedly imminent, and indeed, it was as he feared. Is it truly so? Yet now, Tang Xiao has been rendered powerless. Reduced to a mere shell of his former self, confined within the eternal prison. To think one could escape from such a place is but a fanciful dream. Tang Hao clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. I shall avenge you, my elder brother, but whom shall I release now? Previously, Tang Hao was formidable, more so than Tang Yuehua, and his chances of survival were greater. Perhaps this is my selfishness speaking. Why not simply inform me that only my third sister could be freed? But you did not inquire, did you? Yun Guang taunted. He harbored a notion that, having already wagered his life, he might as well take another chance. Then let my third sister be released. Yun Guang nodded. Only then would the true matters commence. I hope you will honor your promise. With that, Tang Hao soared into the distance, his speed defying simple description. Just as everyone felt a sense of relief, believing they had been saved, a colossal hammer hurtled toward them. Its ferocious power could extinguish their lives 100 times over. Despairing cries echoed as many cursed Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you wretched being, may you meet a dreadful fate. You, who deserves 1,000 deaths, may the evil soul be sect face annihilation. Why do you not perish yet? These individuals, primarily feeling as though their demise were imminent, summoned the courage to express their grievances. However, it was then that the architects of order on the mainland, the guardians of peace, and the luminous embodiment of the world, the Hall of Soul, emerged to offer salvation. Suddenly, Yun Guang soared before the crowd, unleashing his full power. In essence, it was a spectacle of dazzling effects. Brilliance was the order of the day. A radiant glow enveloped the scene, as countless light formations coalesced to create a vast protective barrier. In the next moment, Yun Guang's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. His hands crossed over his chest, and a faint angelic silhouette materialized behind him. The sacred, luminous energy cascaded over the entirety of Yanxi City, causing the metropolis to radiate with a brilliance akin to that of the sun. How warm it felt. Is this the fabled angel? Has divinity come to our rescue? Are these the legendary celestial beings? We are grateful for your benevolence. To be frank, a fleeing individual turned back and unleashed a soul technique, making it seem as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. Yet, how did this angelic apparition manifest? Why does this descendant of the divine appear so uninformed? Is this truly reasonable? When inquired, Qian Douluo would merely smile enigmatically, shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Qian Renxuan was not one to be trifled with. He had his own speculations. The Haotian hammer met the light formation and was swiftly dissolved. Soon after, the light formation faded, and the angelic silhouette transformed into a gentle starlight that cascaded upon the gathered multitude. This scene suffices, for in a couple of days he shall assume a new identity. Rather, it is his true identity that shall emerge. The silhouette of Yun Guang has also vanished into thin air. The survivors, having endured the tribulations, express heartfelt gratitude and unwavering faith. A certain unnamed city lord contemplates that joining the Spirit Hall seems rather advantageous. No, he is a citizen of the Heaven Do Empire in life and shall remain its spirit in death. He intends to hold the position of city lord until retirement, at which point he can indulge in a life of leisure. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Transforming significant matters into trivialities and trivialities into nothingness has been his modus operandi for many years. In essence, this situation amounts to a compromise. After all, by the time the next individual assumes his position, he will have long departed. However, the events of today have escalated significantly. The duel between the two factions has likely rendered this city notorious, complicating the role of its lord. It is quite a headache. In a clandestine locale, 3 individuals are orchestrating a secretive scheme. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, echoing the soft sounds throughout the forest. What do you think? Am I impressive? Indeed, you are remarkable. This is quite significant. Emian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. I believe we need not include that segment about Ayin. Yun Guang inquired in confusion, why not? Emian also expressed his perplexity. How should one articulate this? It is rather difficult to voice. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Regardless, you should heed my words. Would I deceive my own? I am, after all, a benevolent soul. Yun Guang regarded Qian Renxuan with an odd expression, pondering the notion of goodness. Was he indeed a good person? After all, he orchestrated everything, leading to the demise of thousands. To his enemies, he was undoubtedly a veritable demon. Yet, to his own, he could be seen as a savior. Qian Renxuan cast a sidelong glance at Yun Guang and exclaimed, "What kind of look is that?" Yun Guang replied, "I merely believe you speak the truth. You are a good person, an unparalleled benefactor." Although Yun Guang emphasized the term good person, it did not alter the essence of the matter. In the grand tapestry of life, while Tang Renxue was known for his ruthless deeds, Qian Renxuan was celebrated for his altruism. Was he not a good person in his own right? While he may not have taken direct action, such nuances were of little consequence. Speaking of which, what are your intentions regarding Tang Yuehua? If she is released, given Tang Hao's reputation and the absence of protection from the evil soul beast sect, she might very well meet with fatality. The thought troubled Qian Renxuan. Tang Yuehua, with her 9th level soul power, was indeed remarkable, and her abilities in the field were formidable. Although the celestial herbs might fluctuate, the Spirit Hall was still populated with many capable individuals. How could they allow an outsider to gain the upper hand? Unless, of course, he were to suffer a decline in intellect, but that seemed highly improbable. As for the Silver Crown, do take the time to protect her. She has now become a strategic piece in this game. If she were to be slain, it would be a significant loss. The Silver Crown indicated her readiness to assist. Chapter 75. Interference, the crux of the matter, lies in promotion. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. The entire continent ought to be aware of Tang Hao's remarkable achievements. Naturally, I cannot toil without recognition. I have restrained myself from eliminating him. It is evident that Yun Guang was quite agitated. Qian Renxuan contemplated and inquired, "What is the status of your angel? Was that strike truly so formidable? You aren't injured again, are you?" He felt it should not have been so. To his surprise, Yun Guang burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Qian Renxuan and adding, "It's quite simple, as long as one possesses sufficient mastery over light. Crafting a falsehood is hardly a challenge. This is akin to condensing a holy sword, perhaps even less useful than the sword itself, for it possesses no offensive power." After Yun Guang spoke, a miniature angel manifested in his hand, adorably cute. Upon seeing this, Qian Renxuan's lips twitched in disbelief. How could he have failed to deduce this? After pondering for a long time, he realized that all his thoughts were mere fabrications. "What is wrong with you?" "Nothing. I just wish to be alone." Qian Renxuan waved his hand, attempting to leave, only to be stopped by Yun Guang. "Who was Jingjing? When did you find her?" "It's hard to tell with you being so small." Qian Renxuan was already exasperated. "I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Perhaps I should just switch to another planet." He sighed dramatically. At that moment, Mian was uncertain about what to do. Should she intervene to save her master? The situation did not seem perilous, yet her master appeared quite discontent. She longed to be a joyful little puppet, but clearly, this was not the behavior befitting such a role. Qian Renxuan glanced at Mian, noticed her lack of response, and then made exaggerated facial expressions. Mian chose to ignore him, believing it best not to engage in such matters. After all, she was merely a puppet. Damn it, this puppet is utterly unreliable. Have I not made my intentions clear enough to return in exchange for another? Ideally, one indistinguishable from a real person. I said I want to be alone. Yet you still haven't explained who Jingjing is. Jingjing is simply quiet. Qian Renxuan suddenly realized he had been ensnared in a convoluted misunderstanding, but the issue extended beyond that. He hurriedly clarified, "You've misunderstood. I meant I want some peace and quiet." "Then why not just say so? I almost thought you lost your mind. When did your image become so tarnished?" "Enough of this. I was merely teasing you. Don't overthink it. It's all nonsense." "Ah, overthinking can lead to trouble. Don't you agree, Mian?" Tang Hao, having narrowly escaped with severe injuries, had lost his left arm and sustained numerous wounds from previous explosions, rendering him in a pitiable state. The lingering injuries he had just begun to recover from had worsened. If he were to engage in battle again and suffer further explosions, he wouldn't need an enemy to kill him. He would perish by his own hand. Yet, the desire for vengeance burned within him. Lost in thought, Tang Hao plummeted from the sky, landing awkwardly, but fortunately, the fall was not from a great height. With a cough of blood, he gradually rose, moving forward. However, he walked unsteadily, as if nearing the end of his life, likely to collapse and never rise again. He pressed on solely fueled by the resolve for revenge. "I cannot die here. I still have a vendetta to fulfill. Curse it, how could this happen? Why does everything deviate from my design? How dare a mere mortal interfere with the divine plan? Qian Renxuan, what is it about you? The fate has already been disrupted. The Douluo continent must return to its rightful path. The Shura, who should not perish, and Tang Hao, who should not be on the brink of death. While the spirit hall is destined for destruction, if everything has gone awry, it is my duty to correct it. Tang San, do not disappoint me." Although no one stood beside Shura, the sound of destruction echoed. "Shura, as the law enforcer, do you not know you cannot meddle in the lower realms?" "Humph. I'm not interfering. I am merely correcting errors. What wrong is there in that? It is you who are hindering my correction. Damn it. I truly wish to unleash a storm of destruction upon his face. How can he be so brazen? After existing for so long, his audacity is unmatched. Shura, you should understand that feeling, that will. I advise you not to deceive yourself. Of course, should you perish, I might consider finding a successor for you. No need to thank me." With that, the essence of destruction vanished, uninterested in further discourse. The upper echelons have their own flaws, and he doubted the successor he would find would be virtuous. After all, we are all divine beings. Who can truly hide from whom? Though I am unaware of Shura's complete plan, such matters are trivial. I too desire to find a successor, and I wish to take my wife along. So we may depart in style. Shura, you are unkind. Do not blame me for being ungracious. I am merely a law enforcer, correcting errors in the lower realms. How could that be wrong? Wouldn't you agree, Shura? With this thought, the essence of destruction wore a faint smile. Little Green, I have splendid news. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, Tang Hao lay half dead when a powerful force surged into his body. Under the influence of this energy, he was miraculously revived, his wounds healed, and his severed limbs restored. However, he regretted not achieving a breakthrough. Upon awakening and realizing his injuries had vanished, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? What is happening?" After calming his thoughts, he accepted the reality, uncertain of the benefactor but grateful nonetheless. Yet, he resolved not to act hastily. First, he would seek out his sister, then lie in wait to deliver a decisive blow to the spirit hall at the opportune moment. Tang Hao soared into the distance. In the ensuing days, Tang Hao's name resonated throughout the continent, becoming a household name. Days later, within the spirit hall, Qian Renxuan received a report. "Master, it is as you anticipated." Though there is an ominous aura present, the specifics Qian Renxuan merely nodded upon hearing this. "So it is true? You are truly a schemer, Shura." Clenching his fists in realization, he thought, how shameless. Just like Tang San, if not even more so, directly interfering in the lower realms. Today, I finally understand the meaning of not being of the same family, not entering the same door. But why has Shura not taken action? After all, Tang Chun is still lurking in the city of slaughter. If he desired, the Heavenly Do sect would not fall. What could be the reason? In this Douluo continent, who else could it be but Shura or the sea god? Apart from these two shameless beings, there was no one else. The spirit hall would merely serve as a stepping stone. Qian Renxuan would not allow that. Once he ascended, he would bring about the twilight of the gods. Now, if I kill Tang San, will there be a Tang 4, Tang 5, or Tang 6? Qian Renxuan mused to himself. Such troublesome matters. However, this would not deter him from eliminating Tang San, even without a system. Looks like I have triumphed. Ean me on. Master, you are truly formidable. Qian Renxuan smiled. Formidable? The game has yet to truly commence. We are merely pawns, while the player may change. Enough of that. Have you found the people and places you were searching for? Ean Mion promptly replied, I haven't found the people, but I have located the place. It matches your description perfectly, lush with flowers and greenery. It must be the Eye of Ice and Fire. She further added, there is also a titled Douluo, but he is rather weak. I can sense that something lies buried beneath, though I am uncertain of its nature. Qian Renxuan chuckled softly. What else could it be? Merely the corpses of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. It is the residual energy of these remains that has given rise to the current ice and fire duality. In a few days, that place shall belong to the Qian family. Tang San is insignificant, not even a scrap to be granted to him. The poisoned Douluo, a disgrace of the titled. Yet he can leave you with nothing but the title itself. This is no exaggeration. The city slaughter was truly formidable, resulting in the demise of countless individuals. And not all of them were soul masters. However, those who perpetrated the massacre were still aware of the harm it wrought upon heaven and earth, while others merely scoffed. He is not a virtuous man, yet he has indeed never committed such an atrocity. Contemplating this, he found himself increasingly distressed. In his misery, he felt a compelling need for others to share in his suffering. After all, it seemed far more bearable to endure anguish collectively rather than alone. Perhaps he should resort to delivering a few well-deserved blows to that solitary figure, Du Gubo, not necessarily to the point of demise, but certainly to leave him half-crippled. And to repeat this act multiple times. In Mion paused momentarily before inquiring, should we still seek those individuals? Yes, but they are not our primary focus. We shall let fate decide. It is likely that only in the city of slaughter will we encounter them, but venturing there holds little significance for you. Soon, ripples of energy manifested in the space, and Ean Mion vanished from sight. Gazing at the chessboard, he quietly mused, ultimately, one cannot upend the game. Big brother, you promised to teach me today. The voice of Yi Lingling interrupted his reverie. Yet, as for Yi Lingling, she seemed entirely abandoned by that old coot, Yi Renxuan, leaving him bewildered. Furthermore, Yin Guang had informed him that the two old men, Qian Douluo and Yi Renxuan, were conspiring together with mischievous glee, which surely spelled trouble. Qian Renxuan had a keen understanding of this grandfatherly figure. When the two of them joined forces, their laughter was never a good omen. Yin Guang's words appeared to ring true. As he opened the door and beheld Yi Lingling, thoughts of the peculiar behavior of the two elders flitted through his mind. And a vague realization began to dawn upon him. Surely, this could not be a mere coincidence. Seeing that Qian Renxuan was ignoring her, Yi Lingling waved her hand in front of him. Brother Qian, what is wrong with you? Nothing. I was just contemplating something joyful. Yi Lingling tugged at her attire and asked, what joyful thing? He found Yi Lingling's incessant questions rather irksome, devoid of the charm she typically possessed. Today, I am going to teach you something, which makes me very happy. Upon uttering this, Qian Renxuan offered a genuine smile. Is it truly? Is it really? Yilingling exclaimed joyfully, her innocent eyes sparkling with a plea for honesty. He chuckled softly and assured her, of course it is real. With uncontainable delight, Yilingling seized Qian Renxuan's hand and pulled him outside. The duo, one large and one small, created elongated shadows that intertwined beautifully, resembling a picturesque scene. There's no need to run so fast. Hello, Sister Shui. On this road, I unexpectedly encountered Qian Renxue. What are you all up to? Today, Brother Qian is going to teach me something extraordinary. Oh, what is it? Qian Renxuan explained. It's nothing much, just some martial arts and footwork to strengthen the body. Hearing this, Qian Renxue frowned. Is she really capable at such a young age? Qian Renxuan retorted. Weren't you practicing with me at that age? Running around every day? Full of energy. At this point, Qian Renxue became animated. You had no self-awareness when you were young. And don't let Wang Yuan spoil her. The crux of the matter is that one cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals. She is a support type, and I am not. What harsh words are these? If you can't speak properly, it's better to stay silent. Wait for me, brother, I want to go too. Then keep up. Generally, support types indeed have weaker physical attributes. Their combat power is negligible for soul masters. Thus, some supports might hesitate to choose a strong attacker as their partner to avoid awkward situations due to their physical limitations. These attributes may not significantly enhance your combat power, yet they do possess advantages, particularly in healing, where a balance can be achieved. The primary focus should be on footwork, physical health, vitality, and mental strength, with martial arts being a secondary concern, as survival is essential for any output. A deft movement can render one untouchable. Vitality ensures your body remains resilient, while mental strength enhances control, reaction, and perception, providing significant advantages. Without a solid physique, one should refrain from engaging in close combat. Do you understand now? Yilingling listened intently, but her expression betrayed a lack of confidence. She nervously pinched her fingers and said, Yes, I understand. However, she still appeared somewhat insecure. Qian Renxuan gently patted her head. It's all right if you can't remember everything. After all, I'm here. Yilingling offered a faint smile, her tension easing. Observing their harmonious interaction, Qian Renxue muttered under her breath, What a situation. Lingling is far more obedient than someone else. What does he mean by that? Am I disobedient? Am I being unreasonable? What do you mean by that? You don't even address me as your brother. Humph, there's no semblance of a brotherly figure here. Qian Renxuan shrugged. All right, I admit my fault. You were quite obedient back then. Humph, as if anyone cares. Though their personalities had evolved, the essence remained unchanged. Sibling squabbles were perfectly normal. Yet, Qian Renxuan spoke truthfully. He had not forgotten Qian Renxue's earnest request for serious instruction, alongside certain unspoken matters. Initially, there's no need to exert excessive effort or push oneself to the limit, as such actions may adversely affect the body. All right, let's take a break and go have a meal. Just as he took Yilingling's hand, Qian Renxue extended her hand as well. Qian Renxuan chuckled helplessly. He was no longer a child. Chapter 77. My heart secretly observing the trio, Qian Douluo couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful it is. I wonder how long I can sustain this. Suddenly, he heard Yi Renxin's voice from behind. Your health is excellent, and with the unparalleled Douluo's long lifespan. How could you indeed? A millennium is a long life. Yet regardless of how long it is, I will never witness what I yearn to see, such is fate. After speaking, Qian Douluo shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, while Yi Renxin refrained from inquiring about the reason. They seemed to be getting along quite well. As long as no major issues arose, it was as we had anticipated, and the Nine-Heart Sea Tang would handle it. Yi Renxin, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance. The Yi family has strived for generations. If only Lingling could break free from the ancestral curse, the sorrow of the Nine Hearts Sea Tang would come to an end. Yet, saying it is easy, but when the time comes to act, it becomes a different story. Qian Douluo chose to remain silent. Their figures gradually faded away. In a couple of days, Lingling will awaken her martial soul, right? Yilingling suddenly fell silent. Her mood dampened as she said, Yes, but soon regained her vitality. I will undoubtedly become a magnificent soul master, just like my mother and father. And I will break the ancestral curse. Witnessing the smile on Yilingling's face, Qian Renxuan, momentarily lost in thought, gently replied, You will. Yet, There was something he left unspoken. Moreover, Ye Lingling's mother was not dead yet. She was merely nearing the end. As the bearer of the 9 hearts, Si Tang martial soul, her death was necessary for Ye Lingling's awakening. How many can truly sacrifice themselves? He had vowed to lift the ancestral curse of the 9 hearts Si Tang, and he, Qian Renxuan, would keep his word, starting with Ye Lingling. The plan must be expedited. Whether consuming the celestial herb would be effective, he was unsure, yet it mattered little if the celestial herb proved futile. What concern was it of his medicinal concoctions? That night, within Qian Renxuan's chamber, a careful inspection would reveal 2 individuals present. Who else could it be but Qianing? During the evening, learning was somewhat easier, and she had come to seek guidance, quite earnestly. Sir, I have a few things I don't quite understand. Qian Ingo spoke with utmost caution. Don't you find it a bit strange, sir? What should I be addressing you as? Qian Renxuan shook his head, saying, You can address me however you like. You needn't be so formal. I'm quite easygoing and not overly strict. Indeed, Qian Renxuan always considered himself approachable. His demeanor was not easily discerned. He was not like some predecessors who exuded an air of dominance, coldness, and perfection in every aspect. He did not simply overpower everyone or demand their compliance. He was more of a gentle soul, radiating warmth and embodying the essence of a good person. Whether it was Qian Douluo, Yun Guang, or the other worshippers, he never imposed his will upon them, merely offering suggestions. His image was that of a talented junior, and he did not lack in manners or respect. Particularly with Yun Guang, he often faced retorts without retaliating, accepting reprimands with a smile, remaining unfazed. However, when Qian Renxuan played tricks, it felt markedly different, always smiling, yet striking unexpectedly. The key lay in his ability to control, otherwise, it would be hard to imagine someone with a gentle demeanor capable of quick, lethal actions, indifferent to life itself. At first glance, one might struggle to describe him, and even upon understanding, one would still find it challenging to articulate. This can be considered a form of detachment. Qian Renxuan harbors his own pain, accompanied by the tenderness or perhaps redemption that resides deep within his heart. Why she recalls that the youthful boy once possessed such sentiments as well. Qian Ingair chose to remain silent, hesitant to intrude upon his thoughts. When Qian Renxuan regained his senses, he revealed an innocuous smile. Cultivating one's mental concentration is no simple task. It is an enigmatic endeavor that ultimately hinges upon innate talent. Nonetheless, there is no need for undue concern. After a moment of contemplation, he added, In a few days, I shall transcribe this for you and explain it personally. For now, focus on other practices, as your primary energy should still be directed towards enhancing your soul power. Qian Ingair nodded in agreement. Following this, Qian Renxuan began to teach her with meticulous attention. Do not let your mind wander. Be more attentive. Qian Ingair, blushing, replied, I apologize. It was not my intention. It's quite all right. Just be mindful next time. Yes, I understand. Well then, it's getting late. You should rest. Staying up late is detrimental, especially for you. As Qian Ingair descended from the bed and approached the door, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Please ensure you rest early as well. After watching her depart, Qian Renxuan reclined on the bed and began his daily reverie. This is essentially an obligation he must fulfill, primarily due to the impact of the initial trial. He has gone many days without sleep, haunted by psychological shadows, which is exceedingly distasteful. However, soul masters are still human, not deities, especially since he is still quite feeble. Fortunately, he possesses an extraordinary nature, likely a result of his cultivation of focused energy and spiritual essence. The long night drags on, devoid of a companion to share its beauty. A heartfelt lament. In the realm of dreams, he wishes to avoid reliving the events, even if they were but illusions. Yet, it seems that Qian Renxuan has forgotten something. The night sky is resplendent with stars. Tonight, he will not be the only one plagued by insomnia. Within the setting sun's forest, these toxins hold no value for Silver Crown. However, they prove quite useful against those with feeble defenses. Waves of energy rippled through the air as Silver Crown gradually melded into the fabric of space. By the time she reemerged, an unfortunate old poison master would likely find himself in a state worse than death. At that moment, Douluo was engrossed in cultivating within this realm, striving to suppress the deadly toxins coursing through his body. Ironically, a master of poisons had fallen victim to them, endangering his entire family, yet he remained wholly unperturbed. Yet, for reasons unknown, today he felt an unsettling anxiety, an ominous premonition that something was about to transpire. This feeling intensified with each passing moment. What could be the cause? Chapter 78. The cruelty of poison. In an instant, the void materialized, and by the time Douluo realized the situation was dire, it was already too late. He found himself thoroughly ensnared, having attempted escape multiple times to no avail. His ninth spirit skill, phosphorescent divine light. This was his most formidable technique, a testament to his full power. The terrifying toxins spread outward, yet regrettably, no matter how potent they were, they inflicted minimal damage within this emptiness. The effect of the poison was trivial. Unless Douluo possessed extraordinary strength to shatter this barrier, he would remain imprisoned by his own toxins for eternity. This assault also made him aware that, given his current abilities, breaking through the shield was likely beyond his capabilities, though perhaps he had not unleashed his full power. Who is it? How did I, Douluo, incur the wrath of the crown? Might I be granted the honor of a face-to-face encounter? Alas, Silver Crown remained silent, leaving him at the mercy of his assailants. Fifth spirit skill, space cutting. Eighth spirit skill, spatial array. The silvery array and white gears mercilessly sliced through Douluo. Although he managed to fend off a few attacks, the onslaught was relentless. He watched in horror as the gears multiplied from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Damn it. The situation was dire. The man had not even been seen, yet he was destined to suffer greatly. Truly, he must have fallen into an abyss of misfortune. Douluo felt that today might be his last, yet he could not fathom how he had offended someone of such formidable power. He was certain he had done nothing wrong. This fate seemed utterly unjust. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to fight with all his might, urging everyone to abandon hope. At that moment, he unleashed all his formidable abilities. His eighth spirit skill, time freeze. His ninth spirit skill, phosphorescent divine light. The spirit bone skill, gaze of Medusa. He pleaded, I bear no enmity towards you, esteemed one. Might you grant me mercy? I, Douluo, shall repay you handsomely. He was uncertain if he had actually wronged anyone, but he had to say something. What other option did he have? The three powerful spirit skills collided with the barrier, seemingly having no effect. Just as despair enveloped Douluo, a crack echoed, and the barrier shattered like glass. Completely dazed, Douluo quickly regained his senses and fled. He had no desire to remain in that cursed place. However, just as he was about to leave the sunset forest, he exclaimed, I am free. But before the words could fully escape his lips, an unforeseen change occurred. Recognizing the familiar silver barrier before him, Douluo realized he was ensnared once more. May I request the esteemed elder to reveal themselves? Surely I have not offended you, have I? If I have, I implore you to enlighten me. After an agonizing silence, no one responded. Frustrated, Douluo slumped to the ground, inwardly cursing the mysterious figure's parents, wishing them good health. Ah, what delightful and enchanting words. Douluo had lived long, yet never had he felt so utterly defeated. The last time he had been in such a predicament was during a harrowing escape from the Jiuhua Gate. Yet even then, he had not felt this overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had at least known his adversaries. Now, he was merely a puppet, strung along in a cruel game, utterly oblivious. Could you kindly inform me where I have wronged you? Only his own voice echoed back. Just as he was about to utter more, the barrier dissolved once again, and he found himself back at his training grounds. By the heavens, he shouted, his voice reverberating through the forest. He was indignant. Who was he? He was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. Once more, he attempted to escape, only to be thwarted again. Time and again he ran, only to return. Until after 152 attempts, he lay on the ground, devoid of spirit, resembling a lifeless body. He had been utterly broken. Now, Douluo ceased his attempts to flee and lay on the ground, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. Death itself would be a relief. As time trickled by, he anxiously awaited his end. Why do they not act? This is absurd. He had given up on struggling, yet his tormentor remained silent. Was he truly reduced to such a foolish state? Douluo, a man of fierce independence, would not have succumbed to such despair had he not been thoroughly tormented. No one wishes for death, and he was no exception. He had a granddaughter to think of, just one more chance. With a sudden surge of will, Douluo erupted into action, his desire for survival propelling him forward. But before he could run far, a silver barrier ensnared him once again. Some experiences become so commonplace that they lose their impact, much like Douluo's current predicament. Closing his eyes, he awaited the moment he would reopen them. Back in his original position, a routine he had grown accustomed to. Now, Douluo was teetering on the brink of madness. No matter how much he cursed, the silver-haired figure remained unresponsive, merely toying with him. Had it not been for her master's orders, she could have easily dispatched this wretched green-haired fool. He was the most pathetic title Douluo she had ever encountered, even weaker than that blue insect. It must be said, Douluo had indeed earned his title Douluo status. After enduring this relentless torment, he had come to grasp the reality of his situation. He understood now that this was nothing more than a trial designed to wear him down, yet he still needed to recuperate after each bout of suffering. What would happen if he chose to forego healing and simply surrendered? He could only scoff at the thought. Amidst the repeated torment, Douluo resigned himself to his fate. The next day, is it raining? His brother asked. What are you up to? Nothing much, just wandering around. Humph. Can't you share your secrets with your dear sister? Qian Renxuan smiled gently. There's plenty. Humph. Qian Renxue lightly pushed him. Fine, who cares? Well, I shall return with a surprise for you. A grand surprise. Are you really going to give gifts to girls now? But do you even know what a surprise is? Seeing her playful demeanor, Qian Renxuan scoffed. Little brat, what do you know? Would you like to experience the love of an older brother? Uft. I know more than you think. I want to indulge you further. Has he frightened himself away? What? I wonder, will the elder brother bring back? Yilingling asked, her sparkling eyes wide with curiosity. Halfway through his stride, Qian Renxuan turned back and replied, a tremendous surprise. I am certain that Lingling will adore it, as will everyone else. The other person naturally let out a hum. She hasn't left yet, eavesdropping, yet Qian Renxuan did not expose her. Chapter 79, The True Delight. Qian Renxuan held an umbrella in one hand and carried his other hand behind his back. Surprisingly, it felt quite atmospheric. However, it was strange, the rain had lightened, and it shouldn't last much longer. He extended one hand, and raindrops fell upon it. As he immersed himself in this sentiment, unexpected events arrived as anticipated. How come you have so much free time? Shall I find you some tasks? With that, Yunguang placed a hand on his shoulder. Qian Renxuan sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and replied, you wouldn't understand. But if you don't explain, how can I comprehend? Yunguang looked puzzled. True understanding requires no words. Thus, you still do not grasp it. Yunguang was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Observing Yunguang's silence, Qian Renxuan felt a thrill of satisfaction. So this is how delightful it can be. He began to grasp the thought processes of certain individuals. Well, it's time to depart, after all. We have important matters to attend to. Oh, as Qian Renxuan let out a prolonged sigh, Yunguang could not help but mutter under his breath, what an oddity. However, he did not dwell on it further, as pressing matters awaited their attention. Recently, there had been little of significance happening at the Spirit Hall. After Yin Mian had just finished reprimanding Douluo, it seemed a missed opportunity not to engage in a discussion about life. Yet, one could hardly call it punishment. It was merely guidance, though Douluo's comprehension left much to be desired. While Qian Renxuan was lost in thought, ripples suddenly appeared before him, and a pair of delicate hands emerged from within. One hand grasped Qian Renxuan, while the other held Yunguang, and in a flash of white light, they were drawn inside. Each time they entered this way, a strange sensation washed over him. It's my fault, Master. Qian Renxuan hastily waved his hand. No, it merely resembles someone. Which is why it feels so peculiar. Yunguang, unable to restrain herself, interjected. Who else could it be but her? Great, more trouble, he thought. He could hardly tell Yunguang that the person in question was a figment of his imagination from long ago. Yet, if he could arrive here, could that truly mean she did not exist? Never mind, it was no longer his concern. They needed to steer the conversation elsewhere. We are here to borrow the immortal herb. The sooner, the better. This might just enable Sister Yunguang to break through to level 99. Yin Mian immediately initiated a spatial shift, during which silence enveloped them. At that moment, Douluo lay sprawled on the ground in a despondent state, embodying an essence of utter despair. In truth, he could have fled, considering that Yin Mian was occupied retrieving Qian Renxuan. Yet, fear had seeped into his very bones. He had endured torment for far too long. Perhaps this was his fate. Having relinquished himself, he could hardly blame others. Ah, isn't that poison Douluo? Has it only been a few days, and he has become so wretched? Douluo pondered, questioning his own sanity. Am I hallucinating? Could a title Douluo truly be imagining things? I must have been tormented for far too long, he mused. Wake up, are you dead? If not, stop pretending. If you are dead, this place would serve you well for cremation. With that, Qian Renxuan kicked Douluo a few times. This sensation, this sound, someone has arrived. Oh heavens! Oh earth! I, the solitary bow, have returned once more. Douluo immediately sprang to his feet, dusting off his clothes, and proclaimed, "Youngster, this time I shall generously pardon you. Begone." Quite impressive indeed. Just moments ago he appeared despondent, yet now he seems rejuvenated. One must say, he truly deserves the title of Douluo. Qian Renxuan, leaning on his umbrella, revealed a harmless smile. "Sister Yunguang, someone has told me to leave." How audacious of him. At this moment, Douluo finally took note of the blonde woman beside him. He felt utterly inadequate today, a stark contrast to his usual self. Yet, was there a possibility? Just as he pondered this, Yunguang made his move. Radiant golden light illuminated the entire forest, causing countless birds to take flight. While numerous holy swords materialized around Douluo, he swallowed hard, about to speak when he heard, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yunguang, the third elder of the Spirit Hall and the Lord of the Inspection Hall. I am a peak title Douluo of level 98, known by the title of Radiance." A terrifying aura radiated outward, primarily directed at Douluo, who was overwhelmed. Well, I am rather ordinary, quite unremarkable," said Qian Renxuan with a smile. "I am merely the young master of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Douluo's face twitched involuntarily. He was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had encountered a streak of misfortune over the past few days. Were the two of you instructing me the other day?" "Instructing?" Douluo echoed, genuinely taken aback. His ability to endure was commendable, and Qian Renxuan certainly held a degree of admiration. Whether true or not, it is of little consequence. The primary focus today is you. You now have two choices. One is death, the other is submission. Which will you choose? Do not rush. I am a person who values reason above all, and everything must be voluntary. I never force anyone. Douluo's mind was inundated with curses directed at the two. Feeling utterly exasperated, he was powerless to retaliate and could only vent his frustrations inwardly. "It seems you are discontent?" Qian Renxuan shot a glance at Yunguang, who immediately understood. Poor Douluo was about to face dire consequences. In a flash of light, numerous wounds appeared on Douluo's body, and he found himself imprisoned within a radiant cage, utterly wretched. Qian Renxuan continued to smile as he asked, "So, have you made up your mind?" "It must be voluntary and sincere. We never compel anyone." Douluo genuinely wished to twist the head off this little brat to make him understand the meaning of voluntary. How absurd it was to be imprisoned and then hear the word voluntary uttered with such a cheerful demeanor. Before he could finish, Qian Renxuan interjected. "If you disagree, that is quite all right. This desolate mountain range offers a picturesque scenery, with splendid landscapes and excellent feng shui, a fine place indeed." Douluo discerned the implication. Refusal meant certain death. The conversation was cleverly veiled, relying on others to infer its meaning. Douluo straightened himself, declaring, Douluo, will never ally with evil. Even if it costs me my life, I shall resolutely combat evil forces. Therefore, the Spirit Hall, embodying justice and light, has always been my aspiration. I am grateful for the young master and the third elder's benevolence. I shall not disgrace my mission and will spread light and justice across the continent. The words were delivered with heartfelt emotion, evoking tears and demonstrating remarkable talent, nearly convincing Qian Renxuan. However, it was somewhat awkward. "Have you always been this eloquent?" Douluo replied earnestly, "Young master, I assure you that every word I speak comes from the depths of my heart. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, may the heavens strike me down with thunder, and may I meet a wretched end." Of course, what he truly thought remained a mystery to Qian Renxuan. Looking up at the sky, Qian Renxuan mused, The heavens seem unresponsive. Is it possible that the highest level of deception is convincing oneself?" Chapter 80. Scheming for the Heavenly Fight. If I had the power to command thunder, I would certainly bestow upon Douluo a taste of its might, compelling him to heed my warnings. Yet, at present, he still entertained the thought of punishing Douluo a few more times. What a pity. In novels, the protagonist typically comes to the rescue, while he himself remains exempt. If one refuses to comply, they can simply be eliminated. After all, Douluo is merely a single individual, of little use but too valuable to discard. Nevertheless, he seemed to be of some utility, as he had begrudgingly become part of his circle. A firm hand coupled with a sweet reward is the perfect combination, is it not? You must have a granddaughter, named Douluo, correct? She must still be quite young. Douluo's heart skipped a beat. "Yes, my lord. Do not be anxious. I am a benevolent person. If you behave well, I can cure both you and your granddaughter of poison, freeing the Douluo family from such afflictions forever." Is that truly the case? Douluo Bo's voice quavered with disbelief. Qian Renxuan cast a glance at him. Do you doubt me? For reasons unknown. That glance instilled a sense of unease in Douluo Bo, prompting him to hurriedly explain, No, it is just that I am overwhelmed with joy. Thank you for your graciousness. Observing his forced smile, Qian Renxuan understood his skepticism. With a disdainful look, he inquired, Is that so? Let me ask you this. When the sky darkens and rain approaches, do you not feel a tingling sensation at your sides that intensifies? It strikes twice. Once at noon and once at midnight, and given your current condition, it should last for over an hour each time. Furthermore, during the late hours of the night, around the third watch, do you not experience a stabbing pain at the crown of your head and your heart? Your entire body spasms for at least half an hour. I need not describe the torment of such agony, do I? Do you not agree with my observations? It is indeed ironic that the poisoned Douluo Bo, known for his mastery of toxins, ultimately fell victim to them. How absurd, is it not? How do you know this? Douluo Bo could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming instinctively. His description was as if he had witnessed it firsthand, yet it was his most guarded secret, known only to him, now laid bare. Qian Renxuan continued. This can be categorized as a hereditary illness. Your son perished from it, and you will too. Your granddaughter will share the same fate. What do you think will become of your family in the end? Hearing Qian Renxuan's words, Douluo Bo's complexion grew increasingly grim. He felt worse than if he had ingested poison. At this moment, even if he wished to disbelieve, he could not. Douluo Bo knelt before him. Anguish etched on his face. I implore you, young master, save her. I, Douluo Bo, will surrender my life to the spirit hall without hesitation. Oh, were your previous assertions mere fabrications? Douluo Bo remained unflustered, responding calmly. There is no falsehood in my words. Ah, the old fox. If he believed, it would indeed be a rarity. Despite the torment he had endured, being a titled Douluo endowed him with formidable mental fortitude. His thoughts were straightforward, though he had submitted. His sincerity was not guaranteed. However, the situation has changed. If Qian Renxuan can save him in Yin, it must be genuine. Douluo Bo had always been a man of his word, never one to engage in deceitful banter. Then, young master, what is your method? That shall depend on your performance. Why the haste? No. Even as he denied it, Qian Renxuan was unconvinced. If one's life were at stake, would one not feel urgency? Do not rush. I am a man of my word, never one to deceive. Douluo Bo stifled a smile, yearning to express his willingness. But he knew that a smile would betray his own integrity. You were pursued by the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, were you not? Indeed, my lord. But I was fortuitously rescued by Xuexing. Douluo Bo's use of honorifics indicated their lack of familiarity. He was amiable enough, but only towards certain individuals. If Douluo Bo misconstrued anything, it could result in complications. So you joined the royal family? Not quite. Xuexing saved my life, so our relationship is somewhat closer. I am considered a guest of the royal family. Qian Renxuan understood. He had joined, but not fully. What if I were to ask you to kill Xuexing? Douluo Bo trembled at the thought. He had always acted according to his own inclinations yet remained true to his commitments. To slay Xuexing would contradict everything he stood for. However, he mustered the courage to respond. Then I shall do it. For the sake of his and his granddaughter's lives, he had no choice but to comply. Qian Renxuan wore a perplexing smile. Such a man could be trusted. Yet not entirely. As a royal guest, he must possess knowledge of certain secrets, particularly regarding the princes. What do you mean? You have now fully integrated into the royal family. From this day forth, you are a royal guest, but should any of the princes leave Tiando or venture elsewhere, you must inform me. Someone will come looking for you. Douluo Bo sensed he had stumbled upon knowledge best left undiscovered. I understand. The entire narrative of Douluo was now embroiled in grave complications. Qian Renxuan's aim was to instigate a thorough transformation, for princes were excessive, retaining only one or two would suffice. As for Qian Renxue, she could no longer masquerade as Xuexing. The reins of Tiando would rest upon him. In this respect, he owed a debt of gratitude to a certain dream. The most outstanding candidate would likely be the second prince, though he could not recall the name. He only remembered Xuexing and Xuelang. It seemed that the second prince had succumbed to poison just as he was about to be named heir, and it was obvious that Qian Renxue was behind it. He must have been only 12 at the time. He would not impersonate anyone, nor would Qian Renxue. Thus, his task was to present a puppet, one he could manipulate. However, the princes were still quite young, and this plan was merely an idea, one that required immediate implementation. The second prince would be the initial target. Your poison, I presume, is not easily detectable? Previously, there was a certain clan that could have posed a challenge, but alas, they perished at the hands of Qian Renxuan. To target a prince would certainly invite catastrophe if discovered. One prince and a titled Douluo, how precarious. Since Xuexing saved you, it would only be fitting to repay the favor. In the original narrative, Xuexing shared a close bond with Xuelang. So elevating Xuelang to the throne would be a fitting gesture of gratitude. Chapter 81. An unscrupulous relationship. You are indeed cunning. It seems we are alike. Yin Guang did not continue his discourse. He pondered, if I were to retain only one prince, would Shui Yi perceive anything amiss? After a moment of contemplation, Du Gubo hesitantly remarked, Shui Yi is, after all, the emperor of Tiandou. While Tiandou may not be as formidable as Xing Luo, Shui Yi is certainly no fool. The outcome may not be favorable. Unfavorable? He relies on mere conjecture? Without proof, that would be slander. Perhaps he would accuse me of harboring ulterior motives with the Spirit Hall, seeking an alliance? At this point, even Qian Renxuan, despite his disdain for Tiandou and Shui Yi, must proceed with caution. There is no need to eliminate all. We should first poison the second prince. And then Shui Yi, wishing for this emperor of Shui Yi to meet his end soon. A slow-acting poison would be preferable, one that remains undetectable, Yun Guang added. Observing these two, one might wonder where their regard for the emperor Shui Yi lies. To them, what is an emperor? Shui Yi is nothing but a mere nuisance, and they harbor no concern for him. The army may intercept or even slay titled nobles, yet that merely ensnares them. Striking against the royal family and then fleeing is rather simple, particularly in Tiandou, were it not for the alliance of Tiandou and Xing Luo. Alongside the true collaboration of the three upper sects, it would not bode well for the Spirit Hall. However, forming an alliance is no simple feat in essence. An alliance is merely a recognition that the Spirit Hall's might is insurmountable. Only by coming together can they hope for survival. Alternatively, the Spirit Hall could be weakened to a certain extent, yet none of these scenarios hold true at present. The entire continent maintains a fragile equilibrium. Whether it be the three upper sects or the two great empires, their interests are presently misaligned, making any notion of alliance implausible. An alliance with internal discord cannot even be deemed an alliance. Even if it were formed, it would pose no real threat. The Spirit Hall merely needs to uphold this tenuous balance, fostering an illusion that they too fear their adversaries. Qian Renxue serves as the ultimate trump card. While the deities of Douluo may not rival certain fantastical beings, they're already sufficient for these mortals. It would undoubtedly be a one-sided massacre. As for ascension to godhood, is interference with the mortal realm truly forbidden? If memory serves, after achieving divinity, there is a period in which one may linger upon the continent. However, it may not even require Qian Renxue to attain divinity. Yet, it is imperative to remind Du Gubo of one pressing matter, otherwise, when he annihilates the blue electric tyrant dragon clan, will he also need to eliminate Du Gu Yin and Du Gubo himself? Du Gubo, how old is your granddaughter? She has only recently awakened her martial soul. At this point in time, it is unlikely that he has attended the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Even if he had, he certainly would not have become acquainted with that individual, use something or other. In any case, they are not yet a couple, leaving ample room for maneuver. Do you wish for him to attend the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Du Gubo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qian Renxuan to pose such a question. What do you mean by that? What I mean is that if your actions were to be exposed, your granddaughter would be in jeopardy. Moreover, if an improper relationship were to develop, leading to unwarranted entanglements, do you believe I should take action? He refrained from divulging the entirety of the Spirit Hall's plan to Du Gubo, as he did not yet possess that level of trust. Although he was aware of Du Gubo's character from the original narrative, this was a tangible world, and caution was prudent. For now, he could only rely on strength and rescue to gain his allegiance. Trust could be cultivated later. Subtle hints would have to suffice. You are familiar with improper relationships? Yun Guang's tone was laced with a playful teasing. I know far more than you could imagine. Then how could I be unaware? You are oblivious to much more. Oh, indeed. Qian Renxuan chose to disregard her and turned to Du Gubo, stating, what do you think? I believe your insights are astute. Yet we cannot confine Yin Yin to the Sunset Forest indefinitely. Beyond the Heaven Do Royal Academy, there is stop. Why must you limit yourself to the academy? While it does offer a simulated training environment, who are you? Although you are a titled guardian, you are still a title holder. Your mindset should be more expansive. How can one expand their mindset? Du Gubo felt slightly embarrassed, uncertain how to respond appropriately. Look at me. I have never set foot in the Spirit Hall Academy. Yet has that impacted anything? It has no bearing whatsoever. You, the young master of the spirit hall, Douluo muttered softly. You probably have no idea how old I am. Do you? Take a guess. Douluo scrutinized Qian Renxuan carefully, estimating a number. 9 years? Qian Renxuan chuckled. Close. Then 10? He genuinely wanted to scoff, but restrained himself. 8. Douluo was not particularly astonished, as age was merely a number. Now came the crux of the matter. What do you think my soul power should be at this age? Douluo pondered. Typically, people would assert that this aspect relies entirely on talent. If one lacks talent, no amount of effort would suffice. How could the young master of the spirit hall possibly lack talent? Though he had never heard of Qian Renxuan before, a mere waste could never hold the title of young master, especially if a peak Douluo of level 98 heeded his every word. Take level 10, for instance. Some are born with it, while others toil for years. He now felt compelled to flatter him, calculating as if he possessed innate full soul power. At 8 years old, one would typically advance a few levels each year. Adding that to the mixed 20 levels? The words spoken were, in truth, hard for him to believe, as they were utterly preposterous. Would it not appear overly contrived? Such a statement could potentially offend the young master of the spirit hall. Just as Douluo was still mired in his dilemma, Qian Renxuan spoke up, declaring his rank to be 31st. This level is not entirely outrageous for him, considering he possesses a natural talent of level 10, supplemented by a divine gift of level 10, which amounts to approximately 5.5 levels per year. However, for someone like Douluo, this is utterly preposterous, shattering his worldview. If he were sipping water at that moment, he would undoubtedly have spewed it out. Cough, cough. How could this be possible? Douluo muttered to himself, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. He never suspected that Qian Renxuan would deceive him. For what purpose would that serve? He had initially believed that his own progress was already absurd, only to discover that reality surpassed even that, becoming more surreal. 31 levels at the age of 8? Why not ascend to the heavens? There is no need for astonishment. This is what true genius looks like, is it not? After a moment of silence, Douluo found himself in agreement with this notion. Indeed, such talent is unparalleled in history. So, is Yin heading to the spirit hall? This left Qian Renxuan momentarily taken aback. What relevance did this have to the spirit hall? He had never considered it in such a manner. Chapter 82, The Mandarin's Pot. Although this diverged somewhat from his thoughts, it was not a significant issue. So one might ask, if the royal family were to discover that the granddaughter of a royal guest was at the Spirit Hall Academy, what do you suppose their reaction would be? There are no walls impenetrable to gossip in this world. It could lead to an unfortunate outcome. While the reasoning was sound, Douluo seemed less disheartened, as if he harbored some ulterior motives. No walls are impervious to rumor? That is merely a sign of insufficient strength, young master. You are the prime example of this. Before Qian Renxuan could voice his thoughts, Yun Guang interjected. It also depends on one's status, does it not? If we are to speak of confidentiality, none surpasses Qian Renxue. While he may appear in the spotlight, Qian Renxue undoubtedly operates from the shadows. Until one ascends to divinity, one remains concealed. This, too, is a form of protection, though it is all contingent upon perspective. As for the matter regarding Douluo, it could be pondered later. There are more pressing concerns at hand. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten your purpose for coming here, he remarked. Douluo, his face a mask of confusion, inquired, and what does that matter? The ice and fire duality, celestial herb. Hearing this name, Douluo felt it bore significant weight, yet he remained perplexed. Celestial herb? Is it still merely a herb? What purpose does it serve? Qian Renxuan observed his puzzled expression and opted for a different approach. This celestial great herb is a rarity that should exist only in the heavens. How often can one encounter it in the mortal realm? Such a statement undoubtedly elevates one's stature, evoking an impressive aura. In no time, the crowd arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, a coveted battleground for protagonists. The most astonishing sight was the central lake, divided distinctly into a milky white and a fiery red, resembling the yin-yang symbol in its clear demarcation. At the center, a spring emerged, where the two contrasting waters converged, creating this extraordinary spectacle. Qian Renxuan, already well prepared, exhibited little surprise. Among the four, perhaps only Yun Guang showed a hint of astonishment. Between the milky and fiery springs, peculiar plants thrived, infusing life into the scene. One displayed an ice-blue hue, its leaves protruding at 8 angles, exuding a chilling aura. The other, emerging from the fiery spring, resembled a vibrant red cabbage, its heat palpable. The 8-angle ice grass and the fiery apricot flower had diametrically opposed effects, yet both were toxic, marking the first celestial herbs that Qian Renxuan had observed. I trust you would not engage in futile endeavors, while this place is indeed extraordinary. The primary objective should likely be the celestial herbs. Do you not wish to satiate my curiosity? Qian Renxuan carefully scrutinized the surroundings and decided to present a few specimens for explanation. Different celestial herbs possess distinct effects, enhancing physique, augmenting soul power, and facilitating martial soul evolution, all without side effects, though one might typically consume only one. The solar flame flower, rumored to be infused with divine blood, harmonizes light and fire, making it exceptionally suitable for you and Xiaoxua, potentially enabling you to break through to the 99th level. The purple gold dragon fruit, containing a trace of dragon lineage and embodying supreme gold attributes, is ideal for Grandfather Jin Yi and Tianhua, sufficiently capable of evolving their martial souls. The marvelous heaven-reaching chrysanthemum fortifies one's fortune and blood circulation, fostering an impervious body. Indeed, this is the very martial soul of Douluo. The Qilihua tulip absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, making it quite fitting for Yilingling. The heartbreak red, a divine treasure among celestial herbs, is entwined with legendary tales of profound love. However, such extraordinary flowers choose their masters, requiring the harvester to possess genuine affection and sincerity. Though Qian Renxuan selected only a few specimens, their impact was nonetheless remarkable. Douluo's jaw nearly grazed the ground, filled with regret for having guarded this treasure trove without knowledge. Yunguang, too, bore a rare flush on his face, gently patting his chest. Let Xiaoxua have the single herb. I have no need for it, and with your talent, you likely do not either. Should one feel moved or not? Sacrificing oneself for others, even if the cause does not pertain to him, is not the attainment of the 99th level what you have always sought. Are you truly content to relinquish it so easily? Now that Yunguang has settled down, his fervor has waned, and he casually remarks, I can achieve it on my own. Even if I cannot, it matters not, for do we not have each other? Do we truly have each other? A peculiar sensation stirred within Qian Renxuan, yet he could not articulate it. He responded coolly, Do not forget that I possess the skill of alchemy, so indeed, I am still here. There is enough for everyone. Pray tell, our esteemed genius Qian, who did you learn alchemy from? Yunguang inquired. Did you teach yourself? This is precisely why I urged you to study more and read extensively. The answers lie within the books. Yunguang scoffed. Do you believe I would take you at your word? If you wish for me to believe, then I shall say I believe in you. So do you believe? Qian Renxuan turned to face Yunguang. The word believe was uttered so softly, akin to the buzz of a mosquito, that Qian Renxuan barely caught it. However, Douluo was struck with a new notion. He felt that Qian Renxuan's words held truth, and he too must read more. Perhaps with greater knowledge, he could learn to detoxify himself? Does this not resemble a dual-flavor hot pot? Qian Renxuan suddenly contemplated, feeling a twinge of hunger. Yunguang was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Qian Renxuan's mind operated with such unpredictable leaps. What is this dual-flavor hot pot? She pondered. What exactly is a dual-flavor hot pot? The nature of this matter is rather difficult to elucidate, so I shall forego any explanation and simply move on. Observing the celestial herbs near the Eye of Ice and Fire, Qian Renxuan could not help but feel that Tang San had squandered a precious resource. After all, what could a poison-wielding, underhanded Tang sect member know about the profound secrets of the Xiantian treasure record? It is absurd that they haven't even documented the art of alchemy. Consuming the herbs directly cannot possibly yield the same benefits as crafting elixirs. Mastering the art of pill refinement would not only increase the quantity, but also preserve the efficacy, making it vastly superior to mere ingestion. Another reason to consider. As for how he came to know about alchemy and the celestial herbs, it was all derived from dreams. Dreams that felt strikingly real, almost disconcerting. The pressing question now was whether to practice here or return home to refine. Here, the Eye of Ice and Fire served as a wholly natural alchemical furnace. Although he lacked a proper alchemy furnace, true masters dived directly into the craft, eschewing all superfluous tools. Off to gather herbs. How should one harvest the solar corona's sacred flame flower? It is quite simple. One must avoid damaging the flower's core and petals. However, caution is paramount as the flower is exceedingly hot. Most individuals would find it unbearable and could even be incinerated. Yunguang nodded, encasing himself in a protective barrier. Even with soul power shielding him, the moment he grasped it, he was met with an intense heat, and more disconcertingly, an emotional assault. The heart fire was unbearable. Yun Guang exclaimed anxiously, "I cannot hold on to this for long." "There's no need. Simply store it within here," came the reply. "And what of this wondrous mushroom? The heavenly chrysanthemum? Handle it in the same manner as the solar corona flower. And this one? Just do this, then that, and then the next step." "Oh, I see." After half a day of gathering, all the celestial herbs were finally in Qian Renxuan's possession, yet one more issue needed resolution before alchemical practice could commence. Qian Renxuan shook the heartbreak red flower in his hand, asking, "Does anyone wish to give it a try? Why don't you attempt it?" Qian Renxuan looked at Yun Guang incredulously. What experiences in love could someone my age possibly have? Bloodshed alone is ineffectual. Do you understand genuine emotion? Then I shall pass. I have never fancied a man in my life. But it need not be a man. In truth, love transcends age, gender, and race, rendering it a magnificent and sacred phenomenon, Qian Renxuan declared earnestly. Whether he truly believed this was another matter entirely. Yun Guang gazed at Qian Renxuan with an expression of incredulity before accepting the heartbreak red. Yun Guang stared at the seemingly ordinary flower in her hand, which was about the size of a palm, resembling a peony, yet its stem was affixed to a large stone. The white petals adorned with a crimson hue evoked a unique beauty. She glanced into the distance, her eyes closing as if lost in recollection. A solitary tear cascading down her cheek. Channeling her soul power, she summoned her vitality, parting her ruby lips to spray a droplet of blood onto the petals. In that fleeting moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of a peerless, gentle woman, her resolve unwavering. Despite her determination, the heartbreak red trembled violently, appearing on the verge of falling apart. Ultimately, however, it proved disappointing. The flower ceased its quaking, showing no signs of shedding. Yun Guang sighed. "It seems my feelings are not as potent as you envisioned." Qian Renxuan shook his head. "There is no need for such despair. Who can truly define love?" If it were her, Yun Guang hesitated before saying, "You bear a striking resemblance to her." She then extended the flower towards Qian Renxuan. Faced with her smile, Qian Renxuan found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he glanced at Douluo, noting the oddity of his greenish hair, wondering if it were truly suitable. "Would you care to try?" Douluo shook his head. "I possess enough self-awareness to know I would fail. It is best that you proceed." But had he ever truly loved anyone? Though his memory was somewhat flawed, he could scarcely remember a time when love had not seemed utterly ludicrous. Nonetheless, the world of Douluo was rife with romantic entanglements, filled with passion and heartache, often igniting at the slightest provocation. As he gazed at the heartbreak red, Qian Renxuan was reminded of the past within his dreams. What, indeed, is love? A bitter pang struck his heart, and he instinctively struck his own chest. Crimson blood splattered onto the heartbreak red, yet the vision of that dream remained imprinted in his mind. What is reality? What is the essence of ephemeral emotion? This time, the heart-wrenching crimson of longing swayed more violently, seemingly on the verge of falling from the stone, yet ultimately it remained tethered, as if bound by an unspoken bond. Is it merely a matter of acknowledgement after all? A century of experience pales in comparison to a single dream. What significance does reality hold? Alas, it appears that none of us are blessed with love. This flower is fated to remain beyond our reach. If we cannot pluck it, it shall not be utilized for alchemical purposes. Better to let it await a destined soul, though it is somewhat regrettable. If memory serves, these celestial herbs and dough air possess sentience, perhaps even the ability to transform into human form, given their considerable age, but the specifics elude him. Tentatively, he inquired, "Why not utter a word?" and shook the heart-wrenching crimson flower vigorously. Yet, the flower offered no response, behaving as if devoid of intelligence. This should not be the case. After all, this celestial herb is likely thousands of years old. How could it be so unresponsive? What was the nature of those plants in dough air? Yun Guang lowered his head, feeling a sense of awkwardness, unable to comprehend the peculiarities of this being, whose demeanor oscillated between earnestness and absurdity. Truly, it was astonishing. During conversations, this entity would often leap from topic to topic, seemingly oblivious to coherence. Is it possible for this to be effortlessly obtained by a sycophant? Yun Guang pondered, immediately responding, "Is Qian Douluo still with that little brat?" Qian Renxuan nodded in agreement, understanding that a devoted sycophant, wholly devoted to her, is impervious to persuasion. Yin and Qian Douluo belonged to this category. For them, their goddess could do no wrong, and perhaps these two fools might indeed manage to procure the heart-wrenching crimson flower. Then let that little brat give it a try. As for Qian Douluo, that would be too distasteful. Why? Yun Guang exclaimed in confusion. Why so many questions? You little brat. Even if I explained, you wouldn't comprehend. But unless you articulate it, how can I understand? The same goes for saying it. Only by expressing it can you know whether I understand or not. Observing Yun Guang, who disregarded him, he felt an urge to exclaim, it's merely trivial matters, undoubtedly concerning love and affection. Furthermore, it is bound to be a melodramatic love story. Just thinking about it stirs excitement within him. Cursed be his insatiable curiosity. He suddenly remembered there was an outsider present. Such intimate matters were better discussed privately. Qian Renxuan instantly adopted a serious demeanor. I am prepared. We may commence the alchemical process. Observe closely and learn well. Fool. Yun Guang muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing. Just proceed with the alchemy. I wish to broaden my horizons. Very well. Qian Renxuan, channeling the essence of a 12-winged angel, was enveloped by divine, luminous, and fiery energies. A scarlet fireball descended from his hand into the scalding spring, and upon their collision, the spring water began to boil, as if on the brink of explosion. Qian Renxuan quickly employed his soul energy to guide it, creating a mesmerizing spectacle akin to a dragon siphoning water. The spring water ascended gradually, intertwining gently, ultimately forming a massive hollow sphere under Qian Renxuan's control. He then introduced several snow silkworms and spiritual mushrooms into the sphere, followed by a unique technique to envelop the sphere in flames. Chapter 84. The alchemical success. The sphere erupted into a frenzy of boiling, resembling an explosion. Yet, Qian Renxuan remained remarkably composed, perhaps with a hint of trepidation, but only a hint. Will this succeed? I sense that this endeavor may be rather perilous. Let us hope it doesn't explode. Qian Renxuan disregarded Yun Guang, for the essence of novice alchemy lies in unwavering concentration. Any distraction could lead to calamity. A fragrant aroma wafted from the sphere. Qian Renxuan could hardly conceal his excitement, as this was his first attempt at such a feat. Just as he was about to proceed to the next step, the previously boiling sphere began to bubble even more violently, cracking ominously. This is not good. Although he managed to stabilize it with effort, it was evident that the elixir was likely lost. As anticipated, a burnt odor invaded their senses. Have you failed? The sphere plummeted into the spring, creating a tremendous splash, leaving only charred remnants of the elixir suspended in the air. Qian Renxuan approached to inspect the remnants, relieved to find at least one fragment remaining. Thankfully, not a total loss. He discarded the charred remnants and the burnt elixir into the spring, leaving behind a single spiritual mushroom elixir that emitted a faint white glow and a pleasant fragrance. Fortunately, the spiritual mushroom and snow silkworm were merely gathered from this endeavor, not particularly rare treasures. This also explains why he did not attempt to refine the celestial herb for the first time, if it were to be ruined. What a significant loss that would be. Now, he feels a twinge of hesitance regarding the practice, fearing a repetition of the previous experience. While he is not particularly distressed this time, the celestial herb certainly merits concern. Curiously, Yun Guang inquired, what effects does this remaining one possess? It could fortify the essence, augment vitality, and enhance resilience. He nearly misstepped in his response. Suddenly, he recalled Douluo. Here, give it a try. Perhaps it may elevate your soul power by a level. Yet, Douluo was not naive. He sensed that this was akin to being a test subject, but he was reluctant to decline. Ah well, Douluo glanced sideways and promptly altered his statement. Of course, that would be splendid. Thank you for your generosity, young master. The disparity in his attitude was evident, largely due to Yun Guang's display of swordsmanship. Witnessing the sacred sword being tossed about with such fervor, would one not feel apprehensive? Douluo, however, was merely resigned. Or rather, he deemed it an act of self-sacrifice, one he willingly undertook. With a heart full of trepidation, Douluo consumed the semi-finished elixir. He intended to say, young master. But before he could finish, a powerful surge of soul energy surged through his body. Hastily, he settled into a meditative position, channeling his soul power to refine the elixir. Observing this, Qian Renxuan felt a sense of reassurance. At least it was not poison. Does this elixir enhance soul power? He queried. Perhaps, came the reply. Your inquiry reveals a lack of knowledge. And you have not asked me 3 questions either. Can it facilitate his breakthrough? Yun Guang sensed the situation. No, but it may help stabilize his recent advancement. He has just recently broken through? Yun Guang merely shook her head. Thus, they would have to await Douluo's own revelation. Gradually, his aura intensified, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of the 91st level. However, after a brief interval, it deflated like a punctured balloon. What is happening? Half an hour later, Douluo finally completed the refining process. His soul power remained firmly at the 91st level. I had anticipated you reaching the 92nd level. Douluo's expression soured. That elixir was all show and no substance. Despite the appearance of abundant soul power, it proved negligible for a title Douluo. Furthermore, with his soul power now elevated, the toxicity became apparent. Yet, he still expressed, "Thank you, young master. No need for thanks. It was a minor endeavor. Having conducted the experiment, it was time to attend to serious matters, the kind that must succeed." As the sun descended, its silhouette faded into a hazy form, leaving behind a remnant of golden-red twilight. Qian Renxuan employed his previous technique once more, transforming the heated spring water into a sphere. Suspended in midair, he then introduced the celestial herb, enveloping the sphere in flames, rendering it akin to a radiant sun. After refining 2 vials of elixirs, he felt somewhat fatigued. This was genuine exhaustion. Qian Renxuan stored the Qiluo pill and the Qirong pill in the Xuanxue ring, intending to rest briefly before continuing the refining process, lest unforeseen mishaps arise. Is this what you call fatigue? You should try it. You would feel the same. What is your level? What is mine? Your inadequacy is your own concern. Well, I'm not a title Douluo. You can say whatever you wish. Qian Renxuan shrugged off the comment. Do you always produce 3 pills during your refining sessions? Not merely a minimum of 3. That is the safest approach. There's a chance one might yield 5, but that is exceedingly perilous. One misstep could ruin everything. Yun Guang nodded in agreement. Not bad. Soon, I will refine the sun-crowned sacred flame herb into an elixir. Once you consume it, you should be able to break through to the 99th level here. Yun Guang weakly replied, Is it truly that easy? I do not know. After all, I am not you. This is merely a feeling. Regardless, you are only a hair's breadth away. Even if you do not reach it, you will be closer to becoming a peerless Douluo at the 99th level. Therefore, your subsequent breakthrough will be somewhat easier. It merely varies in duration. Well, I shall hold you to your words. However, can you guess what my first action will be upon breaking through? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxuan boldly ventured to confront my grandfather. This is not merely a wild guess. Rather, it revolves around a melodramatic love story. However, the emphasis is not on love, nor on the narrative itself, but rather on the sheer absurdity of it all. How clever. Why not share with me the details of your relationship, or perhaps refrain from confronting him? At his age, life is not easy. Rest assured, I am mindful of the boundaries and have no intention of engaging in a lethal confrontation. If that were the case, I would have acted long ago. At most, I would merely seek to annoy him. Qian Renxuan found himself at a loss for words, pondering what misdeeds had led to a woman's prolonged fixation. Am I complicit in his torment? Not really. He could manage without me. And my intent is not to take his life. Qian Douluo was well aware of my past desire to eliminate him, which he seemed to take in stride. It is almost amusing to think I believed he was oblivious to it. This tale is even more thrilling than I had anticipated. It appears that back then, the stakes were indeed life and death. His insatiable curiosity is maddening. I am eager to uncover the truth. So, when will I finally learn? Perhaps when you are a bit older, Qian Douluo might divulge the secrets to you. Such clandestine matters are naturally discussed within the secure confines of the Silver Crown space, where it is inconceivable for Douluo to be privy to them. Chapter 85, Ice and Fire. The night lingered until the hours grew late, necessitating overtime to complete the task at hand. In this alternate realm, I resigned myself to this voluntary endeavor. The crimson sphere radiated a unique luminescence against the backdrop of the night, both eerie and alluring. To be frank, amidst the profound darkness of the late hour, the presence of such a glaring red light was undeniably strange. This was the purple-gold heavenly dragon pill, intended for the second offering and Tianyu. As for the fragrant pill, its recipient remained uncertain. I had yet to decide on the immortal orchid pill. The phoenix transformation pill could be designated for Yin, that devoted admirer. The water immortal pill and the solar crown pill were meant for you and Shuai. The vision penetration pill could be given to Hulaina, as it would enhance her mental acuity. The blood poison pill seemed perilous, perhaps lethal to its consumer, yet spiders too possess venom. The Nether Ghost Pill could be allocated to Ghost Douluo and Ing Air. This was not all. In summary, it appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Several offerings and Chang Luo, along with a few others, would all receive their share, which was satisfactory. And what of you? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, have you heard of the Ice-Fire alchemical body? Immune to both water and fire. Yun Guang identified a conspicuous flaw. Ice-Fire alchemical body? How could you achieve immunity to both water and fire? What about ice? This is beyond me. Who knows? The name is merely for reference. Qian Renxuan found this insufficiently rigorous and added, ice and fire merge. Doesn't he that ultimately transform into water and fire? Therefore, immunity to both water and fire is indeed plausible. This explanation seems plausible, yet I remain somewhat unconvinced. Qian Renxuan retrieved the Xianbing Dan and Lihua Dan, consuming them almost instantaneously, the pills dissolving in his mouth without allowing him to savor any flavor. Within mere moments, their effects surged forth. Qian Renxuan's body trembled, and a layer of ice-blue energy began to rise from beneath his feet, rapidly threatening to encase him in ice, only to be countered by a fierce crimson glow. The juxtaposition of ice and fire, blue and red, created a strikingly beautiful spectacle. Aware that time was of the essence, Qian Renxuan knew he had to plunge into the spring without delay. With a resounding splash, he leaped into the icy flames of the spring. Yun Guang, at a loss for words, gazed at the pills in her hand, contemplating their use only after ensuring Qian Renxuan's safety. Such recklessness. He must emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Qian Renxuan found himself in a tumultuous state. Despite his strength, he was still only 8 years old. The extremes of cold and heat clashed violently within him, each refusing to yield, inflicting significant harm upon his frail body. His awareness of the spring and the outside world faded, overshadowed by the overwhelming influence of the Xianbing Dan and Lihua Dan. While others might succumb to unconsciousness, he persevered through the excruciating sensations. A bittersweet agony he vowed never to endure again. Is this even the beginning? What is this? He silently lamented. The waters of the ice-fire spring, too, stirred with his entry, yet this turmoil was fleeting. Soon, tranquility returned as if nothing had transpired. As time slipped by, the moon waned and the sun rose, only to set once more. Yun Guang remained fixated on the spring, filled with regret. 2 days and nights had passed, surely nothing ill had befallen him? Why did she not intervene to stop Qian Renxuan? Cursed be her indecision. In the depths of the ice-fire spring, though shrouded in darkness, the atmosphere was fraught with extreme cold and searing heat. The divine had fallen, yet its lingering power remained, as a colossal dragon's corpse coiled within, radiating blue and red luminescence. Have you made your choice, little ice? What alternative do we have? How much longer must we wait? 10 years, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or perhaps 100,000? How much longer can we endure in our current state? The Fire Dragon King fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Little Ice's words. Yet, the individual in question was merely human, and invoking such power could be a final gamble. Should they fail, their existence could soon dissipate into nothingness. Do we not trust him, but rather the being behind him? Our only task is to bring him onto the Soul Beast clan's chariot, no matter how inadequate. Can it truly be worse than our present plight? There is no turning back. Extinction? If we do nothing, the Soul Beasts will inevitably meet that fate. Why not take a chance? Success would bring joy to all. Failure would merely hasten the inevitable. If you hesitate, then the burden of sin shall fall upon me. He understood Little Ice's wisdom, yet the leap remained daunting. Seeing his indecision, the Ice Dragon King sighed deeply, summoning his strength once more. Little Ice. A resonant dragon's roar echoed, as if to freeze all in its path, and an ice-blue dragon silhouette emerged from the void, casting a final glance at him. Divine power surged forth, unrestrained. Fire Dragon King, have you finally made your choice? What? We've known each other for so many years. How could I abandon you? The fiery dragon silhouette solidified, declaring, let me accompany you in this final struggle. At this moment, Qian Renxuan remained submerged, enduring his own torment. He yearned to unleash a torrent of curses, not at anyone but the soul beasts. What he felt now was the summons of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, each attempting to draw him into their fold. The Blue and Red Dragon Kings encircled him, vying for entry into his very being. How brazen to invade another's body upon their first encounter. Yet, the power of angels enveloped him, creating a stalemate between the two forces, neither willing to relent. The formidable advantage of a powerful martial soul is evident. However, this predicament has left Qian Renxuan quite anxious. When celestial beings engage in combat, it is the mortals who suffer. Most significantly, he harbored no desire to entangle himself with soul beasts, nor did he subscribe to the notion that those outside one's kin must harbor ill intentions. In this world, power reigns supreme, irrespective of whether one is a soul beast or a human. Moreover, he had previously mentioned Tang Hao and Tang San. Should he forge any connection with soul beasts, would that not betray his principles? Yet, is it not permissible to adopt a dual standard? After all, humanity often embodies a degree of hypocrisy, and how many can truly be regarded as saints? Continuing down this path is untenable. Perhaps a dialogue is in order. Qian Renxuan mused. It seemed the angel comprehended his thoughts, for it responded directly, bathing Qian Renxuan and the two small dragons in a radiant divine light, a force both profound and enigmatic. The sound of the air being torn asunder echoed. The two dragons exchanged glances before entwining and spiraling together. Their speed intensified until their forms vanished, coalescing into a colossal blue-red vortex that appeared poised to consume everything, drawing Qian Renxuan into its depths. After a disorienting wave of dizziness, Qian Renxuan rose from the ground, clearing his throat lightly. What on earth is this place? Humans, have you finally arrived? Following the source of the voice, he beheld a winged ice dragon gazing at him with an oddly friendly demeanor, albeit with a hint of strangeness in its smile. The surrounding environment was far from pleasant, with ice crystals and flames spreading throughout. Yet he felt neither cold nor heat, a most curious phenomenon. He reached out to touch the flames. They ignited upon contact, yet he felt no warmth, which struck him as fascinating. Human, do not be so unreasonable, warned the Fire Dragon King, displaying a temper befitting one who toys with fire. I apologize. I am still trying to ascertain the situation. This place is quite extraordinary. May I inquire how you two prefer to be addressed? Qian Renxuan was well aware that he stood before the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, but feigning ignorance was essential at this juncture. The Ice Dragon King glanced at the Fire Dragon King, seemingly seeking his approval. However, the Fire Dragon King had long since acquiesced and would certainly not contradict him at such a moment. The Ice Dragon King felt a sense of relief wash over him. The individual possessed a martial soul of an angel, undoubtedly a descendant of hers, and thus the Ice Dragon King contemplated that she should possess some understanding of the divine. Consequently, she resolved to unleash her full power from the very beginning. Long ago, the Dragon Clan held dominion over the divine realm, with the Dragon God as the true sovereign. He permitted humanity to enter the divine domain. However, humanity, lacking in contentment, instigated discord with the intent to seize control over all. The Dragon God was formidable, yet during that period, we faced internal strife, ultimately rendering us unable to withstand a few divine monarchs. With the demise of the Dragon God, nearly all the deities of our soul beast lineage perished, including myself and the Fire Dragon King. The words of the Ice Dragon King are undoubtedly true, though certain details may be flawed. But what of it? Surely you cannot expect me to merely recount a tale? The irritable Fire Dragon King interjected, Human, this is not a story. Qian Renxuan, wishing to avoid his wrath, quickly replied, Yes, it is not. I misspoke. We seek to propose a transaction, one that would benefit both parties. What transaction? I, alongside the Fire Dragon King, would offer you assistance through our soul bones, essence, divine spirit, and divine core. Should you ascend to divinity, we would ask for your aid in a singular endeavor for the Soul Beast clan, as well as improvements to the current plight of the soul beasts. Endless hunting will only hasten their extinction. Regardless of the outcome, you will not find yourself at a loss. To be frank, this is utterly a trap. Whether for the Soul Beast clan or the dragon race, take Gu Na as an example. Despite not being love-stricken, she would still face defeat. Not to mention the Soul Beast sovereign is entangled with someone who is. Our esteemed Tang God King has made his intentions quite clear, to eliminate Shura, the sea god, and the Rakshasa, along with some of their subordinates. Of course, should there be any dissenters, that would be an entirely different tale. Engaging with the Soul Beast clan is tantamount to declaring war against an entire divine realm. Can you honestly suggest that I would not suffer loss? Such audacity. By the way, do not take offense. What use would my addition be if your dragon god has already perished? Human, you do not comprehend. The depths of this matter are profound. You need only tell me if you agree. A million-year-old soul bone, particularly one from a first-level deity, indeed holds its allure. Yet, how strange is it to harbor the soul bones of soul beasts within one's own body? Qian Renxuan subtly glanced at the mountain-like corpse, skeletons of the crimson and ice-blue dragons entwined in a taiji formation, stretching for thousands of meters. It was undeniably a magnificent sight. However, he was reluctant to join the soul beast clan's war chariot, for when deities clash, mortals suffer. He had little faith in tales of mortals slaying gods. What, pray tell, defines a mortal? Those ordinary beings devoid of martial souls, and you expect them to slay a deity? What difference does that make from mere nonsense? He would sooner believe in the world exploding than entertain such notions. Of course, if a system were to intervene, that would be a different matter altogether. If a system exists, then not only would slaying gods be feasible, but even defying the heavens would be believable. May I inquire? How much longer can the two of you endure? The Ice Dragon King fell silent for a moment before responding. Not much longer. We are forcibly consuming our divine spirit and essence to maintain this form, and we must draw you into our plight. If you refuse, it will not be long before we truly dissipate into the void. This is a difficult situation. He contemplated offering this boon to others, thus making the terms easier to negotiate. He truly wished to abstain from participation. After all, it was not he who would be utilizing it, though somewhat shameless. Such details seemed inconsequential. If I were to declare my unwillingness, would you allow me to depart? We will not threaten you, but we lack the strength to escort you away. This is hardly different from a threat. The irate Fire Dragon King spoke again. Human, do not be ungrateful. Unappreciative? This is clearly a pitfall. Who in their right mind would leap into it without hesitation? In this day and age, is one still unable to speak the truth? Humanity, what are your contemplations? I possess a name. I am known as Qian Renxuan. I wonder, what do you call yourselves? Very well, then, what are your thoughts, Qian Renxuan? Noting that the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were disinclined to discuss matters of nomenclature, he refrained from pursuing the topic further. However, he pondered inwardly if it were possible to partake without cost. Yet, such a thought remained confined to his mind, for he feared that the two Dragon Kings might wish to end his existence. This has indeed led to a predicament. He wishes to leave directly, but finds himself unable to do so. After much contemplation, Qian Renxuan finally conceived an excellent solution. The soul bone, though I cannot merge with it, my martial spirit inheritance is somewhat unique. In saying this, he certainly harbors no fear, for his martial soul is unlikely to betray him. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are evidently aware of its uniqueness, and they express no surprise at this assertion. They simply state that soul bones can be bestowed upon those dear to you, while our essence can elevate you to greater heights. In any case, you shall not suffer a loss. Ultimately, it can be summarized as a guarantee of no detriment. This left him at a loss for words. To comply would mean being bound to the war chariot of the Soul Beast clan. He could not fathom the confidence the two Dragon Kings possessed to ensure his obedience. Yet, since they dared to wager, they must have some means at their disposal. Of course, Qian Renxuan remained unaware that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had no methods to constrain him. They were merely gambling, not on his adherence to promises, but on the integrity of the divine being behind him, a true god and future deity who would not renege on their word. It could be said they had staked everything. Naturally, the two Dragon Kings would not disclose this to him. Why do you trust me? Are you not afraid of breaking promises? Human, should you dare to betray your word, I shall slay you, the Ice Dragon King declared calmly. By then, we would both be long dead. How could you kill him? The Fire Dragon King stammered, his crimson visage deepening in hue. A resounding roar from the dragon reverberated throughout the underground realm. Mind your own business. Chapter 87. What is faith? The Ice Dragon King nodded, acknowledging the Fire Dragon King's prowess, deeming it beyond his concern. The Fire Dragon King soared before Qian Renxuan, opening his maw to unleash a thunderous roar. The resultant shockwave nearly toppled Qian Renxuan, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. Human, are you courting death? Qian Renxuan swiftly gathered his disheveled hair into a simple tie. You two have such contrasting temperaments. One is tempestuous and irascible, while the other exhibits remarkable patience. Who would agree to converse with you in such a manner? The Fire Dragon King, feeling indignant, let out another roar, not directed at Qian Renxuan this time, but presumably to intimidate him and vent his frustrations. In truth, there was little choice left but to acquiesce, as Silver Crown appeared unable to come, which was quite peculiar. Meanwhile, The connection between Silver Crown and Qian Renxuan remained unbroken. Otherwise, Yun Guang would have already leaped in to seek him out. What could possibly be keeping him away? I do not know. The master mentioned a minor inconvenience. But nothing life-threatening, so you need not worry. Need not worry? How can one not be concerned? Damn it. Silver Crown did not quite grasp Yun Guang's emotional turmoil, for she was ultimately an emotionless puppet. No matter how human-like a puppet may be, it can never truly be human. What is it like to be human? Emotion? Heart? The voice was too faint for Yun Guang to discern. He asked, "What did you say?" Yin Mian shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." Was there truly no danger? You have inquired dozens of times, and I have reiterated that there is no danger just as many. Why do you persist in asking? You do not understand. How could you possibly comprehend? After Yun Guang spoke, he disregarded Yin Mian and commenced his prayer. The divine angel shall surely. While Yun Guang fervently prayed, Yin Mian pondered whether she could venture down, yet no matter her attempts, she remained unable to cross. Unless she leaped into the lake to see if she could swim across. Meanwhile, Du Gubo was laboriously cultivating in a mountain cave. Collaboration is feasible, yet we must deliberate on the specific details. This singular opportunity for action must surely have a target. If you expect me to annihilate all the gods in one fell swoop, that is beyond my capabilities. There ought to be some limitations, correct? Furthermore, regarding the enhancement of the soul beast's living environment, I cannot simply deny people the chance to acquire soul rings. You must have a clear objective for such matters. Mere words serve no purpose. Perhaps you could, the Ice Dragon King remarked, causing Qian Renxuan to pause momentarily. Perhaps I could? Well, you certainly hold me in high regard. Should I be grateful for your faith in me? He continued, as I see it. Soul beasts should no longer ascend to godhood. Your intervention should rectify this, and I trust you possess the strength to do so. The existence of soul beasts? The discord between humans and soul beasts is indeed irreconcilable. As long as it is not excessively extreme, it is permissible. Fruitless hunts will only hasten the demise of both soul masters and soul beasts, which is not beneficial for humanity. Qian Renxuan understood this principle, yet applying it posed a significant challenge. The soul spirits bestowed by Huagua had both advantages and disadvantages, and ultimately, the soul beasts faced imminent extinction. Unless he altered his cultivation methods or the means of obtaining soul rings, changing the situation seemed implausible. Suddenly, an intriguing method of acquiring soul rings struck Qian Renxuan's mind. Faith in the divine? There exists a connection among the three, and if he could. The Ice Dragon King posed a question. Feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly. Faith and divinity indeed share an inseparable bond. Yet this bond only applies to certain deities. For instance, both the sea god and the angel god attained divinity through faith, making it immensely valuable to them. Had the sea god been able to spread faith across the continent, he would undoubtedly have ascended to godhood. The angels could have achieved the same. The potency of faith is multifaceted, and your notion may not be unattainable. I sense you are onto something. I must admit, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Oh, is the Fire Dragon King still a stubborn one? Yet Qian Renxuan chose to ignore him, for more pressing matters lay at hand. Once faith is entwined, can it ever be severed? Faith possesses a toxicity. What leads you to believe that the will of mortals can alter the will of deities? Gods achieve divinity through faith, yet they are not assimilated by it. Much less can the prayers of mere mortals shift a goddess' intent. The divide between the divine and the mortal is insurmountable. However, one truth remains. Faith does influence power. The toxicity of faith need not concern you. Faith is, in essence, merely a tool. While mortals are but instruments, neither can alter a god. Should a god be established through faith, yet the number of followers diminishes rather than increases, your strength will inevitably wane. Trapped in an inescapable cycle, you, who rely on faith for your divinity, cannot extricate yourself from it. This is a vicious cycle. Only a god can alter another god. This is a truth you must grasp. This becomes intriguing. At least there is no concern of being assimilated by faith, nor the necessity to become a deity in the hearts of others, thus avoiding significant dilemmas. However, the issue of strength remains. True power derives from within. Therefore, is inheriting a divine position the most prudent choice? Can what is inherited truly belong to oneself? He harbors a lingering suspicion regarding the legitimacy of his divine status. Yet he cannot articulate the source of his doubt. Qian Renxuan does not perceive himself as lacking a unique identity. If he did, What justification would there be for his existence over 3 lifetimes? Is it merely due to his handsome appearance? Regardless of whether it is a special identity or otherwise, he bears no regrets. Even as a pawn, his existence signifies worth. And is it not true that this pawn leads a fulfilling life? A pawn may well become the master of the game. Thus, we may now deliberate on the subsequent matter. Can my modest frame withstand your essence? The Fire Dragon King chuckled. If it cannot, then so be it. Little fire. The Fire Dragon King bowed his proud head, casually finding a spot to lie down, his crimson wings enveloping his form. Who would have thought that this Fire Dragon King possesses such humility? Others may falter, but you are the exceptional one. Moreover, Little Fire, and I shall assist you. So, might I address you as Little Ice? You may call me that. It is quite surprising that among the 9 great Dragon Kings, 2 bear such casual names. What of the other 7, then? The name indeed seems rather casual. Can the dragon deity be referred to as Little Dragon? The Silver Dragon King is still recuperating, I presume. Chapter 88, The Initial Angels. However, prior to this, there is a particular question that piques his curiosity. Esteemed predecessors, has my ancestral angelic deity already? Oh, are her descendants still awaiting her return? Naturally. The ancestor is the progenitor of the Qian family, a legend, and a source of pride. The Qian family has always held steadfast belief in their ancestor. And we have been waiting all along. Even though Qian Renxuan did not deceive her, the Qian family has been waiting, unwilling to accept the disappearance of the celestial deity. Your tone has already revealed a lack of belief. The Ice Dragon King's expression became unusually contemplative, as if lost in memories. Before he finally spoke, she was quite formidable, but her pride was her downfall. Moreover, she held no significant grievances against the spirit beasts, which set her apart from those hypocritical deities. In truth, she perished before the chaos in the divine realm. We had even considered rescuing her back then. The Ice Dragon King fixed his azure gaze upon Qian Renxuan. Do you wish to uncover the truth? Of course, Qian Renxuan replied resolutely. With a sigh, the Ice Dragon King's massive form shifted, coming to rest upon the ground. The celestial deity suppressed the continent's evil and was deified through the faith of the land. Yet she was bound to that faith. Furthermore, she offended Poseidon, that ancient being, while she was not inferior, and perhaps even superior, to him. The ultimate artifact was more powerful. Poseidon quelled the ocean, achieving divinity through the faith of the sea spirit beasts. It is somewhat laughable, as he had a plethora of offerings from the spirit beasts, making him utterly shameless. The sea god sought to extend his influence over the continent, believing that if faith were to reach land, he could become the new divine king. Fortunately, Poseidon on land would never stand a chance against the celestial deity. Regrettably, she could not vanquish him, thus sowing the seeds of future calamities. To sever one's path and destroy another's future is an unpardonable grievance. The enmity between them is irreconcilable. I had warned her back then. But how could one as proud as she care for an ancient being who barely surpassed her through the use of an ultimate artifact? Let me share the rest. The Fire Dragon King raised his head. From the moment she ascended to divinity, she understood that faith is not merely a measure of strength, but also a shackle. Thus, she yearned to break free from this bondage, to reclaim her power for herself, unencumbered by faith, aspiring to reach the heavens in one bound. Yet, this was akin to dreaming, and still, the celestial deity refused to relinquish her aspirations, sacrificing everything in pursuit of her goals. She even managed to create something remarkable, which is part of what we admired about her. However, an unforeseen event transpired. No deity knew where the celestial deity and the Azura had ventured. The Ice Dragon King's talon brushed against Qian Renxuan's shoulder, yet that wretched Azura claimed that the celestial deity willingly descended into depravity, seeking to consume the Azura deity, leading to the demise of both gods. Aside from the perpetrator, no deity knew the truth. However, those with strength understood that the Azura was speaking nonsense. With the power of the celestial deity, even if she conceded to the Azura, victory would be impossible for the latter. This was an outright conspiracy. Who do you believe was responsible for their downfall? The accounts of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were largely in line with his suspicions, with no significant discrepancies. However, what role did the sea god play in all of this? Can you divulge the name of my ancestor? The Ice Dragon King flatly refused. You bear the surname Qian. It would be more appropriate for your family's elders to enlighten you. Little Ice, I have stated that I would speak, yet once again you have finished for me. Nevertheless, I can share an intriguing detail. The divine essences of the celestial deity and the Azura vanished entirely with their deaths. This is an exceedingly unusual occurrence. This matter will prevent certain deities from ascending directly. Angels remain angels, and Rakshasas remain Rakshasas. However, what is truly intriguing is not this fact, but rather the gift that the angel once bestowed upon Little Ice. This gift is remarkably unique. Although the angel has fallen, the gift has not extinguished. Could it be that the angel has perished? Nevertheless, during the turmoil in the divine realm, that object was destroyed. Otherwise, it could have been presented to you. The Ice Dragon King added. How fascinating. Qian Renxuan seemed to grasp the distinction. Falling and dying are two disparate concepts. For instance, both the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King have fallen, yet they continue to cling to life, having not truly perished. However, angels remain angels, and Rakshasas remain Rakshasas. What then is the nature of divine inheritance? Although it was predetermined, it does not exclude the possibility of divine intervention. Perhaps this ancestral figure has not truly passed away. One can only marvel at the caliber of those worthy of being revered as divine. My own mother, Bibi Dong, has inherited the Rakshasa divine position. It is conceivable that the Rakshasa has not perished, and he may uncover the genuine truth through Bibi Dong. At that moment, everything would change. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your guidance. Oh, it's merely a trifling matter, came the reply. I have a premonition that your future achievements will surpass hers. Then I shall take the Fire Dragon King's auspicious words to heart. Well, having discussed so much, it is time to attend to serious matters. As the Ice Dragon King's words concluded, the colossal corpse began to tremble violently. A shimmering light, one icy and one azure, erupted from the remains. When the radiance dissipated, two diamond-shaped cores floated before Qian Renxuan. One core was entirely ice blue, while the other was crimson, exuding an alluring aura of cold and flame. Indeed, you may also refer to me as the Water Dragon King. My powers are primarily exhibited through these two elements. This divine core has been prepared. My personal desire is for you to deliver it to the soul beasts. However, you may bestow it upon anyone, provided their talent is comparable. They should be able to smoothly ascend to the rank of a first-level deity. Although all the Dragon Kings are peak first-level deities, my strength is among the elite. Perhaps I could even strive for the title of God King, but I leave everything in your capable hands. Little one, should you accept the benefits without fulfilling your duties, I shall not let you off lightly. Qian Renxuan naturally sensed the shift in the Fire Dragon King's demeanor and address. Rest assured, I, Qian Renxuan, am a man of my word. I shall honor my commitments without pretense. All right, little fire, we, the 9 Dragon Kings, have all fallen, and our corpses may not all reside on the Douluo continent, but I still hope you can search for them. Understood. Though he initially hesitated to entangle himself, the adage holds true. If one cannot resist, one might as well indulge. His martial soul showed no objection, so why should he? After all, it would be advantageous for him. Let us glimpse the future of the Soul Beast clan. I entrust everything to you. Do not break your promise, young one. I will not, Qian Renxuan replied, calming his emotions. I shall attempt to find a way to preserve your souls. That would indeed be the best choice. Haha. There is no need to try. This is our fate. To find you as our successor is already a blessing. May the soul beasts thrive. As Qian Renxuan commenced, the ice blue and crimson light burst forth, and the corpses of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King emanated a breathtaking power. The lingering souls of the 2 Dragon Kings began to circle around Qian Renxuan, filling the entire space with ice and fire elements. The red and blue energies surged wildly toward Qian Renxuan's body. As the energy entered him, the 12-winged angel martial soul radiated a dazzling light, and the energy began to flow into the angelic martial soul. The Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King had not truly died. They would only fully relinquish their souls and essence to Qian Renxuan before their ultimate demise. This bears some resemblance to a sacrifice, yet it is not a sacrifice. All is entrusted to you. The Fire Dragon King acted first, channeling the dragon's soul and essence entirely into the body of Qian Renxuan. At this moment, the Ice Dragon King emitted a thunderous roar. The resounding dragon cries reverberated from underground to the surface, and Yunguang and Emyan, standing beside the duality of ice and fire, naturally heard it. Will anything truly go awry? No. Please trust that the master will undoubtedly be safe. Yunguang remained unfazed, desperately hoping for no mishap. You wretch. With each dragon's roar, The ice element began to converge frantically, and the Ice Dragon King transformed into an enormous ice crystal. With a resounding explosion, the ice crystal shattered, revealing a stunning woman. She possessed long, ice-blue hair, emotionless blue eyes, flawless white skin, and impossibly long legs, exuding an aura of danger. This left Qian Renxuan utterly perplexed. It seemed that the Fire Dragon King had met its demise, yet here transformed into a human form. The Ice Dragon King approached Qian Renxuan directly and embraced him. How curious. You bear a striking resemblance to her, yet you are not her. Is it not said that destiny will manifest through you? As their foreheads touched, Qian Renxuan felt an exhilarating chill. Within the angelic divine trial, you may find what you seek. The truth lies there. Our divine cores can assist you in locating the other 7 dragon kings, and my divine core can resonate with the angels to a certain extent. The Ice Dragon Queen gently raised her delicate hand, and 2 shards of ice settled upon the divine core. Even if you extract it later, the divine realm shall remain unaware. Why? Qian Renxuan was about to voice his confusion when the Ice Dragon King interrupted him. I understand your doubts, but I shall not divulge any further. You feel nothing now, do you? This is my way of neutralizing the energy from the little fire. Otherwise, I fear you would be unable to endure it. You should be grateful to me. Qian Renxuan nodded dumbly, uncertain of how to respond, feeling quite awkward. A thunderous roar of a dragon jolted him from his discomfort, as fragmented memories began flooding into his mind. The resounding roar of myriad dragons, an overwhelming force, and a fleeting glimpse of grandeur. In the divine realm's upheaval, the 9 dragon kings reigned, led by the colossal dragon god, the true sovereign of the divine realm. Radiating a spectrum of colors, exuding an aura that pressed upon the world, wielding a ferocity capable of slaying lesser deities as one would dispatch a mere dog. A kaleidoscope of light and a cacophony of divine techniques clashed, as the strength of one clan stood against the divine realm. The final sword of judgment seemed to cleave the heavens, subduing all. Was the dragon god powerful? Indeed, exceedingly so. Had it not been for his own shortcomings, the dragon clan might still govern the divine realm. Yet, was the narrative of Douluo not peculiar? The current dragon god was vanquished by the god king. And if the dragon clan were once the rulers of the divine realm, what then of the 5 great god kings that emerged at the dawn of the divine realm? He possesses little understanding of both, hence potential inaccuracies may arise. Subsequently, the dragon god willingly succumbed to death. Alongside the 18 divine kings and the elevation of status, these are undeniably correct, all stemming from later developments. Is this not merely a transgression of established lore? It seems akin to a complete overhaul of the narrative. Furthermore, is the Destruction King's power of annihilation a true super artifact or merely a pseudo-super artifact? It appears both assertions hold some truth, which is rather amusing, is it not? Additionally, did Xiao Wu's mother perish at the hands of Bibi Dong or within the confines of the Forbidden Zone? Were there 27 or 49? In earlier times, there were posts lamenting the myriad bugs within the storyline, amounting to hundreds. Living in such a world, one cannot help but fear becoming a bug themselves. It is unprecedented to see such absurdities unfold in succession. It is uncertain whether to lament or simply accept it. One might struggle to keep pace with the rate of critique. As Qian Renxuan concluded his perusal of the fragmented memories, the fusion neared its culmination. May you shatter destiny. I shall walk alongside you, watching over you. Upon the utterance of this sentiment, the Ice Dragon King embraced Qian Renxuan once more, this time with an intensity as if to merge their very beings. The breath became labored. This overwhelming sensation was somewhat undesirable. The Ice Dragon King, undeterred, continued to hold him tightly. Dragon wings unfurled from the Ice Dragon King's back, enveloping them both. Fear not, we have arrived at the end. A penetrating cold seeped into Qian Renxuan's bones, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. The Ice Dragon King encased both himself and Qian Renxuan in ice. Suspended mid-air within a colossal ice block, surrounded by an enigmatic energy. From this moment forth, she surrendered all to Qian Renxuan, thereafter succumbing to her demise. Her energy surged toward Qian Renxuan, fortuitously met by his formidable angelic martial soul, which, under its dominion, allowed ice and fire to coexist without repulsion, gradually being absorbed. Though Qian Renxuan aspired to transform the remnants of the ice and fire dragon's spirits into entities akin to souls, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Left merely to gaze in bewilderment. Yet, Possessing a powerful martial soul proved advantageous, as it had previously demonstrated its obedience to his will. What do you suppose would occur were they to become souls? The angelic martial soul merely flickered, leaving Qian Renxuan puzzled as to its meaning. Nonetheless, he did all that was within his power. He acted with diligence, leaving the outcome to fate. Whether or not they became souls mattered little to him, as he held no expectations. The consciousness of the Ice Dragon King gradually descended into unconsciousness. Had she finally met her end? Everything had concluded, yet begun anew. You were correct, yet I harbor no regrets. Qian. Chapter 90. Universal Pervasion? Perhaps it was erroneous from the outset, yet deities will not acknowledge their missteps. Whether it be your proud self or the haughty dragon kin, it is merely a matter of insufficient strength. Wherein lies the error? I have arrived. I hope we may reunite in the afterlife. Radiant holy light. Golden feathers fluttered about as holy light illuminated the essence of the Ice Dragon King. Just as she yearned to open her eyes, a pair of hands cradled her face. Little Ice, it has been far too long. The Ice Dragon King opened her eyes to behold a gentle smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. From the moment of her arrival, a sense of disquiet had enveloped her. It had indeed been a long time. She revealed a satisfied smile and embraced the Ice Dragon King tightly. The Ice Dragon King savored this sensation, wrapping his arms around her waist. She gently caressed this immense evil. Why, little Ice, you resemble a young maiden. She grasped the Ice Dragon King's hand. Allow me to lead you to a place where we may witness our destined future. Within the realm of the divine, magnificent temples rose from the earth, countless beings evolving within. Little Fire, have you come as well? Where is this? What is transpiring? Little Ice, this is an unforeseen occurrence. Not belonging to us, though it belongs to him. Who am I? This deviates from my initial plan, yet superior plans ought to be embraced, no? Do you imply? She wore a contented smile. Little Ice, we have not lost. The plan has commenced, and the future zenith has been predetermined. We shall become the new. The Ice Dragon King seemed to comprehend, gazing upon all that transpired within the trial chamber, sensing the supreme power. She believed this to be her most prudent choice. Had Qian Renxuan been present, he would have grasped many truths, such as regarding the illusory trials. He had long believed the powers manifested within dreams to be false, yet his strength derived from her, and all within the dream was undeniably real. The powers of the angels, the angelic judgment, were all manifestations of her strength, a significant contribution from the progenitor of the illusory trials. Meanwhile, the external Qian Renxuan remained oblivious to the happenings within the divine realm, lost in a sense of fulfillment, unable to extricate himself. Curiously, although the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King entrusted everything to him, his soul power did not surge as anticipated, but was entirely claimed by a benevolent deity, likely leaving not a single drop behind. Nevertheless, other enhancements were assuredly forthcoming. Time flowed steadily. The cloud of light upon the ground was nearing frenzied desperation, leading to a confrontation with the cloud light. Why do you obstruct me? The cloud light swung a sword, striking only air. You must not descend. It may result in death, yet the master shall remain unharmed. Please, trust in the master. The cloud light responded through action. Countless beams of light and arrays surged chaotically, with the cloud light engaging in the technique of a myriad of swords returning to their origin, overwhelming all with sheer numerical superiority. Thousands of strikes failed to injure the silver crown, or rather, as long as she refrained from revealing herself, no harm could befall her. Each time the cloud light sought to descend, the silver crown would pull her back. Why can you not control your emotions? I have assured you there shall be no peril. How could you understand, being non-human? Sometimes, humans are inclined to act, even when fully aware of the consequences. Douluo? In the clash of deities, mortals suffer. The cloud light found herself unable to contend with the silver crown, let alone defeat Douluo. Pity the unfortunate Douluo. At last, our protagonist Qian Renxuan was on the verge of awakening. The atmosphere was profoundly silent. The ice and fire elements within the space began to dissipate. Crimson and icy blue lights flickered across the crystalline ice, forming mesmerizing circles. Suddenly, fissures began to appear upon the crystalline surface, multiplying with each passing moment until, with a crack, the ice shattered. In that instant, Qian Renxuan activated his martial soul, golden wings transforming him into the sovereign of the skies. One must promptly perceive any transformations within oneself. This sensation is not particularly striking. However, Upon experiencing it, the profound darkness of the Qian Renxuan emerges. Were the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King deceiving him, or had they truly reached such a state of weakness? The entirety of two first-level deities seemed to be reduced to mere playthings for him, while others found it increasingly challenging in the later stages. How could these two gods have propelled him to the 35th level? An ascent of 4 levels? He nearly overlooked the fact that he had consumed 2 celestial elixirs. Upon reflection, it all seemed even more absurd. Is this not a farce upon the vast expanse of the plains? Yet, it is fortunate that immunity to both ice and fire has been established, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. However, such absurdity demands an explanation. Rather than attributing it to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King being mere figments, he is more inclined to believe that someone has taken advantage of the situation. As for who that might be, it remains a matter of speculation. Truly, what a preposterous act to engage in, even to resort to thievery over this. Sigh. Qian Renxuan produced the divine cores of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. While these artifacts are indeed visually striking and exude an aura of power, they are ultimately unusable. But is it not the pinnacle of level 1 divinity? To whom should these be bestowed? The Spirit Hall, dabbling in fire, requires both talent and a good rapport with him, and there are not many who fit that bill. The Flame Phoenix Douluo? That sycophant yin? And as for those who manipulate ice? It appears there are none. Yet, he seems to be trapped in a misconception. Must these artifacts be suited to the wielder? What connection do blue silvergrass and the ocean share? Is Tang San's attribute truly the only fit? However, could it not be possible? The Blue Silver Emperor possesses robust vitality and adaptability. Coercing some connections is not entirely out of the question. When it comes to these two artifacts, the most suitable recipients would undoubtedly be spirit beasts. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor ascended to divinity through the Ice Dragon King, which should pose no issue. As for the divine core of the Fire Dragon King, there must be ferocious beasts adept at wielding fire. Presenting these now is not feasible. Although the Ice Dragon King undoubtedly wishes for him to bequeath them to the spirit beasts, some semblance of connection must be established, if not a strong bond. At the very least, an absence of enmity. Thus, observation remains essential. As he ran his fingers through his hair, he suddenly realized, goodness, why has my hair grown again? Instead of growing taller, it seems to be growing longer. His hair was already long enough to reach his waist, and at this rate, in 2 years, it could very well drag on the ground. Once he is outside, he intends to trim it a bit, not too short, merely enough to return to its original length. He harbors no aversion to long hair. He has simply grown accustomed to it. Feeling the power within him, Qian Renxuan waved his hand casually, and ice elements coalesced into an ice mirror before him. Gazing at his reflection, truth be told, the word handsome scarcely captures his appearance, which could enchant both men and women alike. His beauty is excessive. Wearing a skirt would surely render women envious. Yet he is a man, and he finds himself slightly unnerved. He was already handsome enough. And now this enhancement is nothing short of overwhelming. By manipulating the elemental forces, he fashioned a simple hair tie to gather his hair. After all, he typically wore it loose, unbound, believing any hairstyle could be mastered as long as he maintained his charm. The more he gazed at his reflection, the stranger he felt. In haste, he shattered the ice mirror. Any further contemplation would surely lead to bizarre thoughts. Truly, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 91. How to Become an Exceptional Mage. Qian Renxuan shook his head, casting aside the strange thoughts that had invaded his mind. It was utterly frightening. Ice ball technique. With his ice staff, he effortlessly traced a circle, and an ice ball shot forth. Fireball technique. The same principle applied. Although wielding an ice staff to conjure fireballs might be a tad excessive, shouldn't he perhaps incorporate some incantations for added effect? As for how this ice staff came to be, it was crafted in accordance with memories of various wants. He has now ascended to the status of an exceptional mage. Ice balls, ice blades, ice swords, ice pillars, ice explosions, ice spears. He possesses an array of diverse techniques. Yet, the method of invocation seems somewhat amiss. In this narrative, it seems inappropriate for the character to summon their martial soul, reveal their soul rings, and vociferously declare their soul ring abilities before engaging in a fierce confrontation. This has nearly nothing to do with the soul master. His mastery over the ultimate ice and the ultimate fire is such that he can achieve it even without activating his martial spirit. Has he transformed into a mage? Is it due to the fact that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are both soul beasts? The two Dragon Kings did not choose to become soul rings. Rather, they directly bestowed all their might upon him, truly allowing a mortal body to bear the immense power of the divine. This evokes a slight thrill of excitement. However, upon closer reflection, one may discern a multitude of issues. It is regrettable that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are likely deceased. Otherwise, one could have inquired about the essence of souls and how Hua Guang managed to conjure them. Alas, there seems to be no detailed process, and one must rely on oneself. Qian Renxuan mused aloud, casually displaying a few spells. Perhaps he should consider becoming a melee mage? After all, he can wield holy light spells and brandish a pair of swords, vanquishing any divine obstacle. Yet, he decided against it, believing that being a ranged artillery would embody the true romanticism of a man. The allure of overwhelming firepower is undeniable. In future battles, he could unleash a torrent of elemental bombardment from the rear. How splendid would that be? Under such a barrage, none would survive. Melee? No. Ranged? Yes. An exceptional mage must master the art of devastation. Collecting soul bones. The allure of a million-year soul bone is indeed compelling. It's not that he lacks experience. There are countless soul masters on the continent possessing soul bones. He has encountered angelic divine armor and has seen 10,000-year soul bones. Yet a million-year one is a first in his lifetime. When the moment calls for excitement, one must embrace it. Life is meant to be joyous. Just as he approached the remains of the two Dragon Kings, 3 soul bones soared directly from the corpses. This was his first encounter with such proactive soul bones, likely connected to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. At present, he remains human, purely so, having inherited power without the bloodline. Thus he does not share the half-human, half-yellow essence that Tang San possesses, which is derived from soul beast lineage. However, inheriting power is still a type of inheritance, albeit with significant distinctions. These 3 soul bones consist of the left arm bone of the Fire Dragon King, the right arm bone of the Ice Dragon King, and the external soul bone of the Ice Dragon King, along with a pair of wings. This combination is rather commendable. As for the fusion of soul bones, that depends on a specific soul. The attempt to merge soul bones yielded a rather straightforward conclusion: utter rubbish. It seems there are more suitable elements within his divine assessment. Yet that ghostly trial indeed poses significant peril. Although he cannot fuse soul bones any longer, he can still absorb some of the power contained within, which is quite advantageous. However, it is now time to depart. It has been several days, and Yun Guang must be quite anxious. At this moment, Yun Guang is engaged in a standoff with Yin Mian, neither yielding to the other, while Douluo Bo is experiencing a modicum of misfortune. We can cease this futile quarrel. I shall go retrieve the master. Really? Yin Mian immediately initiated spatial teleportation, just as Qian Renxuan was still indulging in ice hockey. A hand rested upon his shoulder. You've arrived. Did Sister Yun Guang cause any trouble? No. She was merely worried about you and attempted to come find you several times, but I prevented her, hence her mood is somewhat sullied. All right, let us not allow her to worry any longer. After casting one last glance at the scene, he wished to bury the remains of the two Dragon Kings, for they deserved peace in the soil, yet the bodies lay several thousand meters long, and he, in his current state, could hardly manage to dig such a vast grave. He resolved to return and give them a proper funeral once he had grown stronger. Yin Mian pulled Qian Renxuan into the spatial realm, and in mere moments, he returned. Upon reuniting with the familiar ground, before he could utter a word, Yun Guang enveloped him in her embrace. Oh, this wretched malevolence. Do you wish to perish? You have been inside for 13 days. Do you comprehend how much I worried for you? 13 days, indeed? He felt no sensation of time passing, and now, refreshed and clear-headed, the thought was somewhat chilling. Yun Guang had much to convey, yet in that instant, she found herself at a loss for words. All her sentiments coalesced into a singular phrase: "It is good that you are back." Indeed, their shared state lingered on, but as time wore on, Qian Renxuan began to feel a tad embarrassed. Being a young lad, he harbored no real feelings, merely a sense of innocent awkwardness. Might you release me now? Yun Guang, unfazed and unblushing, naturally let him go, as if I were particularly keen on you. In truth, he wished to assure her that nothing untoward would occur. Yet upon observing her, he deemed it unnecessary to voice such reassurances, for sometimes knowing the truth can still breed concern. Behold my new ability. With a flourish of his hands, Qian Renxuan conjured a lifelike ice dragon, which soared into the heavens, embodying the essence of frozen dominion. This strike directly drained 1/3 of his soul power. In fact, His soul power was greater than that of an ordinary soul master, which illustrates the magnitude of this consumption. This object can only be used a maximum of 3 times. However, with his level of control, he can transform it into a miniature ice dragon, thereby reducing its consumption. The ice dragon soared into the sky, eventually vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, illustrating just how high it had ascended. Do you not require a martial soul for this ability? Yun Guang had not seen him activate his martial soul. This is precisely why I have been lingering here for so long. Beneath us lie the remains of 2 deities. And perhaps the legendary herbs imbued with divine blood are not mere myths. Are you certain? Deities? Yun Guang found it hard to believe. To ensure safety, Qian Renxuan exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Mian, who understood his intention and promptly transported the 2 back to the spatial realm, heading towards the martial soul city. In his chamber, Qian Renxuan revealed the divine cores of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, which could also be referred to as the Ice God and the Fire God. Yun Guang comprehended that this was authentic divine power. You are indeed fortunate, Sister Yun Guang. This item can elevate one directly to the pinnacle of a level 1 deity. It is tantamount to an instant ascension to divinity. Do you not desire it? I do yearn for the allure of becoming a deity, but I trust you. If it were possible, you would not be inquiring of me. This statement struck him like a bolt from the blue. It cannot be said that it is unsuitable. There must be divine considerations involved. Given your innate talent, it should not pose much of an issue. However, the greatest concern lies in the fact that this pertains to a soul beast, a deity of the Dragon Clan. If you were to accept it, the divine realm would undoubtedly be in turmoil. This was also a thought that had just crossed his mind. Although the Ice Dragon King did not explicitly state it, could it truly be concealed from the divine realm once accepted? To utilize this item, one must either be certain of surpassing the divine realm or possess the means to contend against it. He is cautious and values his life, showing no inclination to experiment. Chapter 92. What is shame? In light of this, why present it at all? Is it not merely to demonstrate that I have at least made some progress? The greatest gain is not this, for it is of no use at present. Qian Renxuan revealed the external soul bone of the Ice Dragon King. Frankly, it should be classified as such, yet its absorption requires a soul ring, and the Ice Dragon King has long since perished. Thus, this item appears to be futile. This million-year external soul bone, I have named the wings of the Ice God. A million years. Yun Guan exclaimed. Calm down, calm down. Without a soul ring, what use is it? Yun Guang's concern transcended this. Is this all you seek to flaunt? Do you not grasp the allure of a soul bone? 100,000-year one is nearly legendary. Do you not comprehend the significance of a million-year one? Whether as brothers or as father and son, one cannot place trust in even the closest of kin. What makes you think I would trust you so readily? He was taken aback by Yun Guang's words. Or perhaps for him, a million years was merely trivial. Qian Renxuan, have you truly listened to what I have conveyed? But you are a trustworthy individual. You would not betray me, would you? Betrayal? I have not pledged allegiance to you. So how could I betray you? True, yet I have faith in you, Sister Yun. Set aside your desire to boast. One must always retain a contingency plan. Do you not understand? He was aware. Yet he was no longer the same person he once was. He was no longer the unencumbered recluse. I understand Sister Yun's intentions are for my benefit. So is it not permissible for me to err? Indeed, had it been a stranger, they would have already attempted to seize it. Although he possessed a pleasant disposition and was not overly assertive, did this not insult his intelligence? No, I trust you. Sister Yun believes in me as well. Yet that does not render me foolish. Why should I flaunt before a stranger? That is excessive. Is this not a metaphor? I know you are not foolish. Then does this external soul bone hold no value? More or less. Though I have not absorbed a soul ring, inheriting the power should suffice. Others may not be so fortunate. I had intended to gift it to you. Yet I possess an alternative, the arm bone of a million years. Your harvest from this journey is indeed bountiful. Naturally, do you desire this soul bone? For Qian Renxuan, there was no need to conceal such items from his allies. No, 2 10,000-year soul bones are sufficient for my arms. I have no need for others, as they are too lowly to merit attention. What of the other offerings? You need not inquire. Even if they lack soul bones, they will claim to possess them. They will ensure you keep this for your use, without question. Qian Renxuan concurred. The few offerings could not be swayed by mere fragments of soul bones, even if they were of a million years. Do not speak of these matters to others. Should a word slip, it could lead to trouble. Of course, I trust you are not so foolish. Or why not absorb it yourself? Is there not a somewhat peculiar circumstance that prompted the thought of gifting it? Yun Guang gently tousled his long hair. After this outing, your hair has grown remarkably. Were it not for the angelic divine equipment, it would suit Xiao Xue quite well. However, the angelic divine equipment is indeed the most fitting for her. As for the younger generation, you must observe their character. They must possess integrity, at least loyalty. Otherwise, it is best to maintain the status quo. I understand. Is my hair amusing? As Yun Guang played with a lock of his hair, she remarked, it is quite entertaining. You never tie it up. Why not allow me to style it for you? This certainly startled him. He genuinely feared that Yun Guang would style his hair in some peculiar manner. He hastily declined, saying, no, I am quite content as I am. You go about your business. Why should we be polite with one another? Yun Guang promptly embraced Qian Renxuan and forcibly pressed him onto the bed. Are you going to braid your hair on the bed? Qian Renxuan responded with a look of helplessness. Isn't it more comfortable here? It won't affect anything anyway, so just don't move. Really, I don't need my hair styled. You should attend to your own tasks. I have already told you not to move. Qian Renxuan's lips twitched. Indeed, his good-natured disposition prevented him from storming out. And he surprisingly complied. Just don't create any bizarre hairstyles. Do you not trust me? I am merely a bit anxious. How could I possibly not trust you? That hurts. Be gentler. Is this how you handle it? Your hair is excessively long, you know? Just hold still. It will be fine. He truly could not fathom why she suddenly wished to braid his hair. Then he noticed that Yun Guang's long hair was simply tied back. Allowing her to do this might lead to unforeseen consequences. He admitted that he was somewhat skeptical of Yun Guang. Why don't you style your own hair attractively? Me? It's simply because it's easy and convenient. Qian Renxuan let out a somewhat awkward laugh. This is somewhat hard to believe. After enduring a long wait and considerable torment, he swore that if Yun Guang styled his hair again, he would consider himself a dog. Do you see how it looks? Qian Renxuan stood expressionless before the mirror, for the first time in his life experiencing the humiliation that brought a flicker of anger to his heart. Gazing at his reflection with twin ponytails, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. You spent half a day to give me twin ponytails? Are you joking with me? Yun Guang, with a playful grip on one side of his hair, replied, but doesn't it look quite nice? The texture feels great too. Go ahead, touch it yourself. Moreover, it possesses a unique beauty that elevates your charm to a new level. You must be grateful to me. Honestly, this friendship is like a fragile boat that can capsize at any moment. Don't contact me again. I fear for my well-being. Don't. Are you really angry? Seeing Qian Renxuan ignore her, Yun Guang felt a pang of panic. She had merely intended it as a jest, but his reaction was quite disproportionate. She resolved to apologize. I was wrong, truly wrong. I admit my mistake. Observing Yun Guang's playful demeanor as she sought forgiveness, Qian Renxuan felt a sense of triumph, albeit it was bittersweet. I was indeed mistaken. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do this again. You still desire it next time? Absolutely not. All right then, you may leave. It's not a significant matter. Go rest and prepare for tomorrow's alchemy. Is everything all right now? Have you forgiven me? Yes, no worries. All is forgiven. Yun Guang left with a cheerful disposition, yet Qian Renxuan sensed an underlying strangeness in the air. Chapter 93, Detoxification, Part 1. In truth, there was no need for him to return, but the power of the silver crown was simply too advantageous to overlook. His earlier display was not an act of boasting, merely an intention to present a gift. He was well aware of whom to trust and whom not to. Reclining on a bed, Qian Renxuan tossed the Dragon King's divine core in his hand, knowing it would surely provoke the Dragon King's ire. What if I were to engage in a little exchange with Little Silver? He must be a partner of the Soul Beast clan by now, right? Yet, that is merely conjecture. That treacherous place harbors many dangers. Even if the Silver Dragon King is wounded, he is still a deity, and I dare not take the risk of inciting his wrath. A peerless Douluo at level 99, ascending to godhood at level 100. Such a feat is not beyond imagination. With Yun Guang's talent, reaching level 99 is entirely feasible. It is merely a matter of time, and now there are advantageous shortcuts available, all beneficial in nature. Today, within this secret chamber, she would strive to break through to level 99. If successful, the continent would witness its fourth peerless Douluo. If she failed, there would always be another opportunity. I shall begin. After declaring this, Yun Guang settled into a meditative pose, retrieving a sun-crowned pill. She could feel the surging potency of the medicine within, taking a deep breath before swallowing it in one swift motion. The effects of the pill manifested quickly. Her body fluctuated between shades of red and gold, alternating between the two. Is it typical for medicinal pills to exhibit such colors? Who knows? In this secret chamber, only 3 individuals were present: he, Silver Crown, and Yun Guang, who was currently refining the pill. Upon their return, Qian Dalu might be aware, or perhaps not. Regardless, Yun Guang intended to surprise him. Yet, this surprise might very well turn into a fright. At such an age, battling endlessly was no easy feat at this moment. Mysterious patterns began to emerge on Yun Guang's body, intertwining and ultimately forming the grand design of the sun-crowned sacred flame. Why should it form? Because certain areas were obstructed, and her attire was quite formidable, especially her clothing, which even the Dragon King couldn't ignite. If she were to consume a pill under normal circumstances, it would take her 2 or 3 days, and Yun Guang could not refine it in such a brief period. What about Douluo? Not well. He received quite a beating, but he is not dead. Was it Yun Guang? Yes. A purpose has emerged to remedy the poison, while simultaneously instilling a sense of fear in him. Come, accompany me to procure a soul bone, and afterward, we shall seek out Douluo in the Sunset Forest. Naturally, Qian Renxuan knows the whereabouts of the soul bone collection site and can acquire it at will. However, the soul bone holds little significance for him at this moment. There is no need to secure an exceptional one, as these items are exceedingly rare. Qian Renxue casually selected a left arm bone that was approximately a century old. Gazing at the soul bone in his hand, he mused, does a century truly befit a title Douluo? Yet, he soon recalled the twin spirits, whose soul bones had only recently been acquired. In the original narrative, they possessed not even a single soul bone, so what merit is there in comparison? Let us depart. Master, will you not report this? Report to whom? I have already informed myself. Upon my return, I shall mention it to grandfather. It is hardly a matter of great consequence. Let us go. Yin Mian did not press further. Placing his hand upon Qian Renxue's shoulder and activating his soul skill to initiate a spatial teleportation. Within the Sunset Forest, Douluo was tending to his injuries, and the recollection of that day's cloud light filled him with trepidation. The Spirit Hall is nothing short of a den of lunatics. Grandfather, was it the Spirit Hall that harmed you? Once Yin Yin matures, she shall avenge you. Is that agreeable? Revenge is not an option. What vendetta could possibly arise against the Spirit Hall? Besides, this is merely a superficial injury. It is not as if we are sworn enemies. Do not worry. Grandfather is fine, but you must refrain from making such reckless statements in the future, especially concerning revenge. Do you understand? However, grandfather did not teach me this way. At this point, Douluo appeared somewhat embarrassed. In the past, although he held a title, there existed a concept of the shame associated with such titles. It was acceptable to put on a faade in front of his granddaughter to instill a sense of fear. As for how he previously instructed her, one could say it was to avoid unnecessary troubles. Less charitably, it could be interpreted as a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. This sentiment is shared by a certain lake. A true soul master embodies greatness, as evidenced by the profound understanding displayed here. While Douluo's granddaughter was engaged in psychological counseling, ripples appeared in the air, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Suddenly, Qian Renxuan emerged from the midst, startling Donggu Yin. Grandfather, how marvelous! The young girl exclaimed with excitement. Why is there yet another little girl? I already have enough around me. Won't this lead to misunderstandings? Qian Renxuan protested, insisting he was not a pervert. Who is he, grandfather? Douluo inquired. This is the young master of the Wuhuan Temple, my dear. I forgot to mention earlier that we are also affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple. Despite her youth, Donggu Yin was astute. Did you not say that the Wuhuan Temple consists of evildoers? She whispered. The title Douluo Ma Being can transmit sound. It is permissible. Yin Yin refrained from speaking further. I will explain later, Douluo responded. Although Donggu Yin was curious, she was obedient and not a troublesome child. Have you concluded your scheming? The young master jested. Disregard the trivialities. I am here to detoxify you and exert some control as well. He comprehended the detoxification part, but the notion of control intrigued him. The young master implied he possessed no profound methods nor suitable training techniques for Douluo and his kin, but he was familiar with Tang San's methods. This toxin is relatively simple. The first method involves dispersing it. However, the extent of your power post-dispersion is uncertain. Douluo felt a surge of frustration. He had no idea how diminished his strength would be, but he was certain it would not remain at the title level. What about the second method? The second is even simpler. I will prepare some medicine for you. A course of treatment lasting half a year to a year should suffice. And the third? For the third method, I will implant soul bones throughout your body, containing the toxin within them. This should ensure safety, and perhaps even enhance your strength. Of the 3 methods, only 2 or 3 were feasible. And what of the control? Qian Renxuan's face broke into a benevolent smile. It merely involves placing a small device on your heart, a minor technique. Do not fret, it benefits both of us and prevents any betrayal on your part. Douluo was confident in his integrity, yet he recognized that Qian Renxuan did not trust him. Familiar with the original narrative, he understood the nature of Douluo, but still wished to add an extra layer of security. This is what one might call stability. However, the efficacy of his minor techniques in subduing a tidal Douluo remains uncertain. This is merely the initial experiment. And what of my granddaughter, Yin? Her situation is even simpler. Her martial soul has only recently awakened, unlike yours, which has already reached tidal Douluo. A single pill could resolve everything, and perhaps even transform her from a serpent into a dragon. Strangely, I am reminded of the Dream Master. Yet, consuming this pill would align her with the Spirit Hall, and I would escort her to Spirit City, effectively making her a bargaining chip. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? I am not fond of coercing others. He was inclined to suggest that the last statement could be omitted. Very well, my life, as Douluo, shall belong to the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue retrieved 2 pills from the Soul Guide. The first, the Azure Clarity Pill, crafted from the Azure Clarity Qianluo grass, is particularly effective for martial souls of the serpent variety, enabling her to transcend the deficiencies of her martial soul. The second, the Purple Gold Heavenly Dragon Pill, contains the essence of dragon blood, offering a glimmer of possibility for her transformation into a dragon. Which do you believe would be more suitable for her? These 2 pills are beneficial for Douluo, so he inquired, is it possible to consume both? Of course. I happen to be curious to see if this thing truly has the potential to cause one to explode, Qian Renxuan replied with a calm smile. The dragon lineage has always been associated with immense power. If a serpent were to transform into a true dragon, to what extraordinary heights could it ascend? Yet, that remains a mere possibility. What if it were to fail? Is that slender chance worth the risk? Yin. The choice is yours. Will you be a serpent or a dragon? In truth, a serpent is not necessarily weaker than a dragon. The words of Qian Renxuan were not entirely deceptive. The realm of Douluo indeed leans towards the archetype of Western dragons. This does not imply a lack of strength. For even winged dragons are deities of creation. Can one truly claim they are not formidable? The crux of the matter, it seems, lies in public perception. Evil and good, who would willingly consort with those poised to devour them? Is it true? Naturally, in the grand tapestry of existence, only a handful of dragons can be deemed genuinely powerful. The rest merely possess advantageous bloodlines, and even that is a limited distinction. There are formidable serpents as well. Contemplating deeply, he casually mentioned a few mythological serpents, which were indeed quite intimidating. Yet there was only one that truly stood out: the world-devouring serpent, the eternal serpent, the underworld serpent, the soaring serpent, Xianglu. And have you heard of Jiuing? Douluo shook her head. It is only fitting that you have not. For these are nearly all the mythological serpents he was aware of. Who among them is the mightiest? He could not say. But the name that instills the greatest fear is undoubtedly the world-devouring serpent. You may yet become one of their ranks, perhaps even surpassing some dragons in strength. Dr. Douluo hesitated, torn between expressing himself and holding back. He genuinely yearned to articulate that he had never heard of any of the serpents mentioned. Is this truly a mere fabrication to deceive Yin? While Douluo pondered this, Douluo held a different perspective. Is it true? That's wonderful. I must confess, I have a preference for snakes. Thank you, big brother. Yin, address him as young master. Thank you, young master. Douluo accepted the beaching pill and swallowed it whole. The medicinal properties swiftly took effect. The process of refinement was serene, unlike the others who exhibited a bit more color. Shall we discuss your concerns now? Soul bones are exceedingly rare. Might I request to acquire 2 or 3 at once? Douluo, having lived for such a long time, chided himself for not having considered this earlier. Very well. I shall bestow upon you a 500-year-old mandala snake left arm bone. The notion of a snake possessing a left arm bone was indeed remarkable. It merely underscored the differences among worlds and among serpents. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. A soul bone that is 5 centuries old may seem modest. Yet how many possess such a treasure? Even a tidal Douluo does not have one, and most importantly, it serves to detoxify rather than enhance strength. This is the true source of his joy. Although Qian Renxue could not read minds, she could infer a fair amount. I shall procure the medicine for you. In the meantime, please practice refining the soul bone and draw the poison into it. With that, Qian Renxue turned to leave, genuinely intent on finding the medicine, having previously focused solely on the celestial herbs. Now, she needed to gather a few other essentials. This time, he wished to try his hand at Douluo. Although he arrived alone, this was merely a fade. After all, his entrance was that of a titled Douluo, and one could not simply impose a dulling aura upon him. The Eye of Ice and Fire is indeed a treasure. Yet its formation was a result of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Now that both Dragon Kings have vanished, how much longer can this precious sight endure? Sitting cross-legged beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, Qian Renxuan couldn't help but lament. Perhaps, in a century or a millennium, it will cease to exist. No, it will persist. Although the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are no more, am I not still here? Indeed. My master is correct. Let us gather some herbs. I shall concoct a potion. The spring water of the Eye of Ice and Fire began to boil vigorously, with some of it soaring into the air. Under Qian Renxuan's command, the water gradually morphed into a dragon form. Ultimately, in the extreme cold, the water froze into ice, transforming the water dragon into an ice dragon. Although the appearance of the Fire Dragon King was somewhat peculiar, it was a gesture of goodwill. Statues of the two Dragon Kings stood on either side of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and with the unique environment here, they could endure for several years or even decades. It can be considered a monument for you. As for the issue of soul beasts, I cannot resolve it now and must wait for the future, perhaps. Before long, Mian returned with a plethora of herbs, a veritable cornucopia of various kinds. Just like during the last potion-making session, Qian Renxuan began to manipulate the spring fire. Unlike before, he did not process the herbs one by one, but rather concocted a hodgepodge. In no time, the fragrance of the herbs filled the air, indicating that, barring any major issues, the potion was nearly complete. Fortunately, this time, nothing went awry, and the elixir was successfully refined. Master, what are these for? Open your mouth. Mian obediently opened her mouth, and Qian Renxuan tossed a pill inside. Experience it for yourself. A powerful surge of soul power surged through Mian's body, but before it could wreak havoc, she swiftly suppressed and refined it. Master, this is nearly useless to me, but it may benefit those with slightly lower soul power levels. Indeed, for those who may never break through to titled Douluo, or those who are just a hair's breadth away, this is a valuable item. However, after consuming a few, the effects may diminish. After refining another batch, he calculated the time. It was time to return and check on that grandfather-grandson duo. Chapter 95, The Return of the Heavenly Serpent Emperor. At this moment, Douluo had reached the pinnacle of his life, feeling a level of exhilaration he had never experienced before. The fusion with that piece of soul bone and the process of channeling poison into it was an indescribable sensation, truly euphoric. Moreover, his soul power had astonishingly reached level 92. An unexpected delight. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Douluo felt rejuvenated. Meanwhile, Douluo Yin underwent a remarkable transformation. Her face and arms were covered in densely packed serpent scales, and she even grew a tail, a frightening sight at first glance. Douluo was deeply concerned for his granddaughter's well-being, feeling uncertain about how to proceed, and hesitated to act. Douluo was in a state of great agitation. Meanwhile, Qian Renxuan strolled back leisurely, taking the opportunity to admire the scenery along the way. Upon seeing Qian Renxuan return, Douluo rushed forward and exclaimed, "Young master, what has happened to Yin Yan? Surely, nothing dire has occurred?" Qian Renxuan focused his gaze, observing that the situation was nearly serpentine in nature. Even consuming an elixir might lead to bizarre transformations. Faced with this predicament, he was at a loss for a solution, but could only convey an understanding of the unspoken. It should be nothing to worry about. Perhaps this is merely a metamorphosis of the martial spirit. He himself found his words somewhat incredulous. Now everything depended on Douluo Yin. Taking this elixir posed no danger. At worst, it would simply result in failure. Rest assured, there would be absolutely no threat to life. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a sense of relief. "How's your situation?" he inquired. Replying to the young master, "It has been surprisingly smooth. My soul power has unexpectedly reached level 92. However, channeling the poison into the soul bone to achieve completion will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. This is a natural occurrence. Otherwise, would you wish to ascend to greatness in a single leap? Here is your medicine, sufficient for a month. 1 pill a day will suffice. Should you run out, someone will deliver more." Qian Renxuan tossed a small porcelain vial to Douluo, who hastily caught it. This is a precious item, vital to his very existence. How have your inquiries regarding the princess fared? Although the time has been limited, Douluo, with his connections to the royal family, possesses a fair understanding of their circumstances. The first prince, Shui Qinghe, has reached the age of 8, yet he is rather unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features. The second prince, Shui Luochuan, is exceptionally intelligent and has garnered considerable support. The third prince, Shui Feiyu, age 7, possesses innate soul power at level 9, and the royal family harbors great expectations for him, hoping he will one day attain the title of Douluo, a prestigious honor within the royal lineage. The fourth prince, Shui Bing, is merely 5 years old and seems to lack any particularly remarkable traits. I believe the throne will likely be inherited by either the second or third prince, one being exceptionally clever, the other possessing extraordinary talent. Your implication is exceptional intelligence? Extraordinary talent? This poses a challenge for the Tiandou nobility. Should they indeed harbor ambition, it may spell trouble for them. Allow me to assume the role of the good man here, Qian Renxuan stated calmly. Douluo understood the weight of these words. Unlike Xing Luo, where the emperor can firmly wield power, Tiandou cannot separate itself from the influence of those nobility, as the emperor Shuiyu relies heavily on them. This is also the original work, revealing the reason behind the Spirit Hall's choice of the Heaven Dou Empire, where power is indeed quite dispersed. However, who would dare to send Qian Renxue into hiding? With her extraordinary talents, it would be futile to act as an undercover agent. She is better off focusing on her cultivation. Yet, it is somewhat disheartening for Qian Renxuan to realize that his sister harbors a little secret and is even wary of him, which brings him a tinge of sadness. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Qian Renxue has gradually transformed into a reclusive individual, spending her days engaged in mysterious pursuits. While he was still pondering these trivial matters, Douluo Yin had already absorbed the medicinal pill. So soon? Yin Yin, quickly summon your spirit. I wish to witness the changes that have occurred. Grandfather, why the urgency? Isn't it just a bit of excitement? Douluo Yin promptly summoned her spirit, which should now be referred to as the phosphorescent sky snake. This magnificent serpent is entirely green, with crimson eyes and adorned with red patterns along its body. The most striking feature is its pair of wings, each embellished with a red diamond design at the center, while the tail tapers to an exceptionally sharp point. Excellent, 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 Douluo exclaimed 3 times, still craving more. Their family spirit is indeed the phosphorescent snake, classified as a rare spirit, but it can be cultivated further. For instance, his spirit has already evolved into the phosphorescent snake emperor. Yet, Douluo Yin's spirit surprisingly invokes a feeling of suppression within him. It is widely acknowledged that spirit quality can be categorized as waste, ordinary spirits, rare spirits, top-tier spirits, and super spirits. They are unaware of divine spirits. The so-called top 3 sects are merely top-tier. They might be slightly stronger, but their strength primarily stems from secret techniques, such as the Houghton 9 Absolutes and the Exploding Ring, which are nearly devastating. Super spirits include the Holy Dragon, burdened by the Great Sage, the 9 Treasures, and the Space Sacred Butterfly. Beyond these, there are scarcely any. On the continent, there are only 2 true divine spirits, the Angel and the Sea God, representing the pinnacle of spirits. As for those struck down by the hammer, it can only be said that they were lacking. Perhaps the ancestors of the Qian family would lament that their descendants have proven somewhat inadequate. For Douluo, this is an immense honor. Their family has produced a super spirit, and her descendants have a chance to inherit this power. He is so exhilarated that he struggles to find words. Having leaped directly from rare to super spirit, what an extraordinary outcome. This time, Douluo knelt directly. Young Master Xie, save my life. Young Master Xie, grant Yin Yin the opportunity to ascend to the heavens. I, Douluo, shall vow to follow the Spirit Hall to the death and to follow you, young master. Perhaps at this moment, Douluo truly wished to pledge his unwavering loyalty. If he had a system, his loyalty rating would undoubtedly be at its peak. Although he had expressed his gratitude twice today, he remained somewhat skeptical. Yet, at the command of the young master, Qian Renxuan summoned the angel spirit. A divine aura enveloping the two, and a beam of holy light fell upon Douluo. Then, nothing further transpired. Well, in truth, there was not much to it. Upon introspection, Douluo realized his body was devoid of any foreign elements. Thank you for your trust, young master. Qian Renxuan, of course, would not divulge that he initially thought he had failed, only to succeed later. He sensed that it must have been another force that enabled his success, perhaps the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Now, his methods of control were utterly perfected. Even a titled Douluo would not detect anything amiss. With just a thought, he could cause their hearts to shatter instantly, truly remarkable. Chapter 96. The fourth peerless Douluo of the continent, keep an eye on their movements. Once they leave Heaven-Do City, inform Yin. She will seize the opportunity to act. If the timing is right, she may even strike within the city. At this moment, Douluo was no longer anxious and naturally agreed, though the name Yin seemed somewhat familiar. After receiving Qian Renxuan's instructions, Yin appeared to meet Douluo, which made him realize the depths of the Spirit Hall's machinations. Isn't this the leader of the new upper three sects? No wonder the name sounded familiar. So it is. Douluo now understood everything. He comprehended it all, yet felt vexed that they were allies. You have already obtained your first spirit ring. What a pity, otherwise it could have been a millennium. Upon learning more, Douluo's heart did not surge with waves at the thought of a millennium spirit ring. Could there be a more monstrous being than the one before him? A mere millennium was hardly noteworthy. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of regret for Yin. How powerful would she have been with a millennium spirit ring? Yin. Do you wish to accompany me to the spirit city? Douluo inquired. Yin was somewhat conflicted. Having grown up without parents, her grandfather raised her, and she did not wish to stray too far. Yet, Douluo had expressed a desire for her to go, and her grandfather would undoubtedly not oppose it. Moreover, she had saved her kin, and given that her own spirit had evolved, she ought to be grateful to the young master. Such a charming smile. Surely he cannot be a bad person. If I donned a little dress, could I then call him brother? Yin mused within her heart. If Qian Renxuan were to find out, he would likely wish to reprimand her. I am willing to accompany the young master to the spirit city. Uttering this phrase seemed to drain her of all strength. Very well. There is nothing more for you to concern yourself with. Simply fulfill your duties, for you are a royal guest. Should you be needed, Yin will inform you. After Qian Renxuan spoke, Yin took him and Yin away, leaving Douluo as the sole inhabitant of the vast sunset forest. A new chapter in his life had begun. Now, Douluo needed to resolve a pressing matter. Previously, due to Xuexing's intervention, he had lent a hand but had not yet become a true royal guest. He needed to create an opportunity for Xuexing to persuade him once more, allowing him to agree in a manner that would satisfy all parties involved. However, this could not be resolved in haste. Before long, the three returned to the spirit city. Simultaneously, Qian Douluo seemed to sense something. Is it faster than I anticipated? Yun Guang, have you truly reached that stage? Although Yun Guang was breaking through in a secret chamber, she attempted to conceal it. However, such energy could not be hidden, particularly from Bibidong and Qian Douluo. Bibidong, too, had not been idle. In a short span, she had managed to cultivate usable allies. Though perhaps not exceptionally powerful, they were adequate enough. Currently, she might be regarded as the weakest pope in history. The aura of Yun Guang's breakthrough had also been perceived by this divine heir. Bibidong found herself in a quandary. Ever since Luocha had spoken to her, she had been ensnared in her thoughts, mulling over matters that had plagued her for countless years. Meanwhile, Luocha had refrained from further influencing her, even voluntarily restraining his power. Without the influence of this dark deity, Bibidong seemed to have regained a semblance of normalcy. At the very least, she no longer harbored thoughts of avenging the world, nor did she possess such profound obsessions. Upon their return, Qian Renxuan promptly knocked on Qian Renxue's door. Brother, what is it? Is there something amiss? Qian Renxue yawned, rubbing her eyes, clearly still groggy. Look at yourself. Your hair is a mess, and you don't even tidy up. You lounge around all day. Not at all. Besides, brother, you also look disheveled. Suddenly, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled, as if discovering a new realm. She exclaimed incredulously. I almost thought I was dreaming. Oh, it's nothing. Why have you brought back another little girl? You don't have any peculiar inclinations, do you? Truly, as siblings grow, they become less endearing. Qian Renxue hurriedly interrupted. I know what you are about to say. You may leave now. Noticing that Qian Renxuan seemed intent on saying more, she spoke again. All right, enough of your trivial matters. You can only fool children with this. I know what you are up to. Farewell, dear brother. With that, Qian Renxue pulled Yin inside and closed the door. Should I discipline this adorable sister of mine? Oh, my foolish sister. There's something off about her. Better retreat. Inside the room, Qian Renxue observed Yin with curiosity. What is the story behind you following him? Yin pondered for a moment and recounted everything she knew from the past few days, but what she was unaware of, she could not assist with. Qian Renxue listened attentively while munching on snacks, occasionally furrowing her brow. Would you like some? I'm not hungry. 1 dozen tea need to be starving to snack. These are treats. Yan Yan cautiously accepted a piece, savoring its delightful flavor. Qian Renxue playfully tugged at a strand of her green hair. Green? Doesn't it look good? No, it's quite lovely. It's just that in certain aspects, it may not be ideal. Yun Guang's cultivation had extended for quite some time, spanning 4 days. And it was evident that a breakthrough to the 99th level was imminent. The continent was on the verge of welcoming its 4th unparalleled Douluo. The first 3 were hailed as invincible in earth, sky, and ocean respectively. What title would befit Yun Guang? Perhaps invincible on land, considering Tang Chen's current state. While he pondered over this designation, a formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, signaling that Yun Guang had indeed succeeded. He promptly made his way to the secret chamber. At that moment, Qian Douluo vanished from his original location with a mere thought. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter, addressing Yun Guang. Grandfather, dear Qian, is the celestial herb truly a treasure that has brought you to this stage? Yun Guang replied confidently. Even without the celestial herb, I would have reached this point. Qian Douluo nodded, never having doubted this assertion. The celestial herb had been disclosed to him by Qian Renxue just days prior, and there was little to conceal. Though the elixirs had yet to be distributed, I had intended to surprise you, yet it seems my plans have been uncovered. Yun Guang slowly rose, 9 soul rings encircling her, radiating a powerful aura. She had genuinely attained the status of a 99th level unparalleled Douluo, marking her as the 4th individual on the continent to reach such heights. A pinnacle of human combat prowess, the highest realm attainable by mortals, beyond which lay the domain of the divine. Her journey to this extraordinary level was solely attributed to her own efforts, albeit with a slight advancement. Chapter 97. When will the grievances end? Yun Guang disregarded Qian Douluo and embraced Qian Renxue, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Remember the last time you said we need not utter words of thanks? Qian Renxue recalled that moment, replying, if you remember, then no thanks are necessary. Qian Douluo cleared his throat, subtly reminding them of his presence and the decorum it entailed. Yun Guang regarded him with calm determination. It is time to settle our grievances. Have they not already been resolved? Qian Daoliu's expression darkened, lost in thought, his tone tinged with sorrow, revealing an underlying tragic narrative. Perhaps. Yet the obsession within my heart remains unresolved. After all these years, it lingers. Thus, let us engage in battle once more, as we did many years ago, to sever all ties for good. Very well. Qian Douluo responded with a single word before vanishing from sight, yet curiosity gnawed at him. What exactly were their grievances? What are the roots of your discord? Fear not. There is no dire enmity involved, merely an inability to let go. Even after all this time, I cannot forget. Let this confrontation serve as a conclusion. Then let us see if you can keep up, Yun Guang declared resolutely. We have fought before. This time, I shall completely sever all ties. This time, her determination was unprecedented, yet did she truly regard him merely as an elder brother? Only Yun Guang knew the truth of the matter. In a flash, Yun Guang darted away, closely followed by the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th elders, indicating that the true elite forces of the Wuhuan Temple had emerged in full force. Qian Renxuan, holding back his expletives, thought to himself that while his martial soul was indeed formidable, such arrogance was unwarranted. After all, chasing after 2 exceptional Douluos was a fanciful notion. Silver Crown, accompany me discreetly. We must not be discovered. He resolved to follow stealthily, hoping to uncover the truth, if he were present. Perhaps the 2 would choose their words more carefully. The departure of the 7 elders might escape the notice of others, but not that of Bibi Dong, the Pope. She was keenly interested in their reasons for leaving, especially since these 7 old codgers rarely ventured out, save for Yun Guang. Yet, she refrained from pursuing them. Doing so would certainly lead to an uncomfortable situation. Currently, more pressing matters awaited her attention. Running so far, and still expecting me to chase after you? How flattering. In an open mining area, Qian Douluo and Yun Guang faced each other in midair, while several other elders stood below. They were not merely spectators, for they were there to mediate, ensuring safety in case genuine conflict erupted. Brothers, take it easy, Jin Yi said. I believe this situation need not escalate to violence. A calm discussion can resolve anything. Indeed, hasn't this matter already been settled? Yun Guang shot them a glare. Silence. Instantly, they fell silent, acutely aware that a rank 99 Douluo was not to be trifled with, especially in the current context where provoking her was unwise. Qian Douluo. It appears they doubt your prowess, one elder remarked. Could it be that they simply do not believe in you? He continued, primarily. They fear you might unleash your true power. After all, I still possess the means to counter it. Indeed, Qian Douluo, are you aware of what someone has said about you? They claim you are fundamentally a coward, and I find their assessment rather accurate. You have quailed before Tang San, recoiled in the face of the divine trials, retreated from that wretched woman, and even contemplated disgraceful promises before the Haotian sect, the Sea God Island, where countless soul masters of our Wuhuan temple were buried, including 2 titled Douluos, all due to your misguided affection. You have become a sycophant, erasing enmity with a mere phrase. Truly, Qian Douluo, your magnanimity is astounding. If the ancestors of the Qian family were aware, they would surely be infuriated and wish to eliminate such a disloyal descendant. When has the Qian family ever produced a coward like you? Qian Douluo remained unperturbed, for he had indeed retreated time and again. These events occurred many years ago, and the other elders were well aware of them. He calmly replied, all that is in the past. There is no need to foster new animosities. Such generosity. But what of the thousands of soul masters who died loyal to the Wuhuan temple? What do their families think? Must they bear the cost of your so-called love? When did our Wuhuan temple sink to such depths? She perished there, a day forever etched in my memory. My sister died, yet you fell for her murderer. That was your wife. The hatred for a slain spouse is truly absurd, especially when that spouse was my sister, my last remaining kin. You ought to be condemned, Qian Douluo. These words erupted from Yun Guang. With a fierce determination, she charged forward, sword drawn. Qian Douluo sidestepped, and as Yun Guang aimed to strike, she conjured multiple holy swords to hurl at him. The angelic agility allowed Qian Douluo to evade these attacks effortlessly. 6 soul skill. Light prison, he declared, and countless golden chains shot toward him. The golden cage ensnared Qian Douluo, yet he remained unfazed. A futile trick. 5th soul skill, sacred sword. He summoned a sword forged from divine flames into his grasp. With a decisive swing, the light prison shattered, and he cleaved through the encroaching chains with ease. Yun Guang swiftly closed the distance, swinging her sword, but Qian Douluo raised his sacred sword to block her strike. They engaged in a duel of swordsmanship. A disadvantageous scenario for Yun Guang. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their swords clashing resonated, with Qian Douluo flawlessly parrying each of Yun Guang's assaults. While Yun Guang commanded the elements, Qian Douluo had also been taught by Qian Renxuan but chose not to utilize it, deeming it unnecessary. Not fighting back? Or do you feel guilt? Can someone like you truly experience guilt? If so, how could you fall for that wretched Poseidon? You two are despicable. She killed my sister. Yet you treat her as your own. You thought your journey to Sea God Island was for vengeance, only to turn around and fall for that harlot. Do you retain any shred of humanity? You are scum. Besides, she never loved you. You are merely a self-deluded sycophant. Why the silence? Have you nothing to say? With Yun Guang's roar, the domain of light unfurled, manifesting myriad beams of light that surged toward Qian Douluo. Unperturbed by the overwhelming assault, he calmly stated, 8th soul skill. Angel's judgment. A colossal angelic silhouette appeared behind him, hands cradling its heart, engulfing the space in flames. With a sweeping gesture, Qian Douluo transformed the flames, neutralizing Yun Guang's onslaught. Hidden within the space, Qian Renxuan sensed that trouble was imminent. According to Yun Guang, his grandfather's wife, who is also Yun Guang's sister, perished during the assault on Ocean God Island. Subsequently, his grandfather journeyed to Ocean God Island and fell in love with the very perpetrator, conveniently erasing his hatred and issuing orders to refrain from further aggression against Ocean God Island. This behavior is undeniably that of a scoundrel. How soon after his wife's demise did he shift his affections? He has inexplicably developed feelings for his wife's killer. Yun Guang finds himself at a loss for words to express his disdain for his grandfather's actions. What more can be said? This is undoubtedly a grand family drama, rife with melodrama. The disparity between his imagined truth and reality is staggering. This marks his first instance of such a colossal misjudgment. Most intriguingly, he seems to be expected to address her as Aunt Yun Guang. The intricacies of this relationship are indeed profound, and despite his extensive speculation, he failed to uncover this facet. Oh my, what a significant oversight. Shall I refer to Auntie as a brother? Goodness, he ought to hastily pen a book. Who knows? He might just become a literary giant. He opines that the title lacks sufficient melodrama, yet he finds himself at a loss for a more outrageous one. How could such a melodramatic event unfold in his family? Generations of such sensational tales. How many episodes could this yield? It might well drive a person to madness. While these thoughts lingered in his mind, the battle had already escalated to a fever pitch. Yun Guang positioned the Book of Light before her chest, cradling her heart with both hands. Subsequently, colossal arrays of light materialized above her head, a terrifying force gestating within, as if poised to annihilate everything. Upon witnessing this initiation, Qian Renxuan instantly sensed impending doom. The last time he encountered such a phenomenon, those involved were utterly obliterated. Is this not the judgment of angels? By heavens! Did you not claim that you would not exert yourself so desperately? I truly believed you. As he began to feel a twinge of regret, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, he pondered whether there was any way to intervene. Just then, Yun Guang stirred. The Book of Light emitted a beam of radiance that ascended skyward. As it traversed the array of light, it instantaneously magnified to an immense scale, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. In mere moments, the beam began to transform, shifting from a golden hue to a blend of gold and crimson, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sword of resplendent gold red, forged from the purest light and the true flames of the sun. The colossal sword is estimated to measure around 500 meters. Should it strike a human, it would likely send them to their demise. Witnessing this scene, Qian Renxuan instinctively swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer power displayed. When did Yun Guang acquire such a formidable technique? Is this exquisite flame a result of the solar corona elixir? Qian Douluo, please do not perish. This is your self-created soul skill. The solar corona descends. The space and atmosphere beneath Yun Guang resembled a fragile mirror, shattering and collapsing upon impact. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxuan let out a sigh of relief. For at least it was not a desperate maneuver. Was this soul skill newly crafted? Qian Douluo, who had maintained an impassive demeanor, now exhibited signs of agitation. His eyelids twitching repeatedly, and the corners of his mouth twitching as well. It was evident that the unfolding events had surpassed his expectations, yet he still managed to cope. 7th Soul Skill, Angel's True Form. Angelic Domain. 9th Soul Skill, Angelic Holy Light. This strike, even the formidable Qian Douluo must take seriously, and he intends to withstand it head-on. At this moment, Qian Douluo is nearing the pinnacle of his power, confident that he can not only endure, but also counterattack. The six-winged angel brings its hands together before its chest, adopting a gesture of prayer, and unleashes a colossal golden beam towards the front. Simultaneously, Yun Guang's self-created soul technique. The coronation of the sun manifests as a massive sword spanning 100 meters, striking with an unstoppable force towards Qian Douluo. The clash of these two forces occurs in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous wave of energy surges outward, blackening the earth, which becomes riddled with craters and countless fissures. The resulting shockwave conjures a colossal tornado that sweeps across the land, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. The power exhibited here is indeed formidable. The few attendants have activated their martial souls for self-preservation, retreating from the heart of the battlefield and soaring into the distance. Is this not a bit excessive? No, as long as it does not reach that level. Everything is merely a trivial skirmish, inconsequential, and no one will be harmed. It is merely a warm-up. They are acutely aware of what that level the golden crocodile refers to entails. Should it truly escalate to that point, fate would be left to the heavens, and one can only hope for divine protection. Two overwhelmingly powerful attacks continue to collide with one another when Yun Guang unexpectedly takes an action that astonishes everyone. She abandons any sense of martial ethics. The 9th Soul Skill, Radiant Light. A colossal golden beam hurtles towards Qian Douluo. At this moment, Qian Douluo finds himself in a predicament. Indeed, the disparity between the current Yun Guang and the previous one is staggering. He initially believed he had overestimated her, yet it now appears he has grossly underestimated her. The main issue lies in the fact that this self-created soul skill has caught him completely off guard. However, he is not fearful, for it is impossible for her to truly kill him. It is merely an outlet for frustration, a trivial matter. Yet, he does not wish to confront the radiant light head-on. It is not a foe he can afford to engage with directly. Thus, Qian Douluo swiftly maneuvers to the right, and as he departs, the angelic holy light dissipates without him, inevitably crumbling under the force of the descending corona. Although he has broken through the angelic holy light, it has lost much of its potency. Striking the earth, it cleaves a straight line into the ground, forming a vast chasm. Meanwhile, the radiant light creates a deep pit reaching hundreds of meters down, with the residual force affecting Qian Douluo as well. Nonetheless, with his 6 wings converged, Qian Douluo remains unscathed under such formidable defense. Thus, after all this time, the only entity truly harmed is the earth itself. With not a single patch of land remaining intact, what a tragic sight. Yun Guang, enough already. This has gone far enough. Enough, you say? Nonsense. Qian Daolu retorts. You are undoubtedly expending far more than I am. I could endure this and still emerge victorious. It is a meaningless battle. You coward. Stop being so timid and confront me directly. Yet, Yun Guang pays no heed to his counsel, having just reached the 99th level. How could she possibly compare to his depth of experience? He has been on the defensive all along. It would be wiser for you to fortify your position. This time, the one responding to him was the golden greatsword. Qian Daolu once again blocked it with his wings. I have already said, let it end. There is no need to continue. Oh, you wish to end it? What do you think of my proposal? Whether it is vengeance for those thousands of soul masters or for my sister, we must go to Sea God Island. Poseidon in the ocean is invincible in every sense. Neither I nor Tang San can measure up, and neither can you. Going there will only lead to needless casualties, devoid of any significance. Very well, even so. The previous declaration of no further incursions into Sea God Island must be rendered null and void. If we cannot kill Poseidon or the 7 sacred pillars, then let those sea soul masters pay with their blood. Qian Daolu also rubbed his brow. The 99th level Yun Guang was undoubtedly a nuisance. He had already mentioned this in their previous battle, but without hesitation, he dismissed it. Sigh. Chapter 99, the end. He knew that whatever he said would be futile. Hatred could not be dispelled with mere words. In that battle at Sea God Island, his wife, Yun Guang's sister, had perished. From the moment Yun Guang learned of this news, the hatred became irreparable, and he had long been mentally prepared for it. In the past, Yun Guang never concealed her murderous intent toward him. Her eyes revealed a deep-seated hatred and a desire to kill, even boasting of wanting to kill him and bury him alongside her sister at Sea God Island. Eventually, she learned to endure, concealing her murderous intent and hatred. But to him, it made no difference. He never cared about what Yun Guang truly wanted, or whether it was out of guilt that he repeatedly retreated. That was her last remaining kin. Yun Guang was gradually maturing and changing. Her murderous intent ultimately dissipated with time. She inherited her sister's wishes, and all had long since faded away, leaving only her hatred for Sea God Island. She was no longer the person she used to be. The vow to refrain from invading Sea God Island stemmed not only from his love for Cici, but also from the realization that the Sea God and the Spirit Hall could not contend with the gods. If the ancestors were still around, it might have been a different story, but given the ancestors' circumstances, confronting the gods was a hopeless endeavor. God. We are not targeting the core forces of Sea God Island, merely some sea soul masters. How could a dignified sea god care about the demise of mere ants? A millennium ago, Poseidon ascended to godhood through faith. Do you think he cares for those who worship him? Even if he did, would he dare descend upon the Spirit Hall to obliterate us? If he had the courage, he would have done so long ago. Moreover, the enmity between the angel clan and the sea god can be traced back even further. What wrong have we committed? Yun Guang did not care for this, but she also could not sway Qian Daolu. It seemed they would have to fight. Thousands of holy swords soared toward Qian Daolu. He, too, unleashed his soul skill. The clash of light and light ultimately transformed into sparkles, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. Yun Guang engaged Qian Daolu in close combat, her primary objective being something beyond mere confrontation. Qian Daolu, do you truly believe that Poseidon harbors feelings for you? To her, you are merely a useful sycophant. You see her as your eternal white moonlight, while she regards you as nothing more than a dog. She is a believer of the sea god, and the Spirit Hall's impression of Sea God Island is one of greed, selfishness, and evil. What then? Do you represent in her eyes as a high-ranking offering of the Spirit Hall? What I cannot comprehend is why you insist on being a sycophant. Do you love her? If not, why not seize her and subjugate her? You would possess her body and soul. As for her heart, you should not expect to attain that. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial arrangement? Are you not degrading yourself? Qian Daolu was momentarily taken aback. Did Cici truly perceive him in this way? Did he really? Yun Guang seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Qian Daolu barely steadied himself midair, only for Yun Guang to come in for the finishing blow. Qian Daolu, you foolish creature. Accompanying her words was a punch that landed squarely on his back. Yun Guang. What are you doing, calling for your mother? By the way, that Tang San remains elusive, alive or dead. She still wishes to wait. You should reflect on this. What significance do you hold? If she had even a shred of affection for you, it would not have come to this. Do you not understand? Qian Daolu, you sycophant. Ninth soul skill, radiant light. Ninth soul skill, angelic holy light. In this recent confrontation, it is evident that Qian Douluo holds the upper hand. Be cautious. I assure you, there is no need for your concern. Yun Guang narrowly evaded the angelic holy light, but is that insufficient? Aspiring for divine faith is indeed a commendable ambition, yet such faith must be contended for, if you do not strive for it. Will it simply descend from the heavens, or be graciously bestowed by the sea god? Xiao Xue is poised to inherit the position of angel. But are you unaware of the direct animosity between the angel and the sea god? Once she ascends to divinity, the sea god island is destined for destruction. This is inevitable and not within your power to hinder. The angelic lineage comprises more than just you. My Yun family also counts among them. If the ancestors of the Qian family were to learn of your actions, you would have been expelled from your ancestral heritage long ago. Do you still believe you are worthy of the surname Qian? Are you serious in thinking that Qian Douluo should not trespass upon the sea god island? Yun Guang's intention today is simple, to enlighten Qian Douluo about the current situation. She understands that an assault on the sea god island is not feasible at this moment. The priority is to prepare him psychologically. Conversely, Qian Douluo also perceives the futility in continuing the conflict, acknowledging Yun Guang's point. Should Qian Renxue ascend, all issues would be resolved. Nonetheless, he is reluctant to harm Cici. Let it go. I comprehend your words, but not now. You understand that, do you not? Yun Guang did not respond, instead delivering a swift kick. All right, I feel relieved now. Let us converse. Qian Douluo brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire and calmly replied, very well. Let us not forget the welfare of the two children. We should retain some dignity to avoid compromising our integrity. You ought to reflect on this. Do not persist in being a sycophant, for in the end, what will you gain? Foolishness. Qian Douluo's expression remained composed, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Thus, after the skirmish, neither party sustained injuries. Yet they undeniably made a significant impact on the environment. This momentous battle has drawn to a close. Upon returning to the Spirit City, the 7 esteemed elders commenced a new round of disputes, primarily fueled by the discord between Qian Douluo and Yun Guang. Ultimately, after much fervent reasoning and exertion, Qian Douluo managed to persuade Yun Guang to defer the so-called inviolability until Qian Renxue ascends to divinity, leaving the decision in the hands of the siblings Qian Renxue and Qian Renxian. This development signifies that Qian Douluo's resolve has waned, and he has come to realize that they would not annihilate the sea god island. Yet, uncertainty lingers regarding Poseidon's fate at that juncture. For now, they refrain from action, opting to wait for Qian Renxue's ascension, a conclusion that naturally satisfies Yun Guang, as it closely aligns with her initial intentions. The meeting that would determine the future objectives has drawn to a close. It seems as though everything has returned to square one, with no discernible changes. Qian Renxian stealthily retreated to his chamber, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the day's revelations. A series of knocks at the door interrupted his train of thought. Upon opening the door, Yun Guang inquired, "So, has your curiosity been satisfied?" He muttered under his breath, "It would have been better not to know." Indeed, knowledge brings vexation. "Your grandfather and that individual, what was his name again?" Qian Renxian, fully aware of who he meant, hastily reminded him, "His name is Yin." "Ah, yes, precisely him. They are remarkably similar. Both are sycophants, a phenomenon I truly cannot comprehend. Not only that, both of their objects of affection harbor no feelings for them, having instead developed an infatuation for someone surnamed Tang. No, now Hu Laina has taken a liking to someone with the surname Tian." He silently mused, reflecting on how utterly absurd this situation had become. "Is that all? I came to check on you, fearing you might be upset." The implication in his words made Qian Renxuan think, can I truly be angry with my aunt? This family. Before he could finish his thought, he sensed a subtle yet palpable hostility. Indeed, the topic of age is eternally a taboo for women. Chapter 100, A Tragedy Named Destiny. Early the next morning, Yin Mian began to brief Qian Renxian on the situation, focusing on Tang Hao and Dugabo. "Just keep an eye on them. Our third brother is a noble companion, though I remain uncertain about the purity of his intentions." Overall, the circumstances remained within his expectations. The only unforeseen element being Shui and his potential for sycophancy, though he may already embody that role. Following the previous incident, he found himself at a loss for words to describe Tang Hao, while the fact that Shui was willing to accept Tang Weiwo was utterly unexpected. It could either be true love or merely a case of sycophancy. In this realm of Douluo, the pungent scent of love permeates the atmosphere, even if it is unreciprocated. It is time to attend to more serious matters. Lingling, today you shall awaken your martial soul. One can discern that Yi Lingling's spirits are notably low. As the heir of the nine-heart begonia, she is acutely aware of the significance of this awakening. A martial soul acquired at the cost of a dearly beloved's life is a burden she would prefer to forego. Yet, every bearer of the nine-heart begonia shares this sentiment, and none can escape the inexorable fate that binds them. The weight of family responsibility rests heavily upon their shoulders, such as the decree of destiny. Let us proceed, for Lingling's martial soul may not necessarily be the nine-heart begonia. I have promised to help you break free from fate. Do you not believe me? Lingling has faith in Brother Qian, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Is their relationship truly harmonious? At present, it appears so, even if the original text portrayed him as rather aloof. Perhaps his amiability stems from accompanying her in play? This situation bears an uncanny resemblance to a nurturing game. Although there are no laws governing such matters in Douluo, the notion remains rather unsettling. Should I propose this idea in a couple of days? It would be prudent to safeguard the children against any potential perils. The awakening of Yi Lingling's martial soul was naturally presided over by Yi Renxuan, with witnesses including Qian Renxue, Tian Yu, and Hu Laina, along with the enigmatic Qian Inger. As for Yin and Xieyu, one was engrossed in the art of devotion while the other was immersed in his own pursuits. Yin was on the verge of succumbing to darkness, prompting Qian Renxuan to contemplate casting him out into the world to hone his skills and seek his destined partner. Qian Renxuan had already dispatched someone to summon them. Otherwise, soon the elixirs would no longer concern them. Every day is filled with troubles for him. In a spacious secret chamber, several individuals gathered. The spirit hall may lack in many respects, but it is replete with hidden chambers, especially environments designed for simulated cultivation. It is indeed vast. Lingling, do not be sorrowful. This is a trial we, the Yi family, must endure, just as grandfather did. Yi Renxuan gazed at Qian Renxuan, seemingly seeking his counsel. He understood Yi Renxuan's unspoken words, yet he too felt uncertain. The nine-star begonia can only be inherited upon the death of the previous owner, and coincidentally, Yi Lingling's parents had met with misfortune years ago. Her father perished. And as the bearer of the nine-heart begonia, he could not be saved. The crux of the matter lies here. Both Yi Renxuan and Yi Lingling's mother are present, and the awakening of the martial soul may very well fail. As for the fairy herb, Dan, it is believed to enable the evolution of Yi Lingling's martial soul. However, Qian Renxuan wishes for Yi Lingling to consume it without her martial soul awakening, which leaves him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Taking the fairy herb beforehand could affect the martial soul awakening, and there is no precedent for such an action, should it fail. The consequences are unknown. Qian Renxuan is not a selfish individual. He has never contemplated unilaterally determining Yi Lingling's fate. Her future should be hers to choose. After exchanging glances with Yi Renxuan, he contemplated revealing the truth. Yi Renxuan nodded in agreement. Yet, considering Yi Lingling's youth, is it not too harsh? Lingling, do you wish to take the Dan and gamble on fate, or pursue an alternative path? Ultimately, he refrained from revealing the truth, which was also Yi Renxuan's decision. For Yi Lingling, her parents have long since passed. The only knowledge she possesses about them comes from Yi Renxuan's narratives. Though she has never seen them, it does not imply a lack of affection. For the nine-heart begonia, not having possessed it means one cannot lose it, without loss. There is no sorrow, this is the only way. Yi Renxuan has endured similarly. Concealing the truth about an alternate path is also a form of deception. Even benevolent lies are still lies. Yi Lingling has grown up hearing a kind-hearted falsehood, and this time, it pertains to her mother's life. The truth may bring sorrow. Thus, living within a lie may be preferable. Yi Renxuan desires for Yi Lingling to awaken her nine-heart begonia first, and then consume the Dan, believing this to be the safest course of action. It could also shatter the Yi family's fate, yet it comes at the potential cost of Yi Lingling's mother, his daughter. If it were possible, he would willingly sacrifice himself, but alas, he cannot. Forcing Yi Lingling to consume the elixir as a gamble, or hiding the truth, one must choose between the two, mustn't he? One option is ephemeral, while the other is tangible. Yi Lingling stared blankly at the elixir in Qian Renxuan's hand. Brother Qian has always been by my side. I am truly happy, even if it has not been for long. Grandfather rarely shares stories about my parents. Only when I pester him does he reluctantly recount them. I know he wishes to prevent me from becoming too deeply entrenched in sorrow. He describes my father and mother as exceptionally handsome and beautiful, recounting their meeting as a romantic tale of heroism, yet in reality, it was my mother who saved my father. Perhaps this is fate. Their love was not grandiose, but rather grew quietly over time, leading to my existence, only to be snatched away by an unforeseen tragedy. They live on in the stories. In my imagination, radiant, gentle, patient, and magnificent, this is the entirety of my impression of my parents. In truth, I was never meant to know the ancestral curse of the nine-heart begonia, yet perhaps it is destiny. Therefore, I wish to be willful just this once. The fate of the nine-heart begonia should not be sealed thus. I do not desire the begonia that my mother exchanged her life for. This may disappoint grandfather and my mother, who might deem me headstrong and irresponsible, yet I understand much and am obedient, save for this one occasion. I wish to trust Brother Qian. Yi Lingling paused, suddenly revealing a sweet smile, her lips curving like a crescent moon. Can grandfather forgive my recklessness? I truly wish to try. Yi Renxuan understood her intentions. He had always believed himself to be perceptive, yet now he realized his self-deception. However, the primary issue is not this. In Yi Lingling's understanding, her parents have perished. There were undoubtedly better choices and safer methods, so why gamble? In truth, she need not choose at all, for with her parents gone, the awakening of the martial soul is inevitable, yet now, everything has changed. Is this choice truly the right one? Yi Renxuan found himself at a loss for words. Should he chastise her for her lack of understanding? He was uncertain. For the truth diverged from this notion. For Yi Lingling, the awakening of her martial soul was an inevitability, a reality she had come to comprehend. Taking the elixir in advance was merely a gamble, a means to validate her thoughts. Even in failure, her martial soul would remain the nine-heart begonia. The crux of the matter lay in her reluctance to accept this martial soul, prompting her to take the risk. Yet, all of this was inherently unequal. Yi Renxuan felt a surge of anger, yet he had consented to the choice, albeit for reasons divergent from his expectations. His presumption had led him to believe he understood Yi Lingling thoroughly. Your mother has passed. Why can you not awaken your martial soul first before attempting to break the ancestral curse? Must you necessarily put yourself in peril? Is this choice not foolish? If your mother were aware of how you are belittling yourself, what would she think? The Yi family seeks to defy destiny, yet how can it be altered? By placing a child in jeopardy? It is simply absurd. Yi Lingling remained silent, unable to fathom why her grandfather was so incensed. This choice posed no threat to her life. Should she fail, there would still be another opportunity. Yet her grandfather's demeanor puzzled her, and she felt compelled to uphold her decision. Grandfather, I believe there is no harm in trying. The nine-heart begonia was earned at the cost of my mother's life. Yi Renxuan ceased his objections, realizing that unless he revealed the truth, nothing would change. Oh, well, each generation bears its own fortune. I am aging, and since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Pursue whatever it is you desire. These words seemed to age him considerably. It was difficult to imagine that such sentiments could emanate from a mere 6-year-old child. Yet, in a somewhat fantastical realm, early maturity is not entirely unfathomable. After all, did he not eradicate a sect at the age of 8, leaving families devastated and lives lost? When compared to him, Yi Lingling appeared relatively unscathed. However, a tinge of regret washed over him. The imbalance of information had led to this choice. Had he refrained from speaking, this predicament might never have arisen, and Yi Renxuan would have withheld the truth. Even a fabricated truth had compelled Yi Lingling to gamble on an elusive future. Does this choice truly hold significance? At this juncture, he is the most foolish among them. And the only consolation lies in Yi Lingling's unwillingness to trade her life for the nine hearts begonia. The situation has become absurdly erroneous. Yi Lingling took the pill from Qian Renxuan, gazing at it in her hand. She had resolved to defy her fate, understanding that one must make sacrifices. Yi Lingling stepped into the prepared hexagonal formation, uncertain if she could successfully refine the pill or awaken her martial soul. Yet, she was willing to attempt it. Placing the pill into her mouth, she swallowed it gently and then focused her mind. The gentle potency of the medicine swiftly began to take effect within her body. The process not as painful as she had anticipated. Lingling concentrated, striving to remain undistracted. Beads of sweat began to form on Yi Lingling's forehead, clearly indicating that her current state was somewhat amiss. A warm aura permeated her being, yet concurrently, an uncomfortable and oppressive force seemed to be suppressing something within her, leading Yi Lingling to a moment of understanding. The two forces clashed, each attempting to counteract the other, as Yi Lingling gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Amidst a cascade of golden light, the power of the exquisite tulip began to manifest, and a phantom of a flower emerged before her, though it remained insubstantial. Moreover, a pattern resembling the exquisite tulip appeared on her brow, releasing fragrant waves that spread into the surroundings. This won't awaken a mesmerizing fragrance, will it? Qian Renxuan feels a slight headache. He vows never to let this happen again. The ethereal image of the 9 hearts begonia gradually solidifies, seemingly on the verge of completion. Yet it still lacks that final touch. This left Yiren in a state of anxious regret. Perhaps this is the essence of humanity, an inescapable fate for all. In the divine realm, within the forest of life, the voice of one of the oldest beings, the god of destruction, resonated. Xiao Lu, have you made your decision? Even if I refrain from intervening, she will surely succeed without any unforeseen events, he continued. However, Xiao Lu, if you take action, the success may be attributed to you, forging a benevolent connection. Furthermore, we will not bear children if we were to pass on our powers. At this moment, the life god was observing Yi Lingling, whose martial soul awakening had reached its final stage. She would succeed regardless of her involvement. She understood Xiao Zi's intent, wishing to glimpse the essence of Qian Renxuan. But in doing so, she sensed a formidable power, even without any malevolent intentions. From a realm even more powerful? The god of destruction perceived Xiao Lu's wavering resolve and hastened to counsel her. Indeed, deities ought not to interfere in the mortal realm, yet what of our heirs? The Azura has forsaken all semblance of dignity. What do we have to fear? Moreover, our influence would not be direct. We could merely bestow fortune upon that individual without any significant repercussions. Her disposition was not one to be concerned with intrigues or rivalries. As a devoted wife, she would stand by Xiao Zi's side, supporting him in all his endeavors. Even if she did not assist directly, she would never undermine his efforts. However, should the god of destruction commit a grave error, she would not hesitate to intervene. At present, the situation could hardly be deemed erroneous. The life prayer ritual. Divine power radiated, enveloping the forest of life in a luminous glow. Golden light emanated, heralding auspiciousness. Xiao Zi, I comprehend now. Good. The verdant gown fluttered without wind, and a green divine halo appeared behind her. The purest essence of life emanated from her, as strands of life force traversed from the divine realm to the Douluo continent. The vital force of life remains imperceptible to the naked eye and eludes tangible sensation. This reflects a disparity in realms and the distinction between mortals and deities. Presently, Yi Lingling has significantly improved, and the awakening of her martial soul is nearing completion. Unbeknownst to anyone, the vital force has permeated Yi Lingling's being, while the supreme divine power begins to enhance her physique. Furthermore, the life force commences to meld with her martial soul, the originally formidable 9-heart begonia, which undergoes yet another transformation. If the 9-heart begonia could previously attain the status of a super martial soul upon consuming the Qilua pill, it now approaches the divine level of martial souls. Chapter 102. The Sacred Lotus of Life. Though the fusion of the martial soul is underway, no observable changes occur. Among those present, only Qian Renxuan perceives the anomaly. Is it an angelic deity? There is neither intervention nor any reaction. How intriguing. This situation can be interpreted in 2 ways. She is the life god king, while the angel god merely represents a lower tier of divinity. The angelic manifestation cannot possess the powers of the angel god, and it is entirely reasonable that she remains oblivious to even a fraction of that power. Considering she is the life god king, merely a divine figure, and even in the spirit city, remains just an embodiment of divinity. Should we consider the alternative perspective, it becomes intriguing, and therein lies the fascination for the life god king. Nonetheless, she is not genuinely inclined to delve too deeply into the matter. Since assistance has been rendered, it is only fitting to see it through to completion. The power wielded by the life god king began to intensify, radiant life energy permeating the life forest. The pink petals began to solidify. At this moment, Yi Lingling was liberated from any sense of anguish, replaced instead by an overwhelmingly warm and comforting sensation that was utterly intoxicating. Divine power surged around the 9-heart begonia, an invisible force dispelling certain flaws and shackles. This is the might of the divine. In unseen corners, the intangible chains binding the 9-heart begonia shattered. From this instant, its lamentation would truly cease, and the title of the continent's foremost auxiliary martial soul was poised for a transition. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling emanated a soft pinkish-white radiance, and as the light radiated forth, she began to assume an aura of sanctity. Petals of the same pinkish-white hue began to drift through the air. A formidable force emanated from the martial soul, evoking an impression of invincibility, reminding one that this martial soul was not intended for combat. Ultimately, everything returned to its original state, a pinkish-white lotus appearing in Yi Lingling's hand. Splendid. Yi Renxuan recognized this as a success. Yi Lingling had broken the ancestral curse. Unbeknownst to him, the nine-heart begonia was now free from its curse, all thanks to a benevolent deity. The onlookers genuinely rejoiced for Yi Lingling. Though Qian Renxue's expression was peculiar, he was unaware if the others had sensed it, but the quality of the martial soul was decidedly amiss. Truthfully, if the Qilua Yujingxiang had elevated Yi Lingling's martial soul to a super martial soul, he would not have been so astonished. However, the martial soul had evidently transcended even that, verging on a divine-level martial soul. Was there truly a martial soul on Douluo continent that surpassed it? Since his arrival, those around him had been somewhat off-kilter. A divine-level martial soul could only be granted by the gods. The system's intervention is a separate matter. Yi Lingling had undeniably been elevated, yet had not genuinely attained the status of a divine-level martial soul. She was merely lacking one essential element, the specifics of which eluded her. At present, Yi Lingling's martial soul may not rival that of the angel, but it was certainly not wholly inferior. Were it in its complete form, it would undoubtedly surpass both the angel and the sea god, although it would still fall short against him. The angel, even in her current state, she could rightfully be regarded as the third divine-level martial soul on the continent. It remains a mystery which deity has taken an interest in Yi Lingling, forcibly intervening in the mortal realm. Indeed, it seems that the plot of the original work is nearing chaos, likely with only the overarching direction remaining unchanged. This sensation of uncertainty is truly disconcerting. Brother Qian, are you unhappy? No, I am quite content. Lingling, you have truly accomplished it. The tragedy of the Nine Hearts begonia has not repeated itself in your case. Brother Qian, you and grandfather are deceiving me, aren't you? If my parents were truly deceased, this choice would be entirely unnecessary. Either way, it holds no significance. Indeed, my actions this time were not commendable, yet the outcome is favorable, and that suffices. Did you perceive it? Yi Renxuan's voice trembled slightly. Grandfather, although I am not exceptionally clever, the feeling during my martial soul awakening cannot be misleading. That sense of suppression indicates my parents are not dead, correct? Currently, Yi Lingling is overjoyed, having encountered Qian Renxuan, the one destined to alter her fate. With her martial soul evolving and her parents alive, her life's aspirations are fulfilled. She vaguely recalls that day when Qian Renxuan claimed to possess knowledge of the future. Initially skeptical, she is now willing to believe him. Yi Renxuan's emotions have nearly settled, and he calmly states, "Your father died protecting your mother. She is currently within the martial soul city. Is it true? My mother is really here?" Yes. Upon receiving Yi Renxuan's affirmation, Yi Lingling is nearly elated to the point of flight. Today marks the pinnacle of her joy in the past 6 years. Just as she contemplates rushing out to find her mother, she realizes the vastness of Martial Soul City. She cannot afford to search for her mother leisurely. Yi Renxuan, discerning her thoughts, assures her, "I will take you shortly. What is the status of your martial soul?" "My martial soul should now be called the Life Sacred Lotus." Previously, the Nine Hearts begonia had healing abilities that were only group-oriented, whereas the Life Sacred Lotus can perform both individual and group healing, possessing remarkable life force. Additionally, it encompasses a domain, the life domain, that enhances soul power, increases healing capacity, accelerates recovery speed, and promotes plant growth. Indeed, these capabilities are extraordinary. When it truly ascends to a divine martial soul, how formidable will these abilities become? The future is promising. Yi Lingling rushed over to embrace Qian Renxuan, though her shorter stature rendered the gesture somewhat awkward. "Brother Qian, thank you. It is nothing. This was my promise from the beginning." Qian Renxuan gently patted her head. Yi Renxuan chose not to interrupt them, feeling rather pleased and wearing a somewhat mischievous smile. After sufficient affection, Yi Lingling exclaimed, "Grandfather, take me to find mother." "To find mother. Very well, let us go." Yi Lingling departed, but Qian Renxuan remained in contemplation, pondering the life-sacred lotus. The term life readily evokes thoughts of a goddess. Yet, would she engage in such rule-breaking? Why the haste in bestowing divinity, or could there be another reason? Is divinity a form of constraint? It seems those gods are eager to confer it. Alas, the old dilemmas remain unresolved, and now new questions arise. Meanwhile, within the estate where Yi Renxuan was resting, a beautiful woman anxiously awaited the outcome. She paced back and forth, revealing her unease. Lingling must succeed. In truth, she had only seen Yi Lingling a few times, never daring to meet her often or acknowledge her. Yet, sometimes the truth becomes apparent as one grows. Just as her anxiety peaked, the sound of footsteps approached. She hurried forward and encountered Yi Renxuan alongside his granddaughter, Yi Lingling. For a moment, they stared at each other, speechless and frozen in place. Yi Lingling burst into tears. "Mother, why are you crying?" "I am just so overwhelmed with joy. You have succeeded, haven't you?" Yi Lingling's voice trembled. "Yes, there is no need to worry about the ancestral curse anymore. Come here, let me embrace you." Yi Lingling leaped into Yi Lingling's arms. "Mother, please stop crying." "All right, Mother will not cry any longer." She is a mother who has never had the chance to meet her child. How many truly comprehend that pain? This scene has unfolded countless times in dreams, and now it has finally come to fruition. She unconsciously exerted herself, fearing that this was merely an illusion. Yet, fortunately, everything has reached its conclusion. Although there are no grandiose declarations, all is conveyed through expression. Chapter 103. My sister Qian Renxue possesses the aura of a divine monarch. In the divine realm, within the forest of life. Little Green, the first step of the plan has succeeded. The rest will be manageable. Indeed, not all of the Life God King's intentions were revealed. Well, now that you have completed this step, it will be much easier for me. However, I still require your strength to fulfill my plan. Little Purple, I understand, but did we truly err? Little Green, even if there was a mistake, it is mine alone and has nothing to do with you. Furthermore, I will never be wrong, not this time, nor ever. You remain unchanged, Little Purple. The discourse within the divine realm bore no relation to Qian Renxuan. Yi Lingling was also immersed in the joy of a mother-daughter reunion. "Boss," they called in unison. "Nana, it's good to see you again. I brought you some snacks yesterday, but you weren't home. I left them at the door. Did you eat them?" Xiaoyu discreetly distanced himself, wary of being affected. The three sycophants of Douluo. Qian Renxuan finds himself at a loss. How to handle this? He truly lacks experience. Unless he resorts to forcibly altering memories, a tactic unfit for dealing with one's own. "Boss, what did you call us here for?" Yin suddenly recalled that it was Qian Renxuan who summoned them, hastily inquiring, "Yes, what is the matter?" "Perhaps it is to let me meet Nana. Though there are quite a few people here, that detestable woman too." This was certainly Yan's inner thought, one he dared not voice. "Honestly, when you call me boss, I feel a bit flustered. Would you not revert to your usual unruly self? Didn't you say that girls prefer gentle, sunny, handsome, patient boys? What do you think of me?" He leaned in and whispered. Qian Renxuan felt a bit speechless. He had merely spoken casually. And now this one truly believed him. However, Hulina's affection for Tang San was indeed based on looks and competitions. It is not merely about appearance, but strength as well. There is nothing wrong with being fond of appearances. The mistake lies in falling for someone one shouldn't. I believe you should focus on enhancing your strength. Yan's martial soul is regarded as an ancient one, a dual attribute of fire and earth, known as the Flame Lord. Although his performance may not be exceptional, he has encountered a formidable opponent, one no one can contend with. This Phoenix transformation pill is for you. It will grant your strength a qualitative leap, though your martial soul may lose its earth attribute, transforming instead into pure fire. Really? Is it true? Would I deceive you? Boss, I'm not eloquent. I can only express my gratitude. All right, consume the pill and diligently practice the transformation. Yin accepted the pill, found a suitable spot, and sat down, placing the pill in his mouth, closing his eyes, and commencing his metamorphosis. My dear sister, this is the coronation pill I specially prepared for you, particularly suited for you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Yes, thank you, esteemed brother. Qian Renxue replied, and took the pill, seeking a secluded spot to begin her refinement. This is the most suitable purple gold dragon pill. Take it for refinement. And may your martial soul transform into a dragon. Thank you. I won't disappoint you. Tianyu smiled and accepted the pill. This is the Nether Ghost pill. It will elevate your talent further and significantly influence your martial soul, sufficiently compensating for the time lost. Thank you. I will not let you down. Qianing Air blushed slightly. This left Qian Renxuan feeling perplexed. Hulina, your primary ability lies in charm. Your mental strength is of utmost importance. And the Wangchuan Dan can enhance that power. Nothing could be more suitable. Thank you. As for Xiaoyu, he too was uncertain which elixirs would best suit him. Yet the Qisong Tongtian Ju is sufficient. This neutral celestial-grade herb fortifies the limbs and invigorates the blood through the 8 meridians, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body, perfectly suited for you. At this point, Qian Renxue, Yi Lingling, Qian Inger, Tianyu, Hu Laina, Duguyan, Xieyu, and Yin had all consumed their respective elixirs. In the upcoming Soul Master competition, the entire group would embody villainy, and Tang San's mindset would likely crumble. While everyone else was refining their potions, he found himself at a loss. The greatest loneliness in the world is indeed invincibility. The chill of heights is unbearable. He was not being pretentious. After all, who among the younger generation on the continent could rival him? If one had to name a contender, it would only be Qian Renxue. This fellow had inexplicably gained enhancement, or perhaps her latent talents had been squandered in hiding. This left him utterly bewildered. Today, he had distributed the elixirs to the younger generation, and in a couple of days, it would be time for the 6 offerings. With the presence of Elder Jiao and over 20 titled members of the Wuhuan Hall, he could not deliver to them all, but could only select a portion or exchange them for merits. All of this would only be determined later. With nothing else to occupy his time, Qian Renxuan decided to engage in some cultivation. He could not let time slip away idly. Yi Lingling continued her conversation with Yi Lingyin. Yi Renxuan chose not to disturb the mother-daughter duo and quietly withdrew. Outside, as the gentle breeze caressed him, Yi Renxuan savored the ambience, a faint smile gracing his face. The 9 hearts Si Tang may fade away, thus liberating Lingling and her descendants from such a fate. How wonderful! A single tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Father, grandfather. Yi Renxuan wiped away his tears, reflecting on his daughter and granddaughter. Their family had finally gathered. He reminisced about Qian Renxuan finding him. At that time, he had harbored doubts, and now, it had not been long, yet everything felt like a dream. Father, come in. It has been too long since we had a proper reunion. All right. Although life had resolved the issue of the 9 heart Si Tang, they remained without martial souls, hence unable to sense it. As night fell, Qian Renxue began to exhibit extraordinary phenomena, being the most dynamic among the group. Holy light radiated from her, transforming her into a petite figure of light, with wings of brilliance manifesting behind her. The divine power exuded a sense of comfort. Qian Renxuan opened his eyes, realizing that his sister was indeed remarkable, far superior to her original portrayal. The ethereal image of an angel materialized behind her. This left Qian Renxuan utterly bewildered. Was this not Qian Renxue's martial soul? What was unfolding here? Under the influence of a unique force and the effects of this extraordinary celestial herb, Qian Renxue underwent an astonishing transformation, infused with an extraordinarily sacred power. Enveloped by the holy light, her strength began to consolidate, ultimately leaving only the radiance surrounding Qian Renxue. In a state of unconsciousness, she summoned forth the 6-winged angel martial soul. Qian Renxuan meticulously counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How did the 6-winged angel transform into an 8-winged one? The 6 wings signify a first-level deity, and now with 8 wings, it implies he must proclaim, I am the brother of Qian Renxue, possessing the demeanor of a divine king. In Chapter 104, where everyone experiences an enhancement, according to his calculations, what would 12 wings signify? Furthermore, is this miraculous herb truly so extraordinary, or has the elixir become more potent? If he were to consume a corona pill, would he not ascend to 14 wings, or even 16? It is simply beyond imagination. What would it be like to have 14 or 16 wings? The visual would undoubtedly be quite bizarre. Qian Renxue has also awakened, and her first inquiry is directed at Qian Renxuan. Brother, is your elixir truly this formidable? Qian Renxuan knew how to respond and decided to gloss over it, saying, perhaps it is due to the differing physiques of individuals. However, he felt this was inadequate. So he added, it is my sister who possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable grace. Brother, your words today are truly eloquent, Qian Renxue remarked. I have always been articulate, and I never deceive, he replied. Ha ha ha. Qian Renxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sound of her clear, melodious laughter was not particularly pleasing to Qian Renxuan. Enough with the laughter. Your martial spirit has now become the 8-winged angel. Did you feel anything unusual just now? 8-winged angel? Qian Renxue exclaimed. Do not shout so loudly. Remain composed, he urged. All right, composed. Composed, my foot. What? I, Qian Renxue, the 8-winged angel. Surpassed my ancestors. How delightful. She then proceeded to make some peculiar gestures. Observing Qian Renxue's uncharacteristically frivolous demeanor, Qian Renxuan lamented the loss of her former aloofness. replaced now by a comical version of herself. The contrast was jarring. He could hardly bear to look. Is this how you wish to present yourself? Won't you feel embarrassed if others see you? You could face social death. I must document this. It would be your lifelong embarrassment. You dare? Qian Renxue protested. I dare not. But at least be mindful of your image, he replied. Just the two of us. Why bother with appearances, right, brother? Qian Renxue teased in a soft, affectionate tone. Ah, yes. But what does social death mean? Qian Renxuan explained. Social death refers to the humiliation one experiences in public, or doing something embarrassing in front of friends, rendering one unable to hold their head high and engage in normal conversation. For instance, if what you did earlier became widely known, it would haunt you and lead to daily mockery. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue understood immediately. The thought of such embarrassment was mortifying. You absolutely cannot tell anyone. She insisted with a threatening tone. All right, I won't speak of it. I understand your joy. But next time, refrain from such odd behavior. If you embarrass yourself, it would be. I understand, no more need to elaborate. After this brief, comedic interlude, Qian Renxue returned to her usual self. Earlier, I asked if you felt anything strange. You still haven't answered me. What constitutes a strange feeling? Something that feels abnormal. Not something you would typically experience. Qian Renxue pondered her sensations during the alchemical process. It felt quite pleasant, and then nothing else came to mind. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have reached the 34th level of soul power. Only 3 levels gained, but that is commendable. Most of the benefits likely went toward enhancing your martial spirit. Nothing particularly strange, then? Suddenly, he recalled the legend of the solar corona sacred flame flower, and if that were indeed the case, it could be justified. As for Yun Guang, there was nothing peculiar about that. The second to complete her refinement was Qian Renxue. Upon opening her eyes, her first instinct was to seek out Qian Renxuan. Upon finding him, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Qian Renxuan, noticing her gaze, returned her look with a warm smile. This caused her cheeks to flush. Qian Renxue summoned her martial spirit, softly stating, My soul power has reached level 19, and my martial spirit has undergone a transformation. The duration I can spend in shadows has increased, and certain flaws may have vanished. The first soul skill, Shadow Veil, has also changed. It not only extends the time but also allows me to summon 2 shadow blades. Overall, it is quite satisfactory. Previously, Qian Renxue's soul power had risen from level 12 to level 13. Qian Renxuan envisioned her path as that of a perfect assassin, concealed in presence and delivering lethal strikes. Concealment is feasible. Her martial spirit enables her to traverse shadows effortlessly. The goal is to mask her aura, leaving others unresponsive and unable to activate their martial spirits, resulting in instant demise. Future soul skills have all been planned by Qian Renxuan. I should break through to level 20 in the coming days. Excellent, then focus on your training. In a few days, I will take you to find soul rings. Embarrassed, she hugged Qian Renxuan. Thank you. Brother, it seems anyone can embrace you. Isn't that absurd? Look at the strangers. Can they embrace me? Indeed. Later that night, a thunderous roar resounded in the vicinity. Tianyu sprang to her feet. My legs are nearly numb. Guess my soul power. Then guess mine too. Hulaina's voice chimed in. Nana, let me hug you. Tianyu embraced Hulaina, affectionately ruffling her hair. All right, enough of your displays. Let's hear about your progress. I'll go first. My soul power has reached level 20. You might be disappointed with my martial spirit. It hasn't transformed into a dragon, but I should give it a new name. Golden Crocodile God, or Ancestor of all Crocodiles. Which do you think sounds better? After a moment of contemplation, she added, currently, it could be described as tearing apart the blue lightning tyrant dragon. There don't seem to be any more famous names. Although there are 2, they can't compare. Aren't you afraid of being beaten? And if you're the ancestor of all crocodiles, what does that make your grandfather? What about your ancestors? From the perspective of martial spirits, you've become their progenitor? Forget it. I shall stick with Golden Crocodile God. Becoming a super martial spirit is quite an achievement. Tianyu placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Are you certain? Qian Renxuan inquired. Absolutely. Hulaina tugged at Tianyu, signaling that it was her turn. My mental strength has significantly improved, and my soul power has reached level 18. However, I sense remnants of medicinal effects within me. My martial spirit hasn't changed much, but its allure has intensified. For Hulaina, this was commendable. Although Qian Renxuan hoped her martial spirit would transform into a 9-tailed fox, the celestial herb did not cater to that, leaving him powerless. He could not conjure one from thin air. The evil moon's indestructible body has reached level 19. Yin has undergone the most transformation. The earth attribute has indeed vanished, evolving into the ultimate fire, becoming a true flame lord. Definitely a positive development. It should now be called Fire Sprite or something similar. And his soul power is also at level 19. In a couple of days, we will all go to acquire soul rings. Chapter 105, The Battle of Angels, Part 1. Thank you, boss. I now feel an unprecedented strength, capable of defeating 10 previous versions of myself. The omnipotent unit of measurement has emerged. 10 of myself clearly indicates how powerful Yin has become. Yes, the ultimate fire is formidable, yet you must remain diligent. The rest of us are not inferior to you. Of course, it should now be Flame Sovereign. Doesn't that sound more imposing? I personally find it quite appealing. The elixirs undoubtedly played a significant role today. Those present might not dare to claim other achievements. But obtaining a title is absolutely within reach. The Martial Spirit Hall will soon boast a new batch of extraordinarily powerful titled Douluos, promising a bright future. Stealing Tang San's opportunities is exhilarating. The Shrek 7 monsters? With the Celestial Herb gone, aside from Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu, their other achievements are rather mediocre. Ning Rongrong will remain at 7 rings for life. A mere chicken cannot resolve the evil fire. Dai Mubai and Zhu Xuqing are destined to perish in the struggle for the throne, but this scenario assumes Shura no longer grants them advantages. However, as per that unreliable orb statement, Shura seems to have bestowed the continent's fate upon Tang San, introducing unpredictability. Indeed, all of this can be blamed on Shura. That wicked old silver coin. Brother, we haven't sparred in a long time. Let us have a proper match today. Are you sure? Qian Renxue replied earnestly, of course. Let me challenge my brother's authority today. All right, it has indeed been a while since we last sparred. I vaguely recall our last match was quite some time ago. The redundant remark left Qian Renxue momentarily dumbfounded. Brother, your words often contain peculiar elements. Let us see if you can catch up to me, brother. With that, Qian Renxue dashed ahead, declaring, I want to wait for you. Young lady, such a lack of martial ethics. However, he didn't pursue her directly but rather strolled leisurely, allowing Qian Renxue to wait a bit longer, an excellent opportunity to cultivate her patience. What a good brother I am. Shall we go take a look? But I want to sleep. Why sleep long in life? After death, one shall rest. The others looked at Yi Yu with bewilderment. Her words sounded strange. This line was uttered when Qian Renxuan was teasing Yi Yu, and he hadn't anticipated she would actually remember.